Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition, and we got a bleeder right off the bat. RJ Choppy is out sick. I think Bobby Belt is more injured and banged up than him. We got Chris Strong in for Pepe. Ryan firing up the fan cam, YouTube, and Twitch as always. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Although this is enough, I guess, that Choppy would have called in for this. I want to be very clear. We do not need to say Choppy is out sick this morning. Choppy is out with allergies. Allergies this man called in for. He is a total beta, and we are calling him that from now on.
He never really calls out. He feels this guilt. Of course, his girlfriend tells him when he can and cannot stay home sick. But this is a result of cutting the grass. I have never heard this. I've never heard I got sick from cutting the grass. The allergies have got me, and I refuse to wear a mask outside, even though I'll have to miss work.
It's his soft Northeast disposition. It's that New Jersey disposition that he was raised in. Look, he can claim he's Texan to the core as much as he wants, but I've never heard of a Texan calling in for allergies, for grass clippings.
Meanwhile, get on YouTube and Twitch because Mr. Talk Down to the Betas is sitting here with a napkin permanently glued to his
You've
lip.
seen it. There's a lot of blood coming out this
There's
morning.
a decent amount. What happened?
I went to go my lip is so chapped, the bottom lip, and I went to take a bite of my breakfast, and when I did it, I felt it split open, and I was like, oh, crap.
Did you bite the lip?
No, I just went and opened my mouth, and like stretching it like that caused my bottom lip to split open because it's so chapped. So it hurts.
What happened to the chapstick? Was it Burt's Bees?
I was using it last night because my lip was chapped, and I took it out of my bag.
Ryan, get it. Let's go ahead and get it on there. Guys, it's gushing. I know the fan cam probably does not do a correct service. Oh, yeah, you can see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, blood everywhere.
Yeah. So,
that microphone now has RJ's sickness all over it. And now you're
I'm patient zero. I'm gonna be I'm spreading all sorts of things today. But no, it's I took it out last night, the Burt's Bees, and put it on. I took it out of my laptop bag, and then I set it down, and I didn't pick it up walking out the door this morning.
Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
May have to make a run during one of these 5-minute breaks. I may have to make a run to the gas station, like run downstairs, get some chapstick, and run back.
Well, how are you going to stop the bleeding right now? That's the main question.
I don't know. It's not, because it's not stopping.
And you can't apply pressure while speaking.
I'm going to have to, it's probably just going to be, I'm going to be tasting blood until 5:40 or
Chris,
whatever
you may have to go ahead and get that resume tape updated with that deep, sultry voice to talk in place of Bob.
Yeah, first we have someone out because they mowed their lawn a little too hard. Now you bit into your McMuffin a little too.
No, I didn't even bite into it. I just opened my mouth to bite into it.
What a show! What a show of titans! What a show of toughness!
Look, this is Jordan Flu game. I'm toughing it out. I'm not calling in for an itchy throat. And he was laying it on thick the last couple days. I think I'm going to have to be out tomorrow. I think I'm going to have to be out. And then that shows.
He's never done that.
No, yeah, but he was.
It was a couple days ago, and it was like, yeah, when I'm out Thursday, and I was like, well, what? Me and Bobby's side text. Like,
zero chance he showed up tomorrow either.
Oh, no.
This is 4-day weekend for him.
No, he'll 1,000,000% be back. There's no way.
I'll bet you on this. We'll have to come up with a bet. Because there's no way he's back in here.
877-881-1053 is the Truckwreck.com text. I know you'll mock and make fun of me for missing a day here and there. Does this now take the cake, Chopper?
Yeah, this is the worst I've ever seen. Because I would never have said anything if I didn't get mocked for calling him for throwing up at 3 a.m. and not giving a heads up. It's like I didn't know I was going to throw up at 3 a.m. Yeah. But Choppy you've got to admit, this is the worst one ever. And he texted us yesterday. He's like, I told Spittle I was out tomorrow. He didn't text anything back. He did say get better or nothing.
You guys think I have to text again? Do you think I have to do a follow up to the bosses? Yeah, he should have just left the grass cutting out of it. He should have just been like,
I think I'm coming down with something. Yeah. Whatever to own up to some grass clippings got into my sinuses, and now I have an itchy throat.
Felt like he had to be more of a man while talking about He takes it as such a sign of pride, like changing your oil, or for you, your car battery, or for your tire. And he had to let it be known he was doing something in the yard. He was doing his lawn. He was mowing. He was doing something to get sick. And I think it backfired. Kind of like some things on the station over the past 48 hours. The Cowboys, though, actually made a real move, Bobby. And it's a guy that you've talked about. We'll get to the Mavs last night over the Warriors at 5:40. Kendricks, the linebacker, changes his mind, spurns the San Francisco 49ers, agreed to a 1-year deal earlier in the day, and then he brought out the knife for San Fran.
We finally beat San Francisco. Congratulations, Dallas Cowboys. You beat San Francisco. Yeah, we don't have terms of this yet. I'm going to be really interested to see how much money he's getting. This has to be incentive-laden, I would think. But a 1-year deal for Kendricks, this just made too much sense. He's a Zimmer guy through and through, and I know he had talked to Slater yesterday, Jane Slater from the NFL Network, Mike Zimmer did, and he had said, look, I think this just came down to he wanted to be here. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be a Cowboy, and so, I think he's nowhere near the player that he once was, but he's better than anything you have at linebacker on your roster. And so for me, this is absolutely a fantastic signing, and we've been critical
Fantastic?
of the yeah in terms of when you want to talk about what they need right now, which is at the linebacker position and what he can bring to them and what was on the market and what they've shown a willingness to do. This is a good signing.
He is 32 years old, team captain, who finished second on the Chargers last year with 117 tackles. He was released on March 5th as a cap casualty. He had 3.5 sacks and a forced fumble last year. He's a second-round pick from 2015, played 8 seasons for the Vikings before being released there, selected to his only Pro Bowl in 2019, where he was a first-team All-Pro selection. So that is Eric Kendricks, hopefully adding some toughness, real size, and leadership to the linebackers.
100-plus tackle seasons since 2016. From Nick Harris at DallasCowboys.com. Eric Kendricks has 8. The Cowboys as a team have 9. So you're talking about Eric Kendricks has basically been as productive as the entire Dallas defense when it comes to, stopping the run.
Wow. What do y'all think of it? You rolling your eyes? Are you just excited that you got anything? Or is it too old and will not matter? 877-881-1053.
What do you think? You're excited about it? We're finally on the board? We were all excited in the group chat they did something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not thrilled. I'm not going crazy. I didn't love that Bobby Wagner went to Dan Quinn and the Commanders, the 8-time Pro Bowler who keeps negotiating his own contracts, got a 1-year deal worth a max of $8.5 million. And you were looking into, maybe the Cowboys' brain trust and how they viewed Bobby Wagner the last times we've been having these conversations of him available.
Yeah, I know some people have theorized or talked about whenever this has come up in the past about Bobby Wagner's. People are like, well, look, Dan Quinn's had him, so he must have contributed to this decision and said, well, he's not the same player anymore, or this or that. Like, this is pretty clear that if the very first crack Dan Quinn gets at Bobby Wagner outside of what the Cowboys front office wants to do, he immediately brings him to his team and is presumably going to have him play a major role in his defense. That tells you that the Dallas front office just was not willing to play ball with Dan Quinn on bringing him here. Like, that means that Dan Quinn, in all likelihood, wanted him here and wanted to make something happen, and the Cowboys front office said, nope, that's too much money for us. It's more than we're comfortable with.
And while we try to figure out when a player is going to fall off the cliff and being in their 30s just won't be worth it, is it safe to say that we should have signed Bobby Wagner based upon the last year of play?
Yeah, he's way overplayed what people's projections of him have been. He is somebody, when we talk about Eric Kendricks declining a little bit and not quite being the same player, even though I'm in favor of that move, that's not the case with Wagner. Wagner's still really, really good.
And he's a champion, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know I can only do these topics and say these things with RJ out because he doesn't believe in intangibles and leadership and any of that stuff, but you bring Bobby Wagner in, and that's the type of guy, that can be a culture setter.
Yeah, and we've talked this offseason about, if the Cowboys don't have a culture or leadership problem, it's not necessarily that they have an advantage. Bobby Wagner is part of an advantage if you get him.
No Steph, no Draymond, no chance for the Golden State Warriors against your Dallas Mavericks. Oh, the Texas Rangers pitching target ended up going somewhere else. And the latest on the rest of the signings throughout the National Football League Thursday edition.
I'm dabbing it. I think it's stopped bleeding for the most part, but now my breakfast is going to taste like blood all morning.
I don't know, blood. Does it have a distinct taste?
Yeah, it tastes like pennies, like wet pennies.
Tastes like wet pennies. There it is. We got...
Don't ask me how I know what wet pennies taste like.
Yeah, Thursday edition. Just getting started on the Fan.
It's easy to think all money With an illness. And the foul.
Follow up with the call last night on Bally. No Steph. We knew that before. And then when tip-off was getting ready to take place at the AAC, they announced no Draymond Green, and the Dallas Mavericks get a win over the Golden State Warriors. Had to have that one.
And Daniel Gafford still is Wilt Chamberlain. Or he's about to be Wilt Chamberlain. What is he up to? It's like 32?
33.
33 made shots in a row. It's almost like you forget what you're missing until you have it again. And with Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford, it's like, oh yeah, it is kind of nice, even in today's NBA, which is all about 3-point shooting stuff. It is kind of nice to have good big man play. Like, that is a genuine benefit. I was listening to Isaac Harris on Locked On Mavs had said something that the last time the Mavericks won a game making just 6 3-pointers was 2017. Wow. It's been 6 years. It's never happened in the Luka era. And to show you how fast the game of basketball has changed and progressed and everything like that, in 2017, the Mavericks had a 3-week stretch where they did it 4 times. And now it hasn't happened in 6 years.
The halftime stats were crazy in this one. They were leading, and they were 1 of 14 from 3. Paint points, they had outscored the Warriors by 12. Alley-oops galore last night. Again, Lively was looking like Shaq. throwing down a lot of these dunks. You have our boy Gafford as well. Second chance points. The Mavericks only had 2, but they had 8 blocks at halftime. 8 blocks. And I think they matched or reached their season high in terms of block shots for the entire game. 10 games over 500 now. 8 games back in the West. Half a game back of Phoenix and Sacramento. And now 2.5 games up on the Lakers, who ended up losing last night. So it just can't kind of get out of that 8th spot.
We did it, though. We finally reduced Tim Hardaway Jr.'s minutes to 14.
Oh.
Only put up 7 shots. I will take that. I can stand Tim Hardaway Jr. for 14 minutes a game. That I can get down with that. It's when you start putting him in there for 33 and letting him put up 26 shots that I have an issue. But this is something where, I mean, you win a game, and I know Steph's out, Draymond's out. It's a different Warriors team that you're playing, but any game that you win and you come away with and you're able to pull out a victory by double digits, you're able to hold an opponent under 100 points, and Luka's really not playing that well, I'm going to take that as a massive victory.
Mavericks ended up with 13 block shots. Luka only with 21, 9, and 3. But the big story late in the game and afterwards, Luka left with a hamstring and did not return. They got OKC tonight at 9 o'clock. They got the Thunder late tonight, second game on TNT. Jason Kidd on whether Luka's going to play.
We'll have a better answer tomorrow. We'll see. This is a fluid thing. This thing is being talked about now, so we'll find out here in a couple minutes if he's going or not. He gave me the signal that his hammy was tight, so we took him out.
Boy, for Mr. No One's Dying, he sounds like someone was dying getting news that Luka Doncic's hamstring might not be good. Now, do you think this is legit, or do you have a little bit of Micah Doncic feeling here potentially?
Oh, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say. He didn't come back in the game.
Yeah.
Micah Doncic would have come back.
Would have made a big show of it and then checked right back in at the scorer's table.
Not a big show of it. Look, I've been in enough trouble over the past. I'm not. I can't keep doing this. But you know, my initial gut instinct: just sit him. Don't screw around with it. Keep him out tonight against the Thunder.
Which sucks because you played really well the last time you went up against the Thunder. Got a big victory against them. It would be nice to. This is a critical 3-game stretch that we've talked about, where you get Warriors, Thunder, and then the Nuggets. And it would be nice to be at full strength. It's going to be really difficult to win that game tonight. But this is where you lean on Kyrie. You're going to lean on Timmy. Can't win a title without him, according to Jason Kidd. And you need your bigs to continue to play. You need this combo of Lively and Gafford, which has been so good. It feels like every game now they're combining for like 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 blocks or something like that. Continue to get that kind of output, and you got a shot tonight, even without Luka.
Dylan Cease is not coming to the Texas Rangers. He's going to the Padres. I thought the Padres were shedding money. Well, Dylan Cease, I guess, is a cheap pickup. He's about $8 million. But they're sitting there. They're letting Juan Soto go to the Yankees. Their owner passed away, so we thought they were going to become tight with the purse strings again. No. They pull off the trade for Dylan Cease with the White Sox and not us.
Does feel a little... just because of the excitement that we had got hearing the rumors about, Rosenthal saying, I heard it was almost done. And it turned out that wasn't true, but I heard it was almost done for the Rangers. But it does have a little bit of a feeling of something like the Cowboys would do. Like you get it feels like a Cowboys like, why didn't this get done? You guys were so close. And how come some team that seems a lot more cash strapped all of a sudden is able to make this happen?
What I want to know is what they gave up. Like, how much did they blow us away in terms of compensation?
So it sounds like it was the exact deal that was being kicked around for the Rangers. So Jesse Rogers over at ESPN said that the White Sox gave up Drew Thorpe, right-handed pitcher. That's their number 4 ranked prospect in the system, number 64 overall. That's about Brock Porter. Brock Porter is the Rangers' number 4 prospect in the system. He's a top 100 guy. They also gave up right-handed pitcher, not even going to try and say it. It's such a complicated name, but they gave up their number 7 pitching prospect, or their number 7 prospect in their system. That's Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter is a pitcher who's their number 8 prospect in the Rangers system right now. Then they gave up an outfielder, Samuel Zavala, and a right-handed pitcher, Steven Wilson. those guys both outside their top 10 prospects, you would assume that about equals up to what Duran is as a guy who's shown he can hit at the major league level. So, I mean, the reports we heard about it
sounds
potentially
almost
being
identical.
Yeah, the reports about it being Porter, Leiter, and Duran potentially that the Padres were looking for, that looks pretty close to this deal that the Padres gave up.
Jared Sandler will join us from Surprise at 8. I think he's teaming up with Mike Bassick for television today on your home of the World Series champs. John Heyman said Rangers and the Giants were both in, but Dylan Cease to the Padres. Man, that one stings a lot more to me because it felt like he was only in play because he was cheap. He was cheap and he'd be going to arbitration. So Snell off the table. Montgomery off the table. Oh, here's a guy who's still not making a lot. Let's do that. And how many more other guys are there going to be out there as we're getting set to start off the season that you can deal for?
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about it yesterday. Cease is a guy that we were talking about at the trade deadline last year. It's like, hey, this is somebody that you would want to go out and potentially get. And so this isn't even just a need. Like, it's not just something where it's like, well, we really need somebody and this guy's cheap and here's some availability. Like, this is somebody who, when you're looking to make a World Series run and you're talking about at the deadline, that this was somebody that people were talking about, this is who you should target. And so, I mean, he is a really, really good pitcher when he's on. His stuff is really, really good. It's just a matter of consistency. But right now, he would have easily been, until guys come back healthy in the rotation, he would have easily been your number 2 starter at the very least.
Garrett Cole has been shut down. Visited a specialist for further testing on his right elbow. Aaron Boone says he has no timetable for how long Cole is going to be sidelined. He's already been ruled out for opening day. Expected to begin the season on the injured list. Underwent an MRI on the elbow earlier in the week after feeling discomfort. All of this sounds horrible for the Yankees. And Choppy's follow-up was, does this make them go out and get Montgomery or Snell? But it does not sound good for Garrett Cole.
No, it doesn't. And I mean, look, I mean, if this was the Rangers and we heard about a pitcher that was out, like it went from, yeah, we're not really sure, he's just got a little bit of soreness that he's dealing with, and then it's, well, he's out 4 to 6 weeks. My thought, just knowing the Rangers would be, my next thought would be, well, he's going to get shut down for the year. 0 chance this guy pitches again. That's just the default feeling you get when this sort of thing happens. So you have to imagine the Yankees are a little tight about this one, especially for Aaron Boone, who a lot of people were stunned even came back after such a disappointing year that the Yankees had. For you to come back with your job in all likelihood on the line this year, for it to start off with, well, no, Garrett Cole, good luck, go out there, bounce back. That's going to be a tough situation for the Yankees to be in.
We will talk to the Sandman about it at 8 o'clock.
Assuming his allergies are okay. Assuming he's able to speak with, does he do any grass cutting of his own? This is why I don't have a house, by the way. This is why I stay in an apartment, so I don't call in sick with allergies.
Matt Edwards said, hey, just got back from Memphis. I thought calling off for allergies was soft until I found out all the things your sinuses can affect. Took away my taste buds. My top gums were killing me. Mouth pain is the worst. And the face pain, too. So another allergy issue from Matt.
Yes. Okay, Matt, I will accept that. None of your symptoms you just listed out were given by RJ Choppy. Choppies were like, my throat kind of is itchy. I don't know that I can talk. It feels a little raspy. That was his criticism. It was not, I don't have taste. My face hurts. I have a pounding headache. It was none of that. It was, my throat kind of hurts.
Dan Quinn continues to add. Would Bobby be interested in this wide receiver who's available, and a stunner with a signing around the rest of the NFL? That's all next for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bell. Choppy is out today, so is Peyton. Did Peyton go on vacation somewhere?
Peyton's is vacation, at least. I don't know where he went. His is vacation. His is not soft beta move.
You don't think he...
Peyton Russell does not appear to be a widely recognized public figure.
Chris Strong with the drop. I like it. That's what I was going to ask. Was he out because of that? What would be a softer out? Grass cutting or Chat GPT having to call out?
Man, because that's the thing. Like, I know there are times like we lean into things and we have fun with things. That Chat GPT thing genuinely bugged him.
For real?
Yes. He was genuinely bugged by and he's like, you made it up. I know you made up a write-up for Alec. I was like, I did not. I used Chat GPT 4. I don't know what you want me to do. But he was, no, the softer call out would I don't know that I can say definitely. But yeah, calling out because Chat GPT hurt his feelings. That's big Carter Freeman energy to me if you were to do that.
We'll talk about the Cowboys adding a new linebacker. Dak's accuser sits down and speaks with WFAA. We have the audio of that, but we start off with Dan Quinn bringing in an old friend, Bobby Wagner, 1-year deal. Max value of 8.5, 6 guaranteed. Dan Quinn was with Bobby, of course, a decade ago with the Legion of Boom, and now they have reunited in D.C.
What it feels like 3 years in a row, we've tried to talk about, boy, it'd be nice if you could get Bobby Wagner here. And you thought, oh, we've got Dan Quinn. We've got a natural in here. We've got somebody who would probably really like to play for Dan Quinn, and then you start going like, okay, maybe he doesn't want to play for Dan Quinn that much if you can't work it out, or maybe Dan Quinn doesn't like him as much as you think. Nope. As soon as you divorce Dan Quinn from the Dallas Cowboys and you give him a front office that says, we have cap room, and we have cap room that we're willing to spend, then they go out there and they get you Bobby Wagner.
Did you ever fall into the linebacker devalued discussion?
Strong side linebacker, yes. Like I do think that the Sam linebacker's been devalued. That's the linebacker that generally comes off the field whenever you're a nickel. So whenever you have 3 corners or 5 defensive backs, Sam linebacker is the one that usually comes off the field. So you have the middle linebacker and the weak side linebacker. So those two, I don't believe have been devalued at all. Like, I do think that they make a massive difference because of everything that they're asked to do. In fact, I know that Choppy always argues against it doesn't matter or whatever else. Like, given their position, they're asked to do a lot of different things. They're asked to impact the run game, and they're asked to pretty significantly impact the pass game too with their coverage, especially with running backs catching the ball out of the backfield, tight ends, things like that. So no, I think that you've seen pretty clearly how bad linebacker play like the Cowboys have had, how that can impact you. This team, you remember for a couple of years, couldn't win a football game whenever Sean Lee was out. They couldn't do it. And, pretty similarly there for a little bit, they were having the same problem with Leighton Vander Esch. And so I think that improving the linebacker position is absolutely critical. And Bobby Wagner, a guy who we all just keep sitting around waiting for him to fall off. He's on a run of, it's 10 straight years where he's made the first or second All-Pro team. And they sit there and they didn't want to pay $7 million or whatever it was last year, and now $8 million this year.
What do you think about what DQ is doing over there so far?
So there is they have $89 million in cap space when they started the year or something like that. You do have to spend to a salary floor. So I understand going out, having to make some moves. That's probably how, Dorrance Armstrong somehow gets an $80 or a $15 million a year deal.
I think it ended up being like 11 per.
But with incentives, if he hits certain incentives, it comes up to 15. But I think that what he's done so far, he's clearly trying to shape things to his style. I think that they've got some potentially really good value plays. Bobby Wagner could be a really good value player. Austin Eckler could be really good catching passes out of the backfield for Cliff Kingsbury in the system that he wants to do there. So I think that Washington's done a decent job right now. This has been the concern for me, is knowing what DQ did here in terms of building culture and what he was able to do in terms of maximizing what guys can do on defense, and knowing Cliff Kingsbury's reputation as a play designer and the eye he has for offensive talent.
So you're giving Kingsbury props.
Yeah, I would never hire Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach, but Cliff Kingsbury as a coordinator I think is really good. And they went out and hired a guy who in Brian Johnson to be the quarterback's coach there, who had, been a little devalued, had the shine come off him after a bad year in Philadelphia, but that was a guy who was rapidly ascending before last year, and people were talking about him getting, a potential head coaching job soon. So I really like what they're doing there. I think Joe Witt's also a good coach, and him helping to, pass on DQ's vision and everything else that he wants to do in Washington. I think the Commanders will be good pretty quickly.
The stunner at the wide receiver position, Calvin Ridley, leaves Jacksonville for the Tennessee Titans. The 29-year-old gets a 4-year, $92 million deal with $50 million fully guaranteed, and everyone thought that Calvin Ridley was just waiting around for the Jaguars to give him his money and not give the better pick on over to the Atlanta Falcons for the deal that they got done. That's the reason that Calvin Ridley's waiting. He wants to be in Jacksonville. You play with Trevor Lawrence, and then bam, he stays within the division and goes to Tennessee. I love this tweet. It may have been one of the tweets of the day. Suspicious Calvin Ridley passed up the Jaguars, who were minus 300, and the Patriots plus 200 to take slightly less money to go with the Texans, who were plus 1,800 to sign him. Gambling jokes.
He gambled on himself, and it paid off once again. His bets are always really, really strong. As he liked to flex on everybody how much money he won when he did gamble in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, my favorite tweet yesterday related to Calvin Ridley was, I do think this is a little bit of an overpay. I will say that. I do think that it's a lot of money for Calvin Ridley.
23 a year?
23 a year. Now, obviously, the cap has grown, and so that's closer to probably $15 million from a couple of years ago. But still, it's...
Well, they probably also had to overpay
a little
to
bit,
get him away from there and to get him to play with a pretty big unknown at quarterback.
Yeah, and look, I mean, consistently, if your agent is David Mulugeta, you're going to get well over what everybody is projecting you're going to get. So good luck, Cowboys, negotiating with that for Micah Parsons in the next couple of years. But my favorite tweet yesterday was he went after Marcus Mosher, who is one of his chief rivals, his chief enemies. A couple years ago, Marcus Mosher is a nobody. ChatGPT probably doesn't know who he is. He's a moron, like content thief, and makes up sources, and he's an idiot. Right now, he just does a podcast, I think is all he does. But he tweeted a couple years ago some trash talk about Calvin Ridley. So Calvin Ridley said, "You don't know nothing about talent. They should give me your job." And as soon as he said that, I went out and bought a Calvin Ridley jersey from the Atlanta Falcons. That's the last jersey I bought. And it was just, I want to put money in Calvin Ridley's pocket for trash talking Marcus Mosher. And so I might have to buy a Calvin Ridley Titans jersey now, because yesterday after Marcus Mosher said, "That's too much money for Calvin Ridley," Calvin Ridley found the tweet and replied and said, "Nah, the right amount."
Oh, man. Calvin goes searching. Look, 23 a year.
He's 30, man.
Yeah, he is 30. DK makes 24. Debo makes 23.8. Michael Pittman now making 23. Calvin 23. Terry McLaurin just under that. T. Higgins 21.8. DJ Moore 20. Mike Evans 20. Mike Evans making 20?
Mike Evans is up to 26 on the new deal. That may be old.
Okay. Keenan Allen 20. Amari Cooper 20. Man, that seems like a long time ago. Chris Godwin, 20. Brandon Cooks, 19.8. I think this had to be an overpay to go steal him.
And you're projecting out a little bit. And I mean, he was a couple years ago before he got the suspension. He had a 1,300-yard season for the Falcons. He put up 1,000 last year. I mean,
I think he's really good.
No, I do too. And this is I think that trio of receivers is going to be really interesting for Will Levis to throw to DeAndre Hopkins, Treylon Burks, who was their top pick a couple of years ago, and now Ridley. Like, I mean, they've shifted clearly away from this idea of like, we're going to be a ground and pound team. They've moved on from Derrick Henry. They've got the receivers now, but man, it still feels like a lot of money for a guy who has 2,000-yard seasons, is 30, is somebody who's a thinner built guy. You wonder how long is he going to hold up? And so those are some of the things that I would be a little hesitant about, but he is a good player. There's no doubt about it. He makes the Titans better.
After 7 years together, the Chargers are releasing Mike Williams. The wide receiver move will save them $20 million against their cap, and he will become a free agent.
Yeah, and when he's healthy, he's still one of the better X receivers in the NFL to me. And he's somebody who you can look at his stats sometimes and see, like, for instance, a couple years ago, he had 20 yards per reception. He led the NFL. It's a little deceiving in terms of what his game is. He is a possession receiver. And so, he's a guy that I would really be interested in at a certain price tag here in Dallas. The question with him has always been health. He gets banged up a lot. But that's somebody who I'd be interested in here in Dallas at a certain price point. But the Cowboys, we know that their comfort level doesn't extend much past $4 million. So there's no telling what it would have to come down to for them to be interested in Mike Williams. But that's a good football player. It's just, you get some of those bigger bodied receivers, they tend to break down. They tend to start having some issues with, when you talk about real high frame type of receivers, they tend to have their bodies break down over time, and he's had issues with injuries.
3 games last year, 13 games the year before. It always feels like the Chargers receivers are just hurt. Whether it's him, Keenan Allen, both at the same time, always feels like that. Michael Thomas, remember the back and forth he had with the Saints reporter? Michael Thomas designated as a post-June 1 release after failing a physical with New Orleans.
Might be the most overrated player in the NFL over the last decade.
Oh, Pat Doney's not listening. Oh, gosh.
Is Pat big?
No, that was me and Pat Doney's big blow up. Amari Cooper versus Michael Thomas.
Michael Thomas is just, it's very impressive watching him catch 5-yard passes and get tackled for a gain of 7 and do it 150 times in a season. Michael Thomas never was a huge difference maker to me. Like it's just, he was a volume guy. And so to me, he's not even Herman Moore. He's not even on that level.
Oh,
and so, but you got to put up with a lot with Michael Thomas. That is a moody individual. Now, when he's on, he is a good player. I don't want to make it sound like he's trash. He's a good player. It's just I never thought of him as being Devontae Adams or Justin Jefferson or one of those guys.
If him and Mike Williams came at the same price,
Mike Williams for me,
because Michael Thomas thought of route runner. If you're going to sit there and talk about
he plays everything. Go look at like his numbers. The dude is like a 9-10 yards per reception guy his whole career. Like, and that's catching a bunch of screens, and sure, in short areas he's somebody who's really difficult. He's tough at the catch point. He knows how to body out defensive backs. But in terms of efficiently moving the ball down the field, there are guys who are better.
11.6 for his career.
You would sign him?
No, I may have lost the Pat argument. Injuries. I'll be choppy. Come up with an excuse. Injuries robbed me of just like our Aaron Rodgers bet. Injuries robbed me of
It's spring break. Okay, Pat Doney's asleep right now. He's taking the time to sleep in a little bit.
Man, I talked to Tolo David, who I'm trying to get put in the blinds for my new house. I didn't realize my new house didn't come with freaking blinds or anything. He's like, yeah, I set the alarm for 8:30. I said, what did you say? I had to stop him down. 8:30 with a wake up. What a dream.
You know what time I used to wake up before I took this job? And I was like, I'm not even talking about the morning show. I'm talking about when I had to do hits on the morning show. You know what time I used to wake up? 9:30, 10.
Wake up?
Yeah. Because I was Mr. Stay up. Like, I'm just night owl. Like, I feel like I'm more productive doing stuff at 2 o'clock in the morning and stuff like that. So I would go to bed 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, then get up at 9:30.
Definitely more productive at 2 than you are at 6. The Dolphins expected to sign Neville Gallimore, Joe Flacco to the Colts. 1 year, $8.5 million deal, and the Raiders released Jimmy Garoppolo and Hunter Renfrow. Those are all the moves that happened around the NFL yesterday.
Look, I'm not going to. It wasn't a huge investment on the Colts' part on Flacco, but I will say that anybody who's banking on Flacco doing again what he did last year in Cleveland, I think is going to be really disappointed. This is a guy who I'm trying to look. I
think it's a great signing for Indy, though.
Yeah. It's a good value play. It's a good attempt to gamble on something and get you some insurance with Anthony Richardson coming back, but. If you're there was a lot of distraught Cleveland Browns fans who were like, "Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do without Flacco?" It's like he had a really good run, you guys, but it was 5 games. He had a 5-game run. You're talking about somebody who over the last 4 years has played fewer than the NFL schedule of 17 games. It's 14 games is all he started in 4 years, And even last year when he played those 5 games, he threw 8 picks in 5 games. Like, he played well. He had some volume stuff, but he threw a lot of picks.
The Cowboys go and get someone that is not just a special teamer. Will it make any difference for Mike Zimmer? And some legal news with Jerry Jones and Dak Prescott to update you on. That's all next Inside the Star here on Sean and Bobby. But at Diamonds Direct, they're experts.
Traffic signals are for bicyclists too. When on your bike, stop at red lights and stop signs, ride with traffic, use hand signals to turn, and make sure to ride with a light after dark. Be safe, bike smart. A message from TxDOT.
Sean and RJ is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Chris Strong with the voice, with the lack of stuttering, unlike Peyton Russell, who's out for the next few days. RJ Choppy is out with the grass-cutting allergies. Bobby has a mouthful of breakfast
I'm not
and
used
blood.
to it. Peyton, I know, usually stumbles for 20 seconds on the live read, so I'm like, I got another second to like take a bite real quick of breakfast.
It's unprecedented.
Chris is just too put together.
Was that a drop or you doing the unprecedented? You could even... Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Unprecedented.
That's even him stuttering live better than Peyton with a drop. That's very, very impressive. Is it impressive whatsoever, y'all? That the Dallas Cowboys went and got a guy who does not play special teams. Veteran linebacker Eric Kendricks reunites. So yesterday, Dan Quinn reunited with Bobby Wagner in D.C. Eric Kendricks reunites with Mike Zimmer on a one-year deal.
So close. I was so close when I projected their first signing would be a former Minnesota linebacker. I just said Troy Dye, not Eric Kendricks. So I messed it up. But look, he is still a really, really strong player in terms of his mental processing, his recognition skills, the ability to diagnose, read, and react. All that's really good. He's a little limited physically now. He's not the same player he was 5 years ago. But Eric Kendricks is a good player, and he's better than any linebacker you have on the roster. Even healthy Leighton Vander Esch is not as good as Eric Kendricks is now. And so Kendricks to me, Kendricks is a good player. He's just not Pro Bowl level linebacker anymore, but he will improve them for sure.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line in order to hit us up. So we don't know the contract, right? But how did the Cowboys spend for this when they're like $2 million over or right at the cap?
I'm guessing there's probably since we don't know
because they intentionally went into the furniture store on a Thursday. That's what the Dallas Cowboys did with free agency. The wife always pressures you into something. Again, like with these blinds, she's like, I like the shutters. And I'm like, yeah, but the shutters are like 4 times more expensive. And I'm like, let's look at these and look at these. And she just naturally, somehow, comes across and ultimately decides on just the most expensive thing. It's like your kid, right? You take your 8-year-old to the restaurant and they're like, oh, what's this lobster thing?
Dude.
What's that orange shell that's coming out? And you're like, you want the daggone lobster? What's this fillet? What's the fillet? And you're like, oh my gosh, you're trying to dissuade them from the most expensive thing.
Kristen complains about this every time with Jacob. That Jacob, anytime we go to the restaurant we order, she's like, he is always going to, like it's a joke now. Kristen will open the menu and she'll just point, like, to whatever the most expensive, and she's like, she just points at it quietly, like, watch him order this, and then he does it.
Do you think
every
he's
time.
price targeting?
Probably. He's so brand and image obsessed. He's probably like, what's the most expensive thing? I got to be eating that.
He does have by far the best palate in y'all's house.
No way.
My boy Jacob. Yeah, he's a junior barbecue expert. He needs to be going to Texas A&M if the welding does not work out.
I am going to be the, as we've established, Matt Pittman told you yesterday, I knew steaks better. I understood the prime rib definition. I've got the tasting notes for this competition where I'll be judging your barbecue here in a few weeks. Thank you, John, for that opportunity. I appreciate it very much.
So my analogy is you go into the furniture store intentionally the day before payday. Go in on Thursday. That's what the Cowboys did for free agency. So I'm like, okay, what, Eric Kendricks costs like $2 a year? Well, like, how did they make that work? I'm just curious.
No, he is a good football player still, and he's one of his areas where he's always been really strong is as a coverage linebacker. And I understand you're going to want to run support, and he's still good there, but he is one of the better coverage linebackers. Here's a comparison. So 2017, Malik Hooker enters the league. If you just take since Malik Hooker entered the league, he has 19 pass breakups in his career. In that same time span, Eric Kendricks has 50. Eric Kendricks as a linebacker is breaking up more than twice as many passes as Malik Hooker at safety. Like, he is a really good coverage safety. He's somebody who plays really well. I mean, he plays the width of the field really well. He pursues well sideline to sideline. He's one of the things that we've seen way too often with Cowboys linebackers and Cowboys defenders in general is they get, and this goes back to Rod Marinelli days, they're so aggressive in pursuit. and they fly around, with their hair on fire, that they get burned by these cutback lanes where they over pursue. They can't stop in time. Patient runners give them massive problems because they cut. But that's why Aaron Jones has always been a big problem for them. Aaron Jones is somebody who's really patient and willing to kind of slow things down and adjust his tempo, and they get just absolutely destroyed by those guys. Eric Kendricks doesn't have a problem with that. Eric Kendricks is really disciplined, plays under control, sees things kind of a step ahead. This is, to me, it is a value signing, but this is a value acquisition in line with what you did going and getting Gilmore and Cooks last year.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up about an actual signing. It is Eric Kendricks at linebacker, and I want to give props to Tony Catalina, who went and looked up a lot of the stats and also got a little profile from Eric Kendricks on the NFL Top 100. He's finished at number 70, number 83, and number 93 in years past. And here's a little Eric Kendricks profile for your new linebacker.
He's like a Waze app. I mean, he's just going to find his way through traffic. He reads it quickly, and then, bam, he just hits it.
What made it special to me was, after I had tackled him, as soon as we hit the ground, I put my hand on the ball and ripped it away, and the ball kind of rolled away. It wasn't a fumble or anything, but it just shows you kind of a little bit how much of a I am at that time. So
He's very smart.
Hey, go to the left. Hey, line, right line. Hey, hey, you're over there. Hey, drop.
A lot of times you may call out your play or what way the run's going.
Hey, line.
Oh, man. Hold on. He knows what's coming. He's alerting the whole defense.
So I love that. I didn't understand what he was talking about. He tackled a ball carrier on Washington, and the guy was clearly down. The ball came out. I'm like, you didn't cause a fumble, dude. And he goes, no, the way he threw it to the side, he was frustrated. And there was a little Max Crosby up in there. I love that's what this team needs. I just got some satisfaction, Eric Kendricks said, out of him knowing how much of a little a-hole I can be. So I love that type of edge. And then part two is C.J. Mosley starting off talking about Kendricks' game.
Another linebacker I like to watch is Kendricks. I love guys that can just go sideline to sideline. So he's a fun guy to watch.
Kendricks smacks him.
That's what separates EK from the everyday. Speed. No one covers more ground faster than him.
That was athletically gifted.
When Barkley caught that football, Eric Kendricks was like 15 yards away from him.
So they're talking about the speed. I don't know exactly what year the top 100 was from since he's age 32, but he has made it multiple times. So there you go.
No, and they talk about their in those descriptions though. They talk about the way that he navigates through traffic, and that's a big thing. So that's what Sean Lee was always really good at. Sometimes you hear them talk about linebackers and disengaging from blockers. Like that was a big criticism of Leighton Vander Esch coming out of school. People talked about, okay, how good is he at actually getting off of blocks? And you'll hear that term sometimes about, oh, well, once they get the hands on them, they're blocked up, they can't disengage from blocks. Sean Lee was always really good at just never letting you get hands on him. He was just really good at dipping tackles and maneuvering traffic and getting around. That's what Kendricks does. Kendricks is a guy who he doesn't need to shed blockers because you can't get your hands on him. He's so difficult the way that he just kind of maneuvers through traffic.
WFAA sat down. By the way, Levi McCathern, Dak's attorney, I hit him back yesterday, and I was like, hey, I know you're busy and everything, but we had asked you to come on a couple of days ago. Let me know. I heard you guys were not doing media. And Levi was nice enough to hit me back, and he said, thanks for the invite. I am on spring break with my kid. I think it's pretty clear what is going on. I'll leave out a little bit of this because I didn't ask him for full permission to read it, and he's a big-time attorney. And he said, really sad to see the other side trying to profit off of one of the best guys in the league and in Dallas. I could not be prouder to represent Dak Prescott. I will text you if we decide to come on. Well, WFAA sat down with Dak's accuser, part one, her side on what she's saying happened.
This is Dak Prescott, quarterback of America's team. And this is Victoria.
So,
the woman accusing him of rape.
It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest, but I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that to happen to me.
Victoria, who asked us not to show her face, told me the alleged assault happened in 2017. She met Dak through her work as a bar waitress, she said, and at his invitation, went out with him and others for drinks. Dak and Victoria were in the bar parking lot in an SUV, she claims, when he gestured to his other friends in the car to exit.
I froze and, he pulls my pants down and pants weren't even all the way, off of my legs. So it's just an awkward position and it's just tight and it was heavy.
In a demand letter sent to Dak and his attorneys, Victoria and her lawyers claim she did not want to have sex and verbalized those wishes. In exchange for $100 million, they said they would forgo pursuing criminal charges. Dak did not agree to pay any money. Instead, his attorney claimed in an interview with WFAA Monday that Victoria's story is a complete lie.
Mr. Prescott remembers the night, remembers going out and spending time with her and her friends, but obviously nothing even close to along the lines of what she's alleging here happened.
So that is Levi McCatherine, and then part two, we'll start off with a minute of her attorneys that you heard the other day on KMC.
Monday, Dak sued Victoria and her lawyers, claiming he was being extorted. He also filed a criminal report against Victoria in Prosper for attempted theft by coercion.
In our mind, we're saying you raped somebody and you want to file a lawsuit.
Attorneys Yoel and Bethel Zahai represent Victoria. Told me Tuesday they're not only going to countersue Dak in civil court, they are also now pursuing criminal charges against him for sexual assault. Tuesday afternoon, the Dallas Police Department confirmed it had received a police report and is investigating.
They're trying to send a message that, hey, we're Goliath, and if you don't put this thing away, X, Y, Z is going to happen.
But, we're not afraid of Mr. Prescott or his legal team at all. We're ready to fight back, and we are going to fight back.
Victoria told me she did not initially come forward because she thought people would blame her.
That maybe I allowed it, or they blame me because, I'm a girl. Why do you hang out? Why did you even agree to go out with him? I was just scared.
Victoria told me she's not afraid anymore and will move forward with her pursuit of criminal charges. In Arlington, I'm Sydney Persing.
WFAA with the sit-down interview. Ryan just had it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So there's WFAA talking to her, the attorney, and Levi McCatherine, Dak's representative. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Is tonight going to hurt Luka in the MVP race with a real true test against a top seed in the West? We'll talk about the win over the Warriors. Jared Sandler around the corner as well on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. But time.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
By Kyrie Irving. That is a wide receiver contested catch. And it's another slam dunk for Daniel Gafford, the man who cannot miss.
33 straight field goals made from the great Daniel Gafford. Did not have to be that hard, Jason Kidd. Now look, he's not Olajuwon down there in the post, okay? No,
Olajuwon never did this. He never made 33 in a row.
These are a ton of easy buckets and dunks. The man still should have been starting before this and out there on the floor. But the Mavericks take advantage of no Steph and no Draymond and get the win last night, 109-99 at the AAC without Luka Doncic going off. Luka leaves with a hamstring late, and I want to take this to an MVP consideration because, the general consensus is, you're an 8th seed, you can't win the MVP. Tonight, you're taking on OKC. Late game, 9 o'clock tip, second one on TNT. This is Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out today.
It's okay, though. I went down and got him some Claritin, so he's safe knowing that when he comes in tomorrow, he's got his medicine to make it through.
You went and got that for him?
Yeah, I was downstairs getting a C4, and I saw some there, and I was like, I'll buy some of this for Chop. And it's non-drowsy, so he doesn't have to worry about being sleepy either.
You went out, outside across the street?
No, we got that little snack shop downstairs.
Oh.
I was hoping they had chapstick. They didn't. I was looking over, in their assorted goods, and they had Claritin, and I'm a good teammate, and I thought of Choppy, and I was like, let me make sure that he has some medicine. For somebody who was whining that I was going to be taken off a day to go to Indy. It was like, you got to be in here. You got to be in here that morning. He was
people that have panicked about your presence the past 2 days. Kevin Hagelin really worried about what you think, and then RJ Choppy petrified to just be the lone co-host in here.
Maybe that's it. He was worried I was going to call out, that I was going to be upset over the DAC lawyer, and he was worried I was going to bail. So he's like, I can't do another show without Bobby. I got to call out first. I got to say that the allergies are getting me. But you're safe, Chop. For when you come back tomorrow, I got you some loratadine. So
I'm changing my mind about how high up the Mavs have to be in the standings for Luka to win the MVP. Followell started talking about this at the very end, saying, I think he's being discounted a little bit, and he talked about some 47, 48 win teams that did have the most valuable player, and I'm starting to reconsider. Now, that's why tonight a lot of Mavs fans are disappointed who want Luka to win it, because they're like, this is not a head-up Shea matchup for Luka to win, dominate, and prove, I'm the best player in the league, and I'm having the best season, because I would think that Luka is going to miss tonight with the hamstring issue. What has history shown about Luka's chances to go ahead and win this thing?
So pretty consistently, you have seen that, there's, first, second, third, you got to win generally around there. That's been the history of the award, is that finishing first, second, or third in the conference is where you got to finish to have to happen. That's changed a little bit in the era of somebody like Jokic. So the first year Jokic won MVP, they finished third and they won 47 games. The second year he won MVP, they finished sixth in the Western Conference and won 48 games. And so Jokic, you're talking about, and he's firmly in the race to win it again this year. But you're talking about both years that he won it, they finished with fewer than 50 wins, and they were outside the top 2 seeds. In one instance, they didn't even have home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. They were sixth. And then last year when they won 53 games and they were the number 1 seed, Jokic lost it to Embiid. And so in recent history, we've started seeing that it doesn't matter nearly as much finishing first, second, or third. And I'm starting to wonder if MVP is shifting a little to where there's a little bit more, it's becoming more the definition of who's having the best season individually. We saw this with, Felix Hernandez, 12 years ago, whatever it was, when he won his Cy Young, finishing right at 500. I think he was 13-12, barely above 500. And that was a shift. Zach Greinke was on I think a Royals team that wasn't that good when he won his Cy Young in Kansas City. And so you're starting to see, I think, the NBA MVP in this era of Jokic and the impact that he has, and people just marveling at what he does and the way that the game has shifted. You're starting to see it shift a little bit. So I do think it'd be tough to be a play-in team and get the award.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're a game and a half back of, or not even a game and a half. You're a game back of the 6 seed right now. The Kings, or less than that. It's half a game, and then you're a game and a half back of the 5 seed. If you can get up to the 5 or 6 seed, and Luka's setting all these records, then I think there's a pretty strong case. And
going to win the scoring title by 3 points.
Going to win the scoring title by the biggest margin since probably, I think it was Harden. Like Harden won it like 5 years ago by 7 points or something like that. He won it by a significant margin, but you're winning it by a considerable margin. You've had, what would we say, that's arguably the biggest moment of the NBA season, individual moment of the NBA season was his 73?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably.
So you've got the biggest individual moment. You set in an era of all these triple doubles, you've set a record that nobody else has done in relation to that. The 30-point triple double streak and then the 35-point triple double streak. You set those records. You've played your best basketball of your career. And to me, I look at it and I just say there's a really strong case. I think the odds are going to start pushing his favor. And if they keep going on this win streak and they get up to the 5 seed and they finish the season really strong, I think it's going to be really tough to keep it away from him.
Yeah, so yesterday Vegas updated the Mavs win total to 47.5. And again, Followell was talking about some 47, 48 win teams where you had an MVP winner. 48 wins last year, by the way, got you the 3rd seed in the West. Got you the 3rd seed in the West. So if they can even come up just a little bit short of that, I think Luka can win it, because they also want newness, right? They don't want to just keep giving it to Joker.
I mean, that kind of, didn't we feel like that was kind of the energy behind him losing it last year? Like that was arguably his best year of the 3 years, Jokic. And he lost it because there was a little bit of fatigue. A lot of people felt like there was Jordan fatigue when Karl Malone won his MVPs.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you kind of feel like, okay, is there any sort of Jokic fatigue? It's tough because, like you mentioned, he would have had the opportunity tonight to do the, mano-a-mano game against SGA, which he won a couple weeks ago. And so I look at it and I say that Luka's level of play and the way that Dallas is starting to progress and playing better over the last month or so, I think he's got a really strong candidacy. I feel better about him as a value bet. If I could bet NFL Network, I feel better about him as a value bet than I did 2 weeks ago.
We got dirty jokes being made in Boston.
Okay, so this is pretty good. This is the kind of thing that I feel like I would do on an NBA broadcast. If I was sitting in Choppy's chair,
State, ESPN.
Tarleton State, absolutely. I could, if I was sitting in Choppy's chair at Tarleton State, sitting there next to the great Byron Anderson for a whole game, though. Yeah, I was backstabbing him. I mean, look, they gave me a plaque for it and everything. I would have. This is the kind of thing that I would have done. And I feel like if I would have done this on the air, you would have similarly reacted with a layout as this Boston Celtics announced it. But this was during the Celtics game the other night, and a little bit of an uncomfortable joke.
It's it over Cornette. Really filling up Colin Sexton. That's 15.
And he's relentless. He just keeps coming and coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. He never bends. I know that sounded crazy, but
Shaquille O'Neal were on this broadcast, he'd be laughing. Tatum, finger roll.
Okay,
I respect it. I respect the joke, and it's not even meant to be a joke at first, but just it's the more he talked about it, the more he was like, okay, all right, yeah, here's the appreciation. That's the kind of thing that if I would have done, you would have gone, what are you doing? What are we doing right now?
The reason I like his is because I don't think he was intentionally trying to do it. You're doing it with the stupid smirk on your face of coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. And he was like, they keep coming and coming and coming and coming. Oh,
he just doesn't bend.
He just doesn't bend.
It's crazy that he recognized it immediately too. He was like, that just sounded crazy what I said out of my mouth.
So my favorite audio is Crypto Bro.
You have been pumped about this for the last couple of days.
Yes, this guy NFT Nick, and the look of this guy, the delivery, his voice, the douchiness. He has taken over social media. He thinks he is like the latest investor influencer that's out there, and we have 4 different clips. This is Crypto Bro NFT Nick. He's sitting on a yacht with like 3 dudes and a waiver form. It looks like you have to sign this waiver to get on this rental. And he's on there talking smack to all the rest of us poors.
Crypto Twitter seemed to be amused by my success. I worked hard to buy that yacht. I worked hard to buy this big-ass house. Yet you're out there tweeting at me from your tiny little apartment and itty-bitty couch. Well, let me tell you, I made a mindset shift. I chose rich every time. So what life you gonna choose?
So this is his second. So he looks so dorky. I can't tell. Like, obviously he's playing it up a little bit. Normally, you and I are the ones who ruin fun on this show with RJ's TikTok videos, and I'm like, fake. But he looks so douchey and so dorky that I'm like willing to give it a little bit more credence. So now he's sitting there in this awesome, great, pimped out bachelor pad in Miami filming.
Yo, cheers to all the Twitter haters who said I don't own my Miami.
Hear that voice crack?
Haters.
Yeah. Wait, right. See if we get this guy's picture up. NFT Nick, crypto bro.
This is boy, just to start off though, this sounds very Trump influenced. Cheers to all the haters out there.
Well, he's got his tagline at the end as well. I choose rich every time. That's his little tagline. Here's the house vid.
Yo, cheers to all the Twitter haters who said I don't own my Miami house. I'll have you know I have the staff load up my jet so I could fly out here to my New York City penthouse pied-à-terre.
Okay, stop.
Anyways,
that got me. What is pied-à-terre? Can someone let me know on the Charter.com text line? Is that an obvious word that I'm just butchering? Flying out here to my pied-à-terre. Every time he says that, every time he dropped that, I'm dying.
He sounds like he's 18 and he looks like he's 50.
Yes!
It's very confusing.
There it is.
Dude has like a crazy looking nose and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it could be like a fake. How old? Did you say the age?
Oh, yeah, he's got to be 20-something. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. It's tough.
Let's go ahead and play. Continue with the pied-à-terre.
penthouse pied-à-terre. Anyways, while you're click-clacking on Twitter from your mom's basement, I'll be sitting here sipping from my $5,000 bottle of champagne. Remember, choose rich.
Okay, you know how like Twitter and social media does these corrections? Like, this in fact was not. They say this in fact was not a $5,000 bottle of champagne. This was an $80 bottle of champagne. And then he's in his limo with his chauffeur. But people think there's like an Uber sticker on the back right window. So he's got the waiver for the yacht that looks like a rental, and then it looks like he's got a rideshare sticker in the back while he's trying to pretend it's a limo, and he responds to the haters.
Good morning, haters. Yo, so y'all trying to say that my chauffeur is an Uber driver? Y'all keep hating while I kick off my week screening Scarface from my private movie theater in my New York City pied-à-terre. Remember, choose rich.
What the hell is that? I'm sitting here just like I'm trying to figure out what the hell pied-à-terre is.
Someone has to have texted. And then finally, a final clip from Crypto Bro, a final message to all you haters praying for the downfall.
Yo, shout out to the Twitter people praying for my downfall while saying my champagne ain't real. Keep questioning my life while you cry into your TV dinner, and my chauffeur brings me to $3,000 high tea service at Baccarat. Choose rich.
So Choppy turned me onto this dude. I'm all in.
Oh,
I'm obsessed.
Did Choppy relate to him because of the nose? Is that what it is?
Wow.
That's
what breathed up all the grass.
Yeah, that's
allergies.
what Choppy's out with the allergy.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and Bobby. We got Chris Strong in for Pepe as well. We thought the Rangers were going to pull off a Dallas Cowboys type deal, but they struck out just like America's team. We'll tell you about the pitcher they missed out on the home of the World Series champs right after this.
Choose rich.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair. We got Chris Strong in for Pepe, and Ryan has us up on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Your home of the World Series champs, where we will not be adding a new pitcher to the top of the rotation.
No, unfortunately, Dylan Cease, negotiations have ceased because he is off to the San Diego Padres, who it felt like weren't they trying to
I thought they were selling,
renovate,
breaking it down?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's $8 million. What's $8 million to them? When I mean, I guess to the Rangers it can be something when they're still trying to figure out TV deals and stuff like that. But ultimately, whatever negotiations occurred, it sounds like the Padres just won out, and the White Sox were more intrigued by the package that the Padres had to offer, which included 2 of their top 10 pitching prospects, one of whom was the number 64 overall prospect in baseball.
So this sounded pretty comparable to what Ken Rosenthal was talking about in the Rangers package.
Yeah, because what the Rangers said, what was being discussed or reported, and again, I don't know if this was like this is what the Rangers offered, or it's just what was being asked for by the White Sox. But the discussion we had heard was that Ezekiel Duran, Brock Porter, and Jack Leiter, which Porter and Leiter, relative to the Rangers farm system and relative to MLB Top 100 rankings, are similar to the top 2 prospects that the Padres gave up, the 2 pitchers they gave up, because it's the 4th and 7th ranked prospect in the Padres system. Porter and Leiter are 4th and 8th. And then Duran is, a guy who's shown the ability to hit at the major league level. So sounds like they were pretty comparable packages. Maybe it's something the Rangers didn't want to give up, or it was just a slightly in favor of the Padres, what the White Sox were looking at. But ultimately, they fall a little short.
Cease was the runner-up for Cy Young in 2022. He had a 2.20 ERA 2 years ago, but it went up to a 4.58 last year. So an opportunity to get a great deal out there because of his salary heading into arbitration after this year is not going to happen for the Rangers. So he'll go next to Joe Musgrove and Yu Darvish for the Padres.
Yeah, look, the command is not always great with Dylan Cease. We talked about this yesterday. Over the last 4 years, each of the last 4 years, he has led the majors in either walks or wild pitches. And so the command is not always great, but he is a real strikeout pitcher. You're talking about a guy who has averaged at least 10 strikeouts an inning the last 3 years, and is somebody who, when he is on, his stuff is really dominant. He's got really impressive stuff. And so it's somebody who I think if he would have been traded here right now, given the health of the Rangers rotation, is at worst their number 2. And if he came in here and was consistent, he's in the conversation as the best pitcher on the staff until injuries, shore up.
Sandman Jared Sandler, TV play-by-play, along with Mikey Bassick, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning from Surprise, Arizona, where he is chilling with his lovely wife, Emily.
Did you see how cute he looked in his little Rangers polo, holding his microphone next to David Murphy?
No.
Jared Sandler. Oh,
I was looking at his shirtless pool photos.
Oh, did he drop some of those? I missed that.
You know what, right? Maybe we should get this up on the Fan Cam.
He had this cute little. I'll send the photo over of.
I think it expired.
No. This is his photo here.
He had the middle part, the hair down the middle. It's pretty cool.
Look at him. He looks so cute there. Look, we got it right there. He looks so cute standing there next to David Murphy. Good half a foot shorter, but
come on now.
You think he's going to frown next to Bassick today? They're going to do the same picture next to Mike?
Yeah, he's just not going to look happy. That's what it is. Yeah, he'll frown. Look, I think David Murphy's actually sitting too, and he's still a half a foot taller.
He's listening.
I know. That's why I'm saying it.
He's listening. He's coming on at 8 o'clock.
I love you, Jared.
He is listening right now on the Odyssey app. By the way, bad news for the Yankees. This sounds pretty scary for Garrett Cole. They have shut him down. He's seeing specialists, ruled out for opening day, starting the season on the injured list, MRI on the elbow, discomfort, all the bad things. And now the question will be, will Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery finally have a team, since they're both still unemployed and Garrett Cole will be missing? Talk about carrying a workload that he had to do last year for the Yankees. If you're worried about them atop the American League competing with the Rangers.
Yeah, it's one of those where when the news about Cole comes out, you start asking, like you say, okay, Montgomery, Snell. I had started to wonder, okay, are they gonna get involved in Cease talks? Do they view it as we got to make sure that we got to shore up our rotation? But this is a really awful spot for Aaron Boone to be in, but trying to bounce back from what was arguably the most, I mean, right up there with probably the Padres is one of the most disappointing teams in baseball last year. And so it's just a really bad way to start things off here. And you always get uneasy when the news keeps getting worse with a pitcher's arm. And when you're looking at the elbow, when you start talking about like, it's just, we're kind of a little worried about it, or we're getting a little rest, and it's, no, it's actually 4 to 6 weeks. And then it feels like you're just one more update away from where we're shutting this down. And so that's a bad spot for the Yankees to be in.
Dak Prescott's accuser sat down for an interview with WFAA. Nice job, WFAA, doing what, a news organization is supposed to do in terms of journalism that everyone has now become an expert on out there on social media. They sat down, they interviewed her attorney, Levi McCathern, Dak's attorney, who texted me back last night, and the accuser, and she talked about what allegedly happened. Prescott allegedly invited her out after talking on Snapchat, met her at an undisclosed location in Plano with 2 members of his entourage and a couple of female friends. The group allegedly went into a black SUV. Dak told the woman to join him in the back row of the vehicle. At some point during the ride, the Cowboys quarterback showed his privates to the woman. According to this letter, she did not want to engage in sexual intercourse, made sure to verbalize her wishes. It was alleged that once they arrived to their destination, Prescott and the woman were left alone, and he signaled his entourage to give them privacy, and then the sexual assault allegations took place according to her. So that is her sitting down with WFAA.
It's going to be that the circumstances of the case, just looking at it flatly and as neutrally as possible, that sounds like one that would be difficult to verify 7 years later. I think that they've got an uphill battle.
I do too. Especially like statute of limitations and everything like that. By the way, Levi McCathern in the text message back to me said he was on spring break with his daughter. There was a little Buc-ee's sweatshirt, and I said, "Enjoy Buc-ee's, Levi," and he said, "You know it."
Buc-ee's is great.
Yeah,
Buc-ee's is an all-time great spot for anything. It's like going to Target, but nicer.
So Levi said, "I think it's pretty clear what's going on. Really sad to see them trying to profit off one of the best guys in the league and in Dallas. I could not be prouder to represent Dak Prescott. I will text you if we decide to come on." So that is the latest with the Dak Prescott lawsuit. Jerry Jones with a minor win yesterday in court.
He got it. He got his W on one front.
Yeah.
It is
it's a lowercase W.
It is a lowercase W. It's not the capital W. So the defamation suit against Jerry Jones in relation to this paternity test, not for the paternity test itself. This was the case involved about the initial suit from Jerry that said, "Oh, they're asking for money. They're basically trying to extort." This was a suit that says that's defamation. And the judge said, "No, you pretty clearly, the documents show you were asking for money at different points. So this isn't really defamation." Threw it out once. It was refiled by their side. This one was thrown out again yesterday with prejudice, which means you can't refile it. It's done. This is settled. Over. No more filing this. So small victory there. He obviously he still has the paternity suit that is active. This is separate from the paternity suit. Same person, same general story, just two different legal issues that we're talking about. This particular suit was thrown out.
Now, a lot of people on Twitter said, "Why don't you have on this woman? Why don't you have on this woman since KNC had on the attorney?" And my response to that is, Jerry Jones having a mystery daughter is not a crime. This is a Maury Povich paternity test. One is a rape allegation, and the other is having an extra relationship. And then for all you liars saying, "We want to hear," no, we want to. We do this show, and no show in the Metroplex monitors text, Twitch, Facebook, feedback more than we do. Nobody does. I have an embarrassing amount of tweets, way too many yesterday, that I send back and try to respond to. You have not been asking to hear from her, okay? So this story has been out there for weeks and weeks. You're just trying to make a point, and you think that you want to equate Jerry Jones' possible daughter to a sexual assault allegation. It's not even in the same realm. So when it comes to stories like that, yeah, normally we don't have that person on. No crime was committed, even if Jerry Jones is her father. So that is the explanation for that, for everyone yesterday on social. 877-881-1053. We've had Don Van Natta on, by the way, and we'll have Don Van Natta on to talk about a lot of Jerry Jones issues. We talk about a lot. That's part of my appreciation for the Cowboys, is that we are allowed to have these conversations. The Cowboys get social media reports every day. Every PR department in sports print out what the media is saying, what the big topics are, and hand it over to the big dogs and the executives. Jerry Jones know that we talk about a lot of his issues all the time, and the Cowboys don't step in and say, that's off the table. Ignore it. Do not talk about that. These directives. But as a couple good friends told me yesterday when they called me up over the phone, you're not going to change anybody's mind. It's the world that we live in right now. The minds are made up. And you can talk to your blue in the face and present whatever evidence. WFAA can do the same thing we did, and you're not going to say anything towards WFAA because you've already stepped in it, and you want to make up your mind and kill the station and kill the shows, kill me, and your mind is not going to get changed. That's just the environment that we're in, even though WFAA goes and does the same exact thing and actually talks to the girl herself, but you'll conveniently ignore that, of course.
Was Jerry one of those friends that called you? Was he one of the ones who called you and said, look, buddy, you're not going to be able to change anybody's mind? Like, was that in the course of the instructions he gave you about what to talk about today?
I don't know if Jerry would be happy or upset with the station these days. I have no idea.
I'll be honest. I'm pull it back. Do I think Jerry loved that we talked about? No, I don't think he would have loved that we talked about that.
About what? Which one?
About the Dak case. I don't think he would have loved that we talked about. Like, for everybody who thinks like, oh, he probably loves this. He's directing you to talk about it to knock down value. I think if you would have, and this is, I think if it's one of those things where Jerry was truly trying to exert power over us, that interview would have never happened, is what would have happened. But that's not the case.
Yeah, but people believe that he did. This is my major point of anger.
Jerry
yesterday.
Didn't tell us anything. Mike Bassick did not schedule this interview. Like there's a lot of things. Look, I made yesterday clear I wouldn't have done the interview. I had a difference of opinion on it, and I'm telling you, as somebody who is on that side that looks and says I probably wouldn't have done that interview, I can tell you with certainty the Cowboys didn't exert any power over us, and Mike Bassick did not call his lawyer buddy who I got a hot tip, come on the air, talk to us a little bit. That both of those things are completely false.
And again, this is another case of people not listening. The amount of people who mouth off and of course type, it's really Twitter. Like Facebook, Instagram interaction yesterday was nothing. Twitter is a toxic cesspool. It really is. But the amount of people who never listen to the interview and have no idea, they think that there's this Dak Prescott takedown. I think they should pay him $60 million. There's a separation of doing the right thing to interview someone versus the way you feel about a player. So both things can be true. I think they did the right thing in interviewing the attorney, and I also think that Dak Prescott should get $60 million, and I don't think this is going to affect Dak's price whatsoever.
No, I don't either. So,
because if I had to guess, and again, I don't know. I know everyone has already made up their mind in a sexual assault allegation, but a lot of this is Cowboy fandom. It just is. I know the blind homers. People are mad. You're messing up the offseason and stuff like that. People can't separate journalism from the rest of it, and that's just the way that it's going to be. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Bobby Belt's enemy is disagreeing with our Cowboys insider for another time. Are you bleeding?
Yeah, it's bleeding again.
It's still bleeding?
Just a little bit. It's just but it hurts. I think I'm gonna. How long is it? I'm gonna run downstairs. I think during this break, run to the 7-Eleven next door and get Burt's Bees.
Well, go ahead, get up out of here. Bobby's gonna have to agree with his Dallas Cowboys enemy again during the Expressway, commercial free right after this.
Wake up! Wake up!
Carolina Reaper tacos at DQ. Made with Carolina Reaper cheese and cool cilantro lime sauce. It's where fire meets flavor. Available for a limited time at participating DQ restaurants in Texas. DQ, that's what I like about Texas.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway, and we are commercial free. That lovely voice that you just heard right there is Chris Strong in for Pepe. Choppy is out with allergies, and it's myself and Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Jared Sandler, Rangers television play-by-play, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning.
You know what I do? I don't call in when things aren't going great. One of my lip is bleeding. I don't say, I got allergies, I'm not going to be able to come in today. I run downstairs and I get some Carmex and I fix it myself.
Dude,
it burns like hell putting this on an open.
How dry does your lip have to be to just crack and bleed?
I don't know. See,
and you're putting that stuff on all the time.
Yeah, well, no, like I go through stretches where it dries out. The problem is when I drink when I chug a couple C4s or I take my Adderall, if I don't drink enough water, then you just start getting dry mouth and dry lips and stuff like that. And so I just need to drink more water is the thing.
The Dallas, all you do is drink Red Bull, C4s.
C4, great
Coke
product.
Zero.
I do chug a lot of Coke Zero.
Because you said that they have now fixed the formula to make it taste like the original.
100%. Chris, are you into the zero drinks?
I'm not into zero.
Oh, my gosh.
Diet, though. Come on.
What are you drinking diet for?
I don't know, man.
I
like the taste a little bit. I like the taste.
So, no, the Coke Zero, I don't know what it is. In the last year or two, Coke Zero, Pepsi Zero, Mountain Dew Zero, like all the zero drinks, I don't know what sweetener they found that we're probably going to find out in 40 years is killing everybody.
Yeah.
But my gosh, it tastes so good. It tastes like, Coke Zero tastes like Coke now. It's that
does
close.
it?
It's that close. It tastes better, I think.
I'm going straight to the Chevron after this.
And get a Coke Zero.
Coke Zero.
Yeah, get a Coke Zero and get a Coke and genuinely tell me which way. You got to have a palate cleanser, though. So some hot sauce or something in between.
Does hot sauce cleanse?
What's a good palate cleanser? I don't know. You tell me.
They say ginger.
Ginger?
Ginger.
Hot
sauce.
Put a little Carter Freeman on the tongue.
Maybe it is. Man, which one is going to punch you in the face first, bust all your lips, Peyton or Carter?
Carter almost did it yesterday at the elevator. He looked Ryan and I walked out of the garage at the same time, and Ryan goes, "What'd you do to Carter?" I just heard him screaming expletives at you in the hallway.
Has anyone ever swung on you?
Yeah, and they've connected.
When and who?
My brother's done it, and this guy at a bar. He missed though.
He swung and missed.
Yeah, he was too drunk.
What did you do back?
I got the hell out of there because I was in the wrong.
All right. 877-881-1053. The Dallas Cowboys add 32-year-old former Mike Zimmer Viking Eric Kendricks as a linebacker. And Todd Archer, in his Kendricks story, notes that Leighton Vander Esch is expected to retire in the coming weeks, something that we've been hearing for a while here.
Yeah, that was something that, I mean, we talked about that. You always want to give people space to announce those decisions on their own. But I think that's been the expectation for quite a while now, is that things were going to, and look, I mean, it's a very serious injury that he dealt with. He's had a couple of these serious injuries where we're hearing about, like, remember a couple of years ago he had that neck injury, and then Jason Garrett was saying, like, yeah, we just want that nerve to calm down. It's a little irritating. We want it to calm down. We don't think his career's over or anything. And everybody went, wait, what? Is this potentially like career threatening? Why would you even say that? And there have been a couple different instances where he's been laying on the field with a neck injury for a significant amount of time. He's got either he just had a baby or a baby is on the way. I mean, it makes you reflect and look at things a little bit differently. And so I would anticipate that's what's going to happen, is you're going to see Leighton Vander Esch retire in the next couple weeks.
Bobby Belt becoming dangerously close to Dan Orlovsky as the same person with the same opinions and tongue out in photos, all of it. It's like they're morphing into one. And I thought of that again yesterday when Orlovsky went on the Dan Patrick Show and talked about a possible Cowboys blow up.
The day after they lost to Green Bay, I said they should blow the whole place up. Restart. 3 years in a row, 12 wins. I would have gotten rid of Mike McCarthy. I would have moved on from Dak. Try to get as much value as I could from a good starting quarterback in the NFL. Now they're pigeonholed. You're either going to play handcuffed this season because of the salary that he has, and you're going to have holes that you're not going to be able to fill at some point, or you're going to have to extend him and continue to kick the can down the line when the results, when they've mattered the most, have been underwhelming. And so I could see Jerry Jones saying, well, I've tried it. It hasn't gone the way I've wanted. Maybe we try it this way. I also think this, Dan, and I've said this publicly, I don't think that the Cowboys are truly dead set on winning Super Bowl.
Wow.
I think they're committed to mediocrity, and I think they're committed to winning. I don't think they're committed to and pushing all their chips in. Los Angeles Rams, less need, put it on the table type of stuff. We're going to win the whole thing. I don't believe that's them.
Mike Florio said the same thing yesterday, that Jerry Jones cares about being relevant, not necessarily about winning or doing everything it takes to win. He wants to be relevant.
So, several things there. One, I don't know what was going on at the beginning of that clip where Orlovsky's sitting in his home with his hands on his hips, like he's some Karen waiting to speak to the manager.
Ryan, see if you can get a still shot of that. By the way, Ryan getting the video up from the DP show, fantastic job. Is he really?
Look at him.
Wait, do we know that his hands are on his hips?
Either
they
on
could
his
be
hip
on his thighs
or on his lap. He definitely looks like, I'd like to speak to your manager.
Yeah.
That is definitely the energy he's giving off there.
Is that the neighborhood watch coming up?
Oh, there's a lot in the neighborhood watch. Watch out if you're at a Walmart in Arlington, Texas. That's coming up here in just a few minutes. But that was I was distracted by that initially. The other aspect of this that's funny to me is you just had a massive fight on TV going they have a winning culture. Well, you can't say they have a winning culture and then come right back and be they're committed to mediocrity. This is again him just saying whatever, shooting from the hip. And to say that, yes, we agree that they in all likelihood will blow things up at the end of this year if they go sideways. But his argument of you should get rid of Dak Prescott should have started overall right now. I'm not buying.
Well, you're buying it just a year later.
I'm buying that they will do that. I'm not buying that that's wise. He's saying that should be the play.
Yeah, that it should have been the play right after the Packers lost. But I want to focus more on this Mike Bassick thought that for years, right? I'm just I'm accused a lot of times of being naive. A lot of times by my wife. That's
okay. She doesn't think I'm funny, so
I know. So she's 0 for 2 wrong, and I'm I can never. Why would? So Mike's point for years is exactly what Orlovsky said. They don't truly care. Ultimately, it's not their number one desire to win the Super Bowl, and I'm that doesn't make any sense. Why? Why would that be the case? It's not till this off season that I put serious thought and question into it, and I still can't ultimately believe it, but I'm trying to figure out the reasons how that could ever make sense.
Here's what I would say. I think it's wrong, but I don't think it's I don't think.
Give me your theory.
I think that
as to why and how that could be true, because a ton of Tolos and Cowboy fans would agree with that. They really don't care. They just care about being relevant. Well, why wouldn't you care about the final 2 or 3 steps to win it all and you become even more of a legend?
I think they want to win the Super Bowl, but I think they want to win it their way. I think if you told them, hey, it can be done this way. It can be done this way if you do it. I think I'm not certain that they would swap that. I think they want it to be done. They want to be looked at as our process worked. So what
is their process that they're not wanting to deviate from? Signing outside free agents.
Yeah.
Going to get the big blockbuster name Bill Belichick finishing piece.
I think they want to, and maybe some of it's ego. I think it's also, I'll give them the credit for this, I think it's also courage of conviction in terms of their team building philosophy, that they believe in it and they don't want to, they want to show that this is something that we believe in and we're not going to move off of it just because bad luck results. We feel like we've been in contention. I'm not saying it's bad luck results. I'm just saying that this is how they would probably view it, I think.
Right.
Is that they say we've been a 12-win team. We're a few lucky breaks away from, being right there. This is something where there was an old quote from, I believe it was Sigmund Bloom at Football Guys used to say it, and Matthew Berry's used it every year when he talks about his fantasy football preview. Matthew Berry says, hey, this is the thing you got to remember. this game is played with an oblong ball. Like, it takes funny bounces. All right, there are things that you can move forward with analytics as much as you want. At the end of the day, it's a funny shaped ball that bounces in funny ways, and there are things you are just never going to be able to account for in the game of football. And I think the Cowboys feel like that has been their biggest detriment, is we haven't gotten the funny bounces to go our way. And if they just, we've put ourselves in position, though, for it to go our way. And once it just finally goes our way, you're going to see our process works. I think that's how they view it. And I think that they're committed to winning it their way and with their organizational process, which, like you say, is about homegrown, re-signing your own, not just homegrown players, but homegrown coaching staff. They really wanted the Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett thing to work out. Like, those are the things that they want it to be done that way.
But you don't question that they ultimately, number one goal, want to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I just think
You don't question that.
No, I don't question. I think they want to win the Super Bowl as their ultimate goal. Do I think that they're willing to sacrifice their way of doing it in favor of doing it another team's way? No, I don't think they're willing to do that.
I think that's a great way to put it. Final clip from Dan Orlovsky yesterday talking about the Cowboys culture and why they just don't try to take that final shot to win.
You know, I got into this with Stephen A. last week. They have a winning culture. They do. You know, they win. It's just that when I look at the other teams, like San Francisco trades for McCaffrey, Philadelphia goes and gets a Saquon Barkley or an A.J. Brown, the Los Angeles Rams make the trade for Matthew Stafford. Like, there's these other teams that we sit there, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to sit there and go, yeah, they're taking their shot right now. And it just never feels that Dallas takes their shot. They make good moves. They just don't take their shot.
Totally agree. Jerry comes on here and talks about the Charles Haley move. And we all know what Dion did.
Yeah.
And they're allergic to it. They refuse. They refuse to try to go ahead and take that shot.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they've been burned so much by moves post Super Bowl. Like Joey Galloway, the Roy Williams trade, the Brandon Carr deal. I get it. I'm just saying that
time ago.
I think that they have a little bit of, even when you look at, they got over the top with moves like Haley and Dion. I think in a lot of ways view that as, but we built that even if the Dion move was in the salary cap era, we built that team in a non-salary cap era, and he just pushed it over the first couple of years of the existence of free agency.
But then you can look at the Rams as an example of going all in over the top, and it worked.
True, and
I wonder if they don't want to ever risk being the Rams after that with no draft picks. And everyone thought that LA was going to suck, and last year had that really surprising year, like the all or nothing, and then irrelevant for a while.
Well, and
but it doesn't have to take 5 of those moves.
No, it doesn't. And look, we've talked since free agency started, about how Super Bowl winning teams will make more aggressive moves in free agency historically than the Cowboys are willing to do. And just about every team that has won a Super Bowl the offseason before has spent significant money on an outside free agent or an outside trade. And so that's a difference. That's a different approach that the Cowboys have not been willing to embrace. I will say this. On the Rams front, the Rams did build a lot of that team through trades and free agency and different acquisitions. And I know Les Snead wore the F them picks shirt and everything else. The point that has been brought up, which is fair, is that the 2 best players on that football team were Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, which were homegrown talents. Like, at the end of the day, they did push it over that, but the core, the best players on that football team, the biggest difference makers on that football team were homegrown football players.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. Tolo Ted said Orlovsky sounds like the yacht money guy that you had on earlier.
Get out there. Anyways, while you're click-clacking on Twitter from your mom's basement.
All right, let me hear a sentence of Orlovsky. Dan sounds like Crypto Bro. Yes. You think?
When I look at the other teams, like San Francisco trades for McCaffrey.
Yeah, make him say pied à terre.
No,
and he's got that echoey room.
Papa Bear said your new barbecue area in your Emerald Custom Pools build could technically be called a pied à terre because of the size of it. Choose barbecue, hashtag. Not choose rich, choose barbecue, Papa Bear tweet of the day. So a pied à terre, according to Ryan, is a small living unit, apartment, or condominium often located in a large city and not used as an individual home. So there it is. We learned something today.
We did, and it's Ryan's bringing a lot to the table. He's giving us, he's fact checking us with definitions. He's giving choppy content. He's making the videos. He's creating storm warnings on the fan cam, which we may need later today. He's on top of it.
We should have given him the payload today.
Yeah,
Peyton would have really lost it, pushing him over the edge.
We should have given him Peyton's pay, is what we should have done.
Tolo Trey, the Cowboys are trying to win with mid-range jumpers in a league that's shooting threes to win.
The way that analogy falls flat is I do think that the Cowboys generally schematically approach things differently, and that's where I don't think they approach things from an ancient perspective in terms of how to execute their game plan. Their just team building is completely different. Their team building philosophy is no big money spent on free agents, and you have to do some of it. And until they break on that, they're probably not winning a Super Bowl.
Jared Sandler, Rangers TV play-by-play. The Fan is taking over television. We'll talk about it at 8. Why didn't they get the deal done for Dylan Cease? And is there any other Cease-type option out there? Sandman at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. This is the Expressway. It's a Thursday, so we got to take a look around the hood.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Yes, thank you, Dale Hansen and Dwight Schrute. It is the Neighborhood Watch, our weekly gathering where we update you on the things going around in the 972, the 817, the 214, the 940, the 903, and all points beyond.
This segment actually inspired me to go and get my lawn care taken care of. Instead of, though, signing up for a community group, I just went and searched it out. I'm like, lawn care, this area, how many different names? And I spent the other day texting. I must have texted all 16 lawn people in Sunnyvale to try to get my house taken care of.
You are missing out by skipping the Facebook community groups, though.
My wife tells me.
You've got to get in on it.
She gives me all the gossip.
You will not, whatever time you devote to Vanderpump will be devoted to, reading all the tea in your community.
Can never replace Vanderpump.
I'm telling you, dude.
Can never do it. It's
Boy,
so good.
If you could dramatize some of these Facebook community posts, you'd be all over that. With that in mind, it is our Facebook community group post of the week, and it comes from Arlington, Texas Talk, which is a new group that I joined this week. Jumped in there this week. I joined so many the other
book
night.
Clubs.
Did you see? I joined one Grand Prairie Trash Talk or something like that. And they tagged us in it. They tagged you.
No.
One of the listeners is the moderator of the group, and so he sent a screenshot of you're valid, you've been approved. And so I didn't.
Did you ever get accepted into the Rockwallian?
Nope. But guess what? It doesn't matter because one of the new groups I'm in is Rockwallian Uncensored. It's for the Rockwallians that feel like we were too aggressive. We're the ones. We're the Rockwallians that got banished.
Chris, what area do you live in, sir?
I just moved to Louisville. Got my first apartment.
Louisville, Texas Talk. Join him on Facebook. There's 37,000 members.
Do you check
37,000?
Do you check any of those community type groups?
Dallas, Texas TV is iconic, but never the Louisville one.
I'm telling you, you want to join the Louisville one. That's a really strong one. I grab a lot of stuff out of the Louisville one. Yeah, I'm in Rockwallian Uncensored, and it's a smaller group, but we're more active in there. That's where you get the real. You're not getting the censored, Chat GPT doesn't know who Peyton Russell version is of the Rockwallian. But Arlington, Texas Talk is one of the new groups that I jumped in this week, and the Facebook community group post of the week comes from there, and this was what somebody had posted in there this week. So the next door neighbors have a little black yappy dog that always gets out, and these neighbors are never home when it gets out. What's disturbing is that there was someone getting in the car on the driveway when I said their dog was in the road. I tried yelling when she ignored me, but nothing, then proceeds to drive away. Who do I call? Because this is getting ridiculous. It's a little dog. So this isn't a dog that anybody's really worried about. It's more just a public nuisance.
The yapping.
And it's always getting out and barking at people only when they're gone. So it's not like you can go over there and be like, can you come get your dog or anything else? How do you handle this? There's a lot of people saying in the Facebook group there, they're saying, got to call animal control. If they're not going to get a handle on it, got to call animal control. And then there's some other people that are like, you can't call animal control on somebody's dog that's just getting out of the yard, a little yappy
Yeah,
dog.
but you got to call animal control and act like it's not the house dog. We got a stray around here, running around. The problem is when they show up and it's this little purse dog, Are they going to sit there and take the net and swoop them up, throw them into the back of the van? I don't know what to do. This is much tougher. I'm an expert on getting rid of loud neighbors with the house music and the rage parties at 3 a.m. The Tolos helped me go ahead and do that versus you beta simps who said, no, just deal with it. Just deal with it and lose sleep. No, I got rid of them. This would be a lot tougher. This would be a lot more difficult.
Well, and a lot of people are like, if it's a little dog, I get it's annoying, but like it's not like kids in the neighborhood are at like threat from the little black
No, but a
purse
little
dog.
yapper, dude.
It's annoying.
There's a yapper across the street in my neighborhood. They're not inside the community. They're across the tracks, and I've
seen those tracks. That's a bad part of town.
I wait for the day. That the barking stops.
Dude, so that's one of the comments here. One of the comments here says, eventually one of these coyotes that folks like to talk about will handle this little yapper.
Oh, that's it. Go buy a pet coyote. Go buy a pet coyote, and whoops! I just got out of my back gate. There you go.
We were watching. So one of my favorite subreddits to follow is Crazy Effing Videos, which is just insane videos. And I had it like mirrored up onto the screen in our living room the other day. Kristen got so mad at me because I was scrolling, and it was a little yappy dog. And it's like when you think your yappy dog is being cute and you won't get under control, and it's like this cut up of the dog like barking at bigger animals or whatever, and it goes down. It's like in Florida, goes down to the creek and goes bark, 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 and tries to bark at a croc, and that thing just goes and like you hear the thing go and
gone.
And Kristen's like, "Why are you putting this up on the screen? The girl's gonna heard this."
Chris, you look like you could have like a reptile or something.
Dude,
am I reptile?
100%.
Am I rep typing you?
You're rep typing me for sure. I have 2 cats. That's it.
I thought you had a python, dude.
You guessed so many things correctly last time I was on here.
What else did I say? He's like, I do have a python.
You guessed that my girlfriand had red hair, had some piercings.
Oh,
yeah,
so
you got all that.
How's that still going? Going well?
Still going well. Still going hot.
Look at that. So that's a tough thing to deal with because that is one of those. You know, it's whenever it's a little yappy dog, you don't feel like it's totally threatening, but it is annoying and it is out. And
you got to leave a note. You got to try to leave a note. Like, is it possible? And how's the dog getting out? Why is the dog not in? While
I'm
the
guessing.
people are
I'm
gone?
guessing it's probably. My guess would be it's an indoor dog, and then when they leave, they put the dog out, and then the dog. This is what I would guess.
Well, you just got to wait for summer until it gets to 110.
430 as a police officer. I hate these calls, but call the police and tell him you've got a loose dog.
Yeah.
817, take up falconry and have the falcon take care of the yappy dog. 210, little dogs bite more than bigger dogs because they aren't trained right.
Get some whipped cream, spray it on the dog's lip, and say that it has rabies. And that it's foaming. Set it up. A whipped cream set up, bam, gone. All right, what else?
All right. Arlington, Texas is also where we go for our next story. And this video was going incredibly viral the other day. There was a Walmart in Arlington on Tuesday where a guy was getting a check cashed or was dealing with something with one of the banks inside of a Walmart. And I don't know if this is, you tell me, Sean, what your perspective is on this. And I think Ryan's got the video too, if you want to see it on the fan cam. This guy has a total meltdown, and I don't know if we're saying, is this crazy? Is this just an angry individual? Or is this potentially some sort of substance that he's on? But this was what occurred at the Walmart in Arlington on Tuesday.
By the way, guys, for my first introduction to you, I am Cedric Hamisi Saidi! Stop. Hurry the up. I'm leaving now. And of course this is World Star, you idiot. I am the Prince of the Congo, you idiot! The richest country in the world! You idiot! What are you gonna do, you kids? Nothing! I got kids right here, boy! Boy! Save him, boy! I see the white devils in your eye, boy! I swear to God, boy! Try me up!
Pushes him.
Now, guys! Fuego, mother! I'm sorry, guys. Let's go. Come on, man. Guess what I did? Oh, you mother.
So gets his cash out and then just to throw it in the air. He goes, this is why I got it out. And he throws it and he just cusses him out. Says Quavo MFers.
That dude shoved him.
Yeah.
I thought this was a Michael Blackson bit.
Dude, That's
what
drugs,
I thought.
right?
Huh?
That's drugs. It's got to be.
I don't know. Is he recording? Does he have a social page?
No.
Didn't he say that, of course this is World Star?
No, but that's somebody saying, because the comment is whenever you're seeing anything ratchet or you're seeing some like fight or somebody having a meltdown, people always yell World Star. Like it's an old bit. And so he's like, yeah, of course this is World Star. And he's like losing his mind. But this was there were a couple different videos of this, like perspectives that went viral of people just recording like, this dude's freaking out when he throws the cash in the air. A bunch of people were like, all right, if you're gonna throw money on the ground, and they just like picked it up and started walking off with the cash, whatever.
Bit, drugs, or mental.
But this is what you get at the Arlington Walmart. I wonder if this is the one across from Texas or from AT&T Stadium.
My wife would say, "Yep, Arlington." She would say, "Yep, to Arlington."
Arlington are good people. I like the folks of Arlington. This guy though, like saying, "I'm the Prince of the Congo," and then he gets shoved.
He had on that type of shirt.
I mean, maybe he really is. Maybe that could be the thing.
Yeah, maybe Broadus knows him too.
817 says, I went to high school with him.
What?
That's what somebody's saying in the 817. 817 would be an Arlington area code.
Man, I'm starstruck. My show Love After Lockup has this guy on there. I can't remember his name. Dear, if you're listening, text me his name, and I want to meet this dude so bad. He's so funny. He's so hilarious. And I want to go to Arlington and just meet him while smoking cigarettes in a bar there.
817, this was the Walmart across from AT&T Stadium.
Wow.
So if you've ever been to AT&T Stadium, it's that Walmart directly across from it. I had the scariest the scariest experience I've ever had was at that Walmart across from AT&T Stadium.
Why? What?
It wasn't even scary. It was just more like,
Kevin in Arlington, if you're listening, bro, please DM me. I'll put you on the show. I want to hang out with you. Kevin out in Arlington, Love After Lockup. That's the name. Thank you, Tolos.
So I was leaving a Cowboys game one night, and Kristen wanted the car or something like that, like the specific car, and I didn't want to take the other one. And so I was like, oh, screw it. I'll just Uber over there and I'll Uber out. And boy, it is surge pricing a good 2 hours after the game leaving AT&T Stadium. And it's really hard to get an Uber. So I was kind of standing around the Walmart parking lot trying to get an Uber. And this guy drives up and he's like, you need an Uber? And I was like, yeah. And then he's like, let me see what the price is. And he enters his phone. He's like, all right, I'll charge you 90% of that. I was like, okay. And I get in this rickety van with where he's like, I only take cash. And I'm like, okay, I got cash. But it's this the check engine light is on. It's not just on, it's blinking, which is usually critical failure or whatever.
Yeah.
And he started taking a back roads way to get back to my place. He was ignoring the GPS. I was like, I'm gonna die.
Yes.
I walked into this guy's van in Walmart. I got tricked. I didn't listen to any of my upbringing. See, this is what happens when you have a mom or you don't have a mom when you're young, is that you miss out on all this these instructions, don't get in a car with strangers. That's what I did. So don't do that, kids.
Did you change your car battery yesterday on your own?
Oh, yeah, but so I
at 820.
Yeah, because
820. We'll see how much of a man Bobby really is.
Oh, I almost wait till you hear about Kristen calling another man to get advice on the car.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Did not make me happy. Let's see here. Some of the response, 469, that Walmart is super cool and super sketchy. Somebody else says this is definitely drugs. 325, I wonder how many cops specifically listen to this segment you guys do every week just to get the inside info.
Yes.
All right. Good news. Let's stop talking about the sketchy stuff. McKinney, a 20,000-seat amphitheater from Notes Live, is scheduled to open in McKinney in 2026. They just announced this project this week. It is a $220 million music venue that's going to aim to bring in big-time acts to McKinney. And you look at this, look at the artist renderings here, Sean, of that amphitheater. That's going to be a big venue.
That's badass.
A 20,000-seat amphitheater, and it's kind of, it's got the covered canopy or whatever else.
All right, now let's stereotype. I probably did it last time. Music stereotype Chris.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Are you a big music guy?
You're into the Smiths, aren't you?
I'm really into music, yeah.
What
the
about
Smiths?
The Smiths, yeah, I'll listen to the Smiths.
I knew you would.
1975.
Hey, that's a pretty good one.
I
Arctic
love the
Monkeys,
1975.
Yeah, all that stuff.
What genre? What genre for him, you think? You look like you have records.
Yeah, stuff that albums that are not that were never played on the radio. It peaked at 48, but in France it was number one.
Your
in 1987.
Your last concert would be who?
Last concert was the Sacred Souls.
No. Last concert before you die.
Before I die?
Yeah. It could be current or past.
I'd
me
say
one current and one past.
Bring back the Beatles. I'll see the Beatles live. That'd be fun.
All right, and current?
Current, I'll go with, let's see. Bruno Mars, Silk Sonic. Why not?
Like, so when you say Beatles, do you mean like, see, this will tell us how hipster he is. Like Twist and Shout Beatles or like Sgt. Pepper Beatles?
Oh, let's go Sgt. Pepper.
I knew it. Hipster right there. The Dahmer glasses give it away. Last story here. A WFAA had this. A DeSoto man was given a citation warning after riding his wheelchair in a street without sidewalks.
Oh my gosh.
So they have these busted sidewalks in DeSoto and everything else. And so he has trouble getting around. So he's been riding, like he'll get into the street. And so his whole thing is like, why aren't you guys working on putting a sidewalk down so I can be safe and you don't have to worry about any of this? Instead, you're citing me for just trying to get around in my wheelchair.
Dude, there are so many people. And again, probably not right in the head, just walking straight in the middle of the street. Like over the past 2 or 3 months, whether it's a bike, whether it's people just walking, and there's ample room on the side to walk in the grass. And no, they're just like on the road. Don't you always feel like you're like, yeah, they want you to hit them. They're daring you to go ahead and hit them. And I cannot stand it.
This is different.
I wish they do a lot of times. Some of them.
This is different though. This is a guy who in a city where they apparently are not devoting the infrastructure to repairing sidewalks so they can get around. He was born with spina bifida. His name's Damian Hudlin. And in 2015, he got a bone infection. He lost that leg, so he's had to be in a wheelchair ever since. And he was leaving the 7-Eleven on Wintergreen Road, headed home on the same street that he always travels. Police officer stopped him, cited him for it, and he's like, I can't get home otherwise. Like, I can't roll my wheelchair in the grass. And so this has caused a lot of controversy within DeSoto. Like, this story was going viral on WFAA's page the other day, where a lot of people are like, how about you just, like, worry about, you know, if you're going to take that money, hopefully you can put it back into the city, like with these citations and everything. Put it back into the city and get these sidewalks fixed.
Neighborhood Watch with Roberto Bobby Belt. It's Thursday. It's Expressway. It's commercial free here on your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs.
469. Y'all are going to make me log into Twitch to see what Chris looks like.
Yeah, Twitch, YouTube. He's right there.
There he is
on the fan cam with that backwards hat too,
and a legit mustache, unlike Peyton Russell. There you go, Chris.
Get that close up. Get that zoom in. Let's get the close up for the TV play-by-play voice of the Texas Rangers this week. Jared Sandler. Why didn't the Dylan Cease deal get done? Are there any other options like that on the cheap for the Rangers to get a number 2 or 3 in the rotation? The Sandman joins us from Surprise next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me read the headlines for the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. Now, that just may say enough right there. Hurtado Barbecue, bringing the classic legendary brisket burrito tacos local. Hurtado in Arlington is growing with a new bar. The bar set up too in that little patio area to let the kids run around. Ollie absolutely loves it. Arlington Mexico favorite to open in Fort Worth. The best barbecue in Arlington is now in the Texas Rangers lineup. There it is, y'all. It's my guy Brandon Hurtado, who just opened up his 3rd location in Mansfield. They are the official barbecue of the morning show. It's HurtadoBBQ.com. Go check out the menu and go check out all of your different catering options as well. Stop by, tell them you're a Tolo. If you see Brandon sitting there working, say Sean for the Fans sent me to the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, now opening a 2nd location in the park. I'm so thrilled, over the top, to be associated with the official barbecue of the morning show. It's HurtadoBBQ.com.
Get informed if you're buying, selling,
rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the Kroger app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's easy to save big. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, fresh organic strawberries in 1-pound packages are $1.99 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the World Series champs.
Hump
It's
day.
Sean and Bobby. No, y'all don't freak out. Already freaking out? Man, I got it. Well, I'll save it. I don't want to give you too many victories this week, but
sweet,
your daylight savings, it has still affected my life in the wrong way. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair, RJ out with the, what are we calling this? Lawns disease?
The beta flu?
The beta flu. Bobby Belt, along with myself, talking to the television play-by-play voice right now for the Texas Rangers, Jared Sandler in Arizona on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. What's going on, guys?
How many games have you done, and what does the rest of the schedule look like?
I've done one TV game. We did Tuesdays. I'll do tonight and Saturday with Mikey B and Emily Jones, and then I will not be on a television screen near you for a couple of months.
How brutal has daylight savings time been for you in Arizona? Oh, wait, you don't have to deal with it because they do it right. So you're just great.
Here's how I deal with it, though. When I wake up, so I wake up at between 3 and 3:30 here. I used to have to wait an hour before you guys were live, and now basically I wake up and you guys are live. I don't have to listen to whatever garbage snack segments on at 3:15 my time. I got to wake up and
still our show.
Go right to the live stuff.
The snacks are still our show.
No, I know. But I've already heard it. I don't need to re-listen to a segment.
Okay.
I don't need to re-listen to Bobby telling me all the 1,700 people he refuses to interview or he'll pout when you have them on.
Don't fall for it, Bob. Keep your chapped lips closed.
Hey, it's fair. I talked about him being short at 7. So.
That is fair.
I had some thoughts. I had some comebacks to the short stuff that I think I'm in a little too aggressive of a mood this morning, and I don't think it would go over well, so I'll just save it for a little text.
Get you a step stool. Say it to my face.
Your wife is out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I might bounce off your belly first.
Your wife is out there. Why would you be aggressive? Don't answer if it's going to get you in trouble.
I'm in a feisty mood this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
That's how I was yesterday. Today's my chill day.
Oh, he was yesterday. He tried to. He was wanting to argue with me in commercials. I'm like, I'm not even worked up today, Sean. I'm good.
I'm not talking about with you. I'm talking about with the people.
Me too.
I'm talking about with Twitter.
Hey, but in all seriousness, I went back. I did not listen to Hagee's interview. Hagee, and I mean, it was really just Hagee's interview, but Hagee and Mike's interview live. I went back and listened, and then I listened to you guys discuss it, and salute to Hagee. Hagee's always really good in these situations.
Yes.
I think Hagee's great about, tough subject matter, but I'm going to not back down and ask tough questions. Hagee doesn't mind being confrontational in a good way, and I thought you guys had a great discussion. I agree more with Sean and RJ on this than I do you, Bobby. It has nothing to do with, us always throwing jabs back and forth. But, I thought you guys had a great conversation, and one of the things that always bothered me it still does bother me is when people think that people craft an argument, craft the evidence of an argument to fit their bias, and the whole Cowboys pocket thing is so ridiculous. I'm not even a Cowboys fan, and I hear it maddens me when people say, "Oh yeah, no, you guys are just saying that because you have, you're the Cowboys station." Meanwhile, Bobby's trying to fire the head coach 365 days out of the year. And Bassick is telling the world how much he hates the Cowboys every single day, and they're a joke. And it's garbage. But I really appreciated the way you guys handled it, and I appreciated the way that Hagee and Mike handled it as well.
Well, thank you for saying that. Really appreciate it. I would have loved to appreciate the Rangers getting this Dylan Cease deal done. Take us through this, Jared, and why the Padres ultimately ended up getting Cease from the White Sox.
Well, to some degree, I think the Padres and their general manager, A.J. Preller, who's currently on a flight to Korea, getting ready for the start of their season, I think he's under more pressure. I don't want to say the Rangers weren't motivated. That's not at all the case. I think to play in that sandbox and to come close to landing a guy like Dylan Cease, you can't lack motivation. But A.J. Preller's kind of GMing for his job.
Yeah.
You know, his safety blanket, Peter Seidler, the owner, who was incredibly loyal to him, passed away. And, you know, credit to AJ. He is, and everyone you talk to, whether they like him or don't like him, will tell you that he is one of the elite talent evaluator minds in baseball, and maybe even in all of sports, specific to his sport. And he always oversees a team with a great farm system. They have a deep farm system, so they are always able to play in this sandbox. The Rangers are as well. They have a very good farm system. But I think to some degree for AJ, there's a confidence he can build it back up. But more importantly, he doesn't care about some prospect who, isn't going to be big league ready for 3 years, because he might not have 3 years.
Yeah.
And so I think that maybe allowed him a little extra motivation to push it over the edge. And again, they gave up a really good package, and the Rangers were willing to give up a good package as well. I think things look a little differently for the Rangers if they part ways with the package that it would have taken to get Dylan Cease than it does for the Padres. So, I mean, it stinks. It would have been great to have Dylan Cease for 2 seasons and think about a rotation next year with DeGrom and Cease and Evaldi headlining it, and you still have John Gray. I mean, that would have been a lot of fun, but they missed out, and now they got to figure out other ways to try and add to their rotation depth if something were to happen. And Montgomery is still out there. I still don't think it's likely. Blake Snell is out there. I still don't think it's likely. But they do have some room to navigate in season with trades when trading season begins.
So what was the package, or what was the biggest difference with what we offered and got the deal done ultimately?
Yeah, so in fairness, I don't know specifically what the Rangers offered. I've read a bunch of different reports, and I've heard you guys talk about Jack Leiter and Ezekiel Duran and Brock Porter. I think we need to remember, sometimes the rankings that are publicized don't always match up with the rankings for a specific team and how they view your prospects. The other thing is, with the guys that you just mentioned, Ezekiel Duran's clock has already started, and the car's been driven off the lot. And I like Zeke, but maybe the White Sox saw his warts, and that wasn't as appealing to them. Brock Porter is a few years away. He's not knocking on the door, and the White Sox have the timeline to wait for that. But there are always, I think, some more challenges when you're dealing a guy like Dylan Cease, and the best prospect is not necessarily a guy who is let's say a year away. Now, I think Brock Porter, if he was maybe, and I hate to say a little bit better, because he is a really good prospect, and when the Rangers drafted him, he was thought to be the best high school arm in the draft, and he's progressing nicely, and we're going to see him today, I think, in the prospect breakout game, I believe. But I think if he was just another step up, if he was like a Jackson Jobe type prospect, then maybe it's a little bit of a different story. So I just think at the end of the day, it came down to Chris Getz, the new GM for the White Sox, looking at the Padres system, looking at the Rangers system, and even if they had equal rankings of the guys they were willing to give up, I think Chris Getz, in his opinion and his team's opinion, had more value on the package the Padres were offering than the Rangers. And that is a matter of opinion. Maybe it turns out he's right. Maybe it turns out that the guys the Rangers would have given up turn out to be better. We don't know, but what we do know is that the prospect rankings are great for us as fans to consume and to discuss. but that doesn't mean every team adheres to those specific rankings.
Jared Sandler, Rangers play-by-play on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Surprise, Arizona. I like that they were looking. I'm a little bit depressed that it had to be like such a cheap option, such a great deal. Are there any other deals or options you think like that out there? And who are other names, if not Montgomery and Snell, to try to, bolster the rotation for the first half?
Yeah, so there are always going to be guys once the season gets rolling and it becomes clear what teams are and are not in the mix. The Giants are an interesting team to me, guys, because I do think the Padres will be competitive. Obviously, the Dodgers are really, really good, and the Diamondbacks are good. Don't think the Rockies are good, but that's okay.
Oh.
The Giants could be, and I'm just going through the NL West, the reason I did that.
Oh.
The Giants could be really, they could be a really competitive team, but they could also flop. And if they flop, I think Farhan Zaidi, would be willing to move. So you look at some of the guys on the Giants staff. You look in the AL Central. That is a very unique division because I don't think there's a great team, but I think there could be a lot of really good teams. I look at the Cleveland Guardians. They are a very interesting team to me. They are always trading when they're not competitive, and even when they are, because they don't like to spend. I am not a big Shane Bieber fan at the price tag that had been suggested in years past. Now that his stock has fallen, I think there could be a little bit of an overcorrection. We saw him the other day, his velocity's back up. If his velocity is back up and he can still spin it like he really has always been able to do, that's an interesting name as well. I do think Cleveland's a team to look out for with potential trade candidates. And then the AL East, the Boston Red Sox, and no one has any clue what they're doing. I mean, they're the Cowboys right now of the big leagues. Craig Breslow, their GM, came out and said, we are going to, I forget what his term was. It wasn't all in, but essentially, full throttle. They're going to be full throttle this offseason, and they haven't done diddly. And so they don't have a great team, but they do have some guys who you can move. So I think that there are teams out there. There are going to be guys out there. It's just tough right now because there are a lot of teams who believe they could contend. And if they're going to contend, they're not going to want to make these moves. But the minute it's clear they're not contending, I think they'll be open for business. And I think teams like the Rangers will hover around.
Jared, who's starting at first base on opening day, do you think?
Well, if you want me to be very specific, because they're facing a lefty and Justin Steele, I'll go with Justin Foscue. I think that if it's a righty pitching, and it's not on opening day, but if it were to be a righty, I would say Jared Walsh. As long as Justin Foscue is healthy, hit a little side issue, but then was back in the lineup on Tuesday, so all seems to be fine. I think the Rangers start the season with a Foscue-Walsh platoon, and then they'll just see where things are when Nathaniel Lowe is ready to go, which hopefully won't be more than a week or maybe 2 weeks from when opening day comes around.
Wyatt Langford, you caused a stir on social media when you said you'd have him hitting third. What do you think Wyatt Langford is ultimately on the opening day roster with the spring that he's had, and where does that confidence level come from for you? Is it just you think he is that major league ready, or is that the projection?
Yeah, so I do think he's on the opening day roster, and I don't know if the Nathaniel Lowe injury opened things up a little bit, just because that's another bat that is not going to be in your lineup on opening day, even though they obviously don't play the same position. I think my confidence is, Bruce Bochy had no issue putting Josh Young in the 5-hole last year. And Josh Young, was really poor in his debut month, which was all we had from a big league evidence side prior to 2023. Now, there shouldn't have been any concern about that. I mean, it was his first month ever as a big leaguer, but Bruce Bochy didn't wait for him to prove that he could hit in the middle of the order. He just put him there. And I don't think Bruce Bochy is going to have any fear with Wyatt Langford. I think another thing with Wyatt Langford is you look at the foundation as a hitter, and I think that is what gives you the confidence that, hey, there are going to be ups and downs, but this is not a guy who's just a free swinger who could fall into a hole by getting Chase happy, and next thing you know, we're 3 weeks into the season, and he's leading the team in strikeouts and is hitting 170. I'm not saying he's guaranteed to get off to a great start, but I think that you're going to feel good about his at-bats. I think it's a similar conversation to Evan Carter. Evan Carter, no one knew when Evan Carter came up whether he would be racking up the hits or not like he did, but there was a confidence that the approach was going to be there. Now, I don't think Wyatt Langford is going to walk as much as Evan Carter and be as disciplined, but he is a pretty disciplined hitter, and he's really talented. And the Rangers, oddly, last year, guys, they did not get production at all from the 3-hole. For being arguably the best lineup in the American League and one of the best run-scoring teams in franchise history, they didn't get much from the 3-hole at all. So it's not like they go into the season with a guy who you look at and say, 3-hitter, lock him in. The way you look at Corey Seager and say, yep, he's our 2-hole guy. Adolis Garcia, yep, he's our cleanup hitter. They really don't have that. And so I think that Wyatt Langford being a righty and some of the other things I mentioned, it just fits with Wyatt Langford hitting in the 3-hole.
Where can we watch today real quick?
Bally's with Bassick and Emily Jones. And I know Bassick is incredibly giddy, and I'm excited for Rangers fans to get Mike Bassick as an analyst this year. He's going to be so good.
Give him a hug when you see him.
I will.
Well, you think he needs it? Yeah. Thank you, brother. Love you. Have a good call.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler on the DNM Leasing Hotline. Mavs win, and why is Bobby's wife calling other men next?
Always a welcome sign for this club.
Revolver Brewing.
Oh man, I got my new boots dirty. That boy is all hat, no cattle. But our brew is all cattle, no hat. And it's all hops, no bull. Saddle up, cowboys and cowgirls, for a Texas take on the classic West Coast IPA and a bold beer. All hops and no bull. All cattle, no hat.
This segment of Sean and RJ is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3330.
Here's Kyrie. Slips around Lester Quinones. And the foul.
An all-time baseball bad guy in DFW will join us live at 8:40 this morning. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt out for, as you just heard in his commercial, sick RJ Choppy. And we got Chris Strong in for Pay. What did the fan text say about RJ and his zero?
I said, yo, Chop, we got to get you a whole new immune system.
Oh, man. We told him call out yesterday, but he wanted to be in here for the expressway argument.
I think he's out tomorrow, too.
There's no way. Let's bet you. What do you want to bet?
I don't know. What do we put on the air tomorrow? Something. We got to come up with something for
Drunk
on there.
Friday?
Oh yeah,
Since G-Bag can do it.
Drunk Friday. That's it.
Start drinking at 7.
I'm in.
You'll lose.
No, because dude,
Choppy will miss. He hates missing work. He always thinks he's gonna get wildly pipped. There's just no possible way. I can't remember. I don't think in the history of the show he's ever been out for 2 straight days.
When he walked out yesterday, I don't know if you heard him. He said he was like, "Well, I don't know when I'll be seeing you guys, but I'll see you." That's laying the groundwork for 2 days.
But I think Spittle's habit of never responding and giving you a very cold shoulder when you tell him you're sick probably scared Choppy's immune system into coming back for tomorrow. So he was worried that Gavin did not text back because he never does.
I mean, it's not even an immune system thing because he's not sick. He has allergies. He has a little bit of drainage from cutting the grass. He is out with a grass injury.
Yeah.
For those of you that say grass over turf and that grass doesn't cause injuries, RJ Choppy is proof that that's not true.
How hurt is Luka Doncic? He left last night's game, did not return with the hamstring. They have Oklahoma City tonight with Ruben's team, right?
Yes.
Producer Ruben.
Oh, Ruben last night. Ruben texted me in the middle of this game. I
feel like the shows out in Surprise did not love Ruben and show him as much as we did at the Super Bowl.
There is no better team player on the road than Ruben. Ruben Portillo is great. Ruben made sure to text me yesterday, Gafford with the eye emoji. Because remember, he was all over Gafford when the Gafford trade went down.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, he's so nice. You guys got a good player. And so Ruben is maybe our basketball expert now.
But you should text back and say, would you still take SGA over Luka?
He would say absolutely because he's a Thunder homer.
Well, okay.
But yes, I'll text him that. We will see him around the hallways today. He's by the way, you calling him producer since Peyton's not here. I'm gonna tattle on him. Peyton hates that we call him producer Ruben. He's like, he's an engineer. He's not a producer. I'm a producer.
Oh yeah.
He hates it.
Yeah, board op producer. What would you rather be called, Chris?
I'm cool with it. Producer sounds pretty cool.
Producer. Board op sounds very kind of demeaning.
Nerdy.
I mean, it's the name of the job, operating the board.
Well, is he producing?
Sure.
Okay, why can't he be producer?
Well, I mean, he can. Peyton can't.
Pepe is starting to get an army of support from us messing with him so much. And he's out for the next few days. You're in tomorrow, right, Chris? All right.
Yes, sir.
Chris has thrown the perfect game so far. Shanks. 877-881-1053. Gafford now with 33 consecutive field goals made. The Mavericks take care of the Warriors. No Steph, no Draymond. Mavs win by 10, creating a little bit of separation from the Lakers and Golden State. So last night was a win-win because the Lakers lost to Sacramento, but they're still in that number 8 spot. And tonight, 9 o'clock, late tip on TNT, maybe without Doncic with the hammy.
Boy, it's so nice to have 2 big guys that can play consistently for you on both ends of the floor. Gafford was a shot blocking machine last night.
He had 13 blocks and how many dunks? How many dunks do you think they had last night? 7?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a dunk counter or not.
I mean, however many shots Gafford makes every game. That's what you got. I mean, but that's something where you're getting just consistent play on both ends of the floor between Lively and Gafford. Like, you are getting pretty much 48 straight minutes of strong big man play.
And that's what Bassick said when they acquired him. There is no excuse not to have one of them on the floor at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just checking this out. I was trying to see what his averages are at this point. 19 minutes a game is all he's averaging. He's still averaging 7 minutes fewer than he was getting in Washington. Gafford is. 19 minutes a game. He's averaging 11 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks in 19 minutes. He's just been a revelation. Him and Lively together. Lively finishing the alley-oop from Kyrie last night. Just the way that he plays on the defensive end of the floor, the way that he communicates. It's so refreshing to once again just see, like, hey, center play can matter in this league still if you've got good ones.
And I think this is a W for you in the offseason, saying you are going to love this kid. I'm in love with Derek Lively's energy. All of it. As a person, as a player, just the type of energy he brings. He seems like such a lovable dude. Likable, lovable dude. We were playing some of his mom off-season stories.
Yeah, and that's where, like, I was not the biggest Lively fan at Duke, mainly because he played at Duke.
Yeah.
But also, like, I mean, I was just like, all right, I don't know how much I see it. There's potential there, but I really don't know that I see it. And then the more you found out about his backstory and what he overcomes and some of the challenges he had at Duke that limited his ability to play. I know that there was an interview one of the Duke assistant coaches gave where they're like, hey, he got hurt. Like, he had a soft tissue injury right when he got here, and that put him way behind everybody else. And they said, so, like, people were looking at him the wrong way. They were looking at his growth the wrong way, because if you look at from what we saw in practice, nobody grew more in the second half of the season to us than Derek Lively. And so I think that when you see the growth that he had, you put that in context, and then you see the type of character that he has and the work ethic, it was easy to then project out and see, okay, this is probably, he's going to be able to put it together. It's like the Tyler Smith question. People saw Tyler Smith as so raw, and the work that Klein Kubiak and the Dallas Cowboys scouting staff did on Tyler Smith told them, yeah, but we know who he is as a person, what kind of student he is, what kind of work ethic he has, so we have more confidence in the projection that he'll put it together than just looking at the traits and going, well, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Jason Kidd on the possibility of Luka playing or missing this game tonight.
We'll have a better answer tomorrow. We'll see. This is a fluid thing. This thing is being talked about now, so we'll find out here in a couple minutes if he's going or not. He gave me the signal that his hammy was tight, so we took him out.
So there's Jay Kidd on the fan cam and Twitch.
I didn't know it was possible for him to sound more depressed than his just normal speaking voice, but he was.
You think?
Yeah. Oh, the beginning of that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. He seemed very put out by that.
Why is your wife hitting up other dudes?
Okay. So, and she's going to hate that was the tease. But if she's up listening, she was sleeping in this morning. This was her play to spring break. She's sworn, by the way, no more spring break basketball camps for Addison or any. She's like, I'm tired. Like, during spring break, we're sleeping in. I'm not getting up at 7 to take you to the local high school for a basketball camp anymore. We're not doing this anymore.
So no camp?
Not for spring break. Summer camps are fine. We're not doing spring break camps. Like, that ruins the purpose of being able to sleep in. But
okay.
She so the battery had died in the Altima, 2 years old. And so I was.
By the way, can we please get my Shark Tank idea of the battery monitor like we have for the cell phones on the car dash? Can we please get that?
I think some cars have it.
Do they?
Yeah, I mean, not my car, not the car that I would drive, because I would have known that it wasn't working. But you can basically, we're like, all right, this is either the battery or the alternator. I was assuming it was more likely to be the battery. I talked to Tolo Mike, the mechanic. Yeah, Mike the mechanic, and he had said, yeah, that looks like that's your battery. And so I'm stacked up. I got a bunch of stuff going on this week. And so I told Kristen, I was like, all right, when I get off the air, it's parked over here in Irving at my other gig. And what I'll need to do is, like, I'll take it out or whatever, and then just drive it up to O'Reilly's. I don't have a window to go take it up to O'Reilly's or whatever to get it tested, but just I'll have it out, take it over there. She thought I was saying she needed to take it out. And so because she thought I was saying she needed to take it out, she thought, well, that clearly means Bobby doesn't understand how to take a battery out of the car. He doesn't know which one to disconnect first. So she did not call her dear husband, who did end up taking the battery out, by the way. I did it. I did take the battery out. But she called a neighbor of ours and was like, hey, could you tell me how to do it? So she's calling other men for her automotive questions.
So who did she end up calling?
Brian. It's a neighbor of ours. It's the son of one of our neighbors, one of her better friends. And so she was like, hey, and he's like a car guy. And so she's just like, hey, how do what do I do here? How
did
do
that emasculate you?
Yeah. Yeah, because right after that, she was like saying something like, hey, could you check for this email? I was like, why don't you have Brian check for it? I got sassy. I was like, I took the thing out. I don't know why you would assume I don't know how to take a battery out. There's a lot I don't know how to do. I'm an idiot in a lot of ways. You wouldn't want me changing a tire on the side of the road. I'm not going to be good at that.
Okay, so you won't change the tire.
I have done it once before with the oversight of my dad when I was like 15, but I would not trust myself to do it. I would just be certain the thing would pop off while we're driving.
But you feel like you could do an alternator.
Yeah, because I've done an alternator. That's like bolt here, bolt that. Like that one's not that complex. I did it in an Accord like 10 years ago.
Chris, battery, alternator, and tire for you?
I was about to say a quick story of in the parking garage here in Odyssey for the Get Ride. It actually died at the end of the show, and Reg Atatula, of all people, helped me jump the car.
Oh.
So who's a host in y'all's mind that you would trust to replace your battery?
Why do you say Reg of all people? Like you would assume that Reg wouldn't be able to.
You also acted like I thought you were going to say you did something heroic. He was
my hero.
But can you change a battery?
No, not at all. I definitely need the neighbor.
Can you change a tire?
No. I mean, come on.
I'm in your group.
You can do the battery? The batteries.
I wouldn't trust myself. See,
that's easy. You just like undo a bolt, take the
in the Jeep there's like 9 different wires over it. It's weird. Like even professionals have a really, really hard time changing my car battery. But I still wouldn't trust myself. I'm not gonna trust myself if I have to put my family in the car to do anything to my vehicle.
Now because she wanted to seem like tough girl though, when we did, it was a dead battery, by the way. The battery was bad. We got a new one, which by the way, how much do you think a battery is? Like I
think they're like 180 or something.
280 is what we paid yesterday. Because I was thinking like you was thinking like $150 or something. It's been a while since I bought a battery.
Yeah,
but it was 280, and I was like floored by that.
All right, keep your cell phones handy. If Mrs. Belt will be calling around the Metroplex, an all-time Ranger bad guy, Josh Donaldson, just retired, and he's coming to the Metroplex to swing another type of stick. Josh Donaldson on that Rangers hatred next. Coming up on the next. We just broke up the perfect game. The no-hitter for Chris Strong now is intact, and I almost lost my right arm like Garrett Cole.
Ryan, please see if you can go back to right before we come back on the fan cam, because Sean went to push on the armrest and it completely fell off and he stumbled.
I'm clearly going to lose my March Madness new chairs bet with the station, where I thought that they would go ahead and replace these pieces of crap in here, and they have not. So we're live on the fan.
Throwing stuff around the studio like you're Carter Freeman.
What an introduction here for newly retired Josh Donaldson, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. He's going to be part of the Celebrity Classic presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort in Las Colinas in April. Good morning, Josh. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Josh, what was the with all the different organizations you going around from different teams, and what was your broken chair incident where you're like, really, this is the setup we have here for a major league club? Was there something that surprised you? Did you have to pay for the vending machines or something with one of the teams that jumped out to you?
Well, I mean, I think you're kind of trying to refer to my team, Oakland, Moneyball. Yeah, I mean, I think whenever I was in the minor leagues, I was surprised whenever I first got there. Like, there was like team issued bags and stuff like that that you kind of needed to tote stuff around, and guys wanted them as well because it had your team name on it. It was a nice travel bag, and you had to pay for those. I remember paying for those whenever I first got drafted. So.
Yeah,
in the big league, there wasn't too much of anything like that, but in the minor leagues, you kind of, especially when I was there. Today, it's getting a little bit better, but when I was coming up, it was a free for all.
Josh, you mentioned there, the time you spent in Oakland. Obviously, we see the latest artist renderings of this Vegas stadium, stuff like that. What do you think, just in general, about the idea of Major League Baseball going to Vegas?
Well, I mean, I think you're looking at some teams, NHL's went there. They've had some success. The Raiders have went there. Now I think they're starting to see some success as far as the fan base and stuff like that. But Yeah, I really think that it's. I had said this in an interview not too long ago that if the A's do finally move from Oakland, we're going to miss a very important part of a fan base that comes out of Oakland, and hopefully they still follow the team to Vegas, but I know there's a lot of people there that have shed a lot of blood, sweat, and tears watching those teams over the years.
Josh Donaldson here on 105.3 The Fan. So you started off last year in the American League with the Yankees. How shocked were you, Josh, to see that the Texas Rangers ended up winning the World Series?
We had a couple guys, Trevino, IKF, came from the Rangers, and they kind of were talking to me about what they were doing over there. And I was like, it sounds pretty good if they can accomplish what they were trying to do. Obviously, getting to the World Series, winning the World Series is a whole nother level. And I would say I would have to be I was a little shocked to see that they won the World Series.
Yeah.
So fast. I remember when they made the moves for Seager and Simeon, and everybody was like, well, where are you going to get the pitching from? And, then they made, some great acquisitions and, signed some guys and just really did a great job with Bochy over there. I mean, with that man running the helm, and you feel like you're in a 5-star Uber driver with him at the helm. He's going to make the right moves, and he's obviously been there, done that, and pretty special for the run that they went on. I was fortunate enough to make the postseason 9 or 10 times, and was not fortunate to make the World Series at all. So that's how hard it can be, and you need some breaks to go your way. And they just did a really good job all the way around.
When's the last time you were in an Uber?
Probably last year, some point during the season.
Okay, so you don't have like a fancy car service like. Glass Now had told me once that like there was like a number to car something where there was like some type of car service if you were playing. I don't know if that was true or in existence.
Well, I think that's the car service if you've been, drinking.
Yeah.
I know for that. They have a car service for that. They'll come pick you up.
For MLB players?
Yeah.
Dang. Well, why else would you be taking the Uber?
I don't know how often it gets used. I mean, I never used the line. I just remember in spring training they would say, hey, there's this line. If you're in trouble and you need somebody to come pick you up, here it is.
Yeah, so it's true.
That's a good set. I think the NFL's got something like that, too. I think Cowboys players have talked about that. We're talking with Josh Donaldson here on 105 The Fan. Okay, Josh, we're getting a lot of texts about it. People are wanting to know. They want to know your memories, your recap of that very famous brawl here in Arlington between Rougned Odor and Jose Bautista.
Yeah, I mean, we had played the Rangers about a week before, and there was a little incident being Rugi had over at third base, and we had a conversation, and just kind of one of those ordeals to where we had set the boundaries. I was like, hey, if anything happens again, this is what's going to happen. And sure enough, the next week, I think it was Matt Bush. I think it was his first appearance back into the major leagues, and smoked Bautista in the ribs on his last at-bat of the series. And we didn't know if it was going to. We thought that it might happen at some point, but we just played him in Toronto, nothing happened, and then we wait to the last at-bat to get him, and Bautista goes in with a hard slide, and if Bautista wanted to, I think he really could have probably injured Rugi at that time, and he didn't. He was just going in there to just playing hard ball like we were able to when you could take out guys at second base, and I think Bautista was a little caught off guard, and he got hit. And I love what Bautista said after, because it's kind of tough to come back from getting smoked in the face like that. But he goes, I guess he needed to be a bigger man to knock me out. for Bautista to be the superstar player that he was at the time, to take those questions, to take him head on, and then have something witty to come back with it, I appreciated that. And, sometimes you're going to get caught. And, I remember during the thing, I was trying to get after Rugi, and if you go look at the video, I'm trying to do this, like, jumping Superman punch at him. I don't know why it came to. I remember I was like pretending I was Barry Sanders, going through like all the holes, and then I do this flying jump, and then as I jump, I'm going to raise my hand up, and somebody hits my right arm, and all of a sudden you just see my hair and my head sticking up like I was like a dolphin coming out of water. And I see Rugi, and I'm like, uh-oh, he's got me lined up, and he's about to hit me. And thankfully, I've done enough boxing training and stuff throughout my life that I had my head on a swivel and was able to kind of sway at the last second, and he just grazed me, and I was on top of him at that point, and I was able to grab him and take him down to the ground. But then 3 Rangers jumped on me immediately, and thankfully for Ian Desmond, because I was like, I'm definitely going to get kicked right now. I was like, if there's one guy that these guys probably want to kick, it's probably Bautista or me. and so I'm down on the ground, and then Ian Desmond looked at me and was like, hey, bro, I got no issues with you. I wasn't here for this last year. Just stay here. I got you. And I'm like, thank God. He's like covering my head. And then my former teammate, J.A. Happ, is like, JD, get up. I'm like, I can't get up. I'm on the bottom here. And he's like, give me your hand. So I like reach my hand back, and he yanks me up and pulls me up from the pile. And I was like, all right, now here I go. I see Russell Martin. Russell's like the nicest guy ever until like he redlines. And, then you really don't want to mess with him. And so I remember Baney, and Baney, he's not a small guy. He's probably 6'4", 6'5",
yeah,
probably 260. And Baney was Russell's former coach over in Pittsburgh, and he was trying to settle Russ down. And Russ was probably about 5'10", 5'11", picks Baney up by his chest and like picks him about a foot off the ground and just tosses him like he was a rag doll. And then Sam Dyson came in and speared Russell from behind. And unfortunately for Dyson, Russell used to do a lot of grappling work with GSP.
Wow.
And
damn.
And Russell caught him by his head and popped his eyes out of socket from squeezing his head so hard.
That could be the most in-depth, best retelling of that legendary moment here that we've ever heard on the home of the Rangers with Josh Donaldson, former MVP. Derek Holland just texted saying Josh is good people. Is he coming for the golf? So that sentence, that text would piss off a lot of people because you, along with Bautista, right? And you know this, you're on social media. You guys were like the two hated figures. Did you feel throughout your whole career, was the Rangers fan base the most angry at you? What was it like on social media or dealing with Ranger fans during all that? Josh, did you consider yourself like an irritant? Like, were you trying at all to be like the heel throughout your career?
Well, I mean, the heel per se, I think that, I kind of got put on that, and to some extent, I earned that. And I wasn't running away from it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think Rangers fans, they probably don't have a lot of great memories of being from Oakland And prior to that, we stole the division from you guys on the last day of the season in 2012.
Yep.
After sweeping you guys, and then we won the division again in 13.
You see, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, Holland's going to take that good people line here in a sec.
Yeah, well, Derek's a good guy. I mean, we've hung out and talked. I mean, obviously, once you get into the, you get to know a lot of guys. You get to know a lot of people in the league and stuff like that. When you hang out, everybody, the guys that are normally the biggest, heels, I would say, are normally, some of the better teammates, and they care about it. And I just try to tell people, hey, give me a year, and you'll see that there's a plan behind it all. So.
Oh, okay. Are you a WWE fan?
When I was a kid growing up, I used to really like it. I haven't watched it in a really long time. I think my last really time I was watching it was when Stone Cold Steve Austin was a part of it.
Yeah.
And The Rock and all those guys, NWO. And, so me and my friends, we still talk about those times. We like to relive those.
Third annual Invited Celebrity Classic presented by Choctaw Casino and Resorts, April 15th through the 21st, Las Colinas Country Club, invitedcelebrityclassic.com/tickets. How is your golf game?
It's shaping up right now. I just got all new equipment the past 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and just trying to dial that in. Played yesterday, shot even par.
No.
But tournament time is a little bit different. I just joined up after I retired. I joined this amateur light scratch tour that's around here, just to kind of build up some tournament play. And I'm just excited. I've always enjoyed playing golf. Golf was my first love. I started playing it when I was 18 months old, and now. Every off season, the last 2 or 3 off seasons, I'm like, I really just want to play golf now. And I was kind of starting to get a little upset that I had to leave because my golf game was starting to get tight. Well, now I don't have to leave anymore, so now I get to practice playing golf and, all the things that I did well in baseball as far as, being able to rotate, my body's still in good shape, and so I can swing a golf club pretty decent. And I don't have to run anymore, which is great.
Now, Josh, I'm of the belief I've never played golf in my life. Never picked up a golf stick. I've got a bet specifically with Derek Holland. Derek Holland wants to take me out and film this. I believe that on my first time out, I would shoot an 80. And that's just because it's my first time. I think after a little bit of repetition, muscle memory sets in. I'm probably shooting high 60s, somewhere around there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I would probably err on the side of no. Unless you were just born to have a golf club in your hand, and even with that, I would say it's probably the chances of you breaking 100 the first time out would probably be slim to none.
Absolutely, yeah. He's our irritant here, Josh. So you were much cooler than you were much cooler than we were hoping for. We'd love to see you out there. We're going to take the show out there to the golf tournament. Thank you for the time, and we'll see you in April.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. And if you need to get your tickets, it's at www.invitedcelebrityclassic.com/tickets.
Well done. Future in the media now with the promos and the teases and all that stuff. Are you going into media? What are you doing next besides golf?
I've had a few people approach me about some things right now. I just kind of really feel like I want to take about a year, maybe off, and just kind of get a chance to relax a little bit. I've been on the go, and I've never had an opportunity to enjoy a summer, do vacationing or anything like that. So I kind of just want to take a little bit of R&R and regroup and see what happens from there.
Thank you, boss. We appreciate it. Josh Donaldson on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Bobby introduces you to your newest Cowboy linebacker next.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. We've got them, and we'll get you. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Eric Kendricks, the Cowboys did it. They did something.
Yay!
They signed a 32-year-old linebacker, but not the 32-year-old linebacker we always thought they would.
Yeah.
Or at least when he was 32. And that's Bobby Wagner. Before we jump into the Eric Kendricks news, it stung a little bit. I saw a lot of bruised reaction on social media yesterday from people who were like, why? Why could the Bobby Wagner deal never have happened?
The problem is what you pointed out with Dan Quinn. That's what makes it sting.
Yeah, because Dan Quinn clearly wanted him. Dan Quinn is... That was some of the discussion that had taken place in regards to the Bobby Wagner decision over the last couple of years. People were like, well, look, I mean, if Dan Quinn really wanted him, surely they would have made it happen. So this must mean that he knows him better than anybody else does and sees how much he's slipped, see how much he's lost. Or maybe Bobby Wagner isn't as much of a Dan Quinn fan. Maybe he doesn't want to play for him. There must be something involved here because there's no way the Cowboys would,
he's washed,
quibble with a couple $1 million unless Dan Quinn didn't want him or Bobby Wagner didn't want to be with Dan Quinn. Well, that was all kind of thrown out the window yesterday when the first opportunity post Dallas Cowboys that Bobby Wagner got to reunite with Dan Quinn, he took it and signed with the Washington Commanders yesterday. 1 year, up to $8.5 million.
So all the deals that we have like quote unquote missed out on, they really didn't have any money. We're like $8 million. All right, so you get $8 million to spend on Aaron Jones, Derrick Henry, or Bobby Wagner. Rank them in order. 1, 2, 3.
Give them to me again. Eric Kendricks. Who was it?
Derrick Henry. And Aaron Jones.
With Bobby Wagner in there too?
No Kendricks.
No Kendricks. Okay. I would have gone Wagner, Jones, Henry.
Okay, but you would have put Wagner first.
Yeah. You got to. Your linebackers have to get better
because all these discussions we're having are basically in that 1 year, $8 million range.
Now, if you're telling me I can have Kendricks and one of them, I would probably take Kendricks and then Jones. It would shift a little instead of having Kendricks and Wagner because that's an old duo to have at linebacker. But I do think that Eric Kendricks is going to be a good sign here. It's a little frustrating for people when you look at what Bobby Wagner has done, which we're talking about 10 consecutive years. For all the talk of like, well, he's not the same player as this or that. 10 straight years Bobby Wagner has been named an All-Pro. 10 years in a row. Regardless of scheme, regardless of guys around him, whatever else, he has played at that sort of a level.
Leader, culture,
edge, everything that you would want on this defense.
Which hopefully Kendricks has as well.
Yeah, and I think he does. I mean, we had played the audio earlier today. He clearly does have a little bit of an edge, like when we played his NFL Top 100 audio.
Let's play a clip of it real here. This is from the NFL Top 100. He's made it, 3 different times. Here's part of the profile.
He's like a Waze app. I mean, he's just going to find his way through traffic. He reads it quickly, and then, bam, he just hits it.
What made it special to me was, like, after I had tackled him, as soon as we hit the ground, I put my hand on the ball and ripped it away, and the ball kind of rolled away. It wasn't a fumble or anything, but it just shows you kind of like a little bit how much of a I am at that time. So
he's very smart.
Hey, go to the left. Hey, line, right line. Hey, hey, you're over there. Hey, drop.
A lot of times he may call out your play or what way the run's going.
Hey, line.
Oh man, hold on. He knows what's coming. He's alerting the whole defense.
Which Eric Kendricks made the NFL Top 100 last year. But like obviously he played another year. People may feel like he's lost his step. He's not the same player. But you got to remember, his peers still heading into last year said that's one of the top 100 players in the NFL.
Tony Catalina put out a lot of these numbers. 2023 year in review: 117 tackles, 3.5 sacks in 15 games, 14 starts. The PFF grade was a 72.3. So that is good. It's also extra sweet that he apparently changed his mind about joining the San Francisco 49ers. And then on the back end of all this, Todd Archer is talking about the expected retirement very, very soon this offseason for Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah, and look, the Vander Esch thing was something that you kind of felt like was coming. And it's something where he's probably ready to kind of get his real life underway, head back to Idaho, do whatever he's doing over there. But I mean, he's got a baby on the way. If the baby may actually be here by now. But you're talking about there have been several different times where it's scary. There have been 3 or 4 different times throughout his career, it feels like, where Leighton Vander Esch has been laying on the turf, and we're like, is he going to get up? And so can't blame him for. I think Leighton Vander Esch gave every last bit that he had for the Cowboys and to this team. It's tough that he goes down as another one of these linebackers that the Cowboys have invested in that it had a bad injury history and couldn't stay healthy. You look at Leighton, even Damone Clark, who they drafted recently, fell to them because of an injury concern. Sean Lee, Bruce Carter, Jalen Smith, all guys who broke down and just couldn't sustain it. That is one thing that you're going to have here with Eric Kendricks, is Eric Kendricks, for the most part, has been able to stay healthy and contribute, knows what Mike Zimmer wants, knows how to play the game, knows how to read, react. He is a very high IQ player. A lot of these things we see with busts and problems of guys reading things incorrectly, not being in the right position, that's not going to be Eric Kendricks. Eric Kendricks is going to be where he's supposed to be. And he's going to be, he will, that to me is, I know they've had at different points J-Ron Curse wear the green dot. Other people have worn it for that. I would say Kendricks should have the communications headset. And I would imagine that's what Zimmer's going to want. And so that's the kind of football player that you're getting here. Has he lost a step? Yes, he's 32, 33, whatever he is.
32.
He's not going to be the same player he was 6 years ago in Minnesota or whatever, or 5 years ago when he made an all-pro team. But Eric Kendricks is a much better linebacker than anybody you have on the roster, and probably better than anybody you're going to get as a rookie in the draft. Like, I don't think, you're going to have Colson or Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M or guys like that. I don't think they're going to step in and play to the level that Eric Kendricks is going to give you next year. So it is, to me, in the same vein as the move to go get Cooks or Gilmore last year.
You know how we were talking about, we have been talking about the simplification of college offenses and how it changes the scouting for quarterbacks and receivers. Has that changed at all for linebackers with the devaluing of them and then maybe not playing the run as much in the pass happy football world that we live in?
I think that in the spread offense era and the, some of this read option stuff and the era of these mobile quarterbacks and things and those reads that you have to make against people like Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts and offenses that do that, I think there's an even greater emphasis on the quality of linebacker. I do think that, it's not the same 3 linebacker defense. It's not a 4-3 defense league anymore. It is a nickel defense. It's 4-2-5. 4 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive backs. That's what the NFL's at nowadays because it's a 3 receiver league. But with the read option and everything else that's involved and how much linebackers are asked to do in coverage, play the run, play the option, I think that having good ones matters a ton. And when you look at, we've talked about this, when you look at the 4 teams that were in the conference title this year, look at them. They all had really good linebacker play. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw in San Francisco. Kansas City's got Nick Bolton and Willie Gay. You've got, Baltimore, who had Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith. Detroit had invested in, Alex Anzalone and had drafted Jack Campbell. And so, it has been a position that the better teams in the NFL generally have good ones. And you had really bad ones for the most part last year, especially after Vander Esch went down and DeMarvion Overshown wasn't able to get out there. I think that Overshown, Kendricks, and somebody that you draft, and maybe another veteran that they bring in here, I think you're starting to get together the core of a solid linebacker group, and that's what's important.
Jake Ferguson, my favorite player on offense, and I'm hoping that Overshown can be my favorite Cowboy on defense after our training camp interviews with him last year.
Yeah, and he was so good in the preseason before he got hurt. You watch, the instincts were all there. That was one that I think, low key, if you're going to look at the way that the Cowboys, when you look at injuries or other things, like Diggs was obviously a major injury for them. And at different points, guys were banged up. Tyron missed a few games. But I think that when you look at when they lost Overshown, I think that was really tough for Dan Quinn. I think Quinn had a lot of plans for Overshown being used as a really versatile, schematic piece.
And does the Dan Quinn, Bobby Wagner acquisition also kind of help us point to who was responsible for the undersized linebackers in the second half of the season or throughout the season? because a lot of people are like, "Oh, Dan Quinn, he wants safeties in this system," or was that what he was given?
It's necessity, I think. It's like, he had bigger linebackers. He had Clark. He had Van Der Esch. Van Der Esch got hurt. Clark wasn't playing very well. Like, it was almost just out of necessity. They had to play Bell in the box. They've had to at times play Curse in the box. I think that's more what that was about. While we have just a little bit of time here left, I do want to address something that a lot of people were getting duped by.
Josh Donaldson being awesome.
Oh, the Fantex love Josh Donaldson. There were a couple who were just like, "Why are you interviewing the enemy?" But for the most part, everybody thought Josh Donaldson was really good. No, yesterday there were a number of people getting duped by a fake Tyron Smith account.
Yes.
So if you are on social media and you're seeing these Tyron Smith quotes about, "I want the Cowboys to call me. Let's work this out. My greatest regret is never winning the Super Bowl for Romo. I'm not going to do that to Dak."
Yep.
That's not really Tyron Smith. That is actually, if you go back throughout history, that is an old account that was used as a fan account, that not 105 to the fan, but a Cowboys fan account that has since changed its name and duped a lot of people. Our boy Newey Scruggs, I think, got bitten by it yesterday.
Oh, really? And I had a long talk with Newey on the phone.
I think
I should have given him the heads up.
New Dog got bit by it last night. But yeah, if you see the Tyron Smith quotes from social media, if you see the screenshot on Facebook, ignore it. It's fake. Tyron Smith does not use social media, and he never would.
Dak Prescott's accuser sits down to explain her side of the story, and some are not happy about Aaron Rodgers possibly being your next vice president. Probably going to break the TruckRack.com text line after this before Crosstalk with KMZ right here on The Fan. But let me get you on over to Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the world champion Texas Rangers, your go-to for the best Q around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state. Hurtado specializes in premium Tex-Mex barbecue. You want to go ahead and try something different? My guy Brandon has it for you. Whether you're craving the El Jefe, featuring 1/3 pound each of juicy brisket, pulled pork, spare ribs, chicken quarter, burnt ends, and sausage. It's served with 2 sides. Or pick up some delicious Texas Twinkies, the burrito tacos that everyone raves about. My father-in-law's favorite, brisket tostadas, my wife's favorite, and make sure to save some room for a homemade pies. Visit Hurtado Barbecue today. Locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, and now open in Mansfield. And make sure to pick up some Hurtado at the Globe this year with their second location in the stadium. For all your catering needs or private events, visit HurtadoBBQ.com, Hurtado Barbecue, and tell them Sean for The Fan sent you.
Soda Weight Loss and Rally House.
Time to play ball, Texas. Get ready for baseball season at Rally House with the latest and most popular Rangers gear. From the new 2024 jerseys to on-field headwear and the hottest fashion tees to the best in-home decor. Gear up for baseball season at your local Rally House or online at rallyhouse.com.
Sean and RJ is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out with the lawn flu. Got the allergies from cutting his grass.
The beta flu is what we're calling it.
Yeah.
Because that'll really get to him. That might draw him off sides to come in tomorrow, as if he heard he was called a beta.
And Bobby and I will have the bet on the line. I know Choppy will be back tomorrow. Bobby thinks he won't. And then we have Chris Strong filling in very well for Pay.
I guess I'll just have to ask Sarah if he's going to be in tomorrow.
What box did she check?
Exactly.
Yes or no. Football news coming in?
We do have some football news. You see, when you produce on the field, when you win games, you get extensions. You get rewarded for that. So the Detroit Lions have locked in general manager Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. They both get extensions through the 2027 season. So you'll have to deal with the combo of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell in the NFC for the next 4 years at least.
And that GM was sitting at the podium after the year like, didn't you doubt us? Didn't you doubt us?
Yeah, like he was pulling receipts. He was very much just like pointing out everybody like, hey, I remember what you said about our draft pick. I remember what you did over here. And look, they got their results. Biting off kneecaps. It works, man.
WFAA Channel 8 sat down with Dak Prescott's accuser like they should do as an organization who practices journalism. And they got part one of her account on what happened with Dak.
Is Dak Prescott, quarterback of America's team. And this is Victoria.
So,
the woman accusing him of rape.
It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest, but I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that to happen to me.
Victoria, who asked us not to show her face, told me the alleged assault happened in 2017. She met Dak through her work as a bar waitress, she said, and at his invitation, went out with him and others for drinks. Dak and Victoria were in the bar parking lot in an SUV, she claims, when he gestured to his other friends in the car to exit.
I froze and, he pulls my pants down and pants weren't even all the way, off of my legs. So it's just an awkward position and it's just tight and it was heavy.
In a demand letter sent to Dak and his attorneys, Victoria and her lawyers claim she did not want to have sex and verbalized those wishes. In exchange for $100 million, they said they would forgo pursuing criminal charges. Dak did not agree to pay any money. Instead, his attorney claimed in an interview with WFAA Monday that Victoria's story is a complete lie.
Mr. Prescott remembers the night, remembers going out and spending time with her and her friends, but obviously nothing even close to along the lines of what she's alleging here happened.
By the way, Levi McCatherine, Dak's attorney, hit me back finally last night. He said, thanks for the show invite. I'm on spring break with my kid. I think it's pretty clear what is going on. Really sad to see them trying to profit off one of the best guys in the league and in Dallas. I could not be prouder to represent Dak Prescott. I will text you if we decide to come on. So that was part one of her account. Here is part two.
Monday, Dak sued Victoria and her lawyers, claiming he was being extorted. He also filed a criminal report against Victoria in Prosper for attempted theft by coercion.
In our mind, we're saying you raped somebody and you want to file a lawsuit.
Attorneys Yoel and Bethel Zahai represent Victoria. Told me Tuesday they're not only going to countersue Dak in civil court, they are also now pursuing criminal charges against him for sexual assault. Tuesday afternoon, the Dallas Police Department confirmed it had received a police report and is investigating.
They're trying to send a message that, hey, we're Goliath, and if you don't put this thing away, X, Y, Z is going to happen.
But, we're not afraid of Mr. Prescott or his legal team at all. We're ready to fight back, and we are going to fight back.
Victoria told me she did not initially come forward because she thought people would blame her.
That maybe I allowed it or they blame me because, I'm a girl. Why do you hang out? Like, why did you even agree to go out with him? Like,
By the way,
I was just scared.
Victoria told me she's not afraid anymore and will move forward with her pursuit of criminal charges. In Arlington, I'm Sydney Persing.
So there you go. For all you journalism professors out there, that's how you do it. WFAA talking with her, the attorney, and Levi McCatherine. We'll see if Levi ends up coming up on the Fan. By the way, the list of bad optics for her attorney kind of gets a little bit longer. You got $100 million as he's hitting free agency. You got it 7 years later. And then some people dug up as his Cowboys past.
Yeah, some people found a comment on a David Hellman NFL on Fox video.
Oh,
Hellman was backing Dak for something like last year. It was
call Hellman to the stand.
Video. And he goes, the attorney there that you just heard from for this woman had commented on the Facebook post and said, as an objective Cowboys fan, I hate delusional Cowboys fans like Dave who don't hold Dak accountable. Dude is garbage, point blank, period. So he's not a fan of Dak Prescott on the football field as a Cowboys fan. So
that's right. That's like Dak and his Romo tweets.
Do you think that instead of it's Jerry trying to win the negotiation, do you think it's this Cowboys fan being like, I want to get him off the roster so
I want
bad.
to build a better team.
I want a new court. I want Trey Lance to get his opportunity.
Jeez Louise. You know what? Nothing, no type of conspiracy theory is too crazy for this world.
Where's Kate Middleton? Where is she?
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. So the two most often follow-up questions on Twitter yesterday were, why don't you have on the girl from Jerry's sexual assault lawsuit that keeps getting pushed back? KNC actually did reach out to try to contact her and get her on. So KNC already checked that box. And then why don't you have on Jerry's possible daughter? That's not a crime. That's some National Enquirer type stuff where you get Maury to Dr. Phil Springer, you are not the father. So comparing Jerry having a mystery daughter to sexual assault really makes you look like you're pretty insensitive and that you're reaching. So that one gets swatted out of here. And KNC reached out and tried to get the girl on involved in the Jerry lawsuit where he allegedly kissed her on the mouth and grabbed her without consent at AT&T Stadium. So those are the follow-ups on that. 877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. May as well keep the text line rolling with some Aaron Rodgers opposition to being the vice president.
Yeah, look, we talked about this the other day. There is discussion that Aaron Rodgers could be the vice president selection, the running mate on the ticket with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And so that's been a talking point. And a lot of people, I think we've all reacted to that and we chuckle at it, right? We just kind of go like, oh gosh, this crazy story. What is Aaron going to do next? But that's ridiculous. I am starting to change my tune on it. I think that he should run for vice president, and I might just vote for him now. I might vote for this RFK Aaron Rodgers ticket.
Well, people are trying to go ahead and dig up Florio. Florio is not going to vote for them. Very unhappy. And there were some CNN people saying that Aaron Rodgers came up to them at an event and questioned Sandy Hook and dismissed it like Alex Jones did. That was a story on ProFootballTalk.com yesterday.
Well, here's the thing. I would have also said this is crazy. I'm not going to do it. I might be changing my tune a little bit because of the people that are coming out so against it. And I don't want to be aligned with those people.
Oh.
And so the first one is Mad Dog Russo. Chris Mad Dog Russo. I never want to be in lockstep with Mad Dog.
The biggest coward in media.
The last time I was in lockstep with Mad Dog was when I held the door open for him at Super Bowl last year. And he went, thank you, as I held the door open. But no, Chris Mad Dog Russo yesterday went off on the idea of Aaron Rodgers being a vice president.
You are not ready. You are a quarterback. Wait, I don't want him representing me in government. This is ridiculous that he is going to let you. So I'm going, quarterback. I almost sit there and say, you know what, go be the VP. You got no chance of winning, and then you'll disappear. But Rodgers should come out and say, I am the Jets quarterback. And he won't.
He's just a worked up Jets fan more than anything.
I would have
else.
lost a lot of money that freaking Chris Russo gets played on this show the day that RJ Choppy is out, that you would go and get that audio.
Look, it was just, it's to show how much I now am changing my own tune on things. But the bigger one, more than Mad Dog, because Mad Dog, he's gonna do his. I actually do. Look, I do love when Mad Dog does the walk up to the camera and he's yelling in his New York accent, and it is entertaining. But the serious take from someone that, I mean, if you told me Dan Orlovsky, I might be willing to side with Dan Orlovsky more than the person we're about to play, because the person who really came out and said, whose fault it is that Aaron Rodgers is talking like he's going to run for VP? That's old Donald Trump, and it was Jamel Hill yesterday.
Oh my!
It would be amusing if it weren't also terrifying, and if it weren't also meaning that we were picking, arguably the most important leader in the world. When you look at all the things that have happened, I mean, we have a presidential candidate who's running, who is facing 91 indictments, who owes so much money because of liable rape allegations, because of what he owes the state of New York. I mean, there's so much there that you now look at the possibility of Aaron Rodgers being a serious vice presidential candidate and say to yourself, well, it's not the weirdest thing that we've seen, because look at our current politics. So there are some jokes to be made, but there's also a part, I think, running through everybody's mind that's saying, okay, this is jacked up, but I could actually see it happening. Maybe not in winning, but this seriously becoming a campaign.
RFK and AR. That's my ticket. If Jamel Hill's against it, I'm for it. That's my general policy.
So let me get this straight. You were the biggest opposition towards the attorney interview on KNC. You, and I respect this part about you.
I wasn't the biggest opposition. J-Tuck was.
Worried about station backlash. Don't make comments in the put on your chapstick. I can't take you seriously. So my
lips are chapped.
You were against having all that backlash, and you go and you pull Jamel Hill and Aaron Rodgers and Donald Trump audio. And so explain to me the difference in backlash and fan reaction towards what we're getting right now over that topic.
Well, mine was more about Aaron Rodgers. We had already talked about the topic, and I was in agreement on the topic. But this is more like, if the two biggest idiots in media essentially are against it, I now have to be for it.
Oh, okay. So you don't love Jamel Hill?
No, Jamel Hill should go the way of Deadspin. She just needs to be pushed out forever. Her and Mad Dog. But like I said, I would side with Orlovsky on a take before I'd side with that shrieking woman.
The one who hosts 5 a.m.?
Jamel Hill?
No, on our station.
No, I love Amy Lawrence.
Oh, Amy Lawrence, that's right.
That's it. Peyton loved her so much he named his fantasy football team after her.
Did he?
Yeah, one year his team was just Amy Lawrence.
By the way, Steph and Draymond missing last night, and the Mavericks getting that 10-point win. Steph Curry hinting at maybe a political run, saying maybe. Would you vote for Steph Curry?
Depends on what Jamel Hill has to say about it. I'll make up my mind once I hear what she has to say.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece.
Let's do it.
Next, put down that. I'm going to shove that chapstick down your damn throat. Put it down. Bleed again, for all I care. I'd rather have blood all over me than have you. Don't mark that, Chris. Let me get to my commercial. Can I talk about the professionalism of Trajan Wealth? TrajanWealth.com. The website is TRAJAN Wealth.com. Go ahead and hit them up, because they know how to get you closer to your goals and to that retirement. In order to get more info, you can go to the website, TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. It is my guy, Jeff Jr., and his team of professionals with 3 different offices that you can stop by. What is your patience level? What is your time horizon? They're going to go ahead and build your portfolio based upon your own patience, how long you want to wait, how long you can wait. It starts all from a foundation of mutual respect and understanding. Trajan will dedicate the time needed to listen to your goals and educate you on all the different options to reflect your values. They look at a longer time horizon and they incorporate the economic cycle into the considerations of your investments. They're constantly checking and evaluating the markets for you. And they opened up about 65 minutes ago. Hit them up, tell them you're a Tolo, and set up your free complimentary sit-down appointment. 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Well LLC and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Paid advertisement.
I'm Trisha Crick with BetQL. In a season known for its incredible scoring explosions, NBA unders are hitting at over 65% since the All-Star break. No one's been more profitable to this trend than the
segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece as Mike Bassick is on the Zoom back in Surprise, Arizona. What up, Mikey?
Hello. Do I sound okay in Arizona?
Great. How long did you wait for the rental car this time?
So 5 minutes.
Ooh. You didn't have Thrifty, did you?
I had Enterprise.
Oh.
We'll pick you up.
They're pretty good, man.
They were great.
So jealous.
Why are you back out there?
Tonight at 8 p.m. on Bally Sports Southwest, Jared Sandler and I will be calling the Rangers and Reds game from Surprise, Arizona.
What's special about the Rangers and Reds game?
Well, it's a doubleheader. We're not calling the first part of the doubleheader. The first game is the spring breakout game, and so if you haven't heard about this, every team in spring training is putting together what they would consider their best prospect team, and so the Rangers prospect team pitching today will be Brock Porter, Jack Leiter, Mark Church, supposedly. Those three will definitely be getting the ball. And then you'll have Sebastian Walcott. It's his birthday today, I believe.
It is.
Turning 18 years old today, so he'll be at shortstop. So you have a 7-inning spring breakout game, and then afterwards the Major League Reds team, at least in spring training here, and the Rangers, led by John Gray on the mound tonight, will be on Bally Sports Southwest.
How do you signal with Sandler or like touch each other to not like talk over each other?
I would also like to know that.
Yeah, how do y'all touch each other?
And do you always watch the screen to broadcast?
I watch the screen for the pitch. Once the ball is put in play, my eyes go to the field.
Okay.
So I look at the field beforehand to maybe get an idea on where the fielders are positioned.
Mm-hmm.
So are they playing in the outfield straight up, shade oppo, shade to pull? I mean, it seems like a lot of times now, no matter who is up left-handed, they're going to shift the infield as much as you possibly can with the new rules. But yes, I can't tell balls and strikes from, even though you're closer here than you are like in Arlington, you can't really tell balls and strikes from just sitting behind here and watching the pitch come in live. So you have to watch that off the television.
Oppo is opposite field, Sean, if
Thanks.
you needed any help with that.
Appreciate it. I'm used to Choppy's abbreviation.
Baseball show a record here.
Trying to help.
Got it up there. Yeah.
Him and Choppy probably has every baseball abbreviation in T-shirt.
I can see that.
fashion.
He does have a very impressive array of baseball T-shirts.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Guys, the Cowboys gain a player, lose a player, and all the other free agency happenings right out of the gate. There is I don't know if you've heard about the spring breakout game. This is a game where all the young players play. We'll be doing that at 12:20 today.
I do know about that. There's more to it than just that.
And then at 11:20, what missed opportunity do you still regret? And this is based off of yesterday. My son found out that Tyreek Hill was at rec center in our neighborhood, and he went to go see. No, he's not going to the Cowboys. That's not what's going on.
Challenging plus size models to one-on-one games,
and he wanted he wanted to go be around him for something, but he wanted to do a bit while he was there because my kid's my kid. So
what was the bit?
Peely's biggest op. Not his biggest opposition. Is Peely. I'm sorry. Tyreek Hill's biggest op is Peely. Peely is a character from Fortnite who dresses like a banana. So Avery wanted to wear a banana costume and go stand there and just watch him play basketball and see if he could distract him.
Does he have a banana costume?
He found a banana costume. One of his friends has one, and he actually did go. So
there's your tease.
We'll get to the rest of it.
Wow, Sean, is there anybody that you would want to interview so badly that if they said, "But the only way we'll do this interview,"
Dak's attorney.
Fair enough. That's my fault for asking.
Go on, you opened that up.
That is my fault for asking. Well played. We offered.
What's the rest? Don't let it throw you off that much.
That you would wear a banana suit. They're like, that's the only way we'll do this interview if you wear a banana suit during it.
Oh, man. Probably Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah. Although the most demeaning job in my life, Rockford Lightning, first year out of college, I had to dress up as the mascot for a few games.
Shut up. Are there pictures of this?
I don't know, but if
What
they
year was
ever,
this?
if they ever
what was
got
the name? Rockford Lightning?
yeah, Rockford Peaches.
What year was this?
If they ever got out, I have that, and then I got banned from Royals extracurricular events because the hot dog race, I was one of the hot dogs, and I dove across to win, and you weren't supposed to hit the ground and mess up the suit.
Oh,
but I tried to win, by the edge of the weenie, and I went head first straight into the dirt, and they said, no more. You are not take me out to the ball game anymore. You're not doing.
Did you have to pay like a dry cleaning bill or anything for that?
It got ugly.
Okay.
It got
no.
George Brett got involved. He has a dry cleaning bill himself from crab legs, but that's my story.
I love this. I just thanks for the Rockford Lightning tip. That gave me a lot of Google shortcuts.
How are you gonna know it's me if you find the mascot photo?
Well, I mean, I definitely found your.
pretend.
I found your 20-year-old blog posts, NFL shots from the sheriff.
From the
RussellStreetReport.com. Sean Sharif's article.
Our new 10 o'clock segment, NFL shots from Sharif.
I'm trying to be.
I love home field advantage.
Hey,
Vegas says it's worth 2 points. Teams wrestle for it during the regular season. It provides an undeniable edge to the host team in search of that elusive
and it's still
championship.
probably better than what you write for the fan website.
Oh my God.
If you do even write for it anymore. Cowboys inside my. Oh, that's Skip Bayless who
Team
said
Goodell. You wrote an article that you were Team Goodell?
I don't remember, Bobby. That was a long time ago.
We're doing this to
why is Dylan Cease not a Ranger, Mike?
Well, I will say this. Why am I drawing a blank off the top of my head? The San Diego Padres general manager, AJ Preller, he is a big gambler, and they haven't really paid off.
Yeah.
He went after Juan Soto, and he went after I'm drawing a
Darvish,
and he obviously gave a lot of money to Manny Machado. I mean, he's been a huge gambler in his career, and it's kind of he goes back and forth in big moves. In a way, if I was a general manager, I would be afraid that I might be like AJ Preller. Because he goes to extremes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going all in, or I'm going all out, and I'm going all back in. And I feel like the way to match that offer or to beat that offer, you had to put in Sebastian Walcott, the 18-year-old shortstop, and you had to probably put in Brock Porter, your best pitching prospect. And if you did that, then I think the White Sox say, wait a second, San Diego, we have a better offer on the table. But I just don't think the Rangers wanted to go down the route of trading. After the first month of this Major League season, Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford will be off your prospect list. Your number 1 and 2 prospects in your organization will be Walcott, your number 1 prospect, Brock Porter, your number 2 prospect. So you are going to probably have to trade your number 1 and number 2 prospect in your organization. And I give it to AJ Preller. When he decides he wants to do something, I mean, he goes all in.
Yeah, it's a dream for fans. Like, they go and get all the star players. It just has not worked out. I was hoping it was going to be more of a sell job there, and then they go and they get the cheaper Dylan Cease, and I'm just worried the Rangers were only in because it was such a bargain.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in this. I mean, we talked about Jordan Montgomery for the longest time, and I know people still hold out hope, even though that's not going to happen. This felt like a new hope to reinvigorate your starting rotation that we feel better about after the All-Star break as opposed to right now. I wish they could have gotten it done.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Can I say this, Corey?
Yeah, go ahead.
AJ Preller might trade him in July.
I could see that when they
to the Rangers.
Do the Rangers trade for Dylan Cease?
To the Rangers.
To the Rangers.
Yeah. To the Rangers? I can't say to the – I don't know, but, I mean, that's A.J. Preller can shift very quickly into a selling mode after a buying mode. So I think the Rangers will probably look for a starting pitcher at the deadline as long as they're in the race. Max Scherzer's supposed to be back in June. Mally's supposed to be back sometime in July. And then I won't say hopeful. They're thinking maybe Jacob deGrom comes back in August or September. So I think that they'll have a better idea at the end of June where the veteran pitchers who are rehabbing right now are at, and if they need to add another starting pitcher, or they know that Scherzer's going to be healthy the rest of the way, Mally's going to be healthy the rest of the way, and we're getting optimistic on Jacob deGrom pitching in 2024.
Do we get a little concerned? The level of play in the playoffs and the World Series is extremely different. Everything's a lot tighter. And you pretty much rolled out Montgomery and Nate Eovaldi because you knew those were your best options to win, because they knew how to win in those big-time situations whenever everything's on the line. Do we concern ourselves too much with that when we start thinking about treading water until the cavalry shows up? Because I have a lot of faith in Dane Dunning. I have a lot of faith in the other guys that during the regular season, they can keep them in games to win. But I feel like everybody's like, we have to have another ace on this staff to start the season. Otherwise, we're screwed forever. And I feel like Dane Dunning and the Andrew Heaney's and that can get us through maybe till June, July, when we start going, okay, we really have to do some work here.
I hope you're right. My just concern was Bochy did not seem to have that confidence in Dunning come the playoffs.
Well, again, that's playoff time, and that's where I wonder if that's a different factor. Just he never had that experience. They were concerned about his again, everything's your margin for error is so much thinner there, and I wonder if he's developed a little bit more and has the ability to say, you know what, I can get us through 10 games here really
Especially
strong.
the new pitch.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, the game will also be on the Fan tonight. So there you go. Mike Bassick and Jared Sandler on television. Are you wearing anything special, or is it the old collared shirt, Michael?
I think in spring training it is the collared shirt, because if it's not, I need to go find a place to go buy a suit, and I'm 99.9 sure that I am just wearing a collared shirt.
You're not no tuxedo?
No, I wore a tuxedo. Was it Friday or Saturday night? I can't remember my nights. Friday night.
Well,
I
what?
did go to a good Italian place.
What?
Sean, there's a good Italian place.
What is it?
It's called like Carboni and Vino. Carboni Vino in the Design District. I'll give them a shout out. Like, obviously, I paid for my food.
Yeah, you probably get a sponsor there first. Will Choppy be back
Not
tomorrow?
on our show.
God, I hope so that we can go over this 2007 NFL draft preview you wrote on Russell Street Report. I really want to go over this.
Did he nail it? Did he get all the pictures?
Do you have Jamarcus as a superstar?
Yeah, I mean, I love the opening to it. Liar, fraud, phony. No, this isn't a recap of my girlfriend cheating on me. It's a preview of the 2007 draft.
What? This is the greatest.
Fine, I'll just go ask Fish for all the articles. For all the articles you tried to write for him.
They're all under his name. So
fine. Two, not. Holy crap!
We're back tomorrow, Chris. Good job. Hit the button, please.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1 point. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And holy moly, please turn your audio down. There we go, Corey.
Person that can hear that. Nobody else can hear that out there. This is like the show must go on, Kevin.
Enough.
Just ignore it and move on.
Nothing happened. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford, and coming at us live from Surprise, it is Mr. Ranger himself, Mike Bassick. Good
Mr.
morning.
Ranger.
Yeah.
I want to get a big head.
Okay, you already have a big head,
Done.
Mike.
So I'm here. It's 8 a.m. It's beautiful. And I'm going to tell a story to start off the KNC Masterpiece.
I'm down with that.
Is this on the run sheet?
This isn't on the run sheet. I just remembered this because I woke up at 5:30 in the morning here and got in a little bit of exercise and then ate breakfast and got over here at 7 a.m. because I'm also an engineer now. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also putting together equipment so I can and look how it sounds.
It sounds great.
It sounds awesome, dude. I'm pretty impressed.
So maybe I'm Mr. Ranger Engineer.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's an interesting thought, Mike.
So my first time to come to spring training without being a baseball player was 2009, and I was with Norm Hitchkiss on the Norm Hitchkiss Show. And I'll always remember this, and I remembered it a lot this morning because when I woke up, the sun wasn't up. So I saw the sunrise this morning, and it's just beautiful out here with the mountains in the background. The weather's great. It's in the low 60s right now. It's supposed to get up to 70. And on our first broadcast, we set up, and Norm Hitchkiss asked me, he says, Mike, have you ever seen Dawn? And I thought, what did he just ask me? And so I repeat what he said, and I said,
have you ever seen Dawn?
Have I ever seen Dong?
Oh, no.
What?
That's what you heard, Mike?
Yeah. And I thought.
From a radio legend or a sports legend, and that's what you think he asked you?
And I think he said, have I ever seen Dawn in the morning? And I thought, have I ever, in the clubhouse? I guess so. We do have to get dressed. We have to take off our street clothes and put on our baseball clothes. So I'm thinking, yeah, I have, but this is a weird way to start off spring training. So now that I saw the sunrise and I saw dawn here in Surprise, Arizona again, it reminded me of the legend of Norm Hitchkiss when he asked me if I ever saw dawn in the morning when I thought it was another word.
Now, you got game number 1 for you tonight. What game do you think you'll roll out that story for the TV broadcast while people can also listen to the game tonight?
That to Jared as your notes.
Right here on the Fan.
That will be, we'll see sunset here. We won't see sunrise. And dawn is not at night. Dawn is in the morning, right? We just call it sunset. Is there any other word for the sunset? We have dawn for sunrise.
Dusk.
Oh, dusk. That's right. Dawn and dusk.
There's a movie called From Dusk Till Dawn.
That's the Selma. What's her name?
Oh yeah, Hayek.
And then they're vampires.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Something like that.
I stopped watching right after that scene.
I think it is, but I'm in surprise. Can you hear the birds chirping?
I can hear the birds chirping. Leaf blower guy's not out yet, so that's awesome. He's not rocking out there. Is Jake doing some work?
Let me tell you something. I do not see, maybe we just need to come here later. I do not see puddles. I don't think he has to work. The cement is dry right now. There's a few puddles, so maybe he has to come out here, but I don't think he has to work that hard in mid-March.
Man, from the 806.
Oh, my God.
Mike unhinged all on his own in Surprise. This could get amazing. It is kind of different because...
Don't support this.
No, I'm not saying I support it yet. But what I'm saying is we're not in direct proximity. Now, Mike, we've never physically done anything to you. Kevin has not physically. He just looks darts at you whenever he's unhappy with you. But we've never fit. And so it is kind of different you being out of our reach now, or out of reach of Kevin's darts, if you will.
Yeah.
This is a little different because now do you feel a little more frisky, like you have a little more freedom here?
I don't know.
Okay, all
right.
right.
We'll find out. We're only 5 minutes into the show, but I do miss you guys out here. it is a little bit different being in the booth by myself. I like 3 guys in one little booth.
Yes, that is a lot better, and it looks less crowded in that booth for sure.
I got space, man.
But Kevin, I am a little sad that he doesn't have cereal boxes and fly swatters behind him.
Like during COVID?
During COVID when he was in his closet the whole time. Oh, he does have a banana, though, and that thing's wilted. And there's a water bottle. Kevin, anything else that you want to see from Mike?
We're 6 minutes into this show. My concern level, not just for today or tomorrow or for this season, is high. However, my concern level for the Dallas Mavericks is considerably lower. Let's go to cut number 1 if we can, because the Mavs got work done yesterday.
By Kyrie Irving. That is a wide receiver contested catch. And it's another slam dunk for Daniel Gafford, the man who cannot miss.
Damn right. And again, we've talked about this. I realize it is against an opponent, especially a Stephless opponent, that you're not going to say that the Warriors are one of the best teams in the league. But this felt like another emphatic victory that they've been stacking up. And quite frankly, at this point, you need every victory that you can get.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Steph on the court, it stretches everything out defensively more for the Mavericks. It felt like last night they were like, we got to go to the basket. And we got to make something happen. And then every time they did, Daniel Gafford was like, I got you, buddy. I'm going to swat that. Good luck. And it was great to see the physical presence on defense from everybody on the court last night. From the get last night, Mike, I felt like Luka was engaged and involved on the defensive side.
Which we talked about yesterday or the day before.
And you have to have that for sure. And I just felt like there was more of that there. I always watch Exum and feel like he doesn't know where he's going, but somehow he gets to his destination. It looks erratic. It looks like my 7-year-old like trying to dribble up the court, but somehow he gets to where he's going and the ball ends up going somewhere. But it was a lot of fun watching their defensive effort last night, and that's what that's going to take for the rest of the stretch for them to be a real, true contender. They can play low-scoring games like that and win as long as they put out that type of defensive work.
I could only obviously see the score through the app. It wasn't on national television, and it's kind of during the time where I was landing and everything like that. So I saw that it was a pretty contested game. Through 3 quarters for the most part. But I am worried, so you guys are going to have to help me. I'm asking a question here. Do you think Luka's fine for the next game,
No.
or is this... Okay.
Again, Jason Kidd did tell us that they'll know more today. So, Mike, I don't have inside information on this. I'm just kind of putting together what seems logical to me, is because the Mavericks are on the road tonight against the Thunder. I realize in terms of NBA road trips, that is not a lengthy one, but you think about it, they don't play again until Sunday, and that's a home game against the Nuggets, and obviously they just were at home. If he's good to go, great, but if the alternative is you get to stay here, we're going to go through some rehab just to be safe, and you'll play again on Sunday back in your home arena without having to go anywhere, that makes the most logistical sense to me.
I hear you. I guess, Corey, when I saw last night, I believe the Pelicans lost. I was looking at scores, and I didn't see. I went to bed. I'm assuming Sacramento beat the Lakers, but I'm following right now. We are to the point where every Pelicans, Phoenix, Golden State, LA, Sacramento, Dallas game is just... You're so packed in. It was great that you beat Golden State because now you're 2.5 up from falling to possibly the 10 spot. But you're getting that win last night helps you maybe get into that 5 or 6 slot. So if Luka has to miss tonight, I get it. I understand. There is a bigger picture than just tonight. But I saw him play Oklahoma City last time and blow them out. Now, Oklahoma City probably wants revenge tonight. And if Luka's out, I don't think they have a chance.
Well,
in fact, if Luke is out, I don't know, should you just sit out Kyrie Irving too? Just because you know his injury history, and should you just say, we're just forfeiting the game and we're going to let Jaden Hardy and we're going to let Omax Prosper and we're going to let these guys play and we're going to get prepared to try to beat Denver at home.
And if it gives you a little bit of insight, nothing official that I've seen yet this morning, but the line for tonight's game, OKC minus 10.5. I think that gives you pretty good insight into the likelihood of what's going to happen. I mean, Oklahoma City's a damn fine team, and they're at home, but there ain't no way this is a 10.5-point spread with Luka.
Okay. TNT's not going to be happy about that.
I could see that.
Yeah, and you know what? They can deal with it. I do want to go back to the defensive part of it, Kevin.
Yes.
And the centers part of it. I know we have like a lot of work to do with those guys, but like it is nice right now to know that you have that and that the rest of the NBA doesn't typically. We'll get into more of that at like noon today, but that's something that I'm loving watching him, Gafford, and Lively play right now.
Okay, I swear I'm seriously asking this. I get that long term you go defense all day at the center position, but how unbelievable is it that we're now at 5 straight games, 33 straight shots made by Daniel Gafford, 2 off what we believe is the all-time record from Wilt Chamberlain. Again, we talked about this yesterday. I'm not saying his shot chart is all the way out. Who cares? It's 5 games and 33 straight shots. That's incredible to me.
Yeah, that's an awesome statistic because you feel the efficiency from that position. Whereas, again, I don't want to harp too much, Mike. I'm not going to go drive by here on him, but with Dwight Powell, you felt like if you gave him the ball, it was either going back out to somebody or it was hitting the bottom of the rim when he went up for something. And it was frustrating. You have somebody that can actually do something there. But then on the other side, too, the other part of it was watching PJ Washington defensively last night. I feel like he's more comfortable in their defense and what they're trying to do right now. He looked confident in making plays and what was being asked of him. And I love that whenever people get the ball against him, they don't just go, man, I have an easy bucket right now. They look frustrated with him.
Maybe this is too optimistic, but if you look at it this way, Daniel Gafford's catch radius and Derek Lively's catch radius, if you take Dwight Powell's and you extend it 2 feet in a big circle, isn't that what you have now? So for Luka or Kyrie throwing lob passes or throwing, catches around the basket, you have 2 more feet of variance that guy's going to go up and catch the ball where you didn't have that with Dwight Powell. And the other thing, too, talking about P.J. Washington, I'm going to throw this question out to you. How much better do you think he is, or do you think he's better at all than Dorian Finney-Smith? Because that team made it to the conference finals. And so P.J. Washington has pretty much taken Dorian Finney-Smith's job, and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively have taken Dwight Powell's job. So I'm just asking, do you think P.J. Washington is a better overall player than Dorian Finney-Smith?
I do.
I do slightly. Here's the thing, not to ride the fence too much. I think there are absolutely nights where he can be not only worse, but potentially significantly worse. But I also think there are nights that he could be significantly better. He has more ebb and flow than Dorian Finney-Smith, but I would give him an edge.
The defensive, Dorian Finney-Smith I thought was a fantastic defender, and whenever asked to do something, he just did it. He was like, I got it. I'll defend the 4. Hell, I'll defend the 5 if y'all need me to. And he was an efficient 3-point shooter during that stretch for sure. But there always felt like there was something missing. Now, this goes to another question on Luka's game is everybody getting open passes because Luka's this guy, or are they getting the open passes because they're the last option and everybody collapsed on Luka because they had to and there's 1 second to shoot, and you just have to be ready for that. Gafford said that. He was like, look, man, you just have to be ready for things around Luka, and that's part of the game. But what you were seeing last night was everybody was involved. Like, everybody got those touches, so they were more excited, more anticipatory of what was about to happen. When it comes to P.J. Washington's game, I love that he can get to and around the basket with little floaters. He can dunk. He can do things around the basket. I need a little more efficiency, though, from his 3-point shot in the corners for sure. I'm going to need that from him in the playoffs because while we like the 2 points and everything, the thread of everything else that goes on is more important. I don't need him to put in 20. I don't need him to do that on a nightly basis. But like a good 15 where he's doing a mix of things and now it's throwing off the opponent, that's something I can totally get down with.
Where do you fall on this?
I loved y'all's answers. I think Dorian Finney-Smith is a better corner 3-point shooter than P.J. Washington. I think all around, P.J. Washington is a better offensive player. I think defensively, they're very similar, but I give the edge barely to Dorian Finney-Smith because I saw him do it to a conference finals where he's guarding a bunch of different people. But I do think P.J. Washington has the talent, ability, everything you need to match Dorian Finney-Smith's defensive effort and efficiency in the playoffs. We just have yet to get to the playoffs. So I think that I would give the edge. I think P.J. Washington is a hair better player than Dorian Finney-Smith, but I know what Dorian Finney-Smith did in that one playoff run, which was exceptional.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys gain a player, lose a player, and all the other happenings in NFL free agency. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Learn smart changes for your home at a free AARP Home Fit workshop in Dallas. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Are you struggling to get Wi-Fi in every room? Maybe it's time to switch to Verizon Home Internet. 5G Home Plus plans come with whole home Wi-Fi, so you get fast, reliable internet no matter what room you're in, at no extra charge. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. It's your Verizon. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
It's that time of year. Cash the ticket. Jim Costa with Mike Valeni. We shift the focus from football to college hoops, playing that system that's not a system, but sure plays like a system, leading up to the tournament. We're looking for that value with the daily dimes. We look for the gross lines, getting us ready for the tournament where we're going to break down all the matchups and
allow Micah to do what you want Micah to do, if Micah's going to continue to do that in the Zimmer defense. This is a guy who he penetrates through the offensive line to make tackles in the backfield. When I watch what he does, there's still a lot there from what even last year with the Chargers. I'm not quite sure that even in the Chargers scheme he was completely 100% confident, because Kevin, you look at his tackle numbers, they dipped just a scotch last year. And I don't think that was him turning 31 or being 32. Like, I think that was more along the lines of just new defense that he's kind of working in, but comes back into the Mike Zimmer defense, and that's going to be very effective for him because he understands exactly what his role is. He knows exactly what he's doing there. I like this move a lot. You're right. It is right there in that wheelhouse of what the Cowboys do best. It's like when the Rangers were really good at signing pitchers that nobody knew or wanted, and then turn them into something for a season. So, but this is a Cowboys special, and it's one of those where I think it's going to be an effective use of your resources for your defense next season, especially when it comes to stopping the run.
So Mike Zimmer wanted Kendricks to help with run defense. Kendricks preferred to play in Dallas per Adam Schefter. And one of the things I was looking at from John Owning, as I was looking at some film as well, is he said, watch out for the instincts, which I know you were just talking about, is the athleticism, as you can probably guess, not as good at 32 as it would have been at 23, but the instincts are still top notch. And he's sound in coverage. Not great, but sound, which sometimes is what you're looking for in a linebacker.
I think it's weird. I think early in his career he had like a pick, and then there was 2 years in a row where he had 3 and 2. I was like, whoa!
Awesome.
And then the rest of his career, not a ton of interceptions.
Oh, okay,
but he is sound in coverage, and you're going to ask him to do that on occasion. But more than anything, you need somebody that knows how to pick the right gap.
Yes,
and with Van Der Esch, he's good at that. Van Der Esch is very good at that. He's just not on the field. So when he's not on the field because you can't rely on his health, then you got to make decisions like this to better your team.
And one of the things of note, and this is probably the case for a lot of linebackers, is if you can win at the line of scrimmage, Kendricks is excellent at gobbling up whatever remaining problem is there or picking up the person that's running the ball. And again, I realize that you can argue that if you win the line of scrimmage defensively, you're probably going to be in an advantageous situation. But one thing that Kendricks does is just that. And I like that because that's another thing that I hope I'm saying this the right way. And I don't know if everyone will agree with me. I like the idea of potentially filling spots that make it so you don't have to draft this position.
But
in
not
the
just
draft.
filling it with some chump.
Exactly. Somebody who can get you 100 tackles pretty much. I mean, not sure if it's every year of his career, but it's just about.
This is, I mean, just now that I start thinking about this is Al Singleton. This is Keith Brooking. This is Zach Thomas. The Cowboys have done this consistently where it's fourth, fifth day of free agency and they finally make a move, but it's going to be something that's kind of like I said there, but it is a veteran linebacker that they feel will add stability there. So you don't have to worry about that much.
Kevin, I'd like for you right now to name the depth of the linebacker room for the Dallas Cowboys now that Kendricks has been added and what guys you trust and can rely on.
You're going to hate one of my answers because I will gladly admit that one of my answers is based on nothing but optimism. All right, so let me
Overshown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I understand. If you're like, that's a stupid answer because we haven't seen anything from him yet. But I think Overshown pops up because he was the guy that, and we've made fun of some of the things that go into training camp, but he was a guy that was turning heads in training camp, man. And when the rest of our rookie class looked like they might not make a huge impact that first year, I thought it looked like Overshown was going to be the dude. And so what I like about this is theoretically then, do I go Overshown and Kendricks, and then you can consider Micah here and there in a spot position? I know some people have divisive opinions about Damone Clark, but I feel a little bit better, though not all the way better for sure, about linebacker.
Corey, it sounds like to me that they have to draft a linebacker with one of their first 3 picks. Am I wrong about that?
For future purposes, Mike, have to. That's a very strong word.
Yeah.
But it would be advisable. It's just they have about 7 other places that they still need to fill. I think I'm comfortable with Clark for the time being. I'm comfortable with the future of Overshown, but that's it. You're right. That's 3.
No dice on Bell. Are we thinking,
bro?
Okay, I'm just.
He's a safety. Let's deal. Let's look. Okay. Let's do this right now.
So we're going to more appropriately put people in their proper position.
Mike Zimmer is walked into this situation and said, Jerry, if I'm going to coach this team, I need a couple of things.
Okay.
And I can't have safeties playing linebacker because that's what got y'all's asses whipped the entire year. They're in the playoffs and everything. That can't happen for us. So I'm going to need to upgrade at some of these positions because we need real players at some of these. I am kind of curious because we know Sam Williams, right? We know what he is. Mike Zimmer has video footage of him. He can watch him, and he can say, all right, I'll look forward to it whenever we get there. But does Mike Zimmer say, well, all those bonehead moves affected our team? I'm not going to necessarily love him yet. I think Mike Zimmer's walking in with kind of a clean slate on a lot of these guys and giving them opportunities to earn things. And that's why, like Demo and Clark, I think there's a competition there. I think there's going to be real competition for those positions, except for like Kendricks is his guy. So Mike always talks about this. You have to have a sponsor, and Kendricks has Mike Zimmer as his sponsor right out of the gate. So I'm very interested to see what Zimmer decides to, what guys he decides, you earned it in training camp. You earned it here because in training camp, we talk about that too, Kevin. You don't have opportunities to go out there and hit. You're really going to have to play some preseason games to get Mike Zimmer's vote of confidence.
I'm not going to argue against the idea that the Cowboys should still draft a linebacker. I feel a little bit better with this.
I will also add this, and Mike, this is another one of my. You might be right about this. I don't have linebacker in my first round. I just don't. I have other options there that I like, but because I always thought Overshown was a little undersized whenever they drafted him, but I knew that Dan Quinn would have a plan. That was the thing. I've gave Dan Quinn the credit, much like Chris Young has earned the trust from me to go win a championship. I said, Dan Quinn, you've done some pretty special things with a lot of different players. I trust you. And so when they drafted him, I said the speed is definitely there. I felt like he was undersized. And now in a Mike Zimmer defense, a lot of times Mike Zimmer wants bigger, bulkier guys. I wonder if Overshown fits. And so then I'm like, okay, are they hunting more linebackers because that's not his prototypical type of guy?
I hear what you guys are saying, and the thing is you're only going to have, as far as we know without trades, you're only going to have 3 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Right.
You're going to have a first, second, and third. I would think an offensive lineman is vital right now to take. That, as far as we know, Tyron Smith isn't coming back. Correct me if I'm wrong. He hasn't signed anywhere yet, right?
Correct.
So maybe teams are looking at Tyron Smith. Maybe the Cowboys get lucky, and teams are like, we can't bring in a dude who can't practice at all to a new situation, a new team. We don't believe in his health. We think that was a one-off over the last 5 years. So maybe the Cowboys get lucky, and there's not as big of a market for Tyron Smith as maybe Tyron Smith is in his agent think. But his career is coming to a close. Zach Martin's career is coming to a close. So I do think an offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds, especially probably a center, is very vital to one of your picks. And then I look at other positions and go, okay, what else is vital? To me, and maybe
running
not
back.
The first 3 rounds, is running back, right? Because
Yes.
even if you do sign A.J. Dillon,
Yeah.
even if you do, he's the backup running back. He's your power running back for 3rd and shorts or for goal line situations. I don't think they want to give Dillon the ball 10 times or more in a football game.
And I don't want that either.
Man, I could just see Dak dropping back, and I got to dump off to A.J. Dillon, baby, and it's just power, baby. That's what maybe that is their approach. They're like, we're just getting bigger and stronger than everybody. That's our decision. We're just going to run over everybody. And you know what? If you're going to be a tough team, maybe that's what you need, dude. That's the thing that this team lacks.
Now, a couple more things I want to throw out there. The Cowboys gain a player. The Cowboys lose another player. The Dolphins agreed to terms with Neville Gallimore. Neville Gallimore is somebody that showed plenty of flashes, but didn't it feel like it never really clicked all the way the Cowboys had hoped?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was a dude also that was talking the tough talk all for the last 2 years, Mike, 3 years now, and hey, we're going to be tougher. We got to do this. We got to be the bullies. And he didn't show up in that manner.
Couple other signings for you guys, unless you want to jump in on that, Mike. Okay, couple other signings for you guys. The Titans, and Mike, I wanted to get your take on this. I realize things in free agency get ridiculous, but they gave Calvin Ridley 4 years, $92 million. That feels like too much. Although I'm pretty sure, I can't remember if it was Marcus Mosher or not. He said that's a lot of money for Calvin Ridley, and Calvin Ridley responded, "No, it's the right amount." I believe that was the exchange.
I watching Jacksonville more than most people in Dallas-Fort Worth watch. He would have some really nice games and really nice plays, but then he'd have some weird plays, and I don't know who to blame. Where he wasn't looking for the ball, or he would stop a route and then the ball would go 10 yards down the field and he wouldn't be anywhere close to it. And you're like, is that intentional grounding or not? And the communication overall was not good between Trevor Lawrence and his wide receivers. And it seemed like at times there was zero communication between what Calvin Ridley was supposed to be doing and what Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be doing. But I don't know who to blame on those. It could be all Trevor Lawrence's fault, and Calvin Ridley was doing exactly what he was supposed to do. But I don't know. So there are times where Calvin Ridley, I don't know who to blame because somebody's messing up tremendously, and it would lead to interceptions. And so maybe Jacksonville looked at it and said, we don't want to extend and go deeper with this guy. We'll go with Gabe Davis because the connection, the chemistry between Calvin Ridley and Trevor Lawrence was inconsistent.
Couple more free agency things for you. The Bengals agreed to a 2-year, $26 million deal with Sheldon Rankins. Mason Rudolph is on his way to the Titans on a 1-year deal. Bobby Wagner, 1-year deal with the Commanders. And Joe Flacco, he agreed to a 1-year deal with the Colts.
Good for him, man. At that age, still being able to get around, get to the bathroom on his own.
I know he wanted to stay where he was, but he's going to go in Indianapolis, and I don't know if he'll get an opportunity.
He might play for every team in the AFC at some point.
That would be amazing.
It could be a lot of fun. Kevin, I just wanted an update real quick from Mike's buddy Brian Rhea. Oettinger is in net tonight. Same lineup. Sagan is still not ready but progressing. Everything's on the table towards the end of this homestand, according to Pete DeBoer.
I need to text the Ray man and see if he wants to come on with us and talk a little Stars hockey at the end of this season here and what he feels their playoff chances are, like going deep into the playoffs.
Definitely. And I've been trying to see if we can get I've been trying to see if we can get Miro on the show because he's going to be signing this weekend at Dallas Card Show. So I'm like, hey, you guys are nice about Peace-a-thon. What about this guest?
Wide receiver Tim Brown will join us at 12:20 tomorrow. So isn't that fun?
You just reminded me that I'm missing the Dallas Card Show, you son of a gun. That's it. I'm flying back.
Send me some money. Venmo me money. I'll go buy stuff.
We have absolutely done that before, Mike, where you gave me a budget and what you were looking for, and
you got me a Michael Jordan sticker rookie.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
So we can help out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets from Surprise with Mike Bassick.
John Gray is on the mound tonight. He's a very valuable piece, and I'll tell you why next.
Babe Laufenberg here.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I thought I told Corey something, but apparently I had not yet. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, guys. Well, if you're just joining us, thank you. I'm in Surprise, Arizona right now, getting ready for some Rangers baseball. Today, the Rangers have kind of a doubleheader. The first game we've talked about is the spring breakout game. So pitching in that game will be Brock Porter and Jack Leiter and Church. And at shortstop will be Sebastian Walcott. And at first base will be Abby Ortiz, who's probably, if you go to Frisco Rough Riders games, I'm assuming he will be the starting first baseman in Frisco this year. Maybe he starts off in high A ball, but I think he'll be in double A. So that'll be really fun to watch the prospects for the Rangers take on the prospects for the Reds. And then after that, the Rangers will be playing on Bally Sports Southwest, the Major League game. If you're wondering, are they broadcasting the spring breakout game? I do not believe so. I know Bally's isn't. So I don't think, like from the Red side, I don't think this game will be televised. So if you want to watch tonight at 8 o'clock on Bally's, I don't know if we'll have highlights or not, but we'll definitely have some comments. Me and Jared Sandler on the call tonight, so that should be fun.
And this might be a weird question because obviously I know you're broadcasting the main game, but is there any part of you that's a little bit more excited to see the first game just because of the wild unknowns and the crazy speculation we could have based off of, like, let's just say Sebastian Walcott just immediately goes yard and he just turned 18 and you're just like, oh my God, I need to go buy more cards. You know what I'm saying?
To your point, and I'm sorry I don't have this pulled up, the first round pick for Cincinnati was a pitcher out of Wake Forest, a very good pitcher last year. So you got last year Wyatt Langford. Just a little bit later in the draft, Cincinnati gets Wake Forest's best pitcher from last year, and they were a premium college program last year and this year. So I'm sorry I don't have his name pulled up, but I'm excited to see him, and most likely that could be Walcott's first at bat.
Yep.
Is against a premium prospect from the Cincinnati Reds. So, yes, my goal is to leave the booth very quickly, get back to the hotel, go get something to eat, get in a little workout, and get back here at 3 o'clock to make sure that I see all of that, and then get ready for, I'm talking about mountain time here, 6 o'clock will be first pitch, 8 o'clock back at home for the Major League game. Now, let's start off with this before I get to John Gray. I teased John Gray and how important he is, one being the Rangers did not get Dylan Cease yesterday. I did not think he was going to get traded. He did get traded to the San Diego Padres. And isn't this interesting? Yesterday I talked about, hey, did you know the Padres sent James Shields to the Chicago White Sox when the Chicago White Sox thought, hey, maybe we're a pitcher away from doing something special. And in that trade, they traded this young 18-year-old or 17-year-old shortstop that they're like, we think he's good, but we don't know how great he's going to be. That's how the San Diego Padres got Fernando Tatis Jr. So I was looking over the trade, and I don't think the Rangers had to trade Walcott and Brock Porter in the trade. But probably to beat the offer, they were going to have to put one of them in the trade.
Do you look back at that then, Mike, and say, I wish they would have done it, knowing it was just one?
You know, you think about the now, and yeah, for the now, Dylan Cease takes you to another level. Which one would I have traded? I don't know. Is this fair? I don't know, but I look at how the Rangers are developing position players versus how they're developing pitchers. Brock Porter had a great first season in the minor leagues. Will that continue? I hope so. I'm optimistic it will. But I gave you a few days ago what Cole Winn did in Double-A in 2021. And he pitched 70-plus innings and gave up only 30-something hits and struck out like 100 dudes. Like, it looked like Cole Winn is on his way to being a very good starting pitcher in the major leagues. And then 22 and 23, he has just regressed in his development. And now we're to the point where, like, I don't know if Cole Winn can pitch at the highest level. Hopefully this year he will bounce back in the minor leagues and show progress to being a major league pitcher again. So if I had to choose, I guess I would choose to put Brock Porter in the deal instead of Walcott, but I'm not obviously watching these guys progress every day to know which one is possibly going to be something and possibly not going to be something. So I move on to John Gray, because if you don't have Dylan Cease, which, I mean, it was not likely you were going to get him, but now that you don't, this brings John Gray back to, I think he's your number 2 starter. It's between him and Dane Dunning, right?
Okay.
You know, Evaldi's your number 1 to start the year. And then you know that Dunning and Gray kind of are your 2 and 3. And then you have, right now, your 2 lefties in Heaney and Bradford. Bradford could bounce to the pen, and they could decide to start somebody else and use Bradford as more of a middle reliever, lefty guy out of the pen. That decision will be made in about 10 to 14 days. But I looked at John Gray's stats last year, and specifically his fastball. And I'm previewing this because I am going to talk about this tonight on the broadcast. Last year, John Gray threw 42.2% of his pitches were four-seam fastballs. That's quite a bit. That was the pitch he threw the most. On his fastball, when it was put in play for the most part, I mean, he could have struck somebody out, he had a 346 batting average against.
Oh, that's not great.
Now, I do think this, you know how you can have career great years on certain situations and career bad years on certain situations?
Absolutely.
There's no way he can repeat that. If I just look at 2022, that same pitch, thrown 50.5%, and I'm assuming he stopped throwing it as much because it just wasn't successful. It wasn't awesome, but he had a 275 batting average against. I expect it to be around that number. I don't expect it to be around 346. And I look at his other, now 346 batting average against. Last year, he gave up 22 home runs, which is a little high for him if you look in his career. And he even pitched in Colorado before he came to the Texas Rangers. So, two things. His home run numbers need to come down a little bit, which I believe they can. And the batting average against his fastball has to come down. And I believe that it will. And he didn't lose any velocity. Last year, 95.7 on his fastball. The year before, 95.9. So pretty much the exact same speed. But he gave up 12 home runs on that pitch. And the year before, he gave up 7 home runs on that pitch. So to me, the key to John Gray's 2024 season and to be a really consistent, successful pitcher for the Texas Rangers is he has to do better, guys, on his fastball.
Yeah, that everything that you said makes a lot of logical sense. It kind of reminds me just a little bit about what we were talking about yesterday with Andrew Heaney and some of his off-speed pitches. Not necessarily the curve, but how the slider was really, really hurting him as well.
Now I go to his slider. Think about if he can repeat this. He throws his slider, John Gray, 33.5% of the time. Batting average against 194. That's his put-away pitch 27.7% of the time. His strikeouts on that, I said 76. His strikeouts on his fastball, which he throws more, was 52. So you just look at that slider, which it's a great slider. Keep that. Do the same thing. The year before, now it qualifies it as a sweeper, he had a 157 batting average against. This last year, 194. So did it go up? Yes, it went up, but still under 200. And that's a great pitch in Major League Baseball. So to me, guys, John Gray, now that Dylan Cease is off the board, and we have no rumor at all that the Rangers are signing Blake Snell or they're signing Jordan Montgomery or they're going to make a trade for another pitcher that's possibly on the marketplace. This puts John Gray in a big situation for the Texas Rangers. Evaldi, we've seen him in different situations and for the Rangers handle the pressure and do great. He was an all-star last year. We just have to hope that Nathan Evaldi, for at least the first 3 months of the season, stays healthy and makes all of his starts he's supposed to make. Dane Dunning, we have to hope that he does as well as he did last year. I'm not going to put on he needs to do better. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, I hope he does better, but if he does the same,
he can do better, right?
I think he can do better, but if he does the same that he did last year, I'm going to give 2 thumbs up to Dane Dunning and go, way to go, Dane. You're doing it again, and you're giving us a great chance to win every 5th day. For John Gray, he made 29 starts last year. 14 of them, he pitched 6 or more innings in those games. That's a pretty good value that you're getting pretty much 50% of the time. John Gray goes out and he gives you 6 innings or more. But if he wants to be, and I think he can do this, I really do, he can be an all-star candidate. But Corey, he has to get those fastball numbers better, because no matter what, you have to pitch off your fastball as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, like that's where Nathan Eovaldi was so dominant, was because of what his splitter could do, and his fastball looked just like it coming out of his hand. He can set you up so well with all. I mean, we talked about throwing high and inside and how that's more a tactic than it is a threat. It's more just a tactic to set people up, and then you're able to do something with your other pitches. It helps out so much more. As long as John Gray can do that, I'm feeling good.
So it'll be, 1, it's location, and then 2, it's the movement. But for John Gray, if you're wondering, well, how does he make his fastball better? He has to have better location. If you look at his fastball charts and where his fastball primarily gets in these bad situations, it gets to the middle of the plate. So he just has to execute those fastballs on the edges. When he does that, his fastball's good enough that when he executes on the edges of the plate, it will really help those home run numbers go down and the batting average number go down. Now, a little bit of an update on an MVP here. Ronald Acuna Jr. is leading off for the Atlanta Braves again. So if you remember, he had a little bit of a knee issue. They're not putting him in the outfield. They're going to have him at designated hitter. But for baseball in general, that's a good sign. I know that, hey, we're rooting for the Rangers, but baseball doesn't need tons of injuries. If you look at Ohtani's not going to pitch this year. If you look at Corey Seager, most likely he's not going to start the season on the World Champs opening day roster. He's going to have to start off on the injured list, and then hopefully within, I'm just going to guess, this is a total guess, within 1 to 4 weeks, he's going to be back out there for the Texas Rangers. And then one of the best closers in all of baseball, Devin Williams, is going to have to miss half of the season as he has 2 stress fractures in his back. So as we kind of look at what's happening around spring training, you just have to keep hoping and praying and be optimistic that the Rangers don't have anything with very few time left. There's not a lot of time left, that Josh Young's rehab goes as well as it can possibly go, that Corey Seager's rehab is going as well as it can possibly go, and that you don't have anything else pop up on your team, and that you're as healthy as you possibly can be going into this season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. There's your special edition of Baseball Nuggets live from Surprise. Coming up next, do the Rangers have a good-looking ballpark and good concessions? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
DFW. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where if you're wondering, we're on Zoom because Mike is in Surprise, Arizona, and you might be like, I didn't even notice because I always watching the Twitch anyway or the YouTube anyway. Thank you very much to Carter Freeman for always making that happen. We're going to talk about the Rangers ballpark and concessions. So I wanted to incorporate both of these things.
I love concession stands.
Okay, good. So
I don't love the line, but I love concession stands.
Well, that is part of the ranking process here.
All right.
So I've taken rankings from 3 different places. We've combined them all together, and I want to see what we come up with. USA Today ranked all of the baseball stadiums. CBS Sports ranked just the 10 best baseball stadiums. And then from OntarioBets.com, which is always putting out interesting stuff, and I'm not kidding about that, they have concession rankings.
All right.
So do you want to start with the concessions or do you want to start with a ballpark?
Mike.
Either one of you guys can answer.
I will start with the ballpark because we do have one of the newest ballparks. So I'm wondering how high our new ballpark is.
I want to start with concessions, Kevin, so now it's up to you.
Alec, would you like to pick? I'm not making a selection. When I do that, things go poorly. Alec, would you like to go with ballpark or concessions?
I choose the bare feet. No, I'm going to go with the ballparks.
All right. On both of these lists, there are, I don't know why, there's only 2 choices, and I've seemed really perplexed that you picked one of them. All right. There are 8 ballparks that were listed in the top 10 by both USA Today and CBS Sports.
Okay.
So they both have their own list. There are 8 that are on the top 10 of both, which is pretty impressive. That means it feels like there's a pretty unified vision of the best ballparks. Would you guys like to start naming off the best ballparks? Y'all can work as a team on this.
Well, I think San Francisco's just beautiful.
San Francisco is correct. I kind of did a composite ranking, and essentially San Francisco came in number 3. But it is very high on the list. It was top 10 on both CBS Sports and the USA Today.
Wow.
Corey, Wrigley's iconic, but it's old, but it is iconic. So I would assume that most people would say Wrigley because it's one of the oldest parks along with Fenway.
I'm down with Wrigley.
Wrigley is number 2 in the composite rankings.
I don't know what composite means, but I appreciate
just like everything all together.
It means you mush it together, I think.
Yes, actually, more or less.
Is Fenway still involved?
Well, Mike did say it's old and iconic. Is that enough to get it on the list?
Yes.
That is correct. Fenway, number 6. So you guys have gotten 2, 3, and number 6, but you haven't said Globe Life Field yet.
Corey, I've never been to Seattle. I've played against Seattle multiple times, but I didn't go there. I always played against them at my home ballpark, whether it was at Shea Stadium or wherever else I played them. I forget.
That's the only one you could think of?
Weren't you around during the Kingdom? Isn't that?
Cleveland. I played against them. My first ever game was at Jacobs Field. I was not. I did. I would. No. Well.
Hey.
No. They had the new
focus up,
stadium.
Mike.
They had the new stadium. I couldn't remember when the Kingdom got blown up. I think from what I hear, Seattle is a beautiful park.
I'll roll with Seattle.
You guys rolled stupidly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you lose.
I would like to roll.
I heard Pittsburgh's awesome. I've been there.
I would like to roll out Petco Park.
Hey, you like Pittsburgh?
I do like Pitt. Okay.
You're a huge Steelers fan.
That ballpark is amazing. All right.
Petco
is on the list, as is PNC. PNC is number 1 on the kind of 2 lists combined. So it goes
Dodger Stadium.
Dodger Stadium is on there, which is interesting because you brought this up, Mike, when you were talking about iconic. Let me give you the whole list, and it is a good mix of this is structurally pleasing or, backdrop pleasing versus it's old and awesome.
Okay.
Because you've got PNC, which the backdrop to that is unbelievable. Wrigley, Oracle, Camden Yards, which feels like it kind of straddles a little bit. Yeah. Camden Yards is a great one.
It does look weird now what they've done to left field. how they've raised the fence to like, I don't know, is it a 12-foot fence now? And
Yeah.
It's just it used to be such a hitter's ballpark, and it still is for left-handed hitters, but for right-handed hitters, it is not a favorable park.
When you think about that ballpark, though, do you automatically think about the numbers on the building in right field? Like the countdown for Cal?
Yeah, and Babe Ruth. I don't know, did he grow up in the warehouse or something? I can't remember what the Babe Ruth story is.
I have to fact check that. Camden.
So there's something about Babe Ruth and Baltimore in that warehouse.
We're going to have to fact check that.
I'll look it up.
Camden Yards, Dodger Stadium, Fenway, Petco, and Coors Field. So these are the
Coors is beautiful.
Yes.
With you can see the
backdrop.
mountains.
And I think Coors kind of falls into the PNC because of the backdrop. And those are the 8 that were on both CBS Sports and USA Today lists. Now, the other 4 that were listed on only one, Kauffman Stadium, Minute Maid, T-Mobile, and Target Field. I've been to Target Field. That one is really awesome as well.
He was born in a house that is a long fly ball from that park. So that's
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
From Camden Yards.
So he did not grow up in the warehouse is what we needed to learn on that. But you guys didn't mention Globe Life Field.
I think the station is amazing. I think that the stadium is nice. I like that it has air conditioning. I like that there have been 2 World Series won in it, one by us.
Corey Seager winning MVP of both.
Twice. So I like those things. I feel like, and we said this whenever we saw the renderings for it, the character of it is just not there yet. But Odeby McDowell said this yesterday. The layout's nice. It's fan friendly. There was a lot of fun and energy in that stadium this past season.
Sure.
And I think there's going to be a lot more of it. But it just kind of does have this, like, it's a little stale feeling. There's growing up at a stadiums where there was no roof and it was just constantly like, this is what Texas baseball feels like. That was nice. And there's just a little less character to it.
From the 817, Minute Maid is so ghetto, it does not belong. USA Today disagrees. Minute Maid is in the middle of the pack at 15. That is ahead of the Rangers Field. The Braves.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Busch Stadium, only 17. So not super high on the list.
St. Louis is nice, but it's weird to try to, the energy in there is great. I don't know how to, how you can't, there's nothing to equate it to, but you just feel like you're in some sort of baseball environment there, like a great baseball environment.
See that? We keep going down the list. Number 20, the new Yankee Stadium. Still no Texas Rangers Stadium.
What are you doing here, man?
Are you serious? They're
Yeah.
not in the top 20?
They're not even in the top 20. This is the one where I was like, okay, now you're just trolling me. This list did not come out in 1993. Rogers Center in Toronto, which I feel like is universally agreed on as now being a dump, is 21, whereas Globe Life Field is 22.
Steve Bouchel.
That's pretty
They
low.
did it in honor of Steve Bouchel.
Can you guys guess? And if you don't get this right, I'll be very disappointed. in you.
Oakland.
Oakland is the worst, followed by Tampa.
Yeah.
There you go on the stadium.
Possums like Oakland, though.
What's that?
Possums like that stadium.
That's a point that you have made. Now, the stadium didn't rank very high. What about the concessions? Can the concessions turn it around? Do you look at the Texas Rangers and think they have good concession stands?
Yes. First of all, I think that Hurtado's is unique to other places. Like, you're not going to get true Texas barbecue anywhere else. Then I have no clue what the Astros sell for their barbecue in Houston, but I don't think it's as good as Hurtado's. And now Whataburger is in there too. Now there's a place to go get a Whataburger during the game.
Yeah, everybody was freaking out that they found out there was a Whataburger in Las Vegas. They were like, "Oh my God, there's a Whataburger here!" And like now that it's at the stadium, like of course everybody's going to freak out about that. Are they serving the whole menu there? What are they serving?
I don't think so. I bet they're serving their chicken sandwiches, not grilled
Yeah.
chicken. maybe their, what is it called, the honey barbecue
Yes.
thing on Texas toast.
That thing is good.
And I bet they're serving, I'm going to assume cheeseburger, hamburger, and like a bacon cheeseburger.
Okay.
That's my assumption, but
I can get down with
what
that.
happens when you assume.
You make an ass out of you and me.
Hey, you said it.
Whoever thought of that breakdown is really
The
clever.
person who made that word up.
Okay.
It's probably Yogi Berra.
But yeah, I would say the concessions. Don't they have Chick-fil-A or is it Golden Chick?
Golden Chick.
Golden Chick. Not they have Golden Chick there. It's good. It's good. It's fine.
Have you guys ever been to the Lexus level and eaten in there?
No.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Kevin, I will let you explain how awesome the Lexus level is, but I don't want to say that this is concessions.
Yeah. No, this is not open to everybody. So that does not get counted here because
there's prime rib and all the desserts.
Not the same as just your regular concessions.
Does it come with like the horseradish sauce?
Oh yeah.
Oh, are you serious,
They have
Mike?
a dude there cutting it for you. It's not like, hey, just pick a piece. It's like they're like, hey, would you like one or two slices?
They do ask you if you want to, because I always feel awkward when I just hold the plate there and then they put
don't
the
ask.
one.
You
I just leave the plate there.
Say, can I have one more, please?
So
and they'll give it to you.
The determinations were made like this: concessions per square foot, concessions per stadium capacity, the average price of a beer, and the average price of a hot dog. The greatest concessions in all of the land.
Wednesdays, $1.
That is true. But for all of the days, they go with Seattle by a pretty good margin. Rest of your top five: Toronto.
They have
They have
crickets
sushi.
there to eat.
Yeah, there's sushi
Ew.
rolls too.
I mean, good for you if you want to try it. Milwaukee, Atlanta, and Miami finish out the top five. So it goes Seattle, Toronto, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Miami. Then you go all the way down to number 24. And that's where the Texas Rangers are. Guys, what can we do about this? Hurtado is doing their best to help raise this score. But I told you, 22 in the ballpark ranking, 24 in the concession ranking, number 1 in the baseball team ranking.
How's the
So that helps.
is the price on our stuff too high? Is that what it is? It's
Probably
it's
because
probably-
hot dog and beer was factored into that.
Yeah, I'll say lower the prices. I mean, you just packed a stadium with World Series, so do you need to keep the prices up? And they're probably like, yeah, we do actually, because you'll pay for it. But yeah, I would say lower, maybe $1.50. Lower some beers on $1.50, and then on top of that, just give it time. I think over time, the more people travel to the stadium, the more championships this team wins. And I'm saying championships with an S on the end of it. The more people be like, man, I love spending time here, and the more Hurtado gets served to people.
I wonder this: how much more unique can the Rangers make it? Hurtado's is unique.
Yeah.
Whataburger is unique because Whataburger's not going to be in any other stadium besides it could be in Houston. Is there a way to, like, I don't know. You know what matters? People have different feelings on, I don't know, different pizzas in the Metroplex. But if you put a local pizza place in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think of Campese's because it's the one that's been around the longest. It's been in the Metroplex since, I'm going to assume, the 60s, maybe even the 50s.
Yeah.
I don't know, and different people have different feelings on Campese's pizza. I love it, but other people say it's not their favorite. Like,
Is Cane Rosso everywhere, or is that a Metroplex?
I think it's
thing?
everywhere. That
Okay.
started elsewhere and came here, I believe.
Okay.
All right,
But
never
yeah,
mind.
like, I don't know, like, the more unique things that you can have, maybe the better. Because I do know, like, in Seattle, I haven't been there, but I hear that they have a whole bunch of unique kind of fish options and sushis and fried crickets and stuff like that. So
I mean, and that is kind of the deal every year, right? With concessions, they do roll that out every year. They have new stuff that they're trying to, like, hey, come see these massive plates of tots that we have here that are also have bacon and cheese and chili. We have the 3-foot hamburger. You know, they are rolling out some wild ideas, and a lot of it a lot of it does go into the mindset of, hey, this is big time. You know, it's Texas, so we're going to give you bigger food products. That's $40 for something like that.
We got to work on that because 22nd in the stadium, 21st in the concessions.
Looks like Connie Rosso is local, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I missed that by far.
Maybe them. But just to show you that this team is consistent across the board, which I guess is what consistent means, Oakland is last in concessions as well. So let it not be said that they don't suck at that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this is based on a story about Corey's son and maybe something that happened to me in college. What missed opportunity do you still regret? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget the Mavs and the Stars play the Thunder and the Devils tonight. Who plays who? Hopefully you know the answer to that.
Stars will play the
No! No! Incorrect.
All right, we'll figure it out.
And we got the rain. Go ahead.
It'd be awesome if the Stars were playing the Lightning.
Yes.
Then you'd be playing Thunder and Lightning.
Together in one arena.
Yeah, so it'd be
That does
Tiki
feel-
Barber
yeah.
and Brandon Jacobs.
That does feel like a missed opportunity. I will acknowledge that.
I mean, you're kind of in a situation, Kevin, where you're the Stars, which are above the Thunder and the clouds. All right, the Stars are above that because they're out of space, and space is vast. And then you have Mavericks, which are on land. So you kind of have an advantage on things that are just in the sky and not in space and land.
What?
I think Mike gets it.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, great. Now,
Maverick's been practicing out here. There's been like 3, I don't know what they're called now, but I call them F-16s that have been working today.
and do you assume that Tom Cruise is flying in those?
100%.
Okay, I thought that you probably
Do all airplane pilots wear aviators still? Is that like the thing that they
They have to.
That's
For their eyes.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. I want to say on a more serious note, but not really, because this story and the reason we played Rage Against the Machine coming back, what missed opportunity do you still regret? Now, Corey, let's start with your kiddo's story because this is how this segment came to be.
Yeah, all right. So yesterday I got a text from Atolo and a friend of mine named Johnny, and he said, hey, Tyreek Hill is up at Carpenter Rec Center right now. And I was like, oh, that's amazing. And so I sent it to my son because
to the Cowboys.
The Carpenter Rec Center is in Plano, and it's just right there. It's a very open area where there's lots next to the Plano Sports Authority and everything. But inside, they'd have a couple of really good basketball courts there. And Avery, my oldest son, he loves TikTok. I know it's me and band. But he's like, hey, listen, man, I love this video of Tyreek Hill. So I just sent him the picture and said, Tyreek Hill's up at the Carpenter Rec Center. And he kicked his door open and he came out and he was like, Dad, I'm going. And I was like, all right, have a great time. But he spent like the next 30 minutes finding and acquiring a banana suit. Because,
What's that now?
And Alec knows this, the Tyreek Hill's biggest op is Peely. And Peely is a character on Fortnite, and Tyreek Hill streams and plays on Fortnite. And the bit is that every time Tyreek Hill turns around, somebody's stream sniping him as a Peely character.
Okay.
And sometimes it's multiple Peelys. Anyway, that's the story. So my son said, I'm getting a banana costume, and I'm going up to the rec center, and I'm just going to stand there and watch him, and he's going to remember me. And I was like, awesome. It took him a while to do it. All right, it took him some time.
He didn't just have a banana costume.
He had to acquire one from his friend. He called My Possibilities, and he asked if they had one. He's calling stores, and they were like, unfortunately, we don't. We have a hot dog costume, and he was like, no, it's not the same. Anyway, so he ends up, he finds one. His friend has one. It is probably 3 sizes too small.
Oh dear.
I think it may have been his friend's dog's costume. Anyway. He gets the costume, puts it on.
He got it on?
Drives up to Carpenter, and Tyreek Hill had already left.
Oh,
by the time all the things, I kept telling him, hey, man, you might want to hustle on this. You might want to hurry up. Yeah. But by that time, so he came home, and he was sad. He was also going to do an interview for us here on The Fan. He was going to get an audio interview and ask him a few questions, but it just fell through. He never got it, and he came home very sad. And that just reminded me of those moments where you missed out on something. And he's like, now Tyreek Hill will never remember me. And I was like, it's okay, buddy. Don't worry about it, man. So what moment in life did you miss out on that you still regret today?
From the 214, I regret not trying harder to get a career in my field of study.
Oh,
engineering. Man. That does feel like a good group.
Did Stephen Jones get his degree in engineering? Did he finish it up?
Yeah. How do you think he builds this awesome team?
That is amazing.
Mine goes back to, I believe it was 1998. I was going to school at Texas A&M. I might have been a freshman. I might have been a sophomore. Rage Against the Machine was going to be playing a concert in Houston. I love Rage Against the Machine. It's like an hour and a half drive. Not a problem whatsoever. I had back-to-back finals the next day. One at 8 and one at, 10-ish, whenever the next final would have been. And I thought, okay, I can make it to the concert and everything, but I would be back probably around 2 or 3. I need to wake up for these finals. And I thought, oh, God, I really want to go, but this feels like an irresponsible decision.
What you can do in college, Kevin.
Well, look, I've been dead inside for a really long time. All right, and so I decided I'm not going to go. Rage Against the Machine, Battle Los Angeles had just come out. It was super popular. I was like, they're going to be around forever. So I did my finals, got a normal night of sleep, all that good stuff. It was a dumb decision. Because only months later, when I thought Rage Against the Machine would be together forever, there was those shenanigans at the MTV, I want to say it was the Music Awards, might have been the Movie Awards, and all of a sudden they're like, that's it, we're done, broken up. That was, and I realized they've done some stuff at Coachella.
Where they told them they couldn't do something on stage and they did it anyway.
Well, because like one of them climbed up on top of one of the statues or something, and I don't know if De La Roca was like, I'm done, we're broken up.
They told them on that performance of the song, you can't say this. And he said,
oh my God,
in this song, we literally say, F you. I don't do what you tell me. And he was like, I guess we just have to live up to that more than we have to live up to what you're asking us.
And so they broke up. I realized, like 20 years later, they did some one-offs to Coachella. They went to some border towns as they described their tour and everything like that. But that was my opportunity to go see Rage Against the Machine. I'm sure the show was awesome, and I missed it, and I still regret it. And
what did they border? What border towns?
Like they went to El Paso, and they said they were doing like a tour to bring light to, the political causes that they believe in. And so I miss.
And you believe in all their political causes? Is that what you're saying, Kevin?
I think whether it's a radio show, movie star, musician, you don't always have to agree on all of their positions.
All right.
I hope you guys like our show, even if you don't agree with all our positions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mike, do you happen to have a moment of potentially meeting somebody or seeing something or doing something that you regret? I have one if you want me to throw it out there.
Well, I thought you were just wanting me to give all my regrets. Do
we have enough time?
We have to go to break in 6 minutes here, so I do not have the time to give all my regrets in life.
Mike, what do you think about this for the 972? I only went halfway up the Eiffel Tower. All right, couple things. I don't know if there's an elevator on the Eiffel Tower. If you're just huffing it up those stairs and you're like, I'm out, I could see how that would happen. If
there's no elevator?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
There is.
Okay.
I haven't been there, but there is.
Okay. Then I'm confused why you would just stop. And you're like, good enough.
Dude,
floor 30 on the elevator
rides are terrifying.
Yeah.
What if it's not a good elevator? It's the same elevator from when they built it, and you're just like, I don't know about this, man.
Okay, thank you. Multiple people are texting in and said, fear not, they did end up canceling that El Paso show. Because I did try to convince my wife that we should just drive out to El Paso or fly out to El Paso, and they canceled that show. From the 4-3-2, I regret not going to Game 5 of the World Series. It was only 5 hours away from Chase Field. Corey, I don't want to dwell on that as much, though we can if you want. We should not bring this up in crosstalk, right? And be like, hey, because you guys left the most iconic game in the history of the franchise.
It sounded like that was still a sore spot yesterday
so don't
between
bring
Zach and Broadus, but it seems like they're working on it together. They're emotionally. There is definitely an elevator from the 214.
Okay.
So we did learn that today.
From the 682, parental advisory required for this one. This person missed out on a threesome in college. Now, you might be like, whoa. But listen to the story, and I can see how you would miss out on these signs. From the 682, at my house party, I thought when the two girls who were sitting on the bed asked me to sit down with them and play them a song, I thought they really wanted to hear a song. So I woke up my lead guitarist and we played them an acoustic version of Simple Man. It did not click until later. They were like, no, why don't you? I feel so bad for that. I appreciate your earnestness, but they were like, yeah, come play us a song. And they might have been kissing on the bed before that. And look,
I love this person's
didn't work
innocence.
out for that fella. I do feel bad for that person. I'm sorry about that.
I had a situation where I went on a cruise with this band.
Are you sure?
Nope, I'm not sure.
The one playing the background. Oh, this.
So
one of them shot Bruce Willis.
This is the second day in a row we've mentioned the New Kids on the Block. I went on a cruise to the Bahamas with them. We won it through Coca-Cola. And
Justin Timberlake was there?
No, Mike. It's not. He was maybe. I don't know.
Come on, guys, let's get in sync.
And so my dad ended up meeting their vocal instructor and ended up like hanging out with a few of the New Kids on the Block because he just met their vocal instructor. And the vocal instructor heard my dad's voice and said, "You're from Texas. I'm from Texas." And then found out that they kind of knew each other. Anyway, long story. We get back to Florida from the cruise part, and we have 3 days in Disney World. And all of a sudden, we get a message at the hotel that this guy called us and wanted us to come hang out and party with the New Kids on the Block at the Adolphus Hotel.
Oh, no!
But we missed the message.
How old were the New Kids then? Like,
they were in their 20s.
They were new men on the block.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joey McIntyre was 21 at least at the time because he was gambling in the casino.
Was he the youngest?
He was the youngest on the out of the bunch, and so that was kind of a big regret is that we never like here me and my friend are, and she was my best friend growing up. We were big New Kids on the Block fans, and we had an opportunity to party with them as kids, obviously, but we missed out on that one. So that's one of those big time regrets.
I'm sorry about that, buddy.
And I don't think I'll ever let that go.
I mean, I still think sometimes they do. We got Joey McIntyre at the Super Bowl.
We did. I told him the entire story, and he was like, "I remember that cruise."
He was dressed up like a patriot.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget that. And he goes, "Oh, do people not dress up at the Super Bowl?" Because he was dressed up like a Revolutionary War type person.
Yeah, that was nice.
He was
man.
very sad to see that is not the bit that everybody did.
And I see a lot of people saying they missed on whatever concert, and like somebody said they skipped out on a Mac Miller concert, and then he, now he's no longer with us.
Yeah.
I always said I wanted to see Tom Petty before he passed, and then he passed right before I had a chance to go see it. But
man,
there it is.
I remember the day that Tim played me all these Tom Petty songs. He was infuriated at how many. I was like,
you hate Tom Petty?
No.
You're just a hater.
No. I do not hate Tom Petty. I like Tom Petty. He was mad because I didn't know a lot of the songs that he was like, well, you got to know this one. And he played it. I was like, I'm sorry, Tim.
How many Tom Petty songs do you think I could play that you don't know?
15. But because he played several that I was like, I'm sorry. He was like, this song was huge. I go, I'm sorry. I do not know this
Do you only know Free Fallin'?
No.
Do you know Free Fallin'?
No, I know Free Fallin' and Mary Jane. That's about
Last Dance with Mary
marijuana,
Jane. Yeah.
right?
What about like I'm learning to fly, but I ain't got wings?
Learning to fly. Coming down's the hardest thing. Oh man, dude. The waiting's the hardest part.
Oh, I know that song. I do know that song.
The Chicago Bulls, because like that was one of their theme songs.
I might need to hear the music. No, I definitely know waiting is the hardest part. From the 940, my biggest regret was back in 2010 while in college. I had a chance to invest in Bitcoin when it was less than $2. That's the thing.
Isn't it less than $2? Where is it now?
Dude, it's exploded this year.
All
it's
right.
like $70,000 or something.
Back in the NFT game, right?
And I could see it. That would be great if people made fun of Bitcoin, but I invested in it all when it was like a few bucks, and I'd be like, yeah, I am also laughing all the way to the bank.
My buddy's dad
Then
invested.
you don't have Bitcoin. Now you just have bank money.
He invested in Apple and IBM and something in mobile back in like the 80s. And just went insane, man. Like, just nuts.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think whenever people are like, oh, you get the chance to go back in time, do you think more people would go back in time to correct an awful wrong? Or do you think they would want the Marty McFly way of like, I got the sports almanac, or I can invest in the stock and make all of the money?
So you're saying like that big, huge regret in life, you're going to go back and fix that, or you're going to go back and I would go back and make all the money.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I think
I'll right my wrongs with money.
I think most people
Everybody
would.
knows that. That's how the world works, Kevin.
But
you just wash everything away with
surely
dollars.
some people would go back and be like, I'm going to stop this from happening.
I can guarantee you can ask them to text in, and nobody will say that. They want to be rich.
Nobody will say
Everybody
that
wants
they
to be
fixed
rich
the
rather than
terrible
fix
thing.
something terrible. Oh, you're saying like
no, a terrible thing, not your specific terrible thing.
You're saying like something in history,
like something big. We'll investigate this. Probably never. The look on your face,
like the First World War.
It was called the Great War. We're the KNC masterpiece, which feels not okay. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this the most logical purchase after getting all the free agency money? We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
The IRS finally.
#1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Lawrence sidesteps the pressure there. That was Richie Grant whiffing and throws to Pinto. Touchdown. Calvin Ridley is involved against his former team. A 30-yard strike on his first touch today. Wow.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? Now, I want to start with some of these questions coming out of the first part of free agency. Obviously, there's moves that can still be made, but you saw a lot of
How
names.
does it affect the draft? Is that
No.
okay?
Though I think we might get to that. And I wanted to start with this question. How is that Calvin Ridley contract going to age? 4 years, $92 million, $50 million guaranteed. He has shown flashes where like he might be incredible, but I think he's being over-evaluated for somebody who could be an excellent number 2 wide receiver.
You feel like that the league would have looked at that as this could be a steal, but they also, I think they look at him as, you know what, coming out of college, he was already a polished receiver. He still is. He proved it last year. I think it's going to age well, Kevin. I could totally see. I could totally see in the next 3 years him being a 75, 80 reception guy with over 1,000 yards and probably 6 to 8 touchdowns a year. I could definitely see that.
He signed with the Tennessee Titans?
Yep.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Okay, and that's where I was going with the next part of that.
We will forget about him in 3 games.
Will they continue to be the second most boring team in the NFL to the Colts? That's the question for me. They've always played a boring style football.
Levis and Richardson do, right?
Yeah. So and again with Levis there too, the complete trust that he and Calvin Ridley can grow together. I guess whenever they saw what he did with Trevor Lawrence, they were like, that's going to be what he can do for our guy too. But I agree with Mike completely on that because the Tennessee Titans have always played boring football. Is that going to change? I don't know, but if it does, it'll be a lot of fun.
Isn't he there with DeAndre Hopkins?
Mm-hmm.
So isn't he their number 2?
That's a great combination. I mean, Hopkins could serve as more of a possession type receiver, and Calvin Ridley's more of a threat, but both of them can be really good end zone threats.
It's a great combination. They're both, I don't want to say they're not done, but they're both older. Because didn't Ridley come out of college at 23 or 24 years old?
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming he's already 30 years old or right around that.
He's 29.
Number,
yeah.
29. And so I look at it, and it's a great combination for a young quarterback to have 2 veteran receivers like that. It gives them a good chance to have success, yet it's Tennessee, so we know they're not.
I don't know. I feel like the coaching changes there might be a little bit different. I'm not sure. And now that Derrick Henry's gone too, that might be another factor in that. Look, we are leaving that era, that mindset of we are a hard-nosed run-first football team.
I'm going to take you to the Eagles and Landon Dickerson. He signed a 4-year, $84 million extension. Some people might be thinking houses, cars. Let's go to cut number 9 here. This is Landon Dickerson talking about what he really wants to do with that money.
How do you wrap your head around that, that level of money, I guess, and what do you plan on doing with it, I guess?
I mean, I have a financial advisor for a reason. I don't know. I may go get a new lawnmower. Something I've been looking into.
Riding?
Yeah, 0 turn.
His 0 turn lawnmower is the primary objective after signing the 4 for $84 deal.
Did you see his follow-up to that?
Oh, no.
He posted a picture of his property and said, hey, y'all thought I was joking about that.
I believe
about
him.
that. And Mike, it looks like the outfield. His property is mowed like the outfield in Surprise, where it has the diamond patterns. And he was like, y'all thought I was joking. He really he's like Mike, where he loves taking care of the yard. So that's his passion when he's done.
My dream is the patch of yard that I have that is still grass, because I have the AstroTurf, and I still call it AstroTurf, whatever, synthetic grass in the backyard, is to have grass that's this good. I walked from the hotel today. I'm really close to the hotel that we were at while we were out here. I'm just a little bit closer, and I was like, what's the point of driving around the whole
Yeah,
place?
the barricades.
Yeah. I'm just going to walk. And so I walked here, and even the grass leading to the ballpark is just such great grass.
Mhm.
I'm like, I want that grass. Clovers and weeds and all of that stuff just infiltrates your grass. And I don't, like, how many times do you have to fertilize this or get on your hands and knees to pick out the weeds and the stuff?
Getting little scissors out to make sure the grass is exactly the length you want
I think
it.
it's called, I know you guys are going to make fun of me for this, but I think it's called like nut grass or nutweed or something that.
That's how it grows.
Nut grass, isn't that like Dallas grass? Like it'll grow through anything, dude.
Yeah, and it just drives me insane, and it's almost impossible to get rid of.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know how to get rid of this. I try my best, but then when you look at what happens underneath the soil, you're like, you have to till the soil to get rid of all that and then start over.
Alec, I'm going to go to you for a question here. Do you think this show is mature enough to discuss John Gruden's new job?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what his new job is, Kevin. Please tell us so I can discuss.
John Gruden is going overseas. He is going to the European Football League. He will be taking on an advisory role with his brand new team. They're based in Italy. It is the Milano Seamen.
This is like the show we watch on Apple TV.
Which show is that?
Ted Lasso, Kevin.
Ted Lasso.
Okay.
He's becoming Ted Lasso.
Dude, and he wears a visor.
Is it a
Whoa.
football team or is it a football
No,
team?
it is an actual football
Oh,
team.
man. I was hoping he was doing soccer.
But he's
That would be
overseas.
amazing if this became like the real Ted Lasso.
Would
He
you
became-
start following that team like if he started coaching a Premier League team for some weird reason?
And maybe not Premier, right? Because I forget the name of the team that Ted Lasso coaches. But like two tiers
FC
down.
Richmond? Like
FC Richmond,
that's
yeah.
a big part of the show.
Yeah, he could
Yeah,
coach
like-
Wrexham
Yeah, if you coach Wrexham,
with his visor. He'd have to grow a mustache, though.
this would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
John Gruden's doing the wrong thing. Get out of football. Let's do football.
Yeah. Kevin, I think you were more concerned about the team name.
Yeah.
I think we just showed our maturity in that we did not
Yeah.
bring up Seamen.
Yeah, didn't Richard Seymour make the Hall of Fame?
That yes.
So we didn't make fun of that.
You do. You do see how those are different, though, right?
They're close.
Richard Seymour and the Milano Seamen.
What's
You
Richard
do-
short for, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's Richard short for, Kevin?
Well, nobody ever called him that, though.
Well, at the
They could have.
graduation, what does it say?
Richard.
Seymour Richard.
Whether it's in Texas, Arizona, makes no difference with this show.
We are who
apparently.
we are.
Fair. Let's talk
Yeah.
about a couple of
That's Popeye the Sailor Man.
rule proposals. The Colts have proposed an NFL rule change to allow penalties to be challenged in the final 2 minutes. So essentially, you know how they're like in the final 2 minutes, it'll be up to the booth and everything like that. The Colts would like that to be changed, and they would like you to have the ability to have a team started challenge for plays and then more specifically penalties. How do we feel about this one?
I'm good with that one. And I want those opportunities for them.
I did not realize this was not yet allowed as part of the rules. I definitely think it should be. The NFL is going to consider a proposal to show tenths of a second on stadium scoreboard clocks in the last minute of the second and fourth quarter. I did not realize that somehow that was prohibited, but that feels like a no-brainer, right?
We always, I mean, like with the NBA shot clock, you have that, right?
Yes.
And so with this now, don't you have that opportunity to really say, hey, it's not less than 1 second, or it is just less than 1 second. We have this, we still have time left to go make a play. Dude, doesn't this feel like it could be 9/10 of a second, 6/10 of a second,
Yes.
3/10 of a
Yes.
second, and teams can just wear. It's going to be the end of NFL football games could become a beating like the NBA.
Well, I think it's going to pass. I would assume. This one, I still don't think it's going to pass. The Eagles have put forth another rule idea, and that's to go back and change the onside kick rules. So what they've thrown out there, and you've seen similar rules in the XFL and the USFL, is the Eagles' onside alternative would be allow a team that scores the chance to keep the ball if they can convert a 4th and 20 from its own 20-yard line.
Kevin, I like Steve Dennis's proposal. I saw it on Twitter a few minutes ago. His proposal is every year, every team gets one onside kick that is clear. You don't even have to do it. You just get the free possession back. You get to choose when you use it, but it's one where you're just like, hey, we're going to onside kick, but we're going to get the ball back. All right, it's guaranteed. And I said, does this include playoffs? And he said you can't roll it into the next year like the Cowboys do with their
one per year or one per game.
One per year.
Oh, okay, that's better. Because I was like, yeah, we coin flip, we take the ball, and guess what? When we kick off the second half, we get the ball.
And so and I like that. We get one per year. And I was like, if it's I don't know, do you keep that for the playoffs? You obviously keep it for the playoffs and Super Bowl just in case, but man, what about that one game that you might be able to? So I like that idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. Add that to the list, Kevin.
Okay.
Send it to Stephen Jones.
And then a serious one for you real quick. The fallout from the Kansas City Chiefs shooting at the parade is 3 men have been charged with federal gun crimes, and they think that the investigation has uncovered an illegal gun ring. So outside of, like, obviously the shooting was terrible, terrible, terrible. Somebody died. So many people hurt, had to go to the hospital. But they also believe the investigations into the shooting has developed them being able to break up a gun ring and more people being charged as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Mavs' dominance in the paint and what can Dallas do against 5-out opponents. We'll explain and discuss next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece wherever you go on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kirk Cousins had his introductory press conference in Atlanta.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple more notes and a correction for you. The Jags are hoping to have their stadium deal done by May, and Carter Freeman brought this to me. I said the European Football League, but I believe it is actually the European League of Football, also known as ELF.
I don't know
that is an important correction.
Nobody's ever
that
said
I
that.
feel like we needed to know.
I do want to.
I actually do love that.
My favorite line, though,
league.
my favorite line from Carter, Kevin, was where he said he's a bit of a stickler on stuff like that. And it's
Especially
funny
with that team.
And it's funny because you're easy, dude. Easy.
Should have heard what Alex said.
It's funny because you're a stickler on that stuff. So Carter just said in your face that he's more of a stickler than you are.
And I had to make the correction because of it. Carter is super helpful. Actually, Carter and I, we've talked about this a lot. He loves the more obscure, like either sports or sports leagues and everything. And he was like, no, I'm familiar with it.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
he's all in
that.
on DFW lacrosse.
That is absolutely Panther City. Let's go. If we can go ahead and fire off cut number 2, let's go back to the Dallas Mavericks. And I specifically want to talk about one aspect of this team.
Here's Kyrie, slips around Lester Quinones. And the foul.
All right, so the Mavericks win. It's 4 straight. We've talked about it, how, Daniel Gafford might not ever miss a shot again. But I wanted to talk about the concept of how they match up against 5-out teams. Now, I want to go through that in case you're not, it can be said a lot of different ways. 5-out essentially encourages great spacing and provides offense with a lot of dribble penetration opportunities. There's no traditional center. And you might argue, isn't that a lot of the league now? Because you think of a traditional center as someone who stays closer to the basket. So if we can boil it down to this, if you don't want to say 5-out, how do the Mavericks match up against teams that have a center that can shoot? And that's what I want to look at because I have some concerns. If you look at before last night's win, you beat Miami. They've got Adebayo and Bryant. Those aren't shooting centers. You look at Detroit. They've got Jalen Duren and James Wiseman, not shooting centers. Against Chicago, I know Vucevic can shoot threes, but the Mavericks didn't particularly put a lot of heat on guarding his shot. So my question for y'all is, how do you think this team will do when they match up with, whether it's Oklahoma City tonight, whether it's Denver in the future, with teams that have centers or people that play the 5 that can go out and take threes on you?
They have the ability to match up with anybody at that position because you have 2 gifted, athletic, young centers who are mobile, quick. They can defend the paint. Yes, Derek Lively needs to get stronger, and that'll take time. He's not built like a man yet. But I love the ability because if I look at the Western Conference, you're going to have to go against a good center on almost every team. The only team that I can think of off the top of my head that I'm like, you don't have to worry about it, is the Clippers. The top teams, but you have, if healthy, Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert on one team. You have the best player in the world in Jokic on another team. Chet Holmgren is a 7'1" guy who obviously, what you just said, stretches the floor. But now you have guys, if they go into the post, okay, you know that Gafford is strong enough. I don't know if Lively's strong enough with a guy like Jokic, but you have a guy who's strong enough. If they stretch you out like a Chet Holmgren and they can dribble the ball, they're quick enough to stay in front of that guy. The other thing, too, is, look, what most teams do is they set a pick, and then the big guy has to guard the little guy, and the littler guy has to guard the bigger guy. So, but I do like their chances. I don't want Kyrie switching on to Chet Holmgren or switching on to Jokic or something like that. But you got to have defensive schemes that try to make that less likely.
And I was thinking of whether you want to say, Kristaps in Boston. I know that wouldn't be something that you would particularly worry about in the playoffs until the NBA Finals. But I immediately think of, like we said, the OKCs, the Denvers, even Golden State, because you can use Draymond when they run small as somebody who can shoot.
I guess the thing is he can't. You'd feel like 2 thumbs up when he shoots.
Would you go Vooch like right there? You'd be like, go ahead, knock yourself
Yes,
out.
I would. I think a successful defense is if you get Draymond Green to shoot a wide open 3. I think that's a successful defensive possession.
Okay.
I agree with you, Mike. We did have that weird during the, obviously whenever people see the Mavericks, they feel like it's time for them to have a season high. And we did have that in that playoff run.
Kevon Looney was Bill Russell.
He was making threes, and then Looney, if he missed, but Draymond Green was making threes. And then what that sets up for him is now if you have to go out on there, he can deliver a good pass. That's something that Draymond's very good at. So that became a problem for the Mavericks there. But I feel like whenever you have defense around the rim the way that they do, I think that's a benefit if you can try to funnel things there. And that's what the Mavericks on their championship run to the title. Now, if you 5 out, if you are just refusing and you're making all your shots, that's problematic. But they got to make their shots too. And as the Mavericks, you have to force that. You have to be good on perimeter defense in order to make them say, "Man, we're struggling from outside tonight. We have to start going to the paint," and that's where the Mavericks can get their best feast. And then on the offensive end, I know you're more defensively focused here. On the offensive end, this is a huge benefit for the Mavs.
Because I do want to say this to Corey's point, and I'm glad that he brought that up.
Holmgrens aren't getting after those two guys.
And I'm not concerned offensively about their ability to do so. I guess I will just have to say, at least at this point in time, Mike, I am more concerned about Gafford and Lively's ability to follow the big shooters, No,
I'm with you. And if you even look at the play-in situation, you could have, now he's not really a shooter. He rarely does it. Valanciunas for New Orleans. You have Anthony Davis for the Lakers. You have Sabonis for the Sacramento Kings. So if you do get into a 7-8 or 9-10 matchup, I hope they don't. You look at, there's going to be different options. Like the center is a real position in the NBA. Now, has it changed from James Donaldson and Mark Eaton over time?
And
yes,
Shaq,
for sure.
yeah.
But you look at it, there's premium centers in the Western Conference, and that's why that Gafford deal was such a great deal. And I give all the credit in the world to Nico and the scouts and Michael Finley and the people who said, Derek Lively Jr. is going to be able to play in the NBA. And I know it didn't go well at Duke, but I'm telling you, he's going to be good for the NBA. And they were right. And so now that you have 2 guys, this really helps out, Corey.
Kevin, I have my hand raised. Mike said Corey, so I'm going to go with me. I think this is another way that it benefits you on the defensive side is that the offensive side exists. Now you make their center work. And Kevin, the league, as you were talking about, those bigs aren't necessarily great defenders down there, and they're having to work on the other end. That's going to wear them out. Now, what does that do for you? Because Luka can find these Daniel Gafford and Lively, because Kyrie can find them. Exum can find them. There are a lot of these guys that can find them. Tim finds himself. Tim Hardaway Jr. finds himself. But these guys can.
You make a fair point.
So what happens is now I'm going up from my 3-point shot, pump fake, deliver to my guy underneath, and I got points. Guys, you got to get down there and you got to defend these guys. You got to be in the paint. You got to be doing things. Okay, well, now I'm down there trying to do that, and that opens up a little more on the perimeter for better shots from 3 for Luka and Kyrie and those guys instead of having to take these last-second things. And it wears down the centers on their end. Offensively, they're a little tougher on the other end. So it's a give-take. It's the natural flow of things.
One thing that I think is really encouraging, and Mike, not that everyone won't be pumped, but Mike, I think you especially will love this quote from Steve Kerr. But you look at the end of last year, or still this season, but the December 30th game, the Mavs beat the Warriors by 10, but it was 132-122 as opposed to 109-99. And one of the things that Steve Kerr said was, we saw Lively last time, and Gafford provides a similar dynamic. They have depth available to them for 48 minutes if they want, if they decide to have a big guy out there. It adds more depth to the spot that they already had. And then this is the key. They're definitely different since the last time we saw them with the trades they made. So not only are they different in there, that's encouraging, but you have Steve Kerr, in case you needed another basketball person to throw it out there and say, if the Mavericks want to go with your big guy for 48 minutes, they have the multiple options that they could fill it up like that.
On a piece of paper, this team looks right, the Dallas Mavericks. Will it all come together in the next 15 games and then for a great playoff run? I don't know. But on a piece of paper, what Steve Kerr is saying is they have the athletes for their wings. They have the superstar that can win a championship. They have the other star to go along with the superstar that you usually need for a championship. So I look at it, and I'm not saying that they're going to do better than the 2021 Dallas Mavericks. I'm not saying, 2022 Dallas Mavericks. But if you look at Kyrie, this could be controversial, but Kyrie's better than Jalen Brunson. Not by a lot, but he is better. And then I look at Gafford and Lively. I mean, I hate saying this, but it's the truth. They're 100 times better than Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber as your center combination. We talked about P.J. Washington. He's on a similar level to Dorian Finney-Smith. Hell, I can barely remember, I guess Spencer Dinwiddie played a pretty big role. Josh Green is a better player than he was a couple years ago. So I just look at this and go, man, on a piece of paper, if they're playing at their best and healthy, they are a scary team come playoff time.
And then I have some, I guess you can quantify it as breaking news. This is pretty much what we speculated this morning. Mark Stein is reporting that Luka did not travel with the team to Oklahoma City, so he won't play tonight. I stand firm. I know, obviously, Oklahoma City is a badass team. I stand firm that this makes sense to me, is you played on Wednesday night, Luka stays home, you play again at home on Sunday. He doesn't play tonight. You get plenty of time to reevaluate. I get it that it's a concern that he's missing a game. I think this is smart, and hopefully, I'm sure we'll hear more from the Mavericks throughout the course of the day.
Is there any way, because teams can get fined in these nationally televised games, to sit out the major player? Is there? I did not watch the game last night. Did his hamstring really tighten up, or was this maybe like they were up by 15 points and they're like?
But here's the other thing: it also broke his triple-double streak, and so
he only had like 3 rebounds at the time. Is that right?
So he probably wasn't going to get it. But I do know that he can like the stats at times. I thought it looked like he was concerned, not like disaster, but he was concerned.
I would sit out Kyrie tonight too. I'd forfeit. I'd forfeit the game. I'd say, look, if somehow, some way, Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, P.J. Washington, if they can win this game, that would be awesome. But if we're sitting out Luka, to me, we have a 5% chance of winning this game. Kyrie is a guy who gets hurt a lot. Sit him out. Let him have a night off too. And then get ready for Denver and get ready for the final stretch here and see if you can get the 5 or 6 seed. I guess the 4 seed's barely open. Maybe it could be with the Clippers situation. But I would just say, what's the point in wasting Kyrie's? He has a limited amount of minutes per year. And I just am afraid that Kyrie can easily play tonight's game and play in back-to-back games and then miss a week because his body is wore out.
I mean, yeah, Luka has kind of the same thing where his body, because of how much he puts out
Luka
there, you can just kind of expect every year he's going to have a certain amount that he needs to miss.
But it's not close to Kyrie.
I wanted to add this note, Kevin. 13 blocks last night, also a season high.
Wow.
Which is that. I mean, and that's something that we were just discussing with our center and what we have that not a lot of people have.
Yes.
This note is from Mark Followell here. They're 12-5 in the last 17 games, 9-5 post trade. That's like, I know that 5-game stretch we were like, guys, we went back to what we were doing.
Yeah.
They're still winning since the trade, but their paint defense is. Opponents are 53.9% on paint field goals in those games, the games where they've won. By comparison, they were 61% in the paint prior to that 17-game stretch here.
Okay.
And the league average is 57. So the Mavs are sub-league average in the paint against opponents, which is very, very good compared to being probably one of the worst in the paint before. So this is a great stat to add. Now that you don't just have Lively, and Lively as a rookie, you were like, man, is he going to be healthy enough?
Right.
So you go get Gafford, and he's young, and he's here for a while. So this is a great combination.
And to your point now, foul trouble, it matters, but it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, Lively picks up 2 fouls in 3 minutes or 3 fouls in 3 minutes. You're like, all right, hey, he has 3 more, but we have Gafford who has 6 fouls too.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, both the Mavs and Stars in action this evening. Coming up next, with 2 weeks to go, the biggest questions remaining for the Rangers this spring. And we've got somebody that's in surprise. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys.
Segment of The Fan is brought to you by Sewell Automotive.
Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at Sewell Buick GMC of Dallas. Test drive a new or certified pre-owned vehicle at Sewell Buick GMC or visit SewellBuickGMC.com.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager clubs his second home run of the postseason to tie things up at 3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk some Rangers here, but I want to throw it over real quick to the Corey News Desk for a trade that you may or may not care about in the NFL.
Well,
I choose to care.
I think you should.
Okay.
A straight-up player-for-player trade, according to Tom Pelissero and Ian. Arizona gets Desmond Ridder, a new backup for Kyler Murray, or maybe the replacement for him, in exchange for Rondale Moore. So Rondale Moore, wide receiver from the Cardinals, now heading to Atlanta, where he will be hooked up with Kirk Cousins, another weapon for Kirk Cousins. And then flip that around. Desmond Ridder goes to back up Kyler Murray in Arizona, where Mike is.
All right. Player for player.
Where's he at?
Yeah, can you be on the lookout for him, Mike?
Well, just giving you a little bit of a tease, when we get to Mike Likes It, when he flies into Arizona, I find something that's really interesting that they put over the intercom.
Oh, okay. All right, so as we go through some of the biggest questions remaining for the Rangers this spring, feel free to send in your own questions at 877-881-1053 in the truckwreck.com text line, also the Twitch and the YouTube. We talked about this in the Cross and in Baseball Nuggets a little bit. Are you pumped to see Brock Porter in the spring breakout? I know that's not really going to impact the opening day roster, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway.
Heck yeah, I am. I'm going to be here at, I know I say 3 o'clock. It's going to be 5 o'clock local time, but I'm going to be here at 3 o'clock to watch this game. I'm excited to see what happens. The thing is it's one game. And when guys get called up to the big leagues, it's not based off of one game. If I'm just going to throw out, for example, Brock Porter goes out there and he gives up 2 runs in 2 innings. I'm not going to be like, oh, man, Brock Porter, is not that great.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I'll look at his stuff. I remember watching Chichi Gonzalez, right? Chichi, that was his last name, right? And I remember watching him with Kavanaugh, and I went downstairs and I charted him, and I was writing down notes. And I remember looking at Jeff and going, I don't see the number one pitching prospect guy that he's been built up to be in the Rangers organization.
He had a changeup.
Yeah, and watching him, and I thought he does have a good mantra on the mound. Like he'd walk guys, and it didn't seem to bug him. Like as in he didn't fret. I remember having a ball that wasn't hit very hard off of him for a hit, and he just got the ball. And I was like, I do like that. I like that he's pitching in, and he's not just staying away to these guys. He's trying to also hit the inside corner. But I was like, I don't see the stuff that you need to see from a guy that you think is going to be a really nice big league starter in a rotation. So I will look for that from Brock Porter to say, oh, I saw the stuff. It doesn't mean he's going to be successful. It doesn't mean he's not going to be successful, but I will want to watch this stuff. But you have to watch out. If Sebastian Walcott hits 2 home runs, it doesn't mean he's ready for the big leagues. And if he strikes out 2 times, it doesn't mean we should trade him as fast as possible.
Kevin, the story that Kennedy Landry posted on Rangers' website about Brock Porter, specifically about his stuff that Mike's discussing here. Here's Mike, what the stuff they want to see from him: consistency. His velo is up, which they're excited about. His changeup, they say, is his best pitch. And Mike, you know, having a best pitch as a changeup, how important your fastball's got to be. But they're saying that all the things are there. It's just, can he find the strike zone consistently? And that's one of the things that Mike, on the development side of it, that they're asking of him is, okay, now just rein it in. You got all these really good qualities. Can you rein it in and be a really good pitcher now? So that's what they're really looking from Brock Porter.
Well, that's why out of high school they gave him $4 million in the 4th round.
Yep.
Is they see all the stuff there. I was looking at the Cincinnati Reds today or last night, just going, I have no clue who's going to be on this trip, but calling the game on television, I want an idea on who kind of they're relying on. And I was looking at Hunter Green. I don't know if people know who Hunter Green is, but he was probably in high school compared a few years ago to Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
Because they were
he threw the ball so fast.
And he could play baseball. He was a shortstop too. And they're like, is he a shortstop or is he a pitcher? It was like that. He was that good at baseball at 17 and 18 years old. He's in the major leagues. He throws the ball consistently 98 to 102 miles an hour. But he struggled in the major leagues so far. His stuff and his ability is Shohei Ohtani like 5-6 years ago when he was drafted and in high school. But has it correlated to being a great big league pitcher? He's only 24 years old. The tough thing about pitching, and I try to tell this to kids when we start playing catch and I'm doing a lesson. Do you know that every time you throw that baseball, do you know how important it is? I can't throw the ball 500 times today.
Yeah.
I can hit it 500 times today. I can field it 500 times today. I can go shoot a basketball 2,000 times today. I can go throw a football, I don't know, I'm just going to guess 400 times today if I needed to. I'm just not going to air it out as far and as hard as I can. But I can work on little routes to, the tight end and to the running back and throw it a zillion times. I'm not going to get Tommy John surgery from that, or blow out. So I look at pitching and I go, this is the toughest thing to become great at because it's the only, help me out here, it's really the only thing that I can't practice very much. Like literally, I cannot practice pitching that much. There's a limited amount of pitching I can practice because the arm can only do so much per day.
I agree with you. The only thing that immediately jumped to mind is sometimes I would wonder about and this is a specific facet of playing part of the position is tackling. I don't know how much
or a sprinter.
Yeah.
Or, you can't tell Usain Bolt, hey, let's go work on the 600 times today.
No, you make a good point. My next question, is Cody Bradford locked in as starter number 5, assuming no injuries, and is Adrian Sampson the next man up? Because we've talked about Jack Leiter staying around in camp, and I appreciate that. I think it's more likely because he'll be pitcher number 7, 8, 9, whatever the case might be.
He's going to pitch today too.
Yes,
in the prospect game, so I'll get to see him pitch here.
I felt like seeing Leiter's approach the other day gave him a little more life. I don't know if y'all had discussed that Monday or Tuesday that much, but I felt like it gave him a little more life. And I also wondered how much that was involved in the potential Dylan Cease conversation too. If that helped out, I don't know.
My guess would be no, but I'm intrigued.
But I do wonder how, like Mike said, if he strikes out all of his hitters, does that change anything? Or is it whenever he pitches against pro hitters, that's the real difference? I don't know.
I'm going to go with cut number 7 right here. This person is definitely on the team now, right? Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Is there?
I don't see him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Carter's standing there.
Is his last name Blank?
Okay.
Carter, do you know how to do the button?
We will swing back around to that question because I still think we can use the audio component.
Is he like Ichiro?
Right.
We just don't do his last name.
Let's get immediate feedback. Alec, I'm sorry, buddy. What happened there?
I took a bathroom break.
And I kind of screwed you over right now with this audio. I'm sorry about that.
Kevin turned his mic off, and he goes, watch this. I see that Alex not in there.
What happened.
I'm going to really screw him over on this one.
That is not what happened.
Anytime you want to irritate Kevin with audio, you are more than welcome.
Yeah, that's what you get for all those here we goes. Cut number 7. This person is unquestionably on the team now, right?
This pitch is drilled deep out into left center. Langford hits it a mile up onto the top of the berm, just to the left of the 400-foot sign. A tape measure shot for Wyatt Langford, his second home run of the day, his third in the last 2.
See, that was worth it.
I assume so, but this was weird. I was going to get into this a little bit, and Mike likes it, but let's just do it right now. They have on MLB Network, here's who you're going to see in the starting rotation, and here's who you're going to see in the lineup on opening day. And obviously they had Corey Seager batting second and Evan Carter batting third, and that's not going to happen. I would say there's a very small % chance that Corey Seager is going to be ready for opening day.
Yeah.
And they had Justin Foscue as the DH batting eighth. And I'm like, I don't think this is an up-to-date article, because most likely if we're just talking about opening day, then you're probably going to have to push Seager out because he's probably not going to be ready, and you're probably going to need to look at Wyatt Langford being, I'm going to assume you're starting left fielder, if not starting designated hitter.
Okay. Man. Or you say he's in?
I think he's in, dude.
All right, I do too.
And I can't wait.
Now, let's go
You
worse.
also get that possible first-round pick, or right after the first round is over, because if Wyatt Langford does start off in the minor leagues and is there for over 2 weeks, and only there for over 2 weeks, you get no draft pick compensation if he wins Rookie of the Year.
This question comes in from the fan text from the 903. Why is Grant Anderson not getting more talk about being on the opening day roster? Excellent spring, obviously fatigued at the end of the year.
In 5 innings, he's given up 0 runs and struck out 6 in the spring. Which is positive, but I think the Rangers know a lot about him, and they kind of have a good idea of what he is against major league hitters, considering he was used a lot last year.
And one of the ideas I was going to throw out is I just think the bullpen competition has actually gone better than the Rangers anticipated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons.
I'm with you. I think that I'm going to lean towards he's not on the team on opening day, but I'll say this again. The Rangers won the World Series last year and used 28 different pitchers during the season. They used 31.
Right.
3 of them were position players. So they had to put 31 different people on the mound last year for a 162-game season. Grant Anderson, even if he's not on the team on opening day, will be on the team and get plenty of appearances during the season.
What do you think the plans are or should be? Let's say the worst case scenario plays out, and it's probably just going to be short term, but still. Corey Seager, Josh Young, and Nathaniel Lowe, none of them are ready to go for opening day.
The percent that none are?
No. What are the plans, or what would be your plans if that was the case? And again, I realize that would most likely be a shorter term problem, but I'm curious.
Take the season off.
No.
The easiest one is Ezekiel Duran's playing shortstop.
Okay.
That's the easiest one, and I think most likely on opening day. If you have third base open, then they have to make the decision, what's better? Is it better to have Duran at short and Josh Smith at third, or just switch them? I don't know what the exact answer is for their defense, which one they like better defensively. At first base, I lean towards Jared Walsh, but remember, you do have to create a 40-man spot. I don't know if he ran out of options earlier in his career, so when Nate Lowe comes back, it's tough to imagine that Nate Lowe and Jared Walsh are on the same team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because they're very similar. They both bat left-handed. They're both limited for the most part at first base /DH. So I don't know if both can be on the same team at the same time.
Foscue, if you have a left-handed pitcher on opening day, is Foscue your guy?
Which you do have. It'll be Steele for the Chicago Cubs. He is a left-handed starting pitcher. So you are facing a lefty on opening night. So yes, so that puts Justin Foscue into play as your first baseman, or I guess first baseman, because if I'm saying Wyatt Langford's on the team, I'm assuming Carter, Leote, and Adolis Garcia are also on the opening day team, and also in your 9-man lineup. So maybe one of those guys is your DH on opening night. And that would put Foscue at first base.
Wenzel, any consideration for the left side?
I don't think so yet.
Okay.
I think you have to look at last year. You can't take spring training with him and just go, he's ready. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, he showed he had a little pop last year, but I guess there's just still a lot more room to grow, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example. Dylan Cruz is different, but as good and possibly even better than Wyatt Langford, who is the number 2 overall pick out of LSU. But because when he went to AA last year for his short amount of time and struggled, they're like, we don't care what he does in spring training. We need him to go down to AA and do well in AA. And then once he does well in AA, maybe we move him to the majors, maybe we move him to AAA. I think for our third baseman, Davis Wenzel, I think that you look at him and you go, let's make sure. This is great. He's getting spring training reps. He's on the big league team. He's getting used to being with these guys. But he needs to go down to AAA for, I would say, at least a month and show that he can be a very good player in AAA.
Okay, my only thought here is, and I just want to go to his numbers last year, Kevin. He had 30 home runs last year, 74 RBI, and he batted .236 with a .838 OPS in AAA Round Rock. Is that good enough for 124 or 547 plate appearances? Maybe, like Mike said, maybe another month. 30 home runs isn't enough to kind of to loft you in there. Okay, so another month to show that he can be consistent there.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Now, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I wanted to throw out a side bit of information right here. The defamation lawsuit against Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. And we talked about this. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch. But one of the things we discussed is there was at least 3 ongoing legal actions involving Jerry Jones. One of them was tossed out by a federal judge yesterday. Now, this goes back to the lawsuit filed by Alexandra Davis, who is trying to overturn the confidentiality agreement that was made when she was a baby about whether or not she is Jerry Jones' daughter. And so she was also suing for defamation because plenty of things had been said, or I guess allegedly said against her. The court threw it out with prejudice, which means it cannot be brought back again. And so while the case still exists in terms of taking a paternity test and finding out if Jerry Jones is in fact this woman's father, that still exists. But the case that went along with it about defamation, that is out of the court system now. The other case will proceed. I mean, even though they're looking to push it off like another year. So I don't know when it will actually go to court, but that is still in the system right now.
And we're going to interview them. Is that the plan? And we've asked, they've declined.
Yes.
Okay.
And that happened, golly, I don't know, like a year ago.
Yeah. Asked them and they declined.
Exactly. And
but
that happened.
We'll keep trying.
Exactly. We will find out if that is possible.
Yeah.
Now, you want to do some Mike Likes It?
Sure. Let's go to Mike Likes It.
Well, that's good, Mike, because if you didn't want to do it, then that would be tougher.
We'd have problems, Mike.
One thing that I don't like, you guys aren't here, but I can see the whole field here in surprise. I haven't seen my guy Jake. I don't know where Jake is.
Are they not even hold on, is the game tonight? Is that what it is?
Right. So maybe he's getting to sleep in today, but they have repainted the T for Texas and the KC for Kansas City. So those are beautifully painted again. But I was like, where's my guy Jake? He hasn't been here today. But guess what? Neither has the leaf blower.
There you go. No leaf blower guy. I'm so happy about that.
By the way, it is 10:41 out here, obviously 12:41 at home. Remember where we asked the leaf blower guy all the puddles that he has to blow?
Yes.
Here it is, 10:41. Sorry, I should have used more words there.
Yeah, probably, but
all the puddles are gone.
Oh.
I think he's fooling people here in Surprise, Arizona.
He created a job that doesn't.
Is he trick effing them?
Yeah. I mean, here it is now. It'd be obviously the time change, so it would be 11:41 when we were out here. But you're still an hour and 20 minutes from the game. All the puddles that I saw this morning, there were very few, they're not here anymore.
Whoa.
He does not need to blow the puddles out of the way and spread out the water. So I like the leaf blower guy seemed like a nice guy.
That's great.
And he's not really a leaf blower guy. He's a puddle blower guy. But He does it. They don't need him. They're wasting money.
I agree. Well, you know what though? Maybe it's not wasting money.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just helping out the economy.
Oh,
making sure people have jobs so they can spend money and recycle it into the system.
I guess that's possible.
When I walked over here, there were 2 leaf blower guys across the street where that swimming pool kind of is.
And you were like, Corey would be furious right now.
Yes, I did. Honestly, I thought of you. They weren't blowing anything. They were just.
Dude,
I was like, there's
you
nothing...
have to use different vernacular now.
Why? He's talking about leaf blower.
I know, but when
they weren't pushing
isolated,
anything
that's
around with
all
air.
you say.
They weren't pushing it around with air, is what you're saying.
There's no leaves. There were no rocks. I was like, you guys are just making noise at 6:55 in the morning. Nothing is there to spread out. Is that a better way to say it,
Yes,
Kevin?
thank you.
So, okay, now I move on.
Thank you.
There is an article here on the MLB.com for the Reds and Rangers spring breakout game because we just got done talking about it. There's a whole bunch of articles on ESPN and MLB.com. It says, how can I tune in? And it says MLB Digital. It says MLB.TV, MLB.com, or the MLB app. Or it says Game Day. So I guess if you go to MLB.com and then click on the Reds Rangers spring breakout tonight, I don't know who's broadcasting it, as in the cameras out here and everything, because I know Bally's it's not going to be on Bally Sports Southwest. But I guess maybe you can watch this. So if you do want to watch this, I'm just saying I'm not 100% sure, but it does say here on how can I tune in to MLB.TV, MLB.com, or the MLB app.
Bally Sports tweeted out, tune in to Bally Sports Southwest tonight at 8 for Rangers Reds.
That's for the big league.
For the big league. Okay, gotcha.
Game.
All right.
This is for the spring breakout
You can hear that big league game right here on the fan, too.
Okay, so now we really go to Mike Likes It. All right?
What were we doing before?
Well, that was just giving you stuff. That wasn't like something that's crazy in my brain.
Okay.
This is something that's crazy in my brain. Okay?
Okay.
So you guys flew to Arizona/Phoenix with me a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
So did you notice this one thing that they say over the intercom when they're like, welcome to Phoenix?
The friendliest airport in America.
Okay, let's start there. How do you know that? How do you judge that?
I don't know.
Does somebody go around? You just did the whole ballpark thing and the foods, and I'm just like, okay, you go to 30 ballparks, you hang out there for a series, and you say, okay, how does the food? How do I like the ballpark environment? It's all an opinion, but did somebody go to every airport in the world?
I don't know. Well, I assume not.
I have voted Phoenix, the friendliest airport in the world.
So you dispute that this research was done, not that Phoenix is a friendly airport.
Yeah.
Okay.
According to, you know what? According to J.D. Power and Associates, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Their list of mega airports, Phoenix Sky Harbor International is ranked 13th. Just overall.
Oh, do you have number one by chance?
Number one airport in the entire country, Detroit Metropolitan Wayne County Airport. Number 2, Minnesota St. Paul. Number 3, Harry Reid International in Vegas. And number 4, DFW.
Wow.
I feel like Vegas is old.
Yeah.
They need to redo that. Like, I know it takes time, but don't you feel like they made that airport in 1962 and said it's good?
Yeah.
just like some of the hotels, and they're like, hey, this will always stand the test of time.
Yeah, this castle thing really works here.
Maybe not.
All right. Next thing about Sky Harbor Airport here in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm waiting for my luggage, which I'm really not waiting for my luggage, I'm just waiting for a briefcase full of the stuff that I'm using to broadcast here, is they say it's a dementia-friendly airport.
What? Who?
Yes.
Who says that?
I should not have
just so you know, Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport is a dementia-friendly airport. are there non-dementia friendly airports?
Okay.
Because when you say that, it's such a specific thing.
That's a good point.
They're pointing out that, man, when you fly into DFW, if you have dementia, watch out.
And it feels very unlikely that you're going to go up for support at an airport and it's like, I can't remember what flight I am. They're like, get out of here, old man.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to happen.
It's the weirdest thing to, like, say you're pro about. We're pro-dementia.
No,
they're helping people with dementia. They're not for dementia.
Hold on to that one just in case.
They're saying if you have dementia, we're here for you. Well, what airport's not? Are there ones that they're specifically saying we've been to other airports and man, do they treat dementia people badly?
That's a good question.
God, I hope that's not the case.
He's really.
Why would they say that?
I don't know.
He's really got a point here.
Does he?
Yeah, because there's no way to prove these things. Like, you can walk around saying that you're. We could say we're the world's favorite radio station. Who's going to prove that wrong?
I like that.
Who can? Okay, there it is. That's our new tagline. The world's favorite radio station, broadcasting to other intergalactic planets. And nobody knows whether anybody on another planet's listening or not.
Good afternoon, Glorgons.
I want to go to other airports and then just listen a little bit more what they're friendly about or what they're pro about. That's the weirdest one I've ever heard.
Mike, and if possible, I would love for you to put a compilation of you rolling at various airports and just asking, are you a dementia-friendly airport? I think that would be really fascinating for that person to be like, huh? Do you have dementia? And you're like, no, I'm just curious.
Yeah, because you're not putting it on the intercom. Like when you fly into Love Field or DFW, they say, welcome to Love Field or DFW Airport, and go visit these places. And Dallas and Fort Worth are great, and Arlington has all the sports and all, it's kind of like, but they never say that they're dementia friendly.
I had never thought about that until
I've never heard it before in my life until I've heard it now twice. These 2 times I've flown into Phoenix, I'm like, man, that is random, but I guess that they did something for somebody with dementia. And they're like, let's tag it.
I appreciate that, man. They're just out there trying to raise awareness.
All right. So next, Mike likes it. Obviously, I don't want to get into this too deep. And then we will get to Corey's Corner in the C block.
Yep.
I sent you guys a text message. I'm not going to read everything in it, but my wife is so awesome, and I just want to thank God for my wife. And I've been going through quite a bit in the last 48 hours of nothing of my doing, but it doesn't matter. People don't want to hear that. So
if I could just say one thing publicly on the record, the idea that you have masterminded this, I think is preposterous.
Yeah. Well, it's what they think and what they want to believe. It doesn't matter what the truth is or the facts are. It's what they want to believe.
I hear you.
There's other things going on in my life too that people are trying to tear me down. And so I get it. Like, I get it in a weird way, I get it from the perspective of the Cowboys quarterback who's going through something that might not be fair. I have no judgment on what has happened or not happened in that situation. I'm not making any type of statement on anything, but I understand about what he's going through in a way. And I am a public figure too, and going through things publicly and privately. A lot of my life is very public. The mistakes I've made have been very public in my life. But I just want to say thank God for my wife. She is so awesome, and she is there to support me, and she knows who I am. And the people who don't know who I am, I just have to let them say those things, and God bless them too, because I am a follower of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. And he says, how different are you if you hate your enemies and just love your people who love you? That makes you no different. So to the people that hate me, I just want to say, I am commanded to love you, whether I want to or not in my heart, whether I want to hate you in my heart, whether people think I hate Dak Prescott in my heart. I'm commanded by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to love them too. So even though there's a lot of things in my heart that don't feel right, and that's me personally, I know who I'm commanded by. And I know that it is very tough, and it's very tough to even understand, even being a Christian. But to love your enemies and to say those people that are hating you, do not hate them back. That is not what you're supposed to do in your heart. So that's what I have to say about the last 48 hours. So if you hate me, I love you. And I'm supposed to. I don't want to. My human brokenness does not want to love you.
Don't undercut your message, Mike.
Keep going.
You're doing
Keep going.
so
I like
well.
this. I keep liking it. He's being honest, man.
But that's who we are as humans. I'm broken. You're broken. We're all broken. But I do know what I've been commanded to do. And I'm trying my best. Because the human, selfish part of me wants to fight back.
Yeah.
But I know what Jesus has commanded me to do. And that's it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And I don't even know how to follow that one up.
Good luck.
But a story about our friend Ted Nichols' pain I want to share with everybody next on The Fan.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Go low, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a heads up, tomorrow, NFL Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, Woodrow Wilson alum Tim Brown joins the show at 12:20 in addition to Masterpiece of the Week and all kinds of fun on a Shout-Out Friday. But now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. And just as our Tolos and Twolos and Yolos do, we got information, Mike, on Sky Harbor Airport.
Okay.
I got a story.
Oh,
yes, this is a story from last year. And it appears that Phoenix Sky Harbor International went to a workshop. They hosted a workshop for dementia-friendly travel in July of last year to help ease some of the fears of traveling for people who need that kind of space. And that is... This is a long history here. I think in 1986, there was the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Air Carrier Access Act, which was like, hey, you guys have to have the opportunities, have to help afford these people the opportunities to have access to flights that aren't going to freak them out and be problematic for them. And much like the work we do with My Possibilities, that's the approach is, look, man, somebody's got to fight for them. And back then this happened. So it is a few airports have said, you know what, we're going to make an effort. And it looks like Phoenix, Kansas City, Missouri have modified their facilities and operations to be more dementia friendly. They've added amenities.
Story other airports.
They've added amenities like quiet rooms and a simulation center where travelers with dementia can learn about flying or get a refresher.
Oh, that's nice.
So considering about 14 million people are expected to check into airports nationwide for Labor Day weekend only, Kevin.
Wow.
They say, hey, we want to make sure that because some of those travelers will have dementia or other cognitive impairments, we serve them just as we would serve anybody else.
I think that's nice.
You can tell it's spring break at Love Field and at Phoenix.
Oh,
There's
yeah?
a lot of traveling going on. There's more traveling going on yesterday, definitely, than there was when we came out here near
That
the
makes
end of
sense to
February.
me.
Yeah.
Now, I was looking through some stuff last night for the show, Kevin, and I ran across CBS Sports mock draft. It is mock draft season.
Oh,
It is Kevin's favorite time of year. And Mike, you know how much we love mock drafts compared to Kevin.
I guess this was inevitable.
I don't mind mock drafts. It's the way I get to know the players. I'm not watching Alcorn State versus Utah whatever.
The first three
Say
picks.
Utah.
Utah, yeah, you could say Utah. That's fine.
Versus
There.
Keith Van Horn.
The first three picks
All quarterbacks.
from yes, we're all quarterbacks in the order of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, which is wild to me.
Ooh,
Drake May goes to the Patriots at 3. Wild to me to see Marvin Harrison Jr. fall down to 4, just considering like he is NFL ready right now. And then there's Talisi Fuaga, who I love as an offensive tackle, going to the Chargers. But Kevin, you were like Joe Alt, and I was like, oh, I love Joe Alt so much. He's a redwood, dude. You can't move him.
And we're close enough in March now where I can live with this. It's the mock draft in December that I'm like, what are we even doing?
At number 6, though, is J.J. McCarthy to the New York Giants.
Okay.
And I asked Bobby this morning, I was like, is that real? Like, is that real life? And he was like, he has made his way into that conversation. I don't believe it or agree with it. I could be very wrong. There were some good things that he showed. I just wanted to see just a little bit more. But I guess the quarterback world is exactly that.
So we're to the point now where everybody has accepted that J.J. McCarthy is going to go in the first round.
Yes.
And this mock has him at 6.
Yes.
And that is really high.
Did Desmond Ridder, who just got traded, was he a first-round pick?
I don't believe he was.
Okay, was he like second round? I'm sorry. I know that was a draft I could care less about with quarterbacks. I thought they were all bad. I always say that wrong.
I know, and that's why every time I say couldn't, I thought he slid in that draft.
Maybe I could care less.
He was a 3rd-round pick.
Okay. Do you care more now?
I care that I got that one wrong. It was who was the quarterback for Pittsburgh that was so bad?
Pickett.
Yeah, Pickett. I was like, ooh, like not buying any of his cards. But yeah, it's just there are people that go in the first round that still don't end up making it at all. And I think it sounds like Denver. Sounds like they're gonna take the chance on the Michigan quarterback and then go, oh man, Mac Jones.
Ooh, interesting.
Who after that first year, man, Mac Jones is an incredible study in how high you can go and how shockingly low you can go in such a short amount of time.
I think you're right. The amount of low, because it's interesting because Trevor Lawrence continued to get he's proved it in college.
Yeah,
like he can be that guy. He's going to get his opportunities, and then he had a really good season, right? So it took him a ride to get up there, and a lot of people we still blame the coaching staff for his lows in the first season.
Corey, in your mock careers, who's going to have a better career, Caleb Williams or Trevor Lawrence?
Let's see. If
they were both considered, both. I know Caleb hasn't made it to the NFL yet, but they're both considered these can't miss quarterbacks, and Trevor Lawrence has not lived up to expectations. I'm a fan of his, but I'm honest enough to say he has not lived up to expectations after 3 years.
I agree, and I'm for the first contract, I give a lot of location as the biggest factor there. Where did you land?
That's why I'm picking Trevor Lawrence.
Where did you end up? And Caleb Williams is going to Chicago, which is just as dysfunctional as Jacksonville, if not more. But they are doing their best to add around that. Like they've decided we have not added enough. And they are doing their best to continue to add to that team and make it more suitable for whichever quarterback it is. Just watching the guys, I still think Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams has an amazing skill set. I happen to have a big problem with quarterbacks that run through Lincoln Riley. And that I think there has to be a lot more work done with them to create them into NFL quarterbacks, as opposed to, hey, you're a really good college quarterback that still has potential and pedigree.
And see, I don't know if I agree with Corey about like Caleb Williams versus Trevor Lawrence, just straight up talent for talent. I understand the reasons why you're there, but I do agree with Corey a lot about where you end up landing. And him going to Chicago, what in the world have they shown you in terms of, oh, yeah, we can take a quarterback and make it happen. I realize his number 1 pick is a different deal, but sometimes
really short change in Rex Grossman.
Yeah, sorry about that. But unfortunately, I feel this way about the Cowboys plenty of times, is where you look at it and you're like, I don't know why it didn't work. It's because sometimes things here don't work.
That's true.
I know why they don't.
the other there, as we scroll down just a little bit too, Malik Neighbors goes 7th to Tennessee, where they just traded for a receiver and added a receiver in Calvin Ridley. But Malik Neighbors is amazing, dude.
Yes.
Like this dude, it's like watching Jamar Chase and Beckham all in one. It's a blast to watch him. So if you want to go watch a wide receiver and just have some fun, that dude right there. Listen, Marvin Harrison Jr., you watch him on the deep threat, you watch him on anything, you're like, wow, that's a lot of fun to watch too. But Malik Neighbors may have been one of my favorites to watch. But I don't know anybody. Don't get upset. I watched Romo Dunze as well. I
was going to ask you if you like a Dunze.
I love all three
better
of them.
than Neighbors.
I love all three of them, and all three of them are different and versatile, and I could take all three of those receivers and be happy with any one of them if I'm a team that's up there trying to draft a wide receiver right now. I did want to get down, though, because I'm scrolling, Kevin, and like Byron Murphy going to the Minnesota Vikings. All right? Got some names dropping in here. We get down to the Cowboys at 24.
It's taking Cooper.
They have Cooper DeJean?
No.
Cooper Rush?
No. What? No, Edgerrin Cooper.
Kevin, they have Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver out of Texas.
Oh, that ran the fastest 40?
And they said, why can't the Cowboys add a young elite burner to the receiver group? Worthy staying in state would be fun for Dak Prescott.
Who's your running back?
877-881-1053. Thank you.
Who's your center? Who's your left tackle?
If you are a UT fan or a Big 12 fan, text in your thoughts on Xavier Worthy. All right, just text your thoughts in so that we can all kind of agree what we think here. The other thing, though, you're right, Kevin. Why would the Cowboys take a receiver there whenever they have so many other things they have to fill? It doesn't make any sense to me, but I understand, like, you're like, oh, speed, baby. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but we're not the Raiders either.
Exactly, and that's what I feel like. They're like, yeah, just go with that guy. He's from Texas. Yeah, just keep him in state. I don't love it. I don't love that idea. I would much rather go with later down the road. You got Darius Robinson, the edge out of going to Detroit. I would much rather go with something like that, or Marius Mims, the offensive tackle out of Georgia, 6'7", 340. I think you've heard Woolchuck and Broadus talk about that dude plenty. I would much rather go with something like that than a receiver who I feel is still undersized, even though he's lightning fast. But that's just all, that's a story for
Hey, look,
Stephen
you have the
Jones,
most
Will McCoy
badass wide receivers you want. If you don't have the offensive line blocking, I do not know how I believe that is going to work out.
Fun, fast wide receiver, issues catching the ball consistently. Would rather go get a good LT instead.
The idea that
Xavier
he's
Worthy
a first
equals
rounder,
Kadarius Toney.
The idea that he's a first rounder is a little wild to me.
Worthy won't do anything, just like Hollywood Brown in Baltimore. Way too many necessities to draft before a receiver. Yeah. Love Worthy, but we have other needs, and his size worries me if we're taking a wide receiver. I'd rather have A.D. Mitchell from Texas. There's lots of texts coming in, so I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the conversation back and forth here. Now I wanted to get to a story that we learned this morning.
Yep.
Our friend Ted Nichols Payne passed away, and it was one of those things where this dude committed so much time. I don't know that he loved the Cowboys.
That's fair.
But he made sure that we were on air.
Yeah.
He made sure that we were taken care of. And we've always said this about, like Rubens and the Titos and DJs. They're all working their butts off to make sure we're on air and do a good job of taking care of us in general. Just, Kevin, I always go back to our tire. I know how to change a tire, but Ted wouldn't let me change it. He was like, you're the talent. I'm taking care of you. Bam. But he was at so many Rangers games. And we learned from our friend that there was a vial of ashes that went to the games in the World Series while the Rangers were here. Didn't make it to Arizona, but it was Eric Nadel said, you will be my guest. And there was a vial of ashes brought. So Ted Nichols Payne, our friend, made it to the World Series. And this story was not known to me.
I didn't. That was
But
really
thanks
cool.
to Eric Nadell for making sure that was able to happen. And that vial was there to be part of that moment. And I kind of bring this up because I have that story, Kevin, where my best friend, my entire life, his dad passed away, and his dad always said, his boys always told him, Dad, when you pass away, we're going to spread your ashes at the ballpark in Arlington. And he was like, thank you so much. And when he passed away, I happened to be, it was during the Detroit series as the 2011?
Yes.
My buddy was like, hey, is there any chance that you can do this for me? And so I sneak up, and there's video footage of this on MLB.com somewhere. Yeah, I sneak up with a former employee from our station who was not employed at this station at the time. He was employed at another station, is now employed at another station. So that's a whole different world.
I know who it is.
But I snuck up there with him, and we snuck past security, and I opened the thing, and I spread the ashes on the field, right where Michael Young caught the pop fly to send them to the next World Series. Like, as that series ends in the AL Central against Detroit, or the AL championship against Detroit, Michael Young catches it 5 feet from where I spread these ashes. And it's one of those moments that I'm just like, oh my gosh. Have you ever had that given to you as a responsibility, or anybody asked anything of you like that? Because as we start to get to this point, things are happening in life. And I was just kind of wondering if you've ever had that, hey, I would like you to go take these and go somewhere in the world and spread my ashes, or something like that.
I have not, but I like to think that I would carry it out.
You do
and
think
I would
so?
carry it out well.
Okay, so nobody's asked anything of you like that yet?
No. Like, I'll just leave it at that, no.
Do you kind of, here's one of my hopes and dreams, is that like my dad or somebody like that, I don't want them to leave anytime soon. But then whenever they're like, hey, here in the instruction of the will or whatever, it's like, take my ashes, and I open up the thing, and there's a note inside, and it leads me on a wild goose chase across the world.
1,000,000% I would like that to happen.
And then it comes to like some final destination, in some place that he always wanted to visit, and he's like, now stand up there and spread my ashes back into the earth. I want something like that.
That would be awesome.
All right, Dad. It's up to you now.
I will work on that. If I pass
Why are you looking at me?
If I pass away soon, I will work on some sort of quest to send you on to accomplish that goal.
I appreciate it. Don't leave us too soon, Kevin.
Well, I'm not going to die on purpose.
And don't try and kill my dad because, I said that either.
Not.
I didn't even think
Are you gonna
about
get
that.
cremated, Kevin?
I guess for this scenario, I have to. I hadn't really
just be part
I
of
really
you.
hadn't thought that part through.
You
It's
just want to just cremate your leg or something.
okay, yeah, bury the rest of him, but let's cremate his leg. So,
or maybe just the lower half or the upper half, whichever one you want.
Yeah.
My wife recently looked into how much it costs to be buried without being cremated or being cremated, and she's like, I want to save my family money, so cremate me.
It is very, very expensive.
From the 817, spread the ashes of a friend on a parachute jump in the Army.
Oh, that's cool.
That's wild. From the 940, told my wife and sons to spread my ashes in the cove at Lake Sam Rayburn, where I caught my 14-pound bass. That's what I'm talking about. Something to mean something to you.
Do you believe the idea that you sprinkled a couple of ashes into a joint and smoked it? That I don't believe.
Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg sang that together. I know Willie Nelson already done it, but roll me up and smoke me when I die. That is what Willie demanded.
And I know there's people who got sprinkled into Frisbees.
What?
Have you never heard that? Yeah. That they I don't know.
So you can play Frisbee golf with them?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hey, in this to end C block, Corey, can I take it for 1 second?
Take it, Mike.
Kevin, get a new computer.
No. No.
He's been
Your computer doesn't work.
No.
Zoom all day.
Incorrect.
I'm going to be doing this.
Hold on. It is not my computer that doesn't work. When we were gone for spring training, never had a problem with this. We showed up, and now the usual sites we use for Wi-Fi are no longer working on my phone either. or my computer. Just here, my internet works fine everywhere else. And so I've definitely been like maybe using another Wi-Fi source that has popped up there. And I just haven't been able to get help on that yet. So that's what's happening is
you're lying.
I am not lying. I
Get
am
a new
not
computer.
lying.
Get an Apple.
Okay,
I dare you.
then I won't be able to get buried either because I'll need $16,000 to buy an Apple computer.
It's not that much.
Tell your son to buy it at UTA. They get a discount.
They do get discounts.
This is true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all students get discounts.
At the bookstore.
It would be it'd be less money than you going to the Apple store. So if your son buys it as a student and then he gives it to you,
Now
you
that is a good idea.
Might be like $900 then.
Yeah,
Oh my
I mean it
God.
will be.
So much.
But
dude, you're rich. What are you talking about?
I
That's
will say
why.
this. I've had this computer for a long time. You can tell by my cord. And it still works great.
There's an issue with the Wi-Fi that I've had specifically just up
I
here.
can't see
Nowhere
you.
else. I can see you.
We got Kevin.
Yeah,
we got
because we have apples.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We do have
Dumb.
apples.
Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or maybe you feel like they're too stubborn to buy a brand new computer. It could be any of those things. Let's talk about it next, right here on The Fan. Odyssey Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for my buddy's an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or were they seeking vindication about their computer technical problems in the break?
Is that what you were doing?
Yes.
I don't see you.
I didn't say they were fixed.
Okay.
I just said I was seeking vindication. I asked Carter and I said, so I'm not completely full of S. And he goes, yeah, maybe not completely. So we are still working on fixing the issue that I've had. But
this is definitely a user error. I'm going to blame it on that.
Don't dispute that.
ID
I don't
10T.
dispute that whatsoever.
ID 10T.
But Mike, if you go on the Twitch, you can see me. And
Okay, I'll do that. Hey, guess what?
What?
Leaf blower guy is here.
Okay, there it is. So it's later in the day that we learn.
Yeah, because the game's later, but he's just making up puddles. They're not there.
Do you think he's walking around with a water hose just spraying puddles and then saying, yep, now I got to blow these up?
Yes.
Seems like the stadium needs better insulation.
Makes sense.
All right, let's go with something that needs to be clarified because this has made the rounds everywhere, so much so that Aaron Rodgers spoke out about it. Because I know that it looks like maybe Aaron Rodgers was going to end up in My Buddy's an Idiot, not for running potentially for VP, but the idea that multiple friends he had and everything said that he believed that Sandy Hook hired crisis actors and it wasn't a real thing. It didn't actually happen. Aaron Rodgers put out a statement and said, I am on the record saying in the past what happened in Sandy Hook was an absolute tragedy. I am not and have never been of the opinion that the events did not take place. And so he is stepping out well, not really in front of this, but he's responding to this and saying, hey, I saw the reports that my close friends supposedly said this and everything. That is not what I believe.
Okay. All right.
And so a preemptive, I guess not, at least not for this. My buddy's an idiot.
I have a little bit of Cowboys news, Kevin, if you would like to add that information to this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys have re-signed Jordan Lewis to a one-year deal.
Ooh.
So we're kind of looking right now at Diggs, Bland, and Lewis as your potential three at cornerback. Now, Lewis always gets involved in that conversation. My opinion, you need 4 to 7 cornerbacks at all times. So that's a good addition. Bringing him back, that's something that you were, okay, are we putting Bland on the other side? Are we putting him in the nickel? What are we doing there? So I think that's a good combination. I don't know how that sets up for Stephon Gilmore. If that means, okay, now we work on him and we're trying to be consistent and bring that back, or if we're just making sure we have the right depth there.
I guess my biggest opinion has always been I would love to go into the draft, and I feel like every team would have this philosophy, being able to take care of as much as responsibly as possible before the draft so you can go in there and truly look at best player available in every single round.
For sure.
I realize that is probably not a realistic goal for some teams, but I appreciate that move. Right
Absolutely.
there. Now, we played the audio, and I guess my question is, who do you quantify as the idiot? Kylian Mbappe is suing a kebab maker for using his name. It's a kebab shop, and they're using his name in the description of one of his favorite sandwiches. Are you like, hey, my likeness is no joke. You can't just use it whenever you want. Or do you look at it and be like, yeah, it's a sandwich for this shop, and, maybe it's okay.
This is interesting.
Although I do know that this place has a huge Instagram presence as well.
Okay, yeah, this is interesting because like a small shop that I go to all the time, I'm probably pretty happy that they're making the Corey taco.
Yeah, but if they have lots of social influence and multiple locations and spread everywhere.
Yeah, if the Mike Bassick burger's out there, Mike Bassick probably wants his cut. And Kylian Mbappe is like, hey, I want my cut. But Kylian Mbappe makes a lot of money, dude. Like, there's a lot of money in that dude's pocket.
That is true. Mike, if we did create the Mike burger, how do you think that would be constructed?
Ooh. I would go with pepper jack cheese,
good
bacon,
good yep,
guacamole, jalapenos, lettuce, tomato, and grilled onion.
Okay.
It's a good burger right there. That is a dadgum good burger. I like
think
it.
I think you're going to sell a lot of Mike's burgers.
So hold on. So you can get upset. You can sue them. People, or I guess throw this Dylan cease and desist at them for not. It could have been for us. For say, hey, don't use my name, my likeness in y'all's menu. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, absolutely.
I felt like it was always an honor. Like if I get my name on a menu, I feel like it's an honor.
Well, and you can, but you might look at it and be like, well, let's use Mike, for example. Let's say it's the Mike Likes It burger and it's constructed exactly like that. And then this burger company becomes huge on Instagram and is making all this money. Don't you think Mike's like, hey, I would like to know where my cut of that is? As opposed to if it's just at that McDonald's that he runs across to every single day and there's like, here's the Mike Bassick fish fillet. And he's like, sounds good.
What if this is the deal, all right? Every time you come into any of our stores, here's your card to prove that you're Mike Bassick, and now you get a free, or however many burgers you order, however many Bassick burgers you order, you get them for free. Because I'm taking my family every Friday night, and I'm pointing up at the menu, and I'm like, yeah, see that? That's Daddy's burger right there.
Okay.
Yeah, on a brioche bun, toasted.
Would you prefer that, Mike, or would you prefer...
Brioche is cheat code, by the way. That is so good.
If I set up a fund where every time somebody bought this burger, one Evan Carter card would be donated to Mike Bassick's personal collection.
That'd be cool, as long as I don't have to go to court. That's not the most fun thing to do.
Yes,
Your court situations is very different from this.
That is fair. From the 917, this is interesting. I hadn't really thought about this. It's why Chick-fil-A sells the Sunjoy instead of Arnold Palmer's. And so some of the time it's just
the Sunjoy.
I did not realize that
Does Arnold Palmer have the rights to the Arnold Palmer, or just his name?
It is a great drink.
It is very tasty.
That's a good question. I feel like I watched a 30 for 30 short about the Arnold Palmer, but I don't recall the legal ramifications coming up.
I got to know more about it. I need to talk to a lawyer.
I had one of those Shack drinks one time. It just was like, man, how much sugar can you throw in water?
But it's water. It's good for you. I know we talked about this earlier, but I'm still going to say that the Padres are idiots for taking Dylan Cease away from us, even though he was never ours.
I'm telling you, you look at what the Diamondbacks accomplished last year. You look at what the Dodgers have. I'm not going to be surprised if A.J. Preller in July has Yu Darvish and Dylan Cease on the marketplace.
Wow.
Yeah, he is very willing to move parts very quickly, kind of depending on where they are, and if that team's not riding hot, he'll definitely be willing to do it. I wonder what the communication with Preller and Chris Young is. Because they didn't quite come up together with the JD group, so I don't know exactly what their conversations are like.
But they have a good relationship because John Daniels is good friends to both of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So,
probably so. But yeah, I wonder if there is some point, Kevin, because I think at midseason is when the Rangers make that move if they are looking at themselves again as contenders. I was surprised at the Dylan Cease news to come up this early. I was like, whoa. But I think the Rangers are like, as we said, as we've been predicting, tread water, see if our cavalry's coming, and if we can add another piece to it while we're doing it.
I think this one is very fair. My buddy's an idiot. He has a different definition of all-in than I do. Look, I'm assuming that's at Jerry. It could be at me for not falling in line with Jerry's definition of all-in. As I've said numerous times, I think Jerry's definition of all-in is absurd. And I knew it was an absurd definition when he said, I feel like we've been all in every season since 1989. That is preposterous.
Buy into us.
Okay, we appreciate that, Mike McCarthy. I do have this question though, because I saw Steven talking earlier, and I want to get the quote right, because his quote was something along the lines of, back to our fans, we have not met the expectations up to their expectations. And playoffs.
How is it not their expectations too?
And that was the part that kind of irritated me. I was like, your expectations should be exactly where ours are. And I wonder if their expectations right now are just kind of in that same vein of, look, man, we're putting out a competitive team every year. Is it championship competitive? No. But we're in the playoffs. We're there consistently, and that's what we're trying to get to every time. That's the standard right now for them.
Golly,
the Rangers standard is we win titles. That's our goal. That's why we're trying to trade for Dylan Cease.
It's freaking infuriating. If we can go to cut number 10 here, This is fans who are chanting Ronaldo at Lionel Messi. Let's let the audio play and see if you can figure out what happened next. Well, how do you feel now, dummies, when Messi scored a goal? Because I'm not saying it was because they were chanting Ronaldo.
He does it when he wants to. Messi does whatever he wants whenever he wants to.
Him and Suarez are like, you want to score now?
It's time.
Right,
yeah, let's go ahead and give him something. Nashville hasn't seen anything like this before.
Do you feel like an idiot if you're in the stands and you're like, I was one of those people making that chant? Because one of my favorite things that I have seen consistently at the high school level is, and this happened a lot, especially in baseball, is you would have like a Baseball America top prospect come up to the plate.
The overrated chant?
People would chant overrated. 2 different games. I saw 2 different people go yard right after that. And I was there to cover it.
Yeah.
So I had to keep quiet. But in my mind, I wanted to be like, how stupid do you all feel right now?
It was Jackson Jeffcoat whenever the overrated line was getting thrown his way. And then he turned around and did a 2-hand jam in everybody's face. And I think he ended up having like 22 points in that game. And I was like, maybe don't say he's overrated. That dude is an elite athlete. And he got you mad. You made him mad. You poked the bear.
And I never understood the overrated chant in general. Because, hey, we just beat your team that was overrated, so our win is diminished?
Yeah.
I don't.
It makes you better. You guys were the best, and we just topped you.
Underrated.
Yeah.
We're the underrated team. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yes, I would much rather go with that because you're like, see, you disrespected us, not let's disrespect the win that we just
You got to keep us underrated. How about that?
From the 616. Sometimes people just hear what they want to hear. Stop making excuses for Jerry. He doesn't have a different definition of all in. He's just lying. That was sarcasm. I'm sorry if you did not pick up on that. Usually my sarcasm is really in your face. But yes, I obviously think the same thing and why this franchise has been stuck not getting to an elite level for 28 years now.
And yes, Rodeo Goat does have the Brad Sham burger, which is a fantastic burger.
And you can definitely sign off on it and be like, great.
We had goat last night. No, we didn't eat goat. We had rodeo goat. Yeah, we had rodeo goat. I had the bodacious. That's how I'd make my burger.
Don't they? Do they have an Evan Grant burger there?
They do have
Yes.
an Evan Grant burger.
Yeah.
That is true.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Welcoming new listeners.
The #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Wonderful, Hags. How are you?
Is that true, though, Gavin Dawson? Because I have just learned you have suffered a loss of potentially your backpack.
Yeah, it's been a good backpack. 7-8 years, maybe more. It's a laptop backpack, so it's kind of like a briefcase. It's kind of a computer carrier. And recently, my trusty computer went down, and it was a smaller one than the one I replaced it with, which was my daughter's old computer, right? Because I didn't want to buy a new computer. But I paid the price within 3 months with a blown-out zipper. Yes. So appears I'm in the market, or I'll be looking at repairing the backpack.
Okay.
But I figure that's going to cost me $40 or $50 to repair the zipper to get a professional to do that for me.
You make a very fair point. I am a bitter ender where I'm like, let's see how we can fix this. For example, my computer bag, it has the little like leather ties that you pull over. One of them broke, and we just improvised and put something else on there. The other part that zips, that one doesn't go over on the left side, so I just moved the one on the right side all the way over. And my wife has asked me repeatedly, do you need a new computer bag? And I say, no, why? This one works.
This is perfect.
This one works just fine.
Just fine. Not quite perfect, but just fine. Just fine enough to not quite qualify for need.
Yes.
Not yet.
Yes.
Still classifies as a want, Hagee.
So where do you guys fall? I'm a bitter ender, and I'm like, let's see if we can make this thing work. Maybe in life too, and maybe just on material.
Wow, are you saying that about relationships?
No, yes, in the past I've been a bitter ender.
In the past.
That's
behind us now.
My wife is just lovely. Although she'd probably be like, no, bitter end with me too. Like, you need to stay no matter what.
Yeah.
Are you guys bitter enders, or are you like, nope, it's broken, it's curved, I need to get a new one?
I'm a bitter ender man. Myself.
That's not surprising. Yeah. I could see that. If I had to guess.
I don't think that's by choice. I think it's just because of necessity. Yeah, there is out of necessity. I actually had an amazing, for as unfortunate as Dawson's backpack story is right now, gut wrenching. Of course. That wasn't sarcastic. I'm serious, because I had a backpack issue as well. I had a long time backpack that I had for an extended period of time. It got me through a good chunk of high school, all of college, and then like throughout my time here up until a few months ago. And we were probably training camp time. We're getting ready to go out of town, and my backpacks no longer work. I'm like, crap, this really sucks. Well, the backpack that I had, I was telling my dad about it, and he goes, dude, you're not going to believe this. He goes in his closet, and the exact same backpack, we had gotten 2 of them all those years ago, and he had never used it. Yes, it's the Burn Notice. That is one of the most epic backpacks of all time. It's an amazing backpack. It's got like the insulator spots where I can keep something warm or cold, whatever need be, so it's like, it's a legit bag. And so I was disappointed, but then he goes, dude, you're not going to believe it. We got 2 of those bags when we got them all those years ago, and I've never touched it. So I got a brand new of the same bag, and I can only hope Dawson has the same fortune. You need to call your dad today. That's what this means.
I need to double check his master closet at the house. My favorite part of that story is that Chief's dad calls him dude.
Yeah. He's like, hey, dude.
Hey, dude. I like that.
Come hang out with me. I call my kids bro.
Hey, bro.
Because here's why, though. They said it so much that I started saying it sarcastically back to them, and then it stuck. Bro. And so now I'm like always saying, hey, bro. And I do it still sarcastically, but I do it a lot, and that kind of frustrates me that they tricked me into saying it. That's kind of what happened.
They got you, bro.
They outsmarted you like that.
Yeah. That's fair. You sit in a car, let's say you're going to a baseball game with 3 teenage boys, and it'll be the dumbest conversation you've ever heard. But they will repeat words almost like they're animals, and they're like, bro. And because I was sitting in the car with my wife the first time, I think she experienced that with Brandon and some of his friends, and she goes, what is this? And I go, oh, yeah. It's just get ready.
Yeah.
Just get ready.
Yeah, just get ready,
sink
bro.
into this. I remember specifically annoying my dad with that routine when I was a teenage boy. It was so funny to us and so annoying to them.
The one time, I don't know if this is a logical segue or not, but the one time I thought my mom was really going to slap the S out of me is...
Just the one time?
There was many other times, like when she had to pick me up from the jail. But There were the one time I really
Not
thought
the prison, just jail.
I'm going to deserve this too, because I was in high school and she looked at me one day in the kitchen and she goes, "Why do you always have to be such a smart ass?" And I looked at her and I go, "But hey, it's better than being a dumbass, right?" And
that's funny. She shouldn't have gotten upset at all.
Okay, and she didn't, because I saw her crack a smile and I was like, okay, I'm okay. Because in my mind, I was like, no, you should have kept that to yourself. And if she smacks the crap out of you, you deserve it. And she goes, and just kind of walked off.
She shakes her head. It's just funny enough, dude.
I know.
You got to be
but
funny
it was
enough.
A razor's edge of getting smacked upside the head.
I got a question real quick.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Yes.
We did My Buddy's an Idiot moments ago, and I just got a text from my wife.
Oh.
And I'm wondering if she's an idiot here.
Oh, no. Hey, can we do that? My wife's an idiot segment?
Yeah, absolutely.
We used to have a drop that Corey got purged from.
And
the
now we have a drop of Eric saying it. Thank you.
Yes.
She planned a massage with the brother-in-law.
Okay, very nice.
And she went to go get it all set up, and she just texted me and said, "Evidently, I chose the wrong place in Frisco." She chose, I guess there's two of them there in Frisco, and she chose the wrong one. And I told her where the appropriate one was.
Okay.
So now the situation's different. Is she an idiot for not listening to me?
I don't
We
know.
all are when we
She
don't
might
listen
be
to you,
off the hook
Corey.
because they own two up there now.
Okay. All right. So maybe
so
it's
just
okay.
make it happen.
Yeah,
all right.
She might be at the right one.
She might be. Maybe she is at the right
There's
one.
different massagers.
Two wrongs make a right.
Well, see, but it puts Corey in a tough spot, because what are you going to say when she comes home? You should have listened to me.
Is stupid.
Hey! Oh, did you hear it? Play it again, Alec. Play it again.
My wife is stupid.
You're not supposed to play that.
Had a
It's
point,
supposed
Ned
to be
Furr.
on.
Unscrubbed
We
it.
got rid of that thing.
No wonder Chat GPT knows who you are.
I really thought that had been lost over the years.
I really hoped it
I
had
found
been
about
lost.
6 copies of it, by the way, so it's not going
I'm
anywhere.
so excited that is back.
You got to have a lot of backups,
I got to
dude.
go delete everything.
But
now.
Corey, don't scoreboard your wife when she gets home if it doesn't happen, because you're going to tell her that you were right and she should have listened to you. She's going to be extra ornery because she did not get her massage. This is a combustible situation, and you should not say anything either way.
I'm going to have to rub her down, is what you're saying.
I mean, yes.
Think you're the man for the job.
I think I can do that.
See, I feel like we've solved problems in crosstalk today.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you can solve this problem from Stephen Jones when he says everybody has the right. I know where there's frustration. It's the fact that we have not had a lot of playoff success due to their satisfaction. It's that part when we say we have not had a lot of success in the playoffs to their satisfaction that, like, sometimes you just say words and they don't come out right. And I get that. But you really wish he would have been like, to our standard or the Cowboys standards or what should be our standard. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways you could have ended that sentence.
We haven't lived up to the fans' expectations of ours.
Eric, why don't you just stop having high expectations?
Hey,
And
you too.
You know what? That's a fair point, because it does kind of feel like the Cowboys keep telling us year after year, hey, stop asking for more. Lower your expectations.
We got you 12 regular season wins.
We can
Come
meet
on.
those. Still, my favorite thing that's happened all season is Stephen Jones having to feign, pretending like he didn't know how many games they had won in the regular season. He goes, yeah, these last 3 years, I think it's been, I don't know, what, like 36 games? Like, that is not a bullet point around those offices.
Exactly 36. He's like, I don't know.
You can't spell Dallas without 12-5, or like whatever their catchy slogan is that they have out there.
They're very proud of it.
They really, really are, and they should not be. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. Broadus is out, but we'll do our best to make up for it, including some very exciting Cowboys news right off the top here.
Ooh, okay.
I love news.
Roll home with the GMAG Nation. Both fans of radio and news alike. We have been the KNC
Very
Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
We're pro dementia.
This is the KNC. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is our number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running here in the nation. Stephen Jones talking at the rodeo. They had media availability to raise awareness for the PBR event that's coming up. And we're going to talk about some of the things that he said throughout today's show. General at your service. At ease. There's Lucius Alexander, the pimp cut back there, master control. Here at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chia follow here in this talk booth. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck you guys doing?
Wonderful. Had a fun draft show with Nick Harris earlier today. We talked a lot of things draft-wise. No Brian Bryce, so we were able to make it through a full hour.
Oh, the shots fired. It only took under 90 seconds, Dawson. Under 90 seconds.
We did.
Wow.
We missed B. We did. But
is he going to get rained on the lake today?
I hope not.
Is that his plan?
I hope he does.
There could be some rain.
Just fish in a storm?
I know. I've been trying to track it all, and now it's down to like only 35-40% for scattered thunderstorms with temps in the mid-70s as the afternoon progresses. So I think I think the storms might wait until like 9-10 o'clock. So if you're out there fishing, you might be all right.
And I hope he's crushing it with that Whopper Plopper, man.
I knew today was going to be a good day when I saw Wolchuk wearing his Whataburger hoodie. Thing looks great,
so comfortable.
Dude. It is.
It is
fantastic.
Amazingly comfortable. Now, I looked at the weather report. I'm like, man, might be a little too hot to wear this thing, but I don't care. I just wanted to show off my Whataburger pride.
That's right. We are just 2 weeks now from opening day, and Whataburger's sponsoring our coverage. So we salute them. They sent us some great gifts the other day.
They did. This stuff's awesome.
And we love them. Okay. Yeah, Stephen Jones, we'll have the audio a little bit later on. He talked about their plans and free agency moving forward, what they're going to do at running back, Dak's cap number impacting what they can do, Tyron Smith, Eric Kendricks, which news came down late last night in our show, and on the idea of being all in. Wolchuk, you've heard it all. You cut it up for us. What do you think's the biggest takeaway from what Steve said this afternoon?
Well, in terms of all in, I think that the big takeaway was their version of all in is re-signing their own. That's all into them, is getting Dak done, getting CeeDee Lamb done, focusing on the internal, making those second contracts happen. That's pretty much all in. He gets the fan frustration. Having not had success in the postseason, he said they're frustrated as well. But also the door still open on Tyron Smith. That was interesting. Now it's probably going to have to be like Tyron Smith is going to have to come back to them with the deal that they wanted to give him. So maybe the market ultimately, Tyron's not able to get what he wants. But Yeah, I mean, Tyron's still a possibility, but the big thing was I think we got clarity. Their definition of all in is we're going to go ahead and keep our own guys and make sure they're taken care of.
Have you guys seen the butt cracking situation going on with Tyron Smith on Twitter right now?
Yeah, I got comments on that all last night. Like, oh my gosh, are you seeing this? I'm like, dude, that is a fake account.
And now they're being loud about the fact that it's a fake account, but they were disguising it for the initial.
It was pretty good
entry, yes, because somebody decided to tweet out. Ernie the Cowboys fan tweeted out a photo of shirtless Tyron Smith from training camps past, and he says, no team will allow Tyron Smith to not practice every week. No team will give Tyron Smith the quality back shots in the locker room before the game to loosen him up.
What?
No team knows Tyron Smith like the Cowboys do. Bring him back. Now, that's Ernie the Cowboys fan. So then what we believe to be in the moment, actually Tyron Smith, who never says anything ever, let alone tweets, says, I had to really jump on Twitter to address the fact that I never once took back shots in the Cowboys locker room. And then he was going on run with tweets, and now they're identifying as a parody account. So salute to them.
Wow. Well done. At least we got some fun and enjoyment, and we did get another signing with Jordan Lewis agreeing. So in the last 18 hours or so, we've had a couple of deals get done from the Cowboys' perspective. And I think Jordan Lewis is a fine piece of any secondary. I like his physicality. I like his ability to cover some types of players. But there has to be another corner for me to start feeling like this defense could be as good as it was last year. And I don't know if that's Gilmore or another player or a first-round pick. But as we've seen in the past, we often have to be patient for the Cowboys to reveal their entire hand. And their hand looks slightly better than it did yesterday at this time. What do you guys think?
I'm with you on that, and I wonder what this means for Stephon Gilmore. You know, there's some that might think, okay, you bring back Jordan Lewis. Does that mean you're not bringing back Stephon Gilmore? To me, Gilmore is an outside corner. Lewis is a slot player. And I prefer the idea of trying to get Deron Bland back inside to the slot where he is one of the best in all of the National Football League. Certainly, he can play outside as well. That's the beauty of him. Lewis is not a guy that's interchangeable. He's pretty much a slot-only type of player. I thought he did a great job coming back from that Liz Frank, but it's really, I've always thought it's kind of boom or bust for Jordan Lewis. You will get some great games from him, and then you will get some really bad games from him. You will get a bad game and then maybe just a big play where he forces a fumble. But I'm glad he's back. They needed insurance, but I think you still need to get an additional outside player, whether that's through the draft or maybe you're able to still bring back Stephon Gilmore if you open up a little bit more money.
Yeah. I don't want to be spiteful in regards to Jordan Lewis because I think he's done an admirable job over the years playing a very difficult position. But Deron Bland, I think a part of this offseason I thought was to make sure Deron Bland gets to go back inside at the nickel spot where he truly is one of the best in the sport. Trayvon Diggs comes back to the boundary. Maybe it's Gilmore or whoever it is, but I'm hoping that them bringing back Jordan Lewis right now is not a sign that that's your starting nickel and they're just going to be satisfied with Bland on the boundary. It's not the end of the world, but I think to maximize Bland, he would be inside and you'd get a real boundary dude.
Well, Gilmore's going to be a significant cost. Any good corner is a premium asset, and I think he is still pretty dang good. So I'm starting to wonder, like, what they're going to do to free up the cap space. Are we about to get a Dak kick the can down the road?
I would imagine that's probably the most likely scenario. I mean, I'm holding out hope that they're willing to just find a way to ride this giant cap hit of Dak's instead of continuing to push it. But my guess is they will be willing to push it, and in their mind, in the coming months, they'll come do a long-term deal anyways.
You could do an extension with CeeDee Lamb. I think an extension with CeeDee Lamb would free up quite a bit of cap space. Maybe that would allow you to get under to make the Kendricks and Lewis signings, but you're still going to need a draft class. And I'm sure there's at least a couple of other veterans that they would like to bring in. They do have some, needs around the roster. I wonder how they look at their safeties. Or that's not a good fit for a Mike Zimmer defense. Or do they feel like they needed to bring another one of those in? So they do have some options, but Dak Prescott's, contract is the one that offers the biggest opportunity. And if they flip the switch on that, then I think it could get really interesting. Like maybe because now they would have enough cap space where a trade for a significant player could be done, or some of those mid-level free agents could still be doable. Let's see, what else the Cowboys have, as their cap space situation is tightening. That's why they had to let a number of players go. But what is their master plan so far still has not been revealed. We'll hear a little bit more from Stephen Jones later in the show. Now, the Kendricks signing is pretty nice. 115 tackles last year. He's no longer a superstar, but still very good as long as age does not create a big misstep for him going from year to year. I think there's a pretty good chance that Kendricks could be about as good or maybe even better than what Leighton Vander Esch has given you as your veteran linebacker the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, at 32 years old, he's a dude that seems like every single year he's going to have 100 tackles. He's your most instinctive linebacker easily. He's probably the smartest linebacker that you've got. In terms of athleticism, you hope DeMarvion Overshown comes back and is the same as what he was. He's your fastest guy. But Eric Kendricks is now immediately your best linebacker on the team. Is he 2019 All-Pro version of himself? No. But he's a guy that's going to come in and certainly help in the run game. And the best thing for me is, and I've talked about this, Mike Zimmer stressed the importance of everybody being on the same page and talking the same language. Eric Kendricks can now be that person on the field that can relay and talk the same language as Mike Zimmer is on the sideline as the head coach. So being able to have somebody that can, do that on the field, and you've got Mike Zimmer handling that on the sideline, I think is huge. So all in all, it's a low cost, and it's not going to affect you in the comp pick game because he was released, which is big for the Cowboys. I think it's a move that they desperately needed to make to prime away from the 49ers is also a win.
Yeah, I think a lot of the issues at linebacker last year, of course, stem from the lack of size there, where you're fitting safeties into the position due to just out of necessity. But a lot of it also was a lack of instincts, not knowing where to be and when to be there. And that's hugely important. So I think having a guy like Kendricks there is really, really good for the defense. Zimmer, all that stuff. I mean, I echo everything Walchuk just said there. I think it's a nice addition.
Another thing to kind of monitor in terms of freeing up cap space, Cowboys going to make that decision on Michael Gallup by 3 o'clock on Saturday.
Okay.
What they want to do with him. So if they post June 1st him, that creates $9.5 million in cap space. So the Gallup thing should come down here in a few days as well.
That's a no-brainer.
I do love this tampering story. I'm sure you guys will be covering a little bit more later on at NFL News of the Day or Football's Finest. The skinny is the NFL thinks it's fishy that the Eagles got a deal done with Saquon and the Falcons got a deal done with Cousins within minutes of the tampering period starting. And it appears they have evidence, as maybe they were setting those things up in the days or hours before. And I don't think they want to encourage that. I think they want to keep those accountable if they have evidence of that happening.
There's really funny elements to both of those stories that we'll get to.
It was good news, bad news for the Mavs. On the court, they were pretty dang good, beating the Warriors, who were without Steph and Draymond, played great defense, kept them under 100 actually, but Luka pulled his hammy.
Oof.
And I don't think many cared about his triple-double streak as much as they cared about what his status is going to be. Jason Kidd saying last night they'll learn more today. It was a situation they'll continue to monitor, but they visit OKC and then they host Denver, two of the best teams, maybe the two best teams in the West right now. Still 8th, a game and a half out of 5th, half game behind the Kings and Suns in the 6-7 spots. These games are huge. And I tell you what, it's time to start playing great basketball. Watching Kings-Lakers last night, Sacramento is going to be damn tough. The Mavs are not playing with that skill level or intensity right now. But you have an opportunity to catch them in the standings. It's got to start with, I think, health. And with Luka's hammy now, I mean, the way that he winced and checked into the game and then came right back out, I'm not feeling good, guys. I'm not. This could be just the latest injury in an injury-plagued year. We got 20-game break from.
Yeah, man, this is pretty poor timing. Pretty poor timing right now, and it is frustrating. And that's the type of thing. If he's going to be hobbled for any extended period of time, that doesn't bring much in the way of optimism that they're going to be able to play their way out of the play-in. And hopefully they can remain in it. Thank God you have a guy like Kyrie who can take over games and be that offensive presence for sure. So you can stay afloat. It doesn't necessarily go spiraling down, but the idea that you could get out of the play-in seems far less likely if Luka's going to be out for for any amount of time.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's not making the trip tonight to Oklahoma City. So I guess you have till Sunday when you're next at home against Denver, which will be an ABC game. So you'll have him be able to get treatment and rest. And, the hope is if you want to just have best case scenario, he's back and he's able to play on Sunday. Hopefully this is just a very minor tweak and it's nothing serious. But, yeah, I mean, I heard Mike talking earlier. Do you shut Kyrie down for tonight? Because Kyrie's also a guy, you had the stat yesterday about, what was it, 16 straight games? It's the most he's played since 2018. To me, it's like, no, you need to try and see if Kyrie, I get Oklahoma City is a really strong opponent. The likelihood of you winning this game is slim to none, but you never know what can happen. I think you got to go out there and try with at least Kyrie Irving.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you can afford to just give up L's at this point.
You have a path to victory. It's called Kyrie with a 40-point triple-double and Gafford and Lively dominating the paint and, winning on the rebounds and hoping OKC misses some shots. Committing Josh Green to try to lock down or frustrate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. There's absolutely a way to win tonight's game. I think on paper now the Mavs are pretty deep and pretty talented, and they don't have to wave the white flag as long as they got one of those guys and these bigs and the quality they have. Any of these guys can get hot and shoot you into a game against anybody in the league at this point. What will the Rangers do now that Dylan Cease has been traded to the Padres? I think this is actually a big story for the franchise. And this is what Scott Boras is alluding to yesterday. The owner has gone cheap several times on us here since he bought the team 14 years ago. They did not like it when JD brought in Shin-Soo Choo and Prince Fielder, and they basically got no value from those guys for about 4 years. Choo was bad and hurt, and Prince Fielder was just hurt. And he didn't trust JD much to spend after that, and we didn't get any good players for a long time. Could he feel the same about DeGrom? Did the World Series make him satisfied? Could he say, wow, we did pretty good with Evaldi and John Gray and Montgomery. Why are we trying to go chase superstars or spend more of my money? We didn't really even need DeGrom and Scherzer in the end, to get this thing done. So now they're in a spot where the owner doesn't want to spend money. They're up against thresholds. They don't have the prospects. The only option left they could theoretically fit in their payroll is if they get a trade done. But the best guy to do that with now is now gone. So who breaks, And if I'm CY, I'm starting to look at the owner like, do we want to keep going? Because I can really take my bag of tricks to another team. I'm willing to go elsewhere with an ownership group that might be better at staying committed and maybe a farm system that actually develops the pitchers that we draft. That's what I'm worried about right now as I monitor this Rangers situation. Is this evidence that Ray Davis is going back into Scrooge McDuck mode, which he did. And then they open the new stadium. He throws cash at it for back-to-back off seasons. We win the World Series. And I'm waiting to see, because what we know now, based on the news of the last 48 hours, the Rangers really want to fix this. They believe their young pitchers in spring training aren't good. Mm-hmm. They really only have 3 starters and then cross our fingers on 4 and 5. And they're like, we need more pitching. Is the owner going to say tough? This is a litmus test right now for what to expect from this Rangers team over the next decade.
Gosh dang it, I hope this is not the case in terms of Ray Davis just going into his shell and being satisfied with the one. I know that'll tick CY right off, and CY has the loyalties and the love for the team, the organization, and the city, so he's not just going to bail all that quickly. That is for sure. But in regards to the Cease deal, the Montgomery thing, yes. The Cease deal comes across more like a GM deciding I'm not giving up whatever is necessary here. Yeah, that's not a financial thing. No. I think that's CY just saying, I drew a line in the sand in terms of what I was willing to part with, and so you guys get the deal done, no problem. I don't think that's Ray Davis stepping in there and saying, we're not doing this.
No, my point there was sort of, we're not going to spend the money, so we got to trade for a guy who's significantly cheaper.
Right.
And the only guy you can do that with right now just got dealt. Yeah, so now you have to wait until the trade deadline for another batch of players to be available, because cheapskate guy, these next 3 months might run you out of playoff contention.
Yeah, I think he's looking at it like, man, I have put so much invested already in pitching, and the problem is they're just not healthy right now. So, look at how much I'm paying Scherzer, DeGrom, these guys that are not available. We just signed Tyler Mahle. Hopefully he comes back. So I've invested. I've given you arms. They're just not healthy right now. So find a way to make it work until they are. And I do think the TV deal has a ton to do with it. So I'm hopeful that that is not the case. But I guess we do need to let things play out until I can be 100% certain.
I think so. I think this is a crossroads, and the best owners in sport are like, wow, we really got a dealt a tough blow on the TV. We got a dealt a tough blow here on injuries, and the trade deadline didn't go our way. So as a winning owner, here's another $20 million. Really didn't want to do it, but I have billions. So here's another $20 million. That's what winning owners do, and we're hoping Ray can do it because Chris Young can deliver a dynasty.
Damn right.
We're back with the G-bag of the day and a little mixed bag. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Man, we have a crazy mafia gambling story. We'll tell you about that next on The Fan.
G-Bag Brian Broaddus setting records with his Lump of the Star podcast. 1.2 million and growing fast.
Maybe this thing is bigger than we thought.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag Today is coming up in 6 minutes. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, for those of you that are listening to us in Pittsburgh that were going to attend their match against the San Jose Sharks, well, you're not going to get your Yarmir Yarder bobblehead.
Why not?
I heard. Yeah, this is not good.
I got a ticket. It says it's bobblehead night.
You were going on that PJ. You were going to fly straight there just to get the Yarmir Yager mullet bobblehead. Well, they got stolen, apparently. So this is big news. It has sent shockwaves throughout the sports world. Somebody has stolen the bobbleheads.
I feel like this transcends sports, Walchuk.
This is unbelievable. Penguins fans attending the home game will receive a voucher that includes a one-time scannable barcode to get the bobblehead at a later date.
Good.
So you will still be able to get said bobblehead,
yes,
if indeed they make more or find wherever they were taken or whoever stole them.
Is this somebody?
I don't know.
Is this somebody who is intentionally stealing the bobbleheads, or is this somebody who sees obviously there's something important going on? Let's hope it's super valuable. Oh crap! It's a bunch of bobbleheads.
I was just thinking that myself. I'm thinking if I'm a thief and I knocked over the 18-wheeler that was pulling up to the hockey arena and we got bobbleheads, I'm pissed.
They're so upset, but now they're holding the bobbleheads for ransom.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that's a kick.
You want your bobbleheads back? $1 million.
I mean, I'd pocket at least one of them and be like, one of these is coming home with me. But we sort of swung and missed here today, boys.
Man, the team let out a statement. We were shocked to be the victim of cargo theft, and we are working closely with local and federal authorities on the investigation.
I mean, I hope
this is a serious matter. I don't know why you're laughing.
I really do hope, though, that this is just as rabid of a Penguin fan as you could ever imagine, and this dude is just so Yarmir obsessed. He's like, dude, I'm sorry, I just have like this Yarmir. I have this problem with the Penguins. Like, I'm obsessed, dude. This is. You got to see my man cave.
I love that. Okay, I do want to pay off on this audio. So this is Mo Hassan, who's a former Vanderbilt quarterback that I think played like all of 6 snaps potentially. And he was on, I think it was Bustin' with the Boys on Barstool. And he's talking about, the possibility of these games in the SEC being rigged. And here is a wild bar story by this former Vandy quarterback.
I was approached at Jason Aldean's bar in Nashville by the Italian mob. What? To fix football games.
I'll be honest, this sounds like a story
like
that
the mafia?
I do not need to be a part of.
I want to get drinks. And so I'm alone right now. I'm not with my friend group. He comes up to me.
Wait, he knew who you were?
Yes.
This is already a bad start.
He offered me $300,000.
He offered you $300,000?
All right. He said, for something like this, my clients, $250 to $300K for a game.
The Italian mob offered you $300K to do
Can
what?
we stop saying that?
He said, we regularly talk to guys in your position about fixing games. He said he named guys in the SEC who I don't want to say their names because they're in the NFL right now, and that's a bad look.
deal?
It's a bad deal. But University of Alabama, I will tell you that.
Holy crap.
He said almost every game in the SEC is rigged.
Too much.
What? Right? Like, first off, okay, this is fascinating, if indeed true. I don't know if it is, but I wouldn't put it past them.
Since when did you have to pay Vanderbilt to lose?
Right. That's also a great point.
I got you, bro. That's your lock.
Yes, even when they had Smoke and Jay Cutler. But I guess like the Alabama stuff, I guess maybe makes more sense. But if I'm this guy and the podcaster's making note of this, can we please stop saying that? You do not tell this story. You keep this to yourself.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. Yeah, they call it their Cosa Nostra for a reason.
I mean, crap, your face is out there. They know exactly who you are. Your name is out there. You are not hiding. And you are just outing the mob's dirty laundry.
Time to get off the grid, pal.
Yes. Instead, no, he's doing all of the podcasting rounds. In fact, maybe he thinks, he's now we know who he is. I had no idea who Mo Hassan was prior to this happening.
Hope he's ready to learn Mandarin.
But what are we thinking? SEC? I mean, all those Alabama championships, Nick Saban? I mean, really, this is just all the mob running things. Nick Saban was made by the mob. He's not even that good of a coach. Alabama's not even that good. Everyone else was losing on purpose, so Bama could cover the damn spread.
Is DeBoer going to get the same treatment over there? Are they gonna turn their sights to? I mean, I guess Kirby Smart's already been kind of 1B a little bit. He's certainly 1A now with Saban gone, so maybe he's their guy. But that's a wild one.
I think he got butt cracked himself. You know, I wouldn't. You're telling me it's not Bama and Georgia having the most NFL players that go in the top 10 in the first round.
It's Mo Hassan throwing the game as the Vanderbilt quarterback.
And it was the Momentum podcast. I want to make sure I pay off and give them credit. Shut up.
There could be a little point shaving. There could absolutely be a little bit of point shaving.
Little Paul Cruz situation.
The winner and loser rigged? No. But hey, we're down 10 late. Somehow Bama's been screwing this thing up. Watch this. Pick six, $250K. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Or time's expiring. We're down 10. Let's just kick this field goal real quick. Hey, we got an extra 3 points. We lose by 7.
Mm-hmm.
What was the spread?
Do they have that same face that you just wore?
Now, that would be a coaching decision, you know, and they're already making more money than they need. So I don't think they would throw anything. But some of the players for sure, maybe not as much now that they are getting compensated, but yeah, heck yeah, dude. Greet's undefeated no matter where you find it. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. And here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
That poor kid, he has no idea how the mafia works. He doesn't understand. Just because you didn't say any name doesn't mean you're not squealing, kid. You're talking.
Dude, that's bad.
We got to shut him up.
Yeah.
Why don't you come over here with the fishies?
You're messing up this thing of ours.
That's at least a pinky.
Get that kid some new boots, huh?
Might be a kneecap or two.
Not the bath. All right, let's see here. Do you remember that big boy on Dick Tracy? Not the bath, big boy, not the bath. He pours a whole lot of cement on them and sends them to the ocean.
I don't.
Not the bath. All right, our winner right here is a UFC fighter, Sugar Sean O'Malley. I think this is like, day 3 for him right here, Sugar Sean, huh?
Yeah, maybe 4.
Okay. He was on Pat Mack's show, dropping all kinds of F-bombs about cutting weight for a fight. This is daytime TV. I keep reminding you this.
Yeah, it sucks. Cutting weight is the worst part about the sport. But the weight cut, with that being said, went perfect as far as,
That means I mastered it. Thank you.
Yeah, I have mastered it. No, the rehydration part went perfect too. That's where a lot of fighters get f***ed up, and they don't rehydrate. They don't refuel right. They eat too much. They eat what they're not supposed to be eating. They're not drinking the right fluid, and you have a long time to f*** that up because you weigh in and then you fight way later. You have a long time to keep that up. You have bubbly guts. Your fart stinks. You have diarrhea. There's so much that can go wrong. And I've just got it down to dialed in to where I was feeling good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good
work. Proud of you.
Well done, buddy.
What a crazy time.
Whole time I'm thinking about that quarterback kid talking about his mafia story.
What the hell is he doing?
On a podcast talking about the mafia, bro. That's what we doing now.
Has anyone seen that kid?
He's in witness protection.
Man, attention is a hell of a drug out here, bro. They'll do anything for the clout.
Amen, bro.
Anything.
He's bragging about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I was at this bar.
No, I turned them down and everything,
Guess
but
what happened to me?
They're there, man. And they told me all the games rigged. They showed me where they hide out. They showed me everything, man.
I wanted to lose fair and square, bro.
All right, we have a wide receiver prospect out of South Carolina. I believe his name is Xavier Legette.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he needs a good player.
He sounds just like Randy Moss. I don't know if he plays like Randy Moss, but he definitely sounds like Randy Moss.
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. That's just them telling me that they want me on their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them, man, they say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man, and I'm just ready to see where I'm going to land.
Whether you're taking a pitch or catching a short pass or catching a deep ball, what would you say are the best parts of your game that help you get into the end zone so often?
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
Oh, dude. He's drafted #1 overall in a voice draft.
Yes. I thought we were getting butt cracked, ball sacked, however you want to put it, when I first heard that. He was out there at the Senior Bowl. No. That guy has a voice of the legends.
He's on the Kobe plan. You find the GOAT and you mimic everything he does.
Is that what South Carolina sounds like?
Is that part of it?
A little bit of everything down there.
Yeah.
The farmland.
Yeah. Further you go, it gets Gullah Geechee. And then try to talk like this here. Kind of sound like that there. Let's see what else we got. They say Merzik.
Merzik.
Yeah, my cousin called me Merry Christmas, cuz. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, cuz. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor. I shouldn't even say pastor anymore. Dr. Freddie Haynes. He's for my mind. And Reverend Ike, he's for my money. Speaking of money, I feel like this pastor right here probably owes some gambling debts. He's begging.
You can give more than what you've been giving. And so if we had 500 people give $10,000, if we have 500 people give $10,000, we can raise $1 million in one day. Lord, I also break a stingy spirit because I sense that there's some heavy hitters watching me tonight. There's some people that can give 200,000, 300,000. They can give 50,000, 20,000. They had it saved up. Sheesh. But God, that's a stingy spirit on. There's a spirit of fear. So I break that spirit of stinginess. Some of you are just giving maybe a little money, $10 here, 20, when you know you have thousands of dollars. Don't be like that. You should be willing to give when you have finances. You will have it saved. You have it put away somewhere. God wants you to sow that right now. You have large amounts that you have in savings or annuities, or you probably have to go in a CD and break it, but God is giving it to you. You need to sow it tonight.
Get out your Vanguard app right now. I want to see your E-Trade.
Rummy that money.
He is, dude. Lord, take the stinginess out of the hearts of my congregation.
That is good.
It's like a guy standing in your living room saying, I know the money's somewhere, bro. Holy crap.
Hurry up.
I can sense it. I can feel it. Yeah.
Hurry up, man. I got all day either, man.
You're a heavy hitter if I've seen one.
I know some of you got 200 grand.
Jeez. If you call your congregation someone in there heavy hitters, you coming for that paper. Coming for that Skrilla.
500 people give 10 grand, by the way. You got 5 mil, not 1 mil.
That's what I'm saying, my man.
Yeah. Look at this, $1 million for the church.
He's told you how much he needs. I need $1 million. Are they going to cut my legs off? Need $1 million, y'all.
Yeah, he does.
Let's see. How about this one? I'll do another preacher.
Okay.
How about a preacher that calls out a man for sleeping during his sermon?
Hey, sir. What you talking over here? Hey! No. What you talking? No. I'm talking to you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. I'm preaching. You're probably the guy that needs to be at the altar tonight. Hope God you're not a Hiles Anderson student. I hope God not. Love you. I hope if you're going to be a preacher, everybody in the audience talks while you preach. You'll reap what you sow. Still love you. Amen.
Still love you, though.
You'll reap what you sow. Bow on that. I love that.
Hope all your dreams come crashing and burning, but I still love you. Switch your old, son.
Amen. Yeah. I told the old lady I didn't want to be here, man. Okay? I was up till 2 a.m. playing cards with my buddies. Now I'm here. Got to bring an inspiring message to keep me awake. Some damn coffee. You gave me the wine, bro. What'd you expect? I need a boost.
Yeah. Full on this wine, man.
Is it
88 crackers back here?
Yeah. Is it Sugar Sean O'Malley on cutting weight for a fight? South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette. Sounds like Randy Moss. Pastor was begging for cash. Preacher man calling out man for sleeping. I'm voting Xavier, Chief. How about you?
Yes. The text is saying maybe a little Hank Hill in there.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm here for it. But yes.
God dang it, Bobby.
He gets the vote.
Take you fishing and sell you some propane. Lucius?
UFC fighter.
Wolchuk.
Legette.
By a score of 3-1. Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Xavier Legette out of South Carolina, wide receiving. Who's got Krusty's corner today, guys?
I'll take it.
You want it? You
sure?
sure?
I'll take it.
All right, well,
Why
Chuck.
not?
All right, I'll take it.
I found a top 15 mini mock that will go through in honor of the Krusty. Plus, what is the most expensive trophy in all of sports? That's next.
Coming up Friday morning.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Broadus went fishing with his son this afternoon. I hope they're having a great time. It is time now, though, for Krusty's Corner, and here's Wolchuk filling in.
I thought I was going to do this.
Were you doing this? You want to
know what you said?
I thought you were
like, my plate's just so full, I'm exhausted.
I am.
You're a dad now.
I was hoping that you would take it, and I thought you just left it up to me to have to do this.
No, in all honesty, you got it.
Okay. Did the Cowboys fill the one position that you really
Unless you
wanted
need me to do it.
them to? If you want it.
No, I don't.
All right. Did the Cowboys fill the only position or the main position that you really wanted them to address prior to the NFL draft? They have re-signed Jordan Lewis, and they signed Eric Kendricks, a linebacker. Did see last week, and I heard the Get Right, Reggie and Blake were talking about the website Blogging the Boys talked about, okay, cornerback. Cornerback's the one position they need to address prior to going into the NFL draft and free agency. I thought linebacker. I was like, linebacker, they've got to go ahead and find somebody to come in so you at least have that thing solidified. And then I still think you're going to draft a linebacker, but you're not forced to maybe reach on a player. And I don't know that any of these guys that you're going to draft, you're really like, oh my gosh, they're plug and play ready right now. So I think linebacker was that #1 position for me. I don't know if you guys agree. Maybe you do think it's corner, or maybe you think it's somewhere else.
No, I'm in agreement with you, dude. I mean, especially with the way that you guys have laid out what this draft looks like and where you can get some good talent at positions and where you may want to dip into free agency. I think linebacker was probably at the top of the list of, hey, you can go get a solid player in free agency, and then, you know, if the draft falls appropriately, then you can get one, but you don't feel as much of a need. So unless they were going to be able to fill left tackle or center in a huge way in free agency, which they weren't, this was absolutely the no-brainer.
Yeah, this is going well, I'd say. You know, just get a runner now, and we can talk about the biggest needs of the team being at center and tackler along the offensive line, in my opinion, or maybe it's more linebackers. You know, I'd love to see this team go double down on a veteran linebacker and get some big dudes in there that can really give you a more physical presence in the middle of the field, especially somebody a little bit younger who could run, you know. But I think what's impressive about this is I believe Mike Zimmer was able to convince the Cowboys, we can't let this guy go to San Francisco. We can't do nothing. I'm not going to play with safeties, and I can't play with rookies. It's already tough when I come into a team that's not playing my scheme. Sure. It's already an adjustment period. We need somebody, and I'm happy with that. But I'd also, you know, really be excited if they continue to invest at this position, Wolchuk.
Well, in the draft show today, I went through with Nick Harris, and I kind of found 3 different 3-round mocks. And we used to do this, Eric, on Nosebleed Seats at Night. We were like, pick which trio you prefer. So out of these 3 options, I wonder which set of picks you'd like. And mainly you can probably go based on the position if you guys don't know who the player is, which is totally fine. But one of the mocks, they went with Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. I know me and Brian are kind of iffy on, but at 24, he might be the best option there as far as the tackles go. Junior Colson, the linebacker out of Michigan, and then Trey Benson, who I think is the best running back in the draft in the 3rd round out of Florida State. I don't think he's going to be there at 87, but my gosh, if he is, I'd be absolutely pumped. Somebody just texted and asked, hey, Jalen Wright, running back out of Tennessee, who I love, do you think he'll be there in the 3rd? More likely Jalen Wright's there than Trey Benson would be there. But that would be a pretty nice 1, 2, 3. You'd get your tackle, your linebacker, and your runner, especially if you're able to get Trey Benson in the 3rd round. Sign me up for that trio.
That is good. I think the only I would prefer to, instead of the linebacker there in round 2, can you get me a center? I feel like there's a chance there could be a solid center there. So if you go tackle, center, running back, I think that's probably the most ideal way to go about things.
Okay, so
yeah, if the positions or the tags are touching, as Broadus would say,
tags are touching, yeah.
At 24 between a center and a tackle, I think you go center because you have solutions at the other spots that you can move guys around.
So Graham Barton, who is a tackle from Duke that's projected to kick inside and play center, and he has played all 5 offensive line positions. He's the guy, like when the draft process first started, I was like, that's the dude. We watched him, watch the Cowboys go get him. He can fill all your needs. Barton was available in that scenario, so you'd rather them maybe take Graham Barton than double back with your linebacker and running back. I like
especially if it's a tackle you guys aren't high on.
Yeah, I'm in on that. The other scenario on the 3rd option here was Troy Fontenot, the offensive tackle from Washington, who I wasn't sure if maybe he needed to kick in and play some guard. I think he has a guard body, but he's much taller than I anticipated by 2 more inches. He was 6'4". He was listed at 6'2" at Washington. So to me, I think that he can handle the tackle spot of the NFL. Cedric Van Pran, who's a big center out of Georgia, and then Jonathan Brooks coming off the injury, but there is hope he could be ready to go by training camp out of Texas in the 3rd. That might be a perfect set of 3 picks there. You're getting your tackle, you got your center, you got your running back.
Yeah, I think, you know these players better than we do, the specifics on them, but tackle, center, running back is probably the order that would be most ideal. But maybe you flip center and tackle based on the way the board fell to you, I guess. But I think that's got to be the way this thing goes.
Now, I know Brian sometimes likes to come out with these random, weird, fun things that he thinks are interesting, and that does end up being fun for us.
Sometimes
it's piss poor, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
I have saved this in the old spank bank, if you will, for a while. What do you guys think is the most expensive trophy in sports?
I'm going to go with the Stanley Cup just because of how much real estate it takes up. You know what I mean? It's a size factor here. That's it.
I'm going to say the World Cup because I think it's solid gold.
Gavin Dawson. You, sir. All right.
Solid gold?
How much do you think that solid gold World Cup trophy is?
Man.
How much gold is that? I mean, it's not that big.
200,000?
Ooh.
It's not that big,
No.
right?
Higher?
Way higher.
Let's go 200 million.
Okay. I like that guess. The millions?
Somewhere in between.
The millions is good. We're somewhere in between here. And I did not know this, but apparently it was stolen while it was on display in England in 1966, was recovered a week later. FIFA opted to commission a replica that was then deployed whenever it was shown out in public. So if you go out and you're seeing the World Cup in public, that is a replica. That is not the actual trophy because somebody ruined that for all of us.
They're probably going to start doing that with the Yager bobbleheads too.
Now these Yager bobbleheads, you're getting replicas. You're not even getting the real thing.
Not the real value.
Thanks to this jackwagon that came in and stole it. No, $20 million.
20 million.
20 million.
20 million for the World Cup.
20 million for the World Cup.
Wow, dude. So when you... Is this a weird question to wonder, what happens
There's no weird
when
questions.
your country wins the World Cup? Where does it sit? Where does it go? Whose mantle? Whose man cave?
Is there only one, or do you get your own, like the World Series trophies?
I think you get your own. It's 18 karat gold. It weighs more than 13 pounds. It's 14 inches high. And I believe each country, when you win it, you do get your own. But they're now responsible for that original. And if something happens to it, I don't believe they're getting another one.
Yeah, that's an expensive... I mean, we're not just going to crank out a bunch of $20 million trophies.
No, that's insane. But hey, that's amazing. $20 million. I never would have guessed that. The next closest is the Preakness Stakes Woodlawn Vase, which is $4 million. That's the Kentucky Derby winner. Gets that. You brought up the Stanley Cup. Stanley Cup is on here as one of the most expensive trophies. $650,000 is what the Stanley Cup is worth.
Okay.
And there's actually 3 versions of the Stanley Cup. The original bowl and the permanent cup are on display at the Hockey Hall of Fame, while the presentation cup is the one that the players get to raise at the end of the season. So those are the different versions of the Stanley Cup. Teams who win it are allowed to engrave the names of the players, coaches, and other employees on a silver ring surrounding the base that was added to be the ceremonial bowl. And that happened, I think, in the 1920s. They started doing that.
Okay, so I guess if you're the jockey who wins the Kentucky Derby or whatever, the Preakness, you get to. Do you personally keep that trophy? Because now, if it's worth $4 million,
I think usually the owner of the horse probably would get that.
Okay. I mean, high value. That's pretty cool because it feels like there's winnings here.
Yeah.
It's not just like the symbol of having the trophy. And
Actually,
I did
they don't
this,
even
but
get to keep it. I
I
guess
could flip it.
It's permanently housed in the Baltimore Museum of Art, and it's escorted for the Preakness Stakes under the watchful eye of the Maryland National Guard, whose members are then tasked with keeping tabs on the trophy.
That's what I want. I want an iconic piece of sport history that's been handed down and touched and held for a year by the all-time greats, whether that's Secretariat or Babe Ruth or Gordie Howe.
So not like the Lombardi. Like the Lombardi, they're making a new one every year, and that's
don't want
worth
it.
$50K.
I'll take a replica,
You know, you can give me a replica, but that's not it. But every time that it's done, I want the original trophy brought out for that team to be awarded.
For the night.
Yeah.
For the night of, we're all hoisting it, and
then they're taking it back.
Yeah. I think that's the way to do it. Or Stanley Cup it, you know?
Yeah.
Where it gets to go on a great adventure and it might come back dented. It might be lost for a while. I want all that lore.
A little bit of character to those.
A little bit of character. The Indianapolis 500 trophy is worth $3.5 million. I know Brian would love that. It was first held in 1911. 25 years later, the automotive company the trophy is named after commissioned the piece that was introduced to the world at a dinner hosted by the owner of the Indy Motor Speedway prior to the race in 1936. This is also one that I believe is put in a museum. I don't think this is another trophy that they go ahead and remake every year. So just, interesting when it comes to your famous sports trophies. Some of these, there's only one. Some of them they're remaking every year, but I could not believe that $20 million for the World Cup trophy.
Right on. Great job with Krusty's Corner today. We got some draft stuff. We got some quirky stuff that Broadus would like.
Just, give you a little
did
mix.
It. No, you nailed it, man. The Broadus vibe was accomplished in his absence. You'd be proud, Papa. Okay, NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Did the Cowboys contact Derrick Henry? That's next.
We will gladly be From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot ya, it's Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Got some Cowboys news coming up at 3:20. We'll be C-noting it with, get you caught up on everything that has happened. Until then and now, it is time now for Wolchuk to stand and deliver your NFL news of the day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Well, it does appear that Kirk Cousins is going to get to wear the number 8 jersey there in Atlanta. Now, it was Kyle Pitts who was wearing number 8 originally, but Kirk Cousins, during his introductory presser, went ahead and said that all Kyle Pitts requested was targets every single game. And then laughed and said, he was joking. But Falcon fans are like, no, he's not joking. Do you know the quarterbacks that he has been playing with? And our guy, Kyle Pitts, has not been getting targeted or getting the football at all. So, Kirk, he's being 100% serious when he says, just target me every game and I'll be happy. You can take 8. I don't care what jersey I'm wearing.
Going to be dividing the locker room already, dude. Drake London's going to be going like, all right, well, why don't you take my number and give me more targets then? Bijan Robinson's like, take my number and hand me the football. How about that?
I think all of
Last
them,
guy couldn't do that one.
No, I think all of them are going to get more catches and targets than they previously were getting, but they're very, very happy. I did see this was pretty funny. Dove Kleiman, who's one of those guys that just collects everything and then retweets it.
Aggregator guy.
Aggregator. Yep, that's exactly the word I was looking for. I knew you picked me up on that one.
Got your back.
Kirk, everywhere he's been, has said, I want to retire here. There is video of him sitting down and saying, in 2017, I'd like to retire a Redskin. Because they were the Redskins then. They weren't the Commanders. I would like to retire a Viking. And at the presser, I want to retire a Falcon. Now, I believe the Falcon thing because he's pretty damn old now. I don't think he's getting another contract after this.
Yeah, he actually looked like a man on TV last night, which is amazing because last time I saw him at Minnesota Super Bowl, he was a boy sitting in front of us in the broadcast position. I actually felt embarrassed for him a little bit. But yes, he has reached manhood now at this point. I think what he means is he just wants to be appreciated, you know? And he wants a team to put their arms around him and treat him like, a top quarterback. And I think he's close enough. That's what it is. But the thing is Kirk is just close enough, and he's just bitter and petty enough that when this contract is done, I don't think Atlanta is going to be excited about it. And he's going to be like, that's disrespectful. Everybody disrespects me. I need to go somewhere else. And there's always going to be a team out there that's like, crap, we have no quarterback. We haven't made the playoffs for 4 or 5 years. We'd love to have Kirk Cousins. So I think he's going to have to say this one more time, Wolchuk.
Just one more time. I want to retire a Cowboy or whoever it is, what he plays for. Joey Bosa's restructured his deal. He's going to stay with the Chargers. This is after they released Mike Williams. And there's some rumors that maybe Mike Williams could end up with the Kansas City Chiefs. Chargers are trying to go ahead and clear cap space, so they reworked the Bosa deal. Him and Khalil Mack have both renegotiated their contracts and are going to remain with the Chargers. Now, I bring up the Chiefs and Mike Williams. Maybe that's the landing spot. Apparently, the Chiefs wanted Deontay Johnson from the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were talking to them about a trade. Steelers decided, you know what? We do not want to send you inside the conference. We would rather do a trade with the Carolina Panthers and send you to the NFC. And ultimately, I think that's smart. Do I think the Steelers are legit Super Bowl contenders? No, but they just made the playoffs. We all think that they have slightly upgraded at quarterback with Russell Wilson, and maybe it could be even more than just a slight upgrade. But big picture, yeah, you don't want to try and help your conference rival, the Chiefs, get any better. I like that move.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Definitely. Yeah, that's one of those deals. Sometimes you have a guy and you're like, yeah, we're willing to move on from him, but we're going to send him to a different conference.
Yeah, bye-bye. Go play over there.
I'm seeing in real time right here, Wolchuk, a dark horse emerges from Ian Rappaport. The Jaguars closing in on a deal to add Eric Armstead, formerly of the Niners.
Ooh.
Big man D.
It's going to be a good team.
Yeah, Jags, that's a huge addition. I know Deebo Samuel was very upset about about Eric Armstead leaving San Francisco. So that'd be a good move for Jacksonville.
I bet that's who Mike Zimmer would like.
Yeah, I bet. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be nice to get Eric Armstead? I would absolutely love that. But no, too expensive. Doesn't fit into our budget. I understand it. The budget does matter. Speaking of budgets, the Baltimore Ravens released Odell Beckham Jr. Now, Cowboy fans, don't get excited. I know we kind of flirted with OBJ. OBJ said that he wants to get a substantial contract. because he believes that wherever he signs next, this will be the last contract that he signs in the NFL. So now you got a lot of rumors like, okay, the Chiefs, every receiver basically is being linked to Kansas City, but people always link these free agents, especially OBJ, who has come in and visited with the Cowboys before. I don't think there's anything there. I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be coming to Dallas and play for the Cowboys. So
No.
I wouldn't read too much into that.
They only really wanted him that 1 year because nobody else was available and they could use what he did if he had been ready to go. But no, I don't think anybody wants to give him a significant contract again. He's 31 years old. It's not like he blew up last year.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's over, for him as far as being a superstar. Yes, he's one of the few NFL players my daughter knows who he is. He did that part, but the celebrity, it doesn't match the ability on the field even close anymore.
35 catches, 565 yards, and 3 touchdowns in 14 games last year. Then he had just 4 catches, 34 yards in their 2 playoff games for Baltimore. So we'll see where OBJ ends up. It does not appear that the Ravens and their interest in Deebo Samuel is real, as Eric DeCosta, their general manager, as they had a press conference today, shut down those rumors, said they're not interested in Deebo Samuel. But they did sign, of course, Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry was part of that presser today with the Baltimore Ravens, and then he decided he made the media round. So he was on with our guy Adam Shine, who uses more hair gel than anybody else in sports media. In fact, he goes ahead and he'll buy out a store when it comes to hair gel. Many times Eric and I have been going and looking for some mousse to go ahead and keep it in our hair, and Adam Shine has purchased it all.
All the LA looks.
It's ridiculous. Well, he asked Derrick Henry, what about the Cowboys? Thought maybe you'd end up in Dallas. Did they call you at all?
Dallas didn't even, no, not at all. I'm not. I don't really know what's going on over there, and but they weren't to contend. Baltimore was showing the most interest, and I was somewhere I wanted to be. I was glad that we got it done, but the Cowboys never called at all.
Wow. Never even picked up the phone. Now, were they on your radar as you're going through the process? Or did that surprise you? I'm stunned hearing that the Cowboys never even picked up the phone.
Yeah, I mean, of course, because that's where I stay in the off season, and kind of on the back end of my career. That's a great organization, and it's been a great opportunity. But I'm thankful that I ended up here in Baltimore, somewhere I wanted to be, somewhere that they wanted me here as well, and it's a perfect match, and I'm excited. This is an exciting time for me and my family, and just ready to get to work and earn the respect from everybody.
I don't think it's surprising to us that they didn't call. I mean, they knew that the price tag was going to be too expensive for Derrick Henry. If Zach Moss ended up being too much, Derrick Henry was never going to be in that budget for the Dallas Cowboys. But he does go ahead and say what we all knew, and he would have been interested. He would have liked to have played here in Dallas. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Walchuk. If you're in there and nobody wants a Cowboys Super Bowl more than you do, free agency opens up. Derrick Henry lives around here. You just give him a call, see about some level of discount. Just give him a call.
I mean, you just call.
You
try. At least then you can say, hey, we did our due diligence with it.
Right.
Maybe we can put some incentives in there.
No, let's not go that far now. Okay.
If you're going to play that angle of we want people that want to be here and are willing to take less, which they do, they talk about that, you got to call everybody.
You have to call.
You need one of those old school telemarketing rooms where we're calling up every free agent, trying to build relationships and find the ones that are willing to play for less. Not just saying they'll come to us if they want it. I mean, Derrick Henry wanted it, but he and his agent didn't pick up the phone and force a conversation. You never know what you can talk them into. And if your entire approach is we want players that take less than market value, you got to build a lot of relationships and spend a lot of time selling them on the benefits of setting up a life here. And I think there are a lot of them. You just got to find the people that are attracted to it. But you can't do that if you're just chilling.
We got the trade. You see the trade?
Quarterback trades. Yeah, there's 2 trades that have been made today. So the Commanders are trading Sam Howell to the Seahawks for a 4th and a 6th round pick. They did sign Marcus Mariota. He's kind of bouncing around the NFC East right now. Was with the Eagles last year. Now he's with the Commanders. He'll probably either start and be a bridge quarterback for whomever they draft, or just back up the guy that they drafted number 2 overall, whether that's Jaden Daniels, Drake May, whoever it ends up being. But Seattle then gets Sam Howell as they lost Drew Lock to the New York Giants. Then earlier today, Desmond Ridder was traded to the Atlanta Falcons from the Atlanta Falcons to the Arizona Cardinals. So bird to bird for Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore is a really fast, speedy receiver. Interesting move there for the Falcons. That's another weapon for their offense and Kirk Cousins to play with there. But hey, 2 quarterbacks on the move, and then the Dolphins made a big signing. They moved on from Xavier Howard. They are signing cornerback Kendall Fuller, 2 years, $16.5 million. Dolphins are another team. It seems like they've spent a lot of money, and then they go ahead and they cut some guys to try and free up some money. But here they are, big players in free agency. Dolphins have been out here making some moves. Of course, if you missed it yesterday, they signed Neville Gallimore to a 1-year deal that I believe is less than $2 million. I think it was like 1.65 or something.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was extremely small. I'm genuinely concerned about how those conditioning tests are going to roll for Neville once training camp gets around in South Florida.
It's a fair question. People have been texting asking about defensive tackles. One's off the board, and it's one that I know a lot of Cowboy fans loved. DJ Reader, who used to be with the Cincinnati Bengals, he signed a 2-year deal worth up to $27.25 million with the Detroit Lions. So the Lions beef up the middle of their defensive line. And then Baker Mayfield. Last week, we had the Baker Mayfield contract. Good for him. He's staying in Tampa Bay, 3 years, $100 million. So everybody, it seems like, is doing their team pressers with all the sexy new free agents or re-signings that they've had. Jason Light, GM of the Bucs, had a funny line, a little wisecrack here, talking about Baker.
Well, it means everything. He set the tone for this team with his, well, for lack of a better word, he's probably a 1 out of 10. He's a 10 on the Crick scale. So, sorry. Thank you. I'll take that. So it's like, that's what you want your offensive lineman. And Baker's kind of an offensive lineman in a quarterback's body. So it's what's rallied this team this year. He's a big part of it.
He is a 10 on the Prick scale, and he's an offensive lineman in a quarterback's body.
And saying he's got a quarterback's body is doing Baker a great service.
High school quarterback's body.
Hey, you need some protection. You need some body armor, right?
I can appreciate that. I think when things are going well, Baker Mayfield's personality or disposition towards life, I think, is a bonus. I think he's intense. I think he's a little impatient. He's got a sense of urgency about winning. And I think that is a part of good leadership. I just think when things are bad, Baker's not the guy you want quarterbacking your team. It's kind of a front running, good personality leadership style. Maybe he should be a Cowboy.
Maybe he should be. Who knows?
I think we found our Dak replacement.
Fits right in with the front runners. Eric, I know coming up at 5 o'clock, you'll get more into the tampering stuff. The Eagles are denying violating the tampering rule when it comes to Saquon Barkley. NFL, of course, investigating the Eagles and both the Falcons. We'll have an update on some of the funny things regarding that at 5 o'clock. The Lions have given Dan Campbell
and these guys dock some salary cap space.
Maybe
what do you say?
Third-round picks. We'll take some of that. Lions head coach Dan Campbell and GM Brad Holmes have agreed to extensions through 2027. Good for man Campbell. And Brad Holmes has done an excellent job there as GM as well. I think they're having another good offseason. They crushed the draft last year. Will they be able to crush it again this year? Speaking of the Eagles,
he's giving Dan Campbell a belly rub right now. Good boy. Good coach. Good coach.
Here's another shot of caffeine for you, buddy. The Eagles once again are proposing an alternative to the NFL's onside kick. The proposal is just one of 4 that was issued by clubs yesterday, the first day of the league year. Eagles' onside kick alternative would allow a team that scores a chance to keep the ball if it can convert a 4th and 20 from its own 20-yard line, similar to what the XFL and the USFL done. So we've talked about this. They've tried to get this thing pushed for a couple of years. They keep bringing it back. I'm open to the idea. I thought it was fun in the XFL and the USFL. In fact, I think when we had Bob Stoops on last year, he was like, that was one of the rules he'd like to see the NFL implement. Just because, I mean, other than the watermelon kick, I can't think of an onside kick that's really worked out for the Cowboys in recent memory and in the entire NFL.
For anybody, dude. Yeah, I was. I need to see if I can get them pulled up real quick, but Warren Sharp laid out like just how small the percentages are over the years, where it's like it's a pointless play. The onside kick is just because of how rare it is that it actually gets recovered by the kicking team. Onside recovery rate over the last 5 seasons is 9%.
Wow, that's higher than I thought it would be. Seems lower than that.
It's just still low. I mean, holy crap.
It seems lower than that. It really does.
Like 4% wouldn't have surprised me at all.
4th and 20, what do you think? The best teams might be able to pull that off at 15, 20%?
I mean, yeah, you got Mahomes, Josh Allen, some of these guys that might be able to just take off and run for the 20 yards by themselves.
Well, and then you have the opportunity to just draw a pass interference.
That's true.
You know, which I wonder what that would look like. But yeah, the last 2 years we've seen 97 onside kicks, 5 recoveries.
Gosh.
Okay, so down to just over 5%. That's
brutal. God, I wish I had your math brain. You're able to just calculate that like Rain Man over there. I could never.
5 out of 97 is pretty. That's gymnastics.
I wouldn't have been able to do it.
No, I mean, running up the brain cells to get that one in.
It's true. I'm just that math illiterate, bro. I need a calculator.
Okay, well, what if this
Don't
was...
ask me a damn math
let me
question. I am pushing back. I'm swatting this. No. Dikembe Mutombo.
What if instead of the last 2 years we've seen 97 onside kicks, we've actually seen 100 onside kicks, Walchuk, and it's just 5 recoveries.
Is that 5%?
Boom.
Thank God.
Okay.
Let's go. One last thing, because Brian's not here, because we wouldn't be able to do this story if he was. This is going to make you feel good, Chief.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go the alleged murderer.
Well, it's
LSU
his guy.
player.
It's his guy, and you know what? There was a. Okay, we'll get to that later. Sean Payton, which is his guy, and he would defend, and I appreciate that. You know, we're all here about defending our teammates, but it's the former Falcons wide receiver Roddy White took to Twitter.
Underrated, dude.
Roddy White
doesn't get
underrated.
talked about enough.
Like one of those receivers that you forget about that was really
Fantasy
good.
dynamo, wasn't he?
He was good. All pro. Yeah, he was really good.
He was all state.
He said Sean Payton, time has passed him by. Don't matter who he gets in the draft. Drew carried that man, and he ain't done nothing since.
What does that mean to Drew carry somebody?
Drew Brees carried Sean Payton.
Oh, Drew carried him.
Yeah.
I misheard that.
I'm sorry.
That's weed. That's weed.
Yeah. You think the game's passed Sean Payton by and he would be nothing without Drew Brees?
Well, I mean
is this a Belichick Brady situation?
I think we have to understand that the Hall of Fame quarterback does a lot to help whoever it is on the sideline. And not that the guy on the sideline doesn't deserve any credit here, but Andy Reid becomes Andy Reid in the legendary Super Bowl champion now 3 times over because he has Pat Mahomes. So Sean Payton, with just average quarterback throughout his career instead of Drew Brees, probably doesn't have a Super Bowl, and who knows how many years he would even last as the head coach. He'd probably be a head coach of 3 or 4 different teams by now.
There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Boley. Well done, sir. Okay, we do have a C note. Is this the end for this former fan favorite Cowboy? I saw you howling for him in 2019. That's coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Wooly Bully back with you to tell you about the Operators Club. Oh, they just had a badass write-up.
insurance options are available.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Celebrate the 817 and join Revolver Brewing in Fort Worth on August 17th for some 817 Blonde. Brewed with Southern grace and charm. Say hello to the new blonde in town. Check out Revolver Brewing on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Segments brought to you by Soda, state of the art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. It's a fun time here. The Offspring, 93-94, when punk finally went mainstream. And boy, did it ever. Rangers and Reds tonight, 8:05 right here, live on The Fan. You have a spring training and surprise Arizona night game tonight, gentlemen, and it's going to be an enchanted evening here on The Fan as you could listen to Eric and Matt make the call of a live baseball game.
It's back, boys.
Fun.
Let's go.
So awesome.
Okay, this signals officially the end of the line, right? The chance of Leighton Vander Esch deciding, oh, no, wait a minute, I want to keep playing, and the Cowboys like, yeah, we'll have you. I think once they sign Eric Kendricks and the agreement came down last night, that is officially the end of the Wolf Hunter. The injury last year, I think, should be absolutely the last scare that he needs to have before he decides to call it a career. I salute him for being brave enough or loving football enough or whatever it took to make a go at it. And, at times he played great. At times he struggled. I think you've secured your financial independence. Maybe you did not hit your potential as far as what you wanted to be as a football player, but you couldn't stay healthy enough to get good enough for, and that takes consecutive years in pro football in order to master. And, we've seen that not only with Leighton Vander Esch, but with Mo Claiborne and other Cowboys over the years. If you start getting hurt earlier in your career, it makes that journey to the top awful difficult. But anyway, congrats. And you got the ability to walk away from the game now, go enjoy your family on your ranch in Idaho or Montana, wherever you're going to go and be an outdoorsman. I can't imagine Leighton Vander Esch wants to continue the career. It's just, when things are spinal, most players say, I'm Dunsky, as soon as they get that diagnosis. He kept going. Was it a mistake for the Cowboys to invest in him? Probably.
Yeah, when it comes to drafting him in the first round, I mean, he was. They knew he was banged up, dude, for sure, and even
spinal condition.
Yeah, and it's like
it's a shame.
Oh my gosh, to do that, and it's a shame too because his rookie year was
he looked
awesome.
like he was about to be Luke Kuechly, Patrick Willis, like your next great linebacker. There was an article in ESPN today that said that he's expected to retire in a few weeks.
Yeah, Archer.
But I have heard some conflicting reports. Like he's gotten different medical information, so he might. I mean, it's hard for these guys to step away. If there's some doctor that's telling him no, you can still try and play. Maybe he does want to still try and play. I think that more than likely, though, this is probably the end.
Yeah, because if you're the team, you have to feel comfortable.
Right. I mean, that's scary. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm scary.
I don't want to greenlight that. It kind of turns into that Chris Bosh situation where you have a situation that we're just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We don't want to risk that. We don't want a player in a uniform potentially going through that. If you want to continue, it's probably going to have to be with someone else. What's the highest you would now take another linebacker? If the best player on your board at 24 by a thin margin is he's better than the tackle, the center, maybe the cornerback there, you're sitting looking at linebacker. Are you taking him?
No, I'm not doing it.
I don't think there will be. Not in this year's draft class.
Yeah. Knowing what this year's draft class is, it helps make that decision for me. But the need for tackle and center is so great right now that we can't afford to dong around with anything else.
Second round though, 56. If there's a linebacker, maybe it's Edgerrin Cooper from A&M. Maybe they are medically okay with Peyton Wilson from NC State. Whoever it is that their top linebacker. If he's sitting there and they're higher than the next center, let's say you go tackle at 24. We're cool with the linebacker at 56. Maybe that's the earliest.
I would say, that's the earliest. And still I'd hope that there was a center there that I prefer over a linebacker. But yes, I think starting in the second round is when you can start to crack that door open for me.
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that. Obviously, their needs at runner and offensive line are huge. Sure. But if the player is not there in the second round and there is a stud linebacker, like
just roll.
Getting that guy that could potentially hold it down for 5 or 6 years for you and, maybe be the great athlete that allows, Kendricks to really shine and just use his veteran savvy to make plays and not have the world of pressure falling on him to make every play. I think, I have said since the end of the season, we got to get real serious about building this offensive line to make sure you can run the ball and get a runner that you make sure. And you lost Tyron Smith already. But I don't want to see them make mistakes in the second round. Your first 2 picks got to be right. And if there's guys out there that have star potential or star ability right out of the box, I think you still got to take those guys, especially in a year like this when I really don't think they're going to be going for it that hard. We go to Dana Bartholomew, which is a great name because that is the name of my aunt and her son, which is my cousin, Dana and Bartholomew.
Bartholomew?
Yeah, we call him Bart.
That's a badass name.
He loves coming down here and going to the Stars games. He's a big hockey fan. Okay, Sam Williams is the first player here on the list. 2 Cowboys defenders who need to step up their game entering their 3rd seasons. That was a bit of a disappointing season from Sam Williams, wasn't it, Wolchuk? And I know he has loads of potential.
He does, and it was. Because I think when we, during this time last year, maybe it was probably like June radio, we're getting ready to go to training camp for like who's the guy we're most excited for, who's going to have a breakout season. I think we were all feeling pretty good about Sam Williams. Now, going into year 3, second-round draft pick, you lose Dorrance Armstrong. You've got defensive ends that are leaving. Fowler's gone too. You now, it's no longer an if, it's a must. Sam Williams has to step up and be a borderline, maybe a starter for you, because he's going to be your guy along with DeMarcus Lawrence. It's going to have to step up and probably give you the majority of the snaps now at defensive end.
Yeah, there's no question about it. He was underwhelming. We set the expectations pretty high for him because in the small sample size of his rookie year, it was flashes of dominance. It felt like every time he got the opportunity, there just weren't many of them. And then this year, there's a lot of brain farting. There's a little bit of a screw loose there that can help him at times, then also hurt him. So we got to get him dialed in a little bit. But the potential is all there. That dude is about as athletic and just physically gifted as anybody on the team. He stands out,
Gunner out there on special teams.
It's ridiculous.
It's unbelievable. Usually receivers or corners are out there. Here's Sam Williams, who's a defensive end. Yeah, he's a freak of nature.
He got pterodactyl arms.
He is one of those guys. He's got to kind of play within himself a little bit. When Brian's giving us the ref scouting report, and we're like, well, they call a lot of personal fouls. What was the line? We're looking at you, Sam Williams.
Sammy.
Out of 576 defensive snaps so far in his career, only 8.5 sacks, 30 solo tackles, had a great game, multi-sacks against the Lions in Week 7 of his rookie year, but has not had a multi-sack game since then. He has made some splash plays on special teams, but in his 2 seasons, he has had 12 penalties accepted, almost half of those egregious, setting the team back 15 yards, unnecessary roughness, roughing the kicker, face masks that are easily avoidable for most other players. But a big opportunity, like you mentioned, with Dorrance Armstrong leaving, is actually kind of exciting that responsibility is going to be put on him if he can play with a little bit more discipline. I think star is still possible for him, even though it was such a quiet second year. And then speaking of quiet second years, Damone Clark, we interviewed him last year on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California, going into his second year. He had the surgery in his neck for spinal fusion, and he was, feeling good. But that year was disappointing, and I don't know how you would put it into words. He did have 70 solo, 109 combined tackles this year, but so often it just seemed like he was out of position or was misdiagnosing plays and unable to use his athleticism to arrive where he needed to be. That's what I saw from Damone Clark this year, and I don't know if he can step up.
I wonder if a guy like Eric Kendricks, we've talked about the difference having somebody that is in total command of the defense and can kind of take some of the pressure off of, say, a Patrick Queen, and that's what happened with Roquan Smith. Eric Kendricks, certainly, we're at different levels of your career. You've got Roquan Smith, who is maybe the best linebacker in the game right now, and then Eric Kendricks, who is in the twilight of his career, but maybe he can take some of the burden and mentally kind of help Damone Clark feel comfortable to where, when Damone Clark is able to just kind of, he sees and he goes and he's not hesitant overthinking, which I think is his biggest issue. he makes plays. I mean, New England, he was really good this year making plays in the backfield. Maybe Eric Kendricks can be a really big benefit to him.
For sure. I think you've seen the best of Damone Clark when Van Der Esch was beside him and just directing traffic. Hey, I just be right here and see ball, get ball. But when you got to be the quarterback of the defense and you got a safety playing next to you and he doesn't know what he's supposed to do either, now you got a bunch of guys running around not knowing what to do, that's a nightmare, especially with the way offenses are doing things these days. Everything is just crazy, and that's why it's been taking these guys so much longer to be welcomed into the league and then figure out how to play the position. Like Patrick Queen, your first round pick. Are you a bust? 3 years later, all of a sudden, okay, you got a grasp on this thing. And that's what's interesting about Van Der Esch, because when he was drafted right at that tipping point of offenses doing what McVay and Shanahan and the window dressing and all the movement and pre-snap and this and that. And he comes into the league on fire. And then by the time you get to the playoffs, offenses start to see, oh no. Right. What is this? All of a sudden, Jalen Smith and Leighton Van Der Esch look lost. And then it's, okay, now, because the league has changed on you, and linebackers are having to catch up to this thing.
Yeah, they have a huge job ahead of them, don't they? I mean, you have to be able to play the run and the pass, and it's a unique guy, and no doubt. I mean, linebacker used to be you have a very specific role, come in, hit the guys, and you're ready to go.
Hole plugger, baby.
Right out of college. But
smash some heads.
We got to run little rim sesh next. We talking
Yes, sir. Mavs make it 4 straight. Gafford goes for history, and the Throwback Thursday sound of the day next here in the nation.
Let's talk about Prize Picks, shall we? I love Prize Picks, and I can't wait to hit on it tonight as well. I'm going more on all the Kyries, baby. With Luka out, it's going to be a more Kyrie.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Walchuk is going all more on the Kyrie Irving opportunities tonight, as Luka's going to be out versus the Thunder. And thanks to Prize Picks, Walchuk, you're going to have an opportunity to cash in. It's very exciting.
More on the 28.5 points is what I'm hitting for Kyrie tonight.
Okay, good. I got some research on this. So what are you going more than 29.5?
28.5.
Oh,
and
good.
His points, rebounds, and assists altogether is at 41.5. You think he hits more rebounds, points, and assists combined?
Well, I do know that Kyrie, playing 5 games without Luka this year, has averaged 30.6 points.
Okay,
so I think you're feeling pretty good. And even for his career as a Mav, Kyrie averages 29.8 points when Luka is unavailable.
Hell yeah,
and he averages 6 assists per game as well. So yeah, I think you're doing the right thing there. Prize Picks is freaking awesome, dude. If you don't have the Prize Picks app in your phone right now, using the code TOLO, you're not doing sports right. That's just a fact of the matter. It's been so fun, dude. This really has post football season. This has got me dialed, and now it's March Madness time. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they got the college hoops on there.
The opportunity is awaiting you to have all the fun and make all the money with Prize Picks.
The more on the 20.5 for Daniel Gafford. That's points, rebounds, and assists. Because I feel like you get 10 rebounds.
Mr. Perfect Daniel Gafford?
I wish blocks were a part of that. It's not.
You make
I
all
wouldn't
the
play
shots you
Gafford
take.
tonight. I think he's going to be playing awful careful.
Okay. So maybe just leave the Gafford.
Plus, no Luka. The alley game isn't going to be in there quite as much.
See, that's some damn good analysis.
Chet
dude.
Holmgren, maybe that can cause him some problems.
I would encourage anyone to find the 2.5 minute highlight reel of all of Daniel Gafford's last however many field goal attempts it is now that he's at 33 or whatever that he's made.
Yeah, 5 last night.
So, and it's basically just Luka lob after Luka lob after Luka lob, and they're impressive. Like, he's got to get up, and it's one-handers, and it's dunk after dunk after dunk.
And without Luka tonight, he might be like, crap, where are my dunks? Because I'm not getting this close to Wilt Chamberlain's record and then taking an 18-footer at the end of the shot clock.
Oh, absolutely
That's
not.
an automatic pass.
No, yeah, that's an automatic. You just hold that ball, let the shot clock run out. You eat that turnover,
My bad,
bro.
guys.
Yeah, sorry.
You see the clock.
Yeah, I think you gotta be a little bit careful. Do you think if you're Gafford, you go up to Kyrie before the game and just kind of have a moment with him, like, hey, it's you and me tonight? We're just alley-oop bros.
Look at me. I'm the captain.
I think if I'm Kyrie, I go to Gafford and I say, I got you.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lead from the front.
Yeah.
For Kyrie.
So we're point guard myself anyway.
We're going all the more on Kyrie on Prize Picks tonight.
More.
What's that promo code again on Prize Picks, Walchuk?
Tolo.
Hell yeah, it is.
I'm doing this too. It's cool.
It is. It's fun.
We're actually wagering. We can't have real wagering, but sure, go ahead, guys.
It's a good old-fashioned loophole, man.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Where did the loophole fall on our top 10 holes list?
I think it was 8.
Gosh, I really thought it would crack the top 5.
Yeah, maybe it did, and I'm just revisionist history.
Well,
I just feel like it was lower. We can make a new one.
After this whole Prize Picks thing, I got to think the loophole is sitting firmly in the top 5.
There's no cannabis legal here, and there's no sports gambling. But dang it, here you go with Prize Picks and Delta 8, boys. Have at it.
Oh, touche, my friend. Now, I think it was good that the Mavs got that victory last night. A little bit ugly. Not shooting the 3-ball very well. Luka goes down. Kyrie has quite a solid night for sure. And you keep your bigs out there when a team's trying to force you to go small. And Jason Kidd finally was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that because we're a big team now. We got this Lively and we got this Gafford fella, and we're going to make you pay for trying to go small on us like this. And it paid off for him.
Good
so
thinking.
it was a bit ugly. And it's not one of those games that you can take a ton from just because who was running around. I mean, Draymond Green's a late scratch right before the game starts. It's like, okay, you can't have too many takeaways, but a couple of things that you can at least feel good about winning without really nailing much in the way of the 3-ball last night for the Mavericks. And then they'll go to Oklahoma City tonight. Luka again out with the hamstring situation. Crossing our fingers on that one, man. Hopefully that is just a soreness situation like they have listed, left hamstring soreness. Hopefully we don't have any strains, pulls, anything like that. But gonna have to get Luka back in the mix here because you're sitting firmly in the play-in at the moment. Right now, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're playing teams Phoenix, Dallas, Lakers, and Warriors. So the NBA is like, at least one of those teams, please crack the top 6 so we don't have to worry about losing 2 of Kevin Durant, Luka, or LeBron, Steph, whatever it is, missing the playoffs here. But the Pelicans lose last night. That helps a little bit. The Pelicans sitting in the 5 spot right now. Mavs are a game and a half behind them. So still within striking distance, but it's gonna get difficult, especially if Luka's not available.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, if Luka's not available, you really need better defense. And speaking of defense, do you think Houston would play better defense than the Mavs? I'm talking Houston Cougars.
The Cougars.
TCU just got their 20th point. They're 6.5 minutes gone, second half. It's now 42-21. They made the next free throw.
Look,
They did not score for the first 8 minutes of the game, bro.
It was incredible. I'm not someone that is like a college basketball aficionado, especially this year.
No, don't sell yourself short.
I have not been as plugged in as I have been in years past, but now is usually the time where I think most of us kind of start to lock in because we're getting our brackets ready.
Prize picking.
Houston's going to be, without question, a sexy pick to win the national championship, and I think they will be mine, which means that I wouldn't pick them if I were you listening. But they've certainly got a chance. Kelvin Sampson has them usually in the Sweet 16. They've been to a Final Four. They're knocking on the door to finally cut down the
This
nets.
is a machine watching them execute on both sides of the court, dude.
Yeah, this is exactly what it would look like if an actual cougar was taking on an actual frog. just
a mauling.
Pure dominance.
Playing with it.
Luka,
decent year by TCU too. That's not a bad basketball team.
Not at all.
No doubt, man. Big 12 is where it's
really
at.
deep. You could have 9 teams in the tourney.
Here's Zion after the game. See if you believe the reporter here when he says he's not trying to get Zion in trouble.
Not trying to get you in trouble, but since like January, there's a difference in officiating just over the last month or so. Do you feel like they're allowing teams to be more physical?
Wow. You're a liar. You're trying to get me in trouble. No, I'm just messing. If I had to take a guess, they're getting ready for playoffs, because anybody that I know that's been in the playoffs, especially vets, they say in the playoffs, a lot of those calls people aren't going to get. So maybe they just preparing everybody for what the playoffs going to look like.
Yeah, man, that's the beauty of the playoffs. Unless Donaghy's
so
involved.
True. I was watching.
D-Wade.
Yeah, no doubt. D-Wade. Gosh, thanks a lot for all those. Ruined our chances of a championship there.
That's right. We got our payback.
We did.
That's right.
Episode 2 of The Dynasty on Amazon Prime. I've slowly been waking my way through, but Mike Martz is in there when they win their first Super Bowl over the Rams, and he says, I got to give credit to Bill Belichick, but he knew he told his guys in the Super Bowl they're not going to be calling holding and pass interference. That's when you had the infamous, like, they just were roughing up the Rams wide receivers. Just grabbing them and throwing them around. And he's like, yeah, they're not going to call it. It's the Super Bowl. They let you play. So the first half, that's when you saw that Rams offense look terrible. Mike Martz was like, kudos to you, Bill. Eventually the Rams figured it out. They made it a game, and the Patriots ultimately won. But it's true. The officiating is a little bit different in these bigger games.
It's as good a time as ever, Walchuk. As you mentioned, the greatest show on turf. We need to get Torrey Holt into the Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's hear from Steve Kerr. This is some Throwback Thursday. This is my Throwback Thursday sound of the day. I saw this on Instagram, but this is from years ago after Steve Kerr and the Bulls, won a championship, and one of his teammates, Tony Kukoc, the Croatian monster. Listen to Steve Kerr tell the story about how Kukoc approached pregame meals.
He wanted to go grab a bite to eat. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, kind of, 4 hours before the game. And he orders this feast. I mean, salad, appetizer, huge plate of pasta, chicken, glass of red wine, a dessert like tiramisu, and then he follows it up with an espresso. And I'm just in awe. I'm sitting there looking at him like, Tony, this is your pregame meal? He goes, in Europe, we eat a lot, we drink a little wine, we have espresso, we go back to hotel, take beer, then we go play.
Take a big S right there. They bleeped it out, and it was a weird bleep out, but I thought that was just a hilarious story. That's how those guys approach it, dude, on a game day.
That's awesome.
That's just a different mindset, different culture. There's no way I could have one glass of wine and then go basketball later. That's just weird.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you tired a little bit, dude.
Yeah.
That's a nightcap. That's a post-game situation.
I would be down for going like, hey, let's drink a 12-pack and then go down to the park and dork around. That's fun,
Absolutely.
But definitely not
for legit. I guess when you're coach, you're like, dude, MJ, I mean, what's the deal here? I can eat whatever I want. I'm gonna go do some cardio here a little bit, and
no big deal.
MJ's gonna win this game for us, whether I eat or not. So I might as well enjoy this meal.
I did play with a guy who would show up with a bag of McDonald's every weeknight. We had a game up at the gym, and he loved playing full. He was like, "Yeah, I play better when I'm super full."
Full on a bunch of garbage too.
Yeah, just like quarter pounder and fries, just scarfing hardcore, no water. Of course, you're in your 20s, you can do whatever the hell you want.
For sure. Some of the best players I ever played high school football with are known to be crushing Chicken Express, Sonic, that kind of stuff before the game. I'm like, dude, you're a different breed.
Some of the moms will go on a run for these gals in middle school. Like, hey, we got a big game coming up after school. Before you board the bus to go out to Roy City, we're going to bring you some
French fries. Unless you like onion rings, honey, or tots, I'll get you that.
Tear them up. The 817, by the way, says Easy Boys TCU is one of Houston's 3 losses, actually. So congrats to the Horned Frogs. Apparently they got the best of them earlier in the season during conference play. But
what have you done for me lately?
Yeah, the conference championship did not go well for TCU. Apparently lessons learned from Houston, and they wanted to make it clear who daddy was in this matchup, and they did, holding them scoreless for half of the first half. Okay, we have 4 o'clock happenings coming up. In the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. There is some very interesting college football championship format news. Big Ten and SEC getting some separation. But what did Steven say about the door still being open for Tyron Smith? We'll talk about that with you next here in the Nation.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go. And studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go with your 4 o'clock sports happenings. We do have some Stephen Jones audio coming at you here in just a couple of minutes. Wanted to hit you with the big college football story from the afternoon. General at your service. Broadus is out. Send him some love on social. He is fishing with his son. So you know he's in absolute heaven right now. Kids probably thinking, man, I can't wait to get the hell out of here, get back to my buddies in Austin. Got to go fishing with my dad. Dad's like, oh, geez, this is the best day ever. Right?
This is amazing. How many beers do you think he's down?
I don't know, at least 8.
Dude, he's been on this. He's been on like a beer high ever since the championship parade. I could see him going full tilt today.
Yeah.
Why not?
Son's in college, fraternity star, sharing a good time. I imagine Broadus calls his son bro the same way my dad calls me bro.
Oh, yes, 100%. I think there might be more vulgarities between the Broadus boys, though, than the Chia
I can see
followers.
that.
That's for sure.
And now that you bring that up, anytime Broadus uses the term bro, he's usually like disgusted. He looks at me, bro. Like, what have you just done? Like, bro.
That's true.
Yeah, I think last week he was on the phone with him. Actually, he was like, "What the bleep, bro?" You know, I think all those things happen at the same time. But
you guys don't bro and dude with your pops?
No, I don't. I do with my daughters, though.
Yeah,
I don't think I bro and dude. I might a little bit here and there. Happy belated birthday to my dad. It was his birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Got to hold Eliza for the first time.
Oh,
that big moment.
That's a dang birthday gift right there. I liked his granddaughter T-shirt that he was
It's
wearing
a cool
as well.
shirt.
It's a funny shirt.
Every time I've seen him, he's been wearing it too. I don't think he takes it off.
Oh, it's that new grandpa glow.
Man, so happy for the Woolchucks. So happy for everybody out there and enjoying some children for the first time, enjoying your family. And, you know, one of the great things about sports is the family rallies around it, doesn't it? Including in this next story. The college football family is on the brink of moving one important step closer to an expanded 14-team playoff field that would begin in 2026 as the 10 FBS conferences and Notre Dame are pushing to meet a Friday deadline to agree to the next contract and inform the College Football Playoff Committee if they'll participate in the playoff in 2026 and beyond. Multiple sources telling ESPN that each league and Notre Dame are expected to sign a legal agreement by midday tomorrow. Starting in 26, the new agreement will codify the further financial separation of the expanded Big Ten and SEC from everyone else in college. The group of 5 commissioners have been in a difficult position without any negotiating power, but sources say they will not choose exclusion from the college football playoff. So basically, this is the Big Ten and the SEC strong-handing everybody into, we are taking more money, and you're going to agree to do this how we want to, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to agree to that tomorrow.
That's what it does, and then they will agree to it. I'm sure they will.
One group of 5 athletic director telling ESPN this afternoon, it's like the Godfather's offer you can't refuse. Do this, and we'll be pretty good, and everybody's going to be living. But if not, you will be Dunsky. Okay, we're going to take our ball and run away. I think it's actually pretty cool for the Big Ten and SEC to at least, you know, allow everybody else to play along and have a chance of winning the championship still.
Yeah, that's true. At least they have the illusion that they're going to have the opportunity. But I'm okay with this. I don't know if college football Carter's in the Pim Cup right now snarling at the idea of a 14-team playoff or not. But
I just think it's pumped because if Oklahoma makes it, they can make $21 million per school. They're making $21 million.
And Carter always gets a piece of that.
He does. Well, he's probably just happy like Oklahoma. They can hopefully use that towards
buy good players,
good things. Yeah.
I mean, if you're in the game, I think you're happy if you're in one of those 2 conferences right now. If not, I think you have to keep your fingers crossed that a magical season can happen to you with all the right players. The transfer portal can be good to you. I think you have to be trying to rally your rich alumni buddies for the NIL deals that might be able to get the star players. It's not a totally done deal that you could make a run at it, but the level of difficulty, I think, is going up as a result of this latest wave of transformation. And I think this is going to be final. Like, who knows? You know, nobody saw the BCS coming, and nobody thought we'd ever get to a playoff, and now we're talking about a 14-team playoff format, so anything could change. But I think the SEC and Big Ten now have such a grip on the quality and the history and the tradition of this game. It's going to be really difficult, you know, and I hope all those other conferences, you know, have fun. They keep their things going. They they don't give up, because the idea of being so detached from the championship, I guess you just play for your conference championship. You're just happy you set your bar lower.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess, and if you're these players, you're playing for other individual things like the NIL stuff, and then future professional aspirations.
Playing for the
as well.
damn transfer portal.
Yeah, that's true. That's also true.
I'm trying to put out some good tape.
Try
so
to
I
get in the
can
mix.
Go join the SEC or the Big Ten.
And that's the perfect thing that you can say. You get to, when you're that kid who's getting in the portal because you've earned it, and you're going to go play in the big leagues now. You're going to be like, Coach, I want to compete, man. I want to compete for a championship.
Look at me, I just tore it up here at Oklahoma State.
How can a
I'm
coach
ready.
tell a kid he's wrong for that?
I don't know, man. I mean, playing for it all is the whole deal, and a lot of teams don't even get to get close. And now, it's going to be really interesting to see how this thing shakes out. I think I'm happy for UT and OU that they got to go, but at the same time, sad for overall the Big 12.
Yeah.
That we're here in this place. I really think we were in a much more glorious spot in college football 20 years ago. Like, if I just go back and live with the BS of the BCS, I'd be like, I think that was the most fun, and more conferences, more schools felt like they had a chance and they were in the running for everything. Okay, let's get into the Stephen Jones cuts. He was at the rodeo presser today as they're getting ready for a PBR event out there, and so he talked about that event, and then reporters were there to ask him about the Cowboys. Stephen Jones, is the door still open for a Tyron Smith return? Let's go.
Open. I mean, no one thinks more. Tyron Smith's going to be a Hall of Fame football player, and he's had an amazing career, and we certainly hadn't shut the door on a continued career here in Dallas. But he's a man's man. He's one of the great left tackles to ever play the game. And no one's feels better about Tyron Smith than this organization, whether it be Jerry, whether it be myself, the coaching staff, Will McClay. I have nothing but big-time thoughts about Tyron and what he's all about.
Yeah, I think everybody appreciates what Tyron did over the years, and I'm glad to hear that the door is still open for a possible return. I wonder what that number is, but now as we sit here on effectively day 4 of NFL free agency, we can be absolutely sure Tyron Smith did not get the offer that he was hoping to get.
Sure, yes, because if he had, he would be signed, and certainly some of the teams that have been out there that needed tackles have made those moves already. I mean, we've heard about maybe Washington as the one team he could go to because, look, Dan Quinn and Brian's brought this up, and I do agree with him on this. Dan Quinn saw it worked for Tyron, not having to practice. We just need to get him to game day. So he can look at that and say, I know the plan. I saw it work with my own 2 eyes here at the Star in Frisco. We need a left tackle. Let's go ahead and make it happen. I think the Jets traded for Morgan Moses. That was another team that certainly needed a tackle. They filled that need. So the longer this goes, much like kind of we hoped about with Jordan Montgomery, I do think that door keeps creaking more and more wide for Tyron to come back to Dallas.
Yeah, he's got enough warts to warrant these teams to not want to just jump in the mix here and give him whatever it is. And I understand for him, it's one of those weird deals because he is still an extremely talented player when playing, but the question mark of how much you're going to get out of him, and I wonder how open he is to. Last year it was super incentive based, right? It was like game to game.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's something he wants to get in the mix here with anymore. But that's all that teams probably want to do, and fairly so.
Yeah, there might not be an offer that he's going to find that he likes. It might be time to shut it down. And I think the market's reaction confirms for the Cowboys that they have the right approach on this. Even if he's coming off an all-pro year where a lot of his metrics were outstanding, you could see he was a player in decline. And I would say he's just getting all-pro credit for what he did in the passing game. You're not getting a Tyron Smith who's young enough to help you in the run game. And obviously, the scouts around the league turned on the film and confirmed that. We're not paying for a high-level tackle at this point. We're paying for a guy who dominates in covering the blind side and is old and is, could potentially be injured in any practice.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I think the Cowboys have done right this offseason with how they've handled the Tyron thing. I think I've been ready to move on for the last 2 years. I'd be happy to bring him back, but as I've stated, I know some others don't agree, right, with your first-round pick. You want a plug-and-play guy, win now, dude. I understand that. I don't think it should change your approach whatsoever. If there was an offensive tackle you liked that you want to take, even if you bring back Tyron on a team-friendly deal, I think the odds are that player is still going to be playing, regardless of if you have Tyron Smith or not.
The only way I think they could really screw this up, Zach, and I know you're not going to like this, but is if they take a left guard. Because I think now you set off a chain of events that gets you a left guard not as good as Tyler and a left tackle that is not his best position.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think it's center or tackle. I think that's the way you go, because I still think the easiest way to do this is you can still kick Tyler outside the tackle, and I believe in TJ Bass. Maybe some others don't. I do. I think TJ Bass can be a starting guard, so I don't think there's a need to really draft a guard.
Right on.
Yeah, man, I if it was me, I would go Tyler Smith. You're my left tackle now, and I'm set on grabbing one of these centers in what is the best center class we've seen in quite some time.
Okay, here we go to cut 6 then on fans not feeling like they are all in. Let's go.
Everybody certainly has that right. I mean, we've, I know where the frustration is, the fact that we haven't had success in the playoffs to their satisfaction. Until we do that, then, the criticism is certainly something that's going to be there. And we know that's going to be there, but we're going to stick with what we believe will ultimately get us a championship here for our fans. But, we don't define all in as what you spend in free agency. It's keeping, the core, keeping some of the great players in this league, like Dak Prescott, like CeeDee Lamb, like Micah Parsons, like Diggs. That's what we define as all in.
Yeah, and that's just not how the NFL defines all in. That's not how the fans, that's not how the media defines it. That's not how agents would define it. So you can play that word game if you want. And just to clarify, Stephen Jones, the fans aren't just unsatisfied because of your record in the playoffs. That is oversimplifying it. That would be results based. You got to give the fans credit. The fans are frustrated that you keep building a team that keeps losing in the playoffs, okay? It would be one thing if you were building clearly the best roster in football, but oops, the refs screwed you, like they screwed Sean Payton and the Saints in back-to-back years in like 17 and 18. That would be something where the fans would be like, wow, we got screwed by the refs. These fans are smart, though. These are football people, and you know that, and you benefit from that, and you profit from that. And these fans know it's not the result that is the biggest thing that we should be frustrated by. It's your insistence that you're looking at an NFL where only the 10 out of 10 teams and Patrick Mahomes win it, okay? And you're like, we're going to build a team that's an 8 out of 10. And we think we just got to get lucky enough to have the things fall our way and stay healthy and win a coin flip and make a play and have Dak be better. We know your plan sucks. I can live with the results of a coin flip, I know that's a 50-50 proposition. What I can't live with is, hey, we're intentionally weighting this coin against us, pretending like it's an easy 50-50 fair flip, and then blaming it on something like the wind when the majority of coin flips go against us. We can see scientifically you are engineering a roster that will fail in the playoffs with a quarterback incapable of making up for the shortcomings of the rest of the roster. And then you're getting there and be like, well, guess it just wasn't our year. Be freaking S, Steve. That's really what the fans are annoyed by, and they are highly offended once again by your categorization of this dynamic, sir.
Yes, dude. Their process, everybody knows, is flawed at this point. They've been doing it for long enough to where we all understand what their process is, and that is making your playoff losses inevitable.
Yeah.
But also saying their playoff losses and how they have not satisfied the fans in the playoffs is the fan standard or whatever it was that he said there, like Hagee pointed out earlier. It's like that should be everyone's standard. It shouldn't be just the fans. It should be from within inside the standard. You should feel like you've been completely crapping the bed in the playoffs as well, and you should be bothered by that.
Yeah, and I will say that there was a moment where he did specify, like, the family, like, we're frustrated, Jerry's frustrated, I'm frustrated. So he did kind of highlight that, but I agree with you. I mean, it's just, we say the same thing, it feels like, every offseason with how they operate here. And he talks about, there's a lot of money that gets thrown around, and, free agency isn't just about the first week. He views it all the way even into the season. It's like, well, you guys, for 4 years now in a row, you've been the last team that has signed an outside free agent. That has not gotten you anywhere. So you'd think eventually you would change something. I'm all for building the core of your team, drafting and developing. I like that model. I think they've proven to do that better than anybody, and I'm okay with, for the most part, wanting to get to a second contract and re-signing your guys. But you have not seen the return on investment more often than not when you've tried to do that, and you have to be able to go out and fill holes in free agency. You can't neglect it. Just like they used to neglect the draft, it seemed like, and they overspent in free agency. Now they've gone the opposite way. You've got to find a way to get harmony with all three ways of team building: trading, free agency, and drafting. For whatever reason, they seem like the only NFL squad that doesn't get it.
And they did get Jordan Lewis today, Eric Kendricks last night. They have done a little bit of a shopping so far in free agency. I believe that is 3 players signed. But yes, frustration is at an all-time high. I think the best thing about this right now is Stephen Jones is so tone deaf that he's going to do his playbook, and then we're going to arrive in next year. They're not going to be as good as they were last year. Expectations are still high. And I think he, might be in for a rude awakening, especially because at the same time, Dad is losing his ability to sell the fan base and whip them into a frenzy and excitement, right? Jerry's lost his credibility. Steven's running a playbook that's 15 years old. And really what we need as a fan base is a season that goes so horribly bad that it rocks them out of this comfort zone they're in and makes them seriously reevaluate all of their team building. And we need rock bottom. But I tell you what, Steve is in for a rude awakening because now he's got to go through this really horrible, boring MO that he has without Dad saving his ass. Like, Steve has had it on easy mode. You can be the most boring GM. Fans are still going to buy into the team because of what Dad does. Every time Dad opens his mouth on the NFL Network or 105 through the Fan or wherever he is, he gets people excited about the potential this team can win a Super Bowl. And that is a huge component of the hope. The words from Jerry Jones. But the words of Jerry Jones now ring more hollow than ever. And I do believe that is what is laying out in the not too distant future, and actually gives Cowboys fans that want Super Bowl some hope, is that they will have to pivot. And in order to be the most popular team still, I think they're going to have to go prove it on the football field. And maybe that's the catalyst we need. When we come back, Nation, it's time for the Top 10 with Wolchuk. Where are you taking us, buddy?
It is National Potato Chip Day. The top 10 Lay's potato chip flavors. What's your favorite flavor? That's next on the Fan.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you. Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 420 segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Now here he is, the Wooly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We are going to do the top 10 best flavors of Lay's potato chips. As it is National Potato Chip Day, Lay's is your number one potato chip seller. I'm curious, what's your favorite flavor of Lay's potato chip? Now, I got some pushback because it is National Pie Day. That would be 3.14.
Oh, yeah.
Thing is, we have an actual National Pie Day, and I feel like we celebrated that quite recently. I think we've done a lot of pie and pizza lists. So I wanted to kind of do something a little bit different. We'll celebrate National Potato Chip Day. I do want to address some of the texts as well when it comes to the 512, who I think texts this in just about every day, where we talk about right before the Green Bay game, this is a top 3 roster. Packers are the worst team in the playoffs, which I don't know was true. They were the last team in. There's no excuse for Dak not winning. I think we've given plenty of blame to Dak for the way that game was handled. And yes, the Cowboys do put together a good roster. It's not like they're completely flawed and the worst organization in the entire NFL. The point here is to get over the top, to have postseason success. These are the corrections we see holes in that we'd like them to fill.
Well, yeah, because in that situation, I still believe they probably had the third best roster on paper.
Right.
They had one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the NFC. No matter how you look at that. Okay, so you're going into the playoffs, and I was predicting you are going to lose to San Francisco. But the other thing that goes along with that is you can lose to teams you shouldn't lose to. You know, when you have a team as good as the 92, 93, or really 94, 95 Cowboys, you ain't losing to the wild card teams. You ain't losing to the barely won the division teams, right? You're going to go toe-to-toe with the 1 or 2 seed, and you'll see in a matchup of Goliaths who's the best team in the conference. But the way the Cowboys build, I know for a fact they're going to lose to the best team in the conference, especially if that team is physical, and they could lose, which they demonstrated throughout many times in the regular season, to teams that are borderline playoff squads. San Francisco ain't losing to one of those teams.
No.
They'll figure out a way one way or another to get the job done on one side of the ball when all the chips are down. That's what happened.
Right, and then I know 3. That all-in approach still hasn't worked for the 49ers. If you want to have that mentality, then that's fine. You can be satisfied with losing. But the 49ers have been to how many consecutive conference championship games in 2 Super Bowls within, the last 4 years, 5 years?
Since you last went, they've been to 7 title games and 3 Super Bowls.
Right. So they're a hell of a lot closer than you, and they just lost in overtime in the Super Bowl. They're pretty damn close. They're good enough to win.
Doing it with Purdy and Garoppolo because their roster is loaded. How I want the Cowboys to build it. And we'll see. We'll see if they ultimately cannot get it done, but they're legitimately close.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We would trade places in a heartbeat. And if you wouldn't, I think you're lying to yourself. But maybe you're content with losing in the first or second round every year, and that's okay. I'm not going to tell you how to fan.
Thanks for texting in, though. I saw him getting after me yesterday. I meant to address that yesterday.
No, I love all the feedback, and that's the beauty of sports talk. We don't always have to agree, and that's totally fine. But I would like to see this team achieve the ultimate goal, which is a Super Bowl championship, and some don't.
TCU and Houston have gone final. The good news for TCU, after they went down 16-0, they actually outplayed the number 1 team in the country.
Wow.
They lose 80-65.
Now they're setting up a semifinal against the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Victory.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Take that momentum into the tournament.
Boy, after the first 9 minutes, we whooped them.
Kick ass.
I think that's what you have to do as the coach right there. I mean, and you're the resident coach here on the program, so I think that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, you got to flip it into a positive, guys. The way you just played that second half is the way we're going to go into the Madness tournament.
Damn right.
And we're going to go bust all the brackets.
I love a good bracket buster this time of year. Cowboys have also made another re-signing. It's their special teams ace, C.J. Goodwin. They've agreed to terms on a 1-year deal. So C.J. Goodwin's coming back home.
Oh, that's a good signing right there.
Let's go.
Him and Sam Williams.
Woo! All right, let's get into our top 10 best Lay's potato chip flavors on National Chip Day. We head into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, what flavors we munching on?
Pimp Cup holding these gators down.
Oh, yeah, you are, bro.
That means I'm just posting podcasts and writing headlines and stuff like that. Let's see. Sour cream.
Work to me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, fam.
My bad.
Sour cream and cheddar.
Yeah.
Big fan of that sour cream and cheddar one. Classic Lay's with some, what is that, Louisiana hot sauce on it?
Yes.
Oh, man. And the wavy ranch. I like to put the wavy ranch on my sandwich.
The wavy ones are nice. Oh, on the sandwich.
Yeah, in the sandwich. It crunches every bite.
Yes, yeah. I think they should be a much more consistent piece, a standard piece almost of a sandwich. Some chip, it just improves it in so many ways. To be honest, when I heard favorite Lay's, I was like, I don't know if anyone compares to the original. So I did look it up, and yeah, I like the barbecue ones a lot.
The barbecue ones are good.
Barbecue ones are good.
They are very good.
The honey barbecue ones are good.
I haven't had them.
Yeah, the kettle version of them are amazing.
The kettle, I think those might be my go-to chips.
Kettle Lay's.
The kettle ones.
Crunchy crunch.
Yeah, there are now, yeah. The crunch on them are fantastic.
Yeah, dude, Lay's is bringing it strong. I mean, I feel like I can honestly say I haven't had all the flavors, but I'd be surprised if there was a flavor I didn't like.
I was really overwhelmed with how many there were.
There's a lot of them. There is a lot of them. I think the originals are right up there with the greatest chips of all time. And then I think the salt and vinegar chips are outstanding for Lay's.
Had some earlier.
The Chile Limon is phenomenal.
Give that to me one more time.
Chile Limon.
I like that.
And then just the regular limon.
Good vacation, by the way.
Chips. Yeah.
Chile.
The flaming hot ones.
Texas
are really
ate chili, by the way. Texas ate chili. I noticed that during the Olympics when they walk out all the countries. And I said, "Oh, look at those Texans!" And they had the flag and everything.
Does look
they were
similar.
dressed like Texans.
It does. It'll confuse you.
Texas ate chili. That's why our food is chili here. That's why we're famous for chili.
The Texas chili.
Apparently, Lay's has a Chesapeake Bay crab spice flavored potato chip.
They've got some. They've got
a payoff chip for Dawson.
sandwich. BLT sandwich chip.
Do they?
unique.
Yeah, I've got crazy chips. The honorable mentions, one of them is the BLT. The other one's the original wavy.
Did you get a little nervous when Dawson said he was going to bring up his favorite lay?
For a split second there.
I was like, oh boy.
I thought we were all just back away from the microphone.
Oh boy.
I was just going to say go ISO like Reggie does.
ISO! She's still at work.
There you go.
Have you guys ever tried the ketchup Lays?
Yes.
No.
In fact, they have Simba chips in South Africa. Their ketchup-flavored Simba chips are one of their hot sellers. I did have it when I went and visited a couple years ago. Quite delicious.
Simba chips, are these like shaped like the face of baby Simba?
They're
or?
the same as Lay's. I think it's
Simba.
It might be their version of Lay's, honestly.
Okay, so there's nothing about the Lion King that would make you feel like
No.
Okay.
No, but hey, it's fun. Because I think when I think of Simba, I think of the Lion King too. So I agree with you. Honey barbecue is your honorable mention, as is limon. Number 10 is the classic Lay's.
So the limon didn't crack the top 10?
Limon was 12.
I'll tell you what, those and they're lime. These lime potato chips with like if you have a bag of the Flamin' Hot Cheeto Puffs and then you just go bite for bite with that, you're just going like go into this bag and then go into this bag and then you constantly have the Flamin' Hot Cheeto Puff and that consistency of it and just like how it dissolves in your mouth with the lime chip.
Okay.
That's a duo unlike any other.
I'm mixing cereal bowls. You're mixing your chips.
I'm chipping it.
I like this.
That's why I like the munchies. You know those munchies bags
Yes.
where it's like a Flamin' Hot munchies and they got like 5 or 6 different types of chippy sort of things in there. Maybe it's pretzels, whatever.
It's outstanding.
It's awesome.
Yeah, number 10 is the classic Lay's. Number 9 is the dill pickle flavored Lay's. I don't know if you guys have dabbled in that.
I haven't had it. I'm seeing it here. I see the photo of it. I bet I would like it. I think I'd be in on it, but I don't think I would think it's better than the lime.
Number 8 is salt and vinegar, which is an outstanding chip, by the way.
Yeah,
So
it's
good.
fantastic.
It really is. 7 is wavy ranch Lay's with the ridges like ruffles.
I got to admit, I'm still like shooken by the fact that the original Lay was number 10.
Yeah.
I thought that should be top 3 at worst, but
It always hits, but I guess people are just into the flavored chips now.
maybe they're out. You know,
It's kicking down.
Yeah, it's become about the craft chip, you know. Back in my day, it was just potato,
Back
salt,
in my day,
party.
Just give it to us. Number 6 is the kettle cooked mesquite barbecue flavored Lay's, which
it's
is
a great chip.
Oh, it's outstanding.
I actually have some chip news in regards to Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Doritos, and Takis could soon be banned at public schools in California under a new particular
Are kids
bill.
just having too much of it? Is it messing up their stomachs?
I think all these Flamin' Hot things are just science experiments that they can't be good for your innards.
Well, they're doing like talkie challenges and all kinds of stuff. Maybe it's best that we get that out there.
Are they stuff that's banned in Europe?
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. The
Very
ingredients,
unhealthy, but we're making money, so
yeah, we're gonna rock with it over here.
I like it. You know, I get it. I want my choices to eat unhealthy stuff too. You know, I don't want them banning my food, but maybe a little bit more education, especially if kids are getting rushed to the hospital in the middle of a lunch break.
It needs
They ate too many. Yeah,
like a warning label, like a cigarette carton.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you can have these, just so you know, though, this is what you're ingesting.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and have maybe just a little bit of the bag instead of the full bag, or drink more water too while you're at it. Top 5 potato chip flavors. Number 5 is cheddar and sour cream.
I love that chip.
4, this is a unique flavor that I've never seen. Wavy Cuban sandwich.
What?
Yes.
Okay.
The wavy Cuban
sandwich Lay's chip.
I'm Cuban, B.
Yep. Apparently they successfully created
What?
a Cuban sandwich on our taste buds in the form of a chip.
Okay, well, this makes sense because they do like biscuits and gravy chips. You
Yeah.
know, they're doing bit chips at this point. So why not do a Cuban sandwich? I'd be interested in trying that. The Cuban sandwich it's a top 10 sandwich
It's
for
a
sure.
great sandwich. Number 3 is the kettle cooked sea salt and cracked pepper.
Okay.
2 is the kettle cooked sea salt and vinegar.
Okay, so it's just the crunchier version
Yes,
of the salt and vinegar.
salt and vinegar. But number 1 most popular Lay's potato chip flavor is the sour cream and onion traditional Lay's.
Okay, I appreciate that top 10 list, Wolchuk. I really do. Even though I don't like sour cream and onion stuff, but I wanted to ask you guys if you've ever heard of Lay's Gourmet.
No, never.
Because I just put it in an Amazon search bar. There's Lay's Gourmet lime and cracked pepper, a Thai sweet chili, and a vintage cheese and paprika.
Okay, we've got some.
It's like a premium bag. You see that stuff,
dude? I'm looking at this right now. Even even the picture of the chip itself that's on the front of the bag looks like a more highfalutin chip.
Is it thicker?
does. This seems European or something.
Yeah,
is this in France? Are these French lays? I don't know.
There's a texture difference there for sure. It's got corn chip vibes to it. Just looking at the picture, but holy crap! Look at that bag too. That bag is like it's almost like
that looks like
it's in a chocolate.
It's very inviting.
Yeah.
It looks like those Lindor chocolate boxes.
Yeah, I need to get my wife Lay's Gourmet Thai Sweet Chili Chips for Valentine's Day.
Yes,
I bet
we're
she would love
changing
them.
it up.
Oh my goodness, guys! I just found out there is also a grilled ribeye steak. Gourmet Lays.
Oh, there is not.
You got to be crapping me. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to order these. It looks like they're $6 for like a smaller bag.
Add to cart.
Okay, let's
times
go.
2 for your boy. Well, it sounds amazing.
We got to run. Woolchuck's going to tell you about soda. A never heard before story about Michael Jordan is next in the nation.
But yeah, let me tell you about soda. I really appreciate
#1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I think you're going to enjoy the 5 o'clock segment coming up, a little football's finest with you, and a little bit more detail on one of the more controversial stories we've had here at The Fan in quite a while. We'll have that detail coming up at 5 o'clock. Right now, it is time for a Jordan story that maybe you hadn't heard before. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, I can pretty much guarantee you've never heard this one. It's hot off the presses today. Ryan Whitney, who is a former hockey player, NHL, now with the Spittin' Chicklets podcast for Barstool.
The second best hockey podcast, the Spits and Suds.
Amen to that. Now,
this an outstanding podcast. They are hilarious.
I'm not even super familiar with their work. I see some of their clips go viral from time to time, and this is one of those moments. Now, this dude, podcaster, apparently a heck of a golfer.
Okay.
Scratch golfer.
Nice.
So
when you get that podcast life going, you work for 30 minutes.
Is it
a day,
Ryan
go
Whitney?
golf.
Yeah, it's Ryan Whitney.
Former Phoenix Coyote. So both of them are former NHL players, but he also does. Could be a semi-pro golfer.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, he's a former professional hockey player, but maybe if he dedicated his life to golf, he could have done that because he's pretty dang good. So he finds himself in these celebrity golf outings and stuff. Well, listen to him tell the story about golfing with Michael Jordan.
He doesn't say a word to me. We get to 17, the 35th hole of the day. It's a par 5. I'm on in 2. He's dead. Like, the guy's short game was insane. He's dead, short-sided, hits this flop shot, like, insane. I putt it right inside him. He makes his birdie putt. I miss. First thing he said all day, he goes, "That's right, bitch." I'm like, oh, my God. So then we go 36. He beats me on.
Do you feel not this big?
I started. No,
he hasn't
I
been the same since.
Wait a second. So then I finish the last hole, another press, lose that hole too. He's like, "Scratch golfer? Bitch, you couldn't scratch my wife's ass."
What? He's trash talking.
And I just left. I just paid him $10,000 and left.
Wow.
I felt this big. I'm like, this guy. He's pumping rap tunes the whole time that say his name in the song. I'm like, what planet am I on right now?
The ceiling is the roof.
Yeah, dude, I like all the rap songs that mention me.
Yeah.
You mentioned me, I put you on my Spotify. I love it.
Awesome.
Oh, and I'm going to be blaring it. And so my opponents, who we have 10 G's on, will be hearing this, and I will be getting into their head a little bit.
I have no idea what that life is like. I mean, so this guy, he's a Barstool podcaster. How did he end up with $10,000 to be wagering 5 figures? I guess.
Well, he's the former NHL player.
Okay.
So former NHL player, also scratch golfer.
All right.
So he's got his own bag. Plus he's a podcaster dude now. So he's probably good for it. That $10,000 hurt him much more than it would have hurt financially MJ. But the competitive spirit of MJ, it would have hurt much more had he lost there. But I do think it's funny. He's quiet the whole time, and then once he gets right there towards the end, hole 35 of 36, now he's dropping B-words on him. Now he's talking all the trash. And the whole time he's been playing the mind games of just playing songs that involve his own name, hyping him up. That is just fantastic, dude.
I used to do some radio with Michael Holton, who was the Bulls 2 guard when they drafted Jordan. And so, Jordan's killing him, but then Jordan breaks his leg in his second year. And so Holton's still playing quite a bit and stuff. Well, Jordan's feeling the competitive itch, invites him over to play pool because he's a big pool guy. They start gambling, doesn't know Holton's a very good pool player, and ends up like taking all of his cash in like 10, 20 boxes of shoes from Jordan over the coming weeks, as Jordan was out injured but needing to scratch the gambling and competitive itch. He was his pool partner after practice. It's like, dude, I still have some of Jordan's shoes in my closet at home from that.
Incredible.
That is amazing.
That is so cool, dude.
That is badass.
Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but you can get a taste of the Masters. You can actually buy online, available now at the Masters website. You can buy like kits that serve like 4 to 6 people or like 12 to 14 people. If you're hosting like Masters watch parties kind of deals, you can get a little taste of the Masters brought right to you. Remember last year we had a lot of fun doing our Masters concessions draft.
Yeah, Lucius kicked our ass.
Yeah, is that the same kind of Masters tasting like John Cena's doing right now? What's going on?
I don't think this is Gay Pay Masters.
Oh, okay.
This is just your run of the mill.
Taste your master.
I've thought about that particular word or phrase now for the last couple of days. I find it to be absolutely hilarious.
I want to make some merch with it, bro. I was thinking a MasterCard, type of vibes.
Yes. I think there's something here.
Still workshopping.
Get this up in the merch store, bro. But yeah, right now, free shipping. You can go for $100 for 4 to 6 people. You're getting 24-ounce pimento cheese. You're getting 6 bags of plain potato chips, 6 moon pies. Wolchuk's second favorite kind of pie. You have the sleeve of 12 Masters branded souvenir cups. You get the Masters branded wax paper.
Yeah.
You get the Masters coasters, 12-pack.
Let me get a hoodie and an umbrella, and we got a deal.
So hosting kit materials, bread and buns not included.
Okay, yeah, that's the like. I kind of want you to assemble the buns, the bread sandwiches for me. I'm not trying to do this.
Yeah, the bread's important here.
Yeah, like what the hell?
That tells me that they half-ass the bread. Like they don't feel anything special about their own bread. They're just going down the street. They're going fine knockoff, great value versions. That's how I read that. Because if you're proud of your bread, you're throwing that in the mix and you're charging an extra $10, $12, whatever.
Personally, I don't care if it's good or bad bread. I just want it to be the authentic, the same bread that they're using.
Right.
It could be the worst bread in the world, but I need that golf tournament bread to capture this vibe we're going for, right?
Totally. Or you can go for 12 to 14 people, roughly the same thing. It's $180. This is going to include, though, the pork barbecue, 24 ounces, and the barbecue potato chips, cookies. You're going to get that Georgia pecan caramel popcorn.
Yes,
okay,
please.
Worth it.
My goodness.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I know they have their Georgia peach something or other.
Is it an ice cream?
Maybe it's an ice cream
sandwich or something like that.
Oh yeah, was it the ice cream? I think that's what ended up putting Lucius's draft over the top. That was you got great value, Lucius. I
think you went 2 desserts
or that Georgia peach ice cream sandwich.
Yeah,
you got great freaking value on that thing.
Now, would you say
take credit for that, bro?
You just scouting them out.
PEDs in the draft, bro. It works.
If you're going all out, are you going to say no sitting down while we're watching? Because that's a rule at Augusta.
We got to be standing and trying to assemble our own pimento cheese sandwiches because they won't give us the damn bread.
At least I guess you can't sit down on the grass. I guess that's the rule. So you're probably good.
Yeah. So do we get like fake grass or anything part of this that we can lay down?
It's not involved here, but maybe you could figure out a way to reach out to the Masters and get that
I want the Masters grass,
but that's going to be. That's going to be house rules on that. If you're going to the guy's house, he's got the Masters kit, he's doing it. If he wants you to stand the whole time, then I guess you just eat and go back to your place and watch.
I think so. You have to conform to the rules of the road as it is. Well, thank you, Chief. I always enjoy a story about Jordan and some Masters stuff. Now, Eric did a little digging and has something to report about the guest that joined the Fan earlier this week that a lot of people got upset about. So we'll give you the details on that inside an edition of Football's Finest coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about
play our favorite sports. It's the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports, okay? Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. There are no sharks. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. So whatever your favorite sport, whatever your favorite player, you can cash in on knowing him better than anybody else. I know Luke is scoring more than 30 versus the Sixers. Cha-ching! You got Corey Seager and the Rangers about to start the season. You have hockey. You have college basketball. All your favorite sports you can cash in on thanks to the Prize Picks app. And if you download the app today, use code TOLO for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code TOLO on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Let's cash in together. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 5:20. Plans and free agency moving forward. What are they going to do at running back? You'll hear his answers to that and more coming up at 5:20. It's time now for an edition of football's finest, and here's Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, there's plenty of football news to get to, signings and trades and things of that nature, but I wanted to bring something to light here momentarily. We know, obviously, this week we had the attorneys on that are representing the young lady that are accusing Dak Prescott of some pretty unfortunate things, and obviously, that's been quite the topic on whether or not that person should have been allowed on our airwaves or not. And
seen anything about
everybody's opinion is welcome on that and understandable. If you don't think we should have had him on there, that's totally fine. I get it. I don't think you're necessarily wrong in saying it. There are a couple of things that have been said that I think have crossed the line, and we've had to address some of those deals. But I just did the little Better Business Bureau situation on this law office. Bethel T. Zehe as the law office that's representing this lady. And I think we could all tell when they were on the air and being asked some questions just how uninformed and unprofessional this dude came across. And I know some of the things he said were like, it felt like, okay, you're saying things here without making it allegedly, and you're going full force on some of these things where it feels like, hey, you need to be a little bit careful with what you're saying. But I think by and large, if you listen to the interview, you come away from it feeling like, okay, Dak, you should feel pretty good here because this lawyer seems like a schmo, 100%. And he's writing things down in crayon, and he just got into the business.
Yes,
it's evident.
That's exactly how I felt. Like, if you actually gave the interview time, I felt the complete opposite to how some people took it and ran with it, thinking this was a Dak Prescott smear campaign. I'm thinking this makes Dak's case look great. This dude doesn't know what he's doing.
So I go Better Business Bureau Law Office of Bethel T. Zahe, just to see what these folks are about. The first thing I noticed, this business is not BBB accredited. Well, Chuck, what does that mean?
So if you are not Better Business Bureau accredited, it's not necessarily a red flag. However, taking steps to get your business accredited shows customers that you are committed to giving them the best experience possible.
Okay, very good. Now, I click on the complaints opportunity here in regards to this particular law office, and there are some things that are funny. I mean, it's I paid for services. This is in June of 2022, someone complaining about these folks, saying I paid for services that would take only a couple of weeks starting back in April, and after several texts and phone calls to these people, I finally received a final draft in May, and all it had was a bunch of mistakes in it, and I did not hear back from these people, even through several attempts via text. And I could not continue to wait after several attempts to reach these people, so I had to hire another attorney so I may move forward with my divorce. At this time, I would like a full refund of $500 for services that were not rendered.
Wow, so simple legal task there unmet. Are there other, though? Certainly there could just be one misunderstanding amongst the clientele that you have, Chief.
September 2023, I'm rejecting what Miss Bethel is having to say because she is a liar and a fraud, and she knows it. She has been playing with my life and assets for the last 2 years. I will be opening a complaint with whatever judge that they're going to be using at some point. I'm going to make all of you famous or infamous because I can't get anyone to call me back regarding my son. I can't even go to the school they attempted to trespass me because there is no updated paperwork. Game over. Best regards.
Wow, that's tough. Sorry about those people, Luck, operating with this law firm. I mean, it does reflect poorly on the accusation, though, and I think it makes Dak's narrative that I'm suing her for trying to exploit me look a lot more credible, because if she had a really credible case, she wouldn't have to take like the lowest cost lawyer that not a lot of people like working with. There would be a big name lawyer like, holy cow, we have evidence and we're going to go after this player and we're going to get money. You know, that's how lawyers do it, because oftentimes their clients don't have the cash to pay for them. So they say, you will pay nothing until we win your case. And the best lawyers get the cases where the guilty parties have tons and tons and tons of money because they get a very significant portion of that. If this is the best lawyer she can get, she has no case, at least one that she can prove with evidence, would be my take, my opinion on this subject, Chief.
September of last year, false advertising. This is another complaint. False advertising, no communication, poor communication, missed appointments, incorrect information sent to courts and advising me of things that aren't even happening. No valid contact information. Everything is via text. No support staff. No callbacks. Avoids client contact. This is a fraud and a scam. False representation. No representation. Advised me that she was doing nothing with my case when we spoke. There is still nothing documented from the courts from my court date back in April of 2023.
This is the best lawyer she could get.
So, yeah, just a simple, just going to the Better Business Bureau and hopping on these folks, the law office of Bethel T. Zahe, you will see that
not good reviews.
Definitely
good content, Chief.
Wouldn't want them representing me in any sort of situation. Now, on to the footballs. We got a couple of things going down today. We saw Eric Armstead, who was surprisingly released from San Francisco, like right before free agency started. He has since signed, and it's with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He gets a nice chunk of money from them. You have veteran defensive tackle DJ Reader also agreeing to terms. He goes to the Lions. He's another just a super giant run-stuffing animal. They already have Aleem McNeil. So the Lions are bringing in even more talent, and they should be definitely picking up right where they left off from last year. That's quite the beefy front on that defensive line. And then the Bills are signing former Commanders wide receiver Curtis Samuel, 3 years, $30 million. So Josh Allen gets a new weapon. And I think that's actually probably, if you're Josh Allen, I think you're feeling pretty good about that one. Curtis Samuel, I know he couldn't really get super going because it's Washington and nobody can really get super going, but I think he is a nice weapon to have.
Can do a lot of different things for you. I mean, he can line up in the backfield as well, play some running back. I think he was the first receiver to go for over 100 yards against the Cowboys this year. He had a pretty good game against the Cowboys.
Yeah, he had a couple of games that were pretty dang impressive. Now, the funny stuff that's coming out of right now, the Falcons and the Eagles are being investigated for tampering. Because in that window when free agency starts on Monday, like it did, and it's the legal tampering, and then you have Eric Kendricks being able to agree to a deal on Monday and then back out of it by yesterday, because deals don't become officially inked until yesterday. And in that tampering window from Monday to Wednesday or whatever, you can't talk to the players. Like teams, Stephen Jones or Jerry Jones can't just pick up the phone and call Derrick Henry and just talk to him directly.
Got to call the agent?
Yeah, you got to talk to the representation. And so it's funny because it's not like, I don't even think the NFL just gets to sit back and watch this come to them. It's funny because they don't have to, they're not going on the offense here. They're not looking at, oh my gosh, Saquon Barkley's with the Eagles. There must be something weird going on here. They're just allowing it to come to them. For instance, James Franklin, Penn State head coach, and we know that Barkley is a Penn State alum, and so he's kind of getting that return home situation. Here's the quote from Franklin talking about Barkley going to Philadelphia. He's like, for him now to come back, be able to play within the state in Philadelphia, he said that was one of the first things that Howie said to him on the phone as part of his sales pitch to him, was not only the Philadelphia Eagles, and that obviously the connection with Penn State and the fan base as well. So he just unveils right there, unprovoked. No one's asking him to give us this information, but he reveals that Howie was speaking directly to Saquon in the sales pitch. Ding!
Yeah, we got you. That's a tough one. I guess, the NFL built this to give the agents exclusive access to talking with the team, so it gives an opportunity here for everything to get discussed before final decisions are made. I think the PA can benefit a little bit from it as well. I don't understand personally why this is necessary, though, Chief. It just seems like an unnecessary rule that's getting people in trouble. And when I see that and people are trampling it and not paying attention to it, I just think maybe it's a bad rule.
I'm with you.
As much as I want the Eagles in trouble for it.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
Dock them a third-round pick like you did the Chiefs a few years ago.
But the Eagles, we take their picks.
Yeah,
and their money.
Let this be the final straw, and then we'll just do away with this
maybe just
crappy
make a
rule.
statement out of them. It's a first-round pick, but we're never going to touch this again.
Yeah, because several years ago, you had the Chiefs being forced to give up a third-round pick for doing something similar with Jeremy Maclin. So if you could end up having Philadelphia losing out on the third-round pick this year, I don't think anybody's going to be upset about that. And then Kirk Cousins, in his introductory presser, he says there's great people here. It's not just the football team. I mean, I'm looking at the support staff meeting, calling yesterday. So he's going back yesterday, which is part of the window where you're not allowed to be talking to people.
He says on himself.
Calling yesterday, calling our head athletic trainer, talking to our head of PR. I'm thinking we got good people here, and that's exciting to be a part of. So you have Mr. James Franklin outing Saquon Barkley unintentionally, and then you have Kirk Cousins outing himself at the microphone for all to hear unintentionally. Oops. Now, my favorite moment of the Kirk Cousins presser, though, was when he started referencing his father-in-law, because his wife, Kirk Cousins' wife, is from Atlanta, and that's part of the reason why people were connecting Kirk to Atlanta long before it actually was made official. So Kirk Cousins' father-in-law is a giant Atlanta sports fan. So now you're the father-in-law, and your son-in-law is now quarterbacking your favorite football team. And he sounds like he's pretty passionate about it. Here's Kirk Cousins talking about his father-in-law and just like how huge of an opportunity this is for him.
It's a privilege to be the quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. This is a privilege. My father-in-law, I've watched him, borderline out loud praying, watching games, not just the Falcons, but the Braves and the Hawks. He loves this. And I sit there in the off seasons in February on the couch at night watching these teams play, watching these games and seeing how much it means to him, and you realize, man, it is a privilege to get to play for a team with people like that cheering for you. And what you want to do is understand there's a responsibility that comes with that privilege, and you're accountable to a lot of people, and you got to deliver. And so that's where I say we got to get to work, because I understand that and can't wait to do that. And when you can deliver, it's special. And, I have a vision of where we can go, but you don't get there tomorrow.
Okay, so I just think this is going to be bad news for the relationship between Kirk Cousins and his rabid Atlanta Falcon fan father-in-law. This is only ending in disaster here. What does father-in-law want, Walchuk? He wants some postseason success.
He wants to win.
What is Kirk Cousins incapable of, Walchuk?
Prime time and postseason success.
Think about it. Beautiful Eliza grows up 25 years from now, and she marries the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, and all he does is just not show up in important moments. And now you still have to love this guy, okay? Come on. Not happening.
I guess at that point, maybe I would just be this is the norm,
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be 25 years. I'd still have seen a championship, so I might just have accepted it by then.
I am glad they're a faith-based family, Chief, because otherwise I think it would tear them apart.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of prayer, a lot more prayer.
Yeah.
They do have an eternal hope that helps them in moments like this, where you're having to depend on Kirk Cousins to do anything in the way of postseason winning.
At least we have the important things in life, because, honey, you married the wrong quarterback. At least he's rich.
He's talking about I've been hanging out with this guy, watching all the big games Sunday night, Thursday night. There he is on the couch. We're all family together. Now he's going to be thinking about driving home late, as he made his own father-in-law hit that couch and storm home mad.
What the hell were you doing on that 3rd and 4?
It is going to create some.
Yeah, Bijan wide open in the flats.
There's inevitable tension here, and I do think it's going to end in some.
He's
some
probably
fun
thinking
for us.
it's only up from here. I mean, they were watching Taylor Heineke and Desmond Ridder, right? He's going to love me still.
It's a good point.
Might be the savior,
Maybe
until they get to their first primetime game.
He's their Evan Carter.
I thought, I've been really impressed with what the Texans have been doing. They got plenty of cap space. They're in win now mode, and they have every reason to be in that mode. And they've added some guys on both sides of the ball. They make that trade for Joe Mixon, and it was like, okay, you're giving up the 7th round pick. You're going to pay him like $6 million. That's $1 million more than history shows you should be paying your running back based on how much cap percentage he's accounting for. But whatever, I can get past that. Maybe you can overcome that situation. But now they're bleeping themselves here because they are giving him a new contract, and it's 3 years, $27 million, $13 million guaranteed. So when Houston was doing the right thing, wheeling and dealing 7th round pick for a solid running back, boom, we'll get him 1 year and then he's out of here. Nope. They're going to double down on it, and they're going to give him more guaranteed dollars. And that's the first mistake Houston's made all offseason.
Or you hate to see it. I did have hope that maybe good front officing had gone viral this offseason. But no, it's still happening in just pockets across this National Football League. Well, thank you, Chief. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. I have some good baseball talk. An American hero has done it. Plus Stephen Jones on plans moving forward into free agency and what they're going to do at running back. We'll get you caught up and then get to LA Live coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Diamonds Direct with you.